If you want to start the stream early, Doug, to get it to YouTube, you can.
It's going right now.
You can start it before you open it live.
Yeah, I'm about to open the doors. So
cool.
Okay, everybody, we're going live now.
If you want to start the stream early, Doug, to get it to YouTube, you can.
Yep. It's going right now.
You can start it before you open it live.
Yeah, I'm about to open the doors. So
cool. Somebody has the YouTube video live. Welcome, everyone.
Hey, everybody, we're going live now.
If you want to start the stream early, Doug, to get it to YouTube, you can.
Yep.
Welcome, everyone. We'll be starting in just a moment. Glad you're all here. We'll give everybody just a chance to come in, get settled, and we'll begin in just 1 second. Welcome. Hi, why don't you say hello in the chat pod where you're from? You may also see a Q&A button. You'll be able to use that later today to ask us questions. Hello, Domenico. Hello, Jorg. Wow, someone from the East Coast as well. It's early, but I see a lot of folks from Europe, which is as we designed. A couple of us from the States got up early so we can say hello to you all. Glad we are able to overlap with everyone's schedule. Welcome. Good to see so many folks here this morning, bright and early. We're just about a minute or two out from starting, and then we'll get things underway. Welcome. Welcome. Glad to see you guys. Peter and Rude, I see you have your hands raised. Feel free to type a question into the Q&A section if you've got it, and we'll go ahead and take questions that way. Garrett, same thing. If you just want to use the Q&A button, you could type your questions in and we'll take them live and cover different things. We're going to be sharing our screen now here in just a second. Welcome, everyone. Glad you're here. Great. So many folks from so many parts of the world. It's awesome. Glad you're all here. Okay, well, welcome. My name is Rich Harrington. Glad you guys could be with us today. And it's great to see so many folks from all around the world here. We're going to be taking a deep dive today into Luminar AI. And it's a combination of things. We're going to be doing some demos, have members of the Skylum team a little bit later this morning. Our CEO is going to join us and take your questions live, so that'll be a lot of fun. We've also got a wealth of different artists, photographers, and digital artists who are going to be joining us and sharing their ideas and their skills with you so you can learn. And along the way, every once in a while, we'll put up some links for some freebies that you can download to get things fun and to help you get some of the same files that we're using so you can really explore these and enjoy them. So I'm glad you guys could all be here. Most of you are joining us in the webinar mechanism. Some of you might be watching on YouTube or watching the replay later. My name is Rich Harrington. I am the Chief Product Evangelist, and it's my job to help people get the most out of Luminar AI, as well as to listen to you and get your feedback. So we're really glad you guys could be here. I see that we have people using Q&A, so this is awesome. So hopefully everything's fine. And Ralph, I see that you're wondering if you're hearing audio here, but hopefully you can hear us now. So everyone else, I think you guys can hear me. If you can, just give us a thumbs up in the chat pod. Let us know that the audio is coming through clean. That's great. Thank you so much, Daniel. Perfect. Okay. Well, then we're going to get things underway and jump right in. Again, we're going to be looking at Luminar AI, and we'll take your questions. Also, we'll be hearing from other folks today, like Vanelli and some others. So we've got a lot of great panelists who are going to be jumping in and sharing their ideas with you throughout the morning. All right, let me go ahead and switch over here. I'll share my screen, and we will jump right into Luminar AI. There we go. Let's flip over. All right. Welcome, everyone. This is Luminar AI, and we're taking a look at it with a deep dive today. We're going to explore a lot of different features and walk you through what the software can do. Also, we'd love to hear any of the questions that you might have, so feel free to bring those to the forefront. We'll be glad to get your questions in, and we'll cover them and really help you explore what the application is capable of. Let me just take this nice and full screen so everyone could see. So that's perfect. There we go. And here we are. All right, so what we're doing is you'll see that we've got Luminar open. Luminar works as both an application and a plugin, so we'll be using it today a variety of ways. You could use it as a standalone application, or you could use it with tools like Photoshop, Photos for macOS, or Lightroom. But what Lightroom is going to not be able to do, Luminar often can. And Luminar is designed to solve problems. So let's tackle some of those problems to begin with. We're well known for things like placing the sky or doing beautiful image effects, but I want to show you just some problem-solving things we could do to get things underway. So here we have a RAW file straight from a Fuji camera. There's nothing wrong with this RAW file. It's what the camera captured. But RAW doesn't necessarily see every detail. It's in the file, but you often have to unlock it. Okay, so what we're going to do here is I'll show you what's possible. Now, Luminar gives you two ways of working. The first way of working is templates. Templates analyze the photo, recognize the content, and come back with suggestions. So you'll see in this case, it analyzed the photo and suggested nature. It also said that a thematic collection and urban style might be good matches, but based upon the content of the photos, it thought that nature was the best set to start with. Now, these are different options, and what you could do is easily click. So with a single click, I bring that to life. Here are different options, and you can see how we can really make that come to life. And then with a single slider, adjust that. Now, that works great, especially when you are wanting to jump in and quickly get things done. But you also are welcome to develop from scratch if that's how you prefer. So here's what we're going to do here is we're going to go in and start to adjust with Enhance. Enhance AI is the best starting point. So here's what we're going to do. First off, we will use the Light tool to make one small change. This allows you, if you're using different DCP profiles, to apply them. Otherwise, don't get sucked into all these tools like black and white and highlights and all of those things. These are the same tools that every other photo editor has. Instead, start up here with Enhance. And with Accent AI, you are able to balance the exposure, the color, and the tonality with a single slider. If we click for the before and after, you'll see what a good job that did quickly and how it was able to really adjust that in. Okay? So as you see there, we could pull that in with Accent. Then we also have Structure. And Structure is like Clarity, but better. It adds selective detail. Now, there's a little secret here in the Light tool, a tool that is unique that a lot of people overlook. It's called Smart Contrast. Contrast is normally the difference between the lightest and darkest areas. Normally, when you change contrast, you change saturation. So by adjusting our smart contrast, we could reduce the contrast here without affecting saturation. Smart contrast lets you unstop or unblock the image very quickly. Now, you see we went to a nice natural exposure very quickly, and this is what's there. But now we could tap into a few more tools. Things like Landscape has Foliage Enhancer, so we could just target the greens and bring them out. Or Golden Hour to bring out the warmth of the sun very quickly. All simple. Details lets you enhance things like the small, medium, and large details within the image. So I could bring some of those details there for the flowers to life. And that's just nice and quick. It allows you to bring things together very quickly and very easily. Okay, let's go back in here and save some time. I adjusted one image. I want to synchronize that. So what I could just do is right click and I could choose the adjustments here. And you see copy adjustments, Command or Control C. Select your next image and you could just paste those adjustments. And because we utilized artificial intelligence, those adjustments are going to react intelligently to the photo's content. And you see that it automatically balanced that picture, creating similarity in exposure and color, but allowed us to bring that to life. And that works very quickly and very easily to get that in there. Okay? So right now, as we're working through, I was showing a raw file there, Ukaj, but you can work on JPEGs, you can work on RAWs, doesn't matter. Some of you are going to say, well, then what type of computer are you working on? This is just a nice medium level Mac Mini computer, about 3 years old, so typical thing. I do have incredibly powerful computers that I get to use from time to time, but I wanted to use something for the demos today that was attainable, a machine like you all may have. So this is just a off-the-shelf Mac Mini, decent power, about 16 gigs of RAM, and has all the things I need to run Luminar on it. So hopefully that makes sense. All right, let's go through here though and tackle another image. And this is another raw file, this time from a Nikon image. And I want to show you what's possible here as we're working, okay? Mateo's asking about M1 support. We're hard at work on that. It'll be coming soon. Right now, we run using Rosetta, but M1 native support will come shortly. The team is actively at work on that. It's coming along very well. All right, let's go back to templates here. And you'll see with the for this photo section that it scans the image. And again, it identified landscapes, nature, and filmatic as suggestions. Here we go. I'll do an easy landscape collection here. So Frank, I mentioned that I'm using a 3-year-old Mac Mini. The M1 chips are only about 3 months old. So I'm using an older computer here on purpose. Okay, so let's go forward. Here we have our easy collection for sunset. And with one click, we take this to a nice sunlight image. And I like that. Or gentle clean light. And you could see what a great job that did bringing it to life. I'm going to go under the edit menu now, and I want to show you something. A lot of attention gets put on sky replacement, but if you've got a good sky to work with, we have Sky Enhancer. Start with the sky you have. You might think it's boring, but it's not, because with Sky Enhancer, it can identify all of those details in the sky, and it brings out the contrast in the sky, it pops the clouds, it adds just a touch of depth, and it does it without oversaturating. If you crank up vibrance, it never works. The clouds start to take on a color and they get fringing and noise. But with Sky Enhancer, you are able to bring that sky to life very quickly and very easily. Then, under Landscape, take advantage of Golden Hour, which is going to bring out the warmth of the sun. And if needed, you've got Dehaze, which also can be used to enhance the sky, and Foliage Enhancer. And with Advanced, you could target what's the color for that foliage. So I can warm or cool that. And you see we bring it to life. That was all before we did a lot with Accent AI. And just a touch of structure there. So you could see how quickly we were able to lift that image out and bring out those details, which works out very, very well. Now, if you have noise in an image, which you might, I suggest a couple of things. First off, click so you can zoom in and view the image at full quality. You want to be able to see this so you could really judge what's happening. And I'm at 100% magnification. Now, as you adjust the denoise, it's really easy to see the results. The critical mistake that most people make when denoising is that they go in and they don't zoom to 100%. So they're not viewing the actual pixels, they're viewing a simulation. So it's difficult to judge if you're getting the noise cleanup accurately. And you see there, and it's a little tough over zoom, it's been cleaned up immensely. Then you could just click and it zooms right back out, and you're done with that image. If you want to add a little style, some of our standout tools, excuse me, are going to be things like Mystical. Adds a nice, gentle light. And you could even open up the shadows with Mystical, using it to fill that light in very easily to the background. So as you can see there, we've really filled the colors in on this quite nicely. Okay? All right, so here we go. So there's a question about small, medium, and large details. This is a perfect image for that. So let's zoom in here to about 50%. So I'm going to go ahead, 1 second. I managed to, wouldn't be a demo if we didn't manage to occasionally crash. Let me go ahead and open that back up. So there's a question there between small, medium, and large details. So small, medium, and large details are the ability to go in and pull out the edges. So small details are going to be things like the tiny tips on the plant. Medium details are going to be the broader surfaces, and large details are going to be like the flat areas. So let me reshare my screen here, and I'll show you what that looks like. So here we go, share screen. I managed to click on one too many buttons there. There we go. All right, so let's take a look at that. And we'll go here under details. And I'll adjust first the small details. Even if we're not zoomed in there, I think you could see how those edges are popping. By the way, did you notice that you can go negative on an area? So I could do more small details, and that really pops the edges here on the plant. And then I could pull the large details down, which is the area like the sky. So what I actually did there was I reduced the amount of detail in the sky, blurring it a little bit, and removing some of the noise and the pixelization back there in the image. So you see it cleaned it up. And then medium details is doing the interior area there on the plant. So if I crank that up a little high, hopefully you could see that that really pops. I'll turn that on and off. David, does that work for you? Can you see the difference there in what the small, medium, and large details does? And what's cool about this is you don't have to use any sort of AI for sharpening. I know that there are AI sharpener products on the market. That's great, and there's noise reduction. This is a real-time effect. So much faster, and it's not something that AI is often needed for. In this case, it could really go in and bring this to life. So hopefully you could see that. And then you still have your traditional sharpen. The reason why I don't suggest using sharpen too much is that it creates noise or artifacts. So instead, use small, medium, and large details with a kiss of structure. Structure is intelligent sharpening in depth and lets you really go in and bring that image to life. So I hope that that makes sense and kind of gives you an idea on how to pull that all together. David, I hope that gave you the answer that you were looking for there. So I think that's a good, really enhancement there on the image itself. Okay, let's go on here back to the catalog. So Daniel, you're asking, how can I copy individual adjustments from one photo to another? So here's the reason why we don't do that. You might be familiar that in Lightroom, you have a dialog and you choose copy and paste adjustments. Lightroom only has about 40 checkboxes because that's really the number of adjustments that it has. Luminar has more than 50 tools. Those tools can have 4 to 20 adjustments. So if you were to bring up a dialog that had every single checkbox, you would have to scroll through about 14 pages of information. So instead of that, what we tell you to do, better off, rather than worrying about copying and pasting individual adjustments, is make your own templates, which I'll show you here in a moment, and rely upon the AI tools, because those AI tools will automatically adjust. If you set the exposure with Accent AI and you paste it on an image that's darker, it's going to bring that exposure up to the level that you picked. If you set and copy and paste that adjustment to an image that was brighter, it's going to pull that image down. So it's actually smart like that, and it goes off of what you want the image to look like. So by sticking with some of those tools that have AI in there, it's going to be a lot smarter with how that works. So I hope that that makes sense there, but I will show you how we can make a template now. So we'll go from there, and we'll pull that in. So give us a second here, and we'll jump that in. For those of you that are joining us as panelists a little bit early, if you could just disable your cameras while we're waiting, that would be great. All right, let's go in here, and I will reshare the computer, and we'll flip back here to Luminar. All right, we'll go in here to the catalog, and I want to keep talking about structure for a moment because I love structure. Structure is just this incredible problem solver, and not enough folks use it. So let's take this aerial here for a moment, and we're going to fill some things in. So first off, templates will analyze the image and make a suggestion. It recognized that this might make a great black and white. Urbans do that. A bird's eye view. Well, that's cool. It recognized that this was an aerial photo, and it's suggesting from here. And we've got natural skies for aerial images. In all cases, it was clear that Luminar detected that this was an aerial photo. So with one click, we could start to bring that to life. And you can see there how easy it is to preview and audition these. If it's not quite right, you want a little bit less, just use the single slider here to dial it in, which is cool. These make it simple to browse. And you're going to see here with the update to Luminar that templates are much simpler. You've got your favorites, you've got the ones that you've created, you've got the ability here to see ones that you've purchased or received with your Luminar X membership. And these can also be suggested now by the engine. And you've got any older ones that you might have made as templates or looks with older versions. Okay, nice and simple. Let's go ahead here and just apply this subtle, bring that out a little bit. And now I'm going to jump into structure. Structure is the real hero here. So let's crank it up all the way for a moment and boost it. First up, I want you to notice what a great job that did on really bringing out the clouds and the land. But what it didn't do is add a bunch of noise. It didn't put noise in the water here. So the cool thing about structure is it does a great job of adding what would often be called clarity, but without the problems of clarity. You don't get halos, you don't get ringing edges, you don't get extra noise. So it really helps to bring that to life. And then if you use those small, medium, and large details, this is perfect for filling things in. So if we take a look there at the buildings, and you see we add some small details and some medium details, but pull down the large, that we've got a really nice pop there of bringing out the details and the maximum contrast in that sensor, which works quite nicely. Okay? Also, don't forget about composition. This can analyze your photo, and with one click, will suggest a proper crop. In this case, it leveled the photo, and it also moved beyond some of the vignetting at the edges, and it placed our subject here right along the rule of thirds. So if you struggle with that, again, you can click, and it's going to auto-align there to fix the horizon. So that works nicely. And if you are looking at this here, and you realize that these aren't quite vertical, clicking here will fix your vertical perspective and just dials that in so that you've got good, clean vertical lines. There we go. Click the button and it's applied. And we've got our update to our image. Okay, let's take a few questions and then we'll go into some of the other stuff here. So I'm seeing, we'll go back to the catalog, that with update 2, it's not possible to use the mask for denoise or sharpen. You can. It's going to depend on what you're doing. They might just be hidden. So if we were to go into that, you normally will not see the masks until you move a slider. So it's not that we got rid of the ability, it's that you have to first move a slider, then you get the mask controls. And now you see we could paint, radial, or gradient mask. Now I'm going to do this on another picture for a moment, but this is pretty cool. What's awesome here is that every tool in Luminar has masks. I can't say every tool, I should say almost every tool in Luminar. Tools like the light tool, which are designed to develop the entire image, that makes no sense to have a mask. Tools like, certain ones like optical correction, you wouldn't mask out part of a lens correction. But pretty much every other tool can be adjusted this way. All right, let's bring this image to life with some good depth. Again, I'll start with a template. It's going to analyze the content of the scene, and it came up with a few recommendations. Influencer, thematic, that's nice. And it also reached in and recognized the cinematographer collection from Luminar X. So with your Luminar X membership, if you choose to subscribe, you get a new template pack and a new sky pack each month. And you can see here how with different looks, you could explore the different creativity that different artists have with using the tool. So as I click through here, I could try. I like this vintage one, in fact. It's just a little strong, so I'll go into edit and I could see how that's made. The dots indicate which tools were used. So if you need to, you can dial that in and take a look at what the artist did. So I like this one, but I'm just going to take the smart contrast down a bit so it's not so contrasty. I like that. And then I'm going to explore my mood. Mood is a very overlooked tool. And later today, we're going to give you some extra LUTs that you can load into Mood. But if you click here, you're going to see a whole bunch of recipes. Mood are color styles, and don't overwrite them here. They're really powerful. So as you look, you can audition these. If you want to really know what's happening, my suggestion is temporarily bump this up to a higher amount. Now it's easier to see as you mouse over your different color recipes. I like this 1960 one, a bit of an aged feel. 1990s, a little grungier. Candlelight, that actually works nicely here. I'm going to go with Candlelight, bring up the saturation, and just tone down the amount. And you can see there with contrast how you can dial that in. Instantly, it just gave my image a color grade without having to do a ton of work. So this is a cool way to add a little bit of color style. Then standouts here are going to be mystical or glow. Under glow, there's one of our most popular features. It's just a tad hidden. It's called Orton effect. And so Orton effect creates a nice richness. It adds soft light to the scene, and it does some local contrast. So you can control the softness setting, you can control how much brighter it makes the scene, and how much contrast it adds, and whether that light is warm or cool. And so you can see there that we added light to the scene. It's like bringing extra sunlight or carrying in a lighting source to your shoot. So Orton effect and Orton effect soft, which is going to be a bit more bloomy, is a nice way to add gentle highlights to a scene and really give it that gentle feeling of soft light. So glow is very effective, but I like the Orton effect for some extra touch. Okay? So I hope that that makes sense. Let's see what else we got here. I'm thinking of buying Silver FX Pro to improve my mono images. Does it have time? So yes, and I'm going to give you, I'm going to show you some LUTs for this. And then later today, we'll give these LUTs away for free, but I'll show you what's built in. So my favorite way of doing black and white is to use lookup tables because these allow you a whole bunch of recipes. So I'm going to go here and you'll see there's different ones loaded, but let's just set that to 100%. And I'm going to load some custom LUT files. This will browse your computer. And later today, I'm going to give some images away from different kits. And you'll see some lookup tables here, right? So I'm going to give some away from our friends. And they've got a lookup table set here called Black and White LUTs. So we'll give these away for free later. And there's also some sepia tones in there. And here are about 20 different recipes for black and white. So I could just audition one of these here and apply, and we've got an instant black and white recipe, black and white contrast. Let's load another one. And let me try this one here, a different, more contrasty one. And you see that they're instant recipes. Now, don't worry that these aren't customizable because that's really important in black and white, but let's go with a nice black and white film stock look here. And I'll click apply. Now, dial in the contrast for the LUT, and then you could play with the saturation, which also affects the conversion. And then here's what you're going to do. Go up to the color tab and down to HSL. Now, what you could do is shift things. So using the luminance, we can shift the different areas of the photo. I could target an area like the oranges, so I can make that a little bit richer or darker, and then lift up some of these other areas here to dial that in. So you can see there how we're affecting her clothing with the black and white conversion. By using the luminance slider with a black and white LUT, you get really detailed control over the black and white. And then a little bit of structure, and that just brings the depth to light. And notice I haven't even touched the black and white tool. Go to details, add that in, and then to finish that black and white look, I would use glow or mystical, or even both. It gives it a nice soft richness there. Notice how mystical turns the blacks into those nice milky whites and blacks that we like. And we could put a little bit of film grain in. This was improved with version update 2. It's now a much more accurate effect. For best results, zoom to 100%, but you're getting a real-time preview here on the grain. So as you dial that in to give it a film grain, you can. And I'll just click back out, and let's give that just a little bit of a vignette. So what I like with our vignette is it's not just a dumb vignette, right? Like dark edges. Instead, you can click choose subject and place the vignette on your subject. And now you can dial that in. And you'll even see the ability to brighten the inside of the vignette so you don't have to over darken the outside edge. And let's give that a nice feather for a gentle transition. Okay, so you can see how we pulled that together. And if you want to paint with light, you can go into dodge and burn. And dodge and burn will non-destructively let you paint light in. So I can say, oh, you know what? Let me get a nice soft brush, lower the strength here, and I just want to darken up here. So you could brush that in. And what's cool here is you could start stronger. So you could brush that in, paint the light in where you want your shadows. Maybe I want this a little darker. And you paint it. And then when you're all done, you just adjust the overall amount. So the benefit there is that you don't have to leave it at that full strength. You could then just use the overall amount slider to dial that to the right amount. So that lets you paint with shadows. And if you need to, you can jump in here to local masking and add another basic adjustment. So now it's super simple. Maybe I want to put a little gradient here and put a gradient from top to bottom, like a lighting source. And what I could do is just pull that exposure down. And let me pull down that corner and guide your eye into the subject. So this way I can create like a flag on the image. And if you need to see that, you could show the mask so you understand what's happening. And that helps you understand where you've painted with the light. So that's allowed me to darken that area in that upper corner there. And I could even play with the shadows or the highlights independently there and just lower those down and even lower the structure, and it acts like a blur in that area to pull your eye with focus into your subject. So I hope that makes sense. And then one of the other things Silver Effects does is lets you add in textures and things. We have those too. So you can go to texture, and earlier this week we released a texture kit, a paper texture kit, but we'll put that link up later, and we gave it away for free, so I'm going to give it away for free here too. You just click load texture and navigate. And so I can go here into my paper texture kit, which we again released earlier this week on AI Insiders. And you can go into the paper textures and you'll see different options. And so I could layer in something here like a nice overlay. So let me just switch this to icons and it'll browse. And I see different types here. And so I could layer in something like a paper texture. It's going to layer that on top. I'll put that in really strong for a moment. And then I could adjust the opacity to taste as well as use blending modes. So something like a soft light works very nicely. And it just gives it that organic feel of paper so that this doesn't look so digital. Okay, I hope that that made sense. So that was a black and white conversion. So I hope that that supports that idea. What I want to do now is tackle a few questions, and then we'll go back into some demos. And thank you guys for putting all these questions in. I see a couple of you with your hands raised. Put your questions into the Q&A and we'll do our best to answer them there. So let's tackle some of these here. So with low light noise, I have to use a stronger denoise software. Are you guys enhancing denoise? So John, what you might have seen there is that besides denoise, using negative structure is also a great way to use an AI tool that can remove noise. So a negative structure brushed in is going to solve that for you. Not to say that there aren't other denoise tools out there, but I find that that works quite well, is that negative structure. And then you can use the paintbrush to brush it in if you need to. So no problem there. We're seeing a suggestion for virtual copies. Yep. If you guys have suggestions, feel free to submit those. We take them through the AI Insiders platform and also to support. That is one that the team has looked at. We are not doing anything with focus stacking right now, but there are lots of tools out there that you could use for that work as standalone apps. When is Bokeh AI coming? Well, let's tackle this one really quick. Bokeh AI is expected with update 3. We just shipped update 2. So I know that you're like, well, what does that mean? That means it should be next. So it's hard at work. We've already seen it. I've already used it. It's really, really cool. And if you look at the human relighting technology inside of the sky replacement tool, you actually get a sneak peek of Bokeh AI because you can see things being selected there. So let me show you that technology so you can see how Luminar AI is able to segment people and separate them. So we'll go ahead here and I'm just going to share my screen and we'll flip over. And let's go to a shot of a person. So what I want to do is pick an image where there's a person and a sky. And I want to show you how we can use sky replacement as well as the human aware relighting tool. So let's go here and we'll come into the edit module. And this is a cool photo from Javier Pardina. We're working with a JPEG version of it here, and I like it, but I want a little bit more in the sky. So under our tools here, I'm just going to go up to our sky tool, and now you could visually browse skies. So if you've got the all skies view, you can see them. You can click the plus button to add more. You can go to the custom skies view, and again, click the plus button to add more. Here's a couple of ones that I added. And when I click the button, it's replaced. Now, initially, it's not going to be right because in this case, we've got an out of focus background and an in focus sky. Alert, this is the way to tell people that you replaced the sky. What you need to do is match it. So what I'm going to do is blur this to match. What's cool here is in the sky tool, come down and take a look at the sky adjustment. And now what you could do is defocus that new sky until it matches the focus of the rest of the picture. And what we can do as well is add in some grain so that it matches the grain structure. Now that's too much, but I just wanted you to see it. And so this way you could add a touch of grain so it has the same grain level as the rest of the photo. Now what we need to do is the relighting. So the relight strength is going to relight the rest of the scene. And if I use my mask refinement here, I could push this and just push the global a little bit, as well as the fixed details slider. And what that does is that helps clean up your edges. So now, as you swap in different skies, you're going to see how they adjust. And so if I go to my blue sky here and go with something soft with fluffy clouds, you see how it matches it nicely. And take a look here at the scene relighting. So these are new. Previously, we had a single relight slider, but now that relight slider separates the person from the rest of the photo. So you could relight the rest of the scene, and then with the relight human slider, adjust the person so they match the color and exposure of the new sky. So as you swap these, they'll adjust the lighting on it. So if I put something in here that's a little bit warmer, you're going to see how it matched the color there. And you could independently use the relight saturation to pick up those colors as well. So hopefully that gives you an idea on a couple of things. One of those is the relight human technology, and that is letting us independently adjust the person from the background, which is one of the cool things that's going to be doing in Bokeh AI, which will allow you to blur the background independent of the person. So we took that feature that's going to be part of Bokeh AI and also put it into this Sky update, allowing you the ability to have better control over what's happening here, which again is pretty cool. So hopefully that helps you understand what's going to be coming on that front. and gives you a good idea on how you can really control that. Okay, pretty soon we're going to be having our first guest coming up. It's going to be Anna Clara. She's coming up in about 15 minutes, and she's going to share some portrait style and portrait editing. So I'm going to go on to some non-portrait editing for a moment, but let's tackle another question or two. Okay, so does Luminar support batch picture editing? Yes. There's not a batch command, but what you do is you synchronize and then batch export. So if you've got a bunch of pictures that you need to process, what you can do is select the first photo and develop it, and then sync it. So here, I've got a series of pictures with our skater gentleman here, and let's just develop the first image. So I'll go to templates, and it's going to analyze that photo, come up with some different suggestions, and I'm going to go with the influencer collection here. Give it a nice light wash. I like that. Quick edit. And we'll do a couple more with the AI tools. Again, stick with the AI tools as much as possible when adjusting things like exposure and structure, because that will intelligently adjust to each image. All right, I got that. I'll put a little gentle vignette on that one. Nice little light in the center, and feather that out. So now what I can do is take that, select everything else from that series, and just say right-click, Sync Adjustments. And remember, you can also click and add an entire folder at a time. So if you want to batch process a whole folder, just open the folder, adjust the first image to taste, and then sync it. Then, with all of those selected, just go to Export. And while it looks like you're about to export one image, when you click Save to Disk here, it's going to bring up your settings. Make sure you click Options here so you can control things like, is it sizing it? What type of file are you writing, right? Don't worry so much about the resolution. That's just for printing. But if you keep the original size here, there's no loss in quality. Or you can resize if need to. You could apply sharpening here for printing. Like if I knew these were going to be printed, I could apply a low general sharpening at the same time. And then just target a folder and click Save, and all of them will batch process and export with those settings to your target folder. So that's an easy way to do batching. Hope that that makes sense and just allows you to put together. Will composition AI ever be able to suggest alternative ratios that might look better? Yes. There's the short version, Tim. When, I can't tell you, but yes, that's something being considered strongly, is giving it some more options. Okay? So I hope that that makes sense. And Michael, I think we answered your question there about batching. So let's keep going. And let's see here. Is it possible to show EXIF date? So we show certain information in the catalog view. So this is what you're going to be able to see. If you want to see other information, you can click and you can go down on an individual image and choose to show the photo actions panel. But that's going to give you the core information that we make visible. There's the EXIF date right there. You can see the date that the image was captured. So that is part of that. If you are switching images, like we go back to the, here to the grid view, you see that it's still showing that for the selected images. If you go into the edit module and then you return, you'll see now with update 2, the info window stays visible. This window used to open and close every time you switched views. Now it's permanent. So if you leave that open, it's going to stay open. And that's where you can view that information, Fabrizio. So I hope that that makes sense. That's where you can see that key info. You'll also see that your photo library is automatically organized by date so that as you just add folders, it looks at the metadata and starts to auto-organize them. So you can browse by date very simply, and that makes it easy to find that content. Okay? All right. Let's do another landscape example and bring a few things to life. So great image here, just lacks a bit of contrast, but I don't want to overdo it. I'll start with templates, let it analyze the image, and it's suggesting the easy landscape category. One click with sunset did a nice job of bringing that to life. Let me try clean light. I think I like that. But I like what that sunset had with warmth. So I'm going to go into the edit area, come down to landscape, and just bring in a little bit of the golden hour, which emphasizes the sun, which is cool. Now I want to show you one of my favorite tools that most people skip. It's all the way down here at the bottom, and it's called Color Harmony. Color Harmony is amazing. If you are overusing vibrancy, you need to come down to Color Harmony because it has everything you need. First off, brilliance. Brilliance is like saturation, but it's the reds, where vibrancy tends to favor blues and greens. Brilliance favors the warm areas. So just a little bit of brilliance can bring out the warmth. Additionally, you have a global warming or cooling slider, but I don't want you to use that. Instead, come down to split color warmth. This one is really cool. Split toning is how you normally adjust things like the highlights and the shadows and shifting them in colors. Well, that's great if you're dealing with something where there's clear color cast or you want to create a vintage look. But here, we could target just the warms and the cools. So if I want to make the warm areas warmer, I could do that with one slider. And I could use the cool slider here to cool down the cool areas. And so it makes it very easy to target things by zone. So you can go after the warms and cools. And color contrast is going to just richen the depth of the color. It does it by, instead of boosting the saturation, it actually boosts the amounts of black and white in the color and optimizes the dynamic range of the color, giving you more contrast in that zone. So you can see what a powerful job that did with Color Harmony to bring that to life. Also, while you're in there, this is where you can deal with any fringing or lens distortion. And super contrast is another cool one. This allows you to add contrast to different areas. Like, notice how I just added contrast to the highlights. Instead of doing shadow highlight recovery, try super contrast. So much better. So if I just did a regular highlight recovery using something like the light tool that every other tool can do, watch how ugly this is. You know, it helped, but it just pulled everything down. And if I go after the shadows, it's way too aggressive. Super contrast lets you put gentle contrast into those areas and then also refine what's a highlight. Mid-tone contrast, put a little contrast there, and then more in the shadows, and again, you could define where it goes. So it's a very powerful tool. And if you get all the way to the end and you like it, click the three dots here and save it as a template. Or if you feel like this happens, oh, it's just a touch over processed. You hear that guy, it's always a guy, on Facebook is going, oh, your photo looks too much. You over processed it. Too much. Happens all the time, especially when we get excited while we're editing. Come down here to the master fader and just pull that down a little bit. And you could see that you could blend back with the original picture. And if you say, you know what, I like that. That's pretty solid there. Click, save that, and now it captures that and it resets it. So if you go over here into your templates now, you can go in and explore your own templates. You'll see it under My Templates, and there it is. And I could just rename that and call that Desert Light. And now when I go to other images that I have in the desert, I could just reuse my own edits. There it is, Desert Light. Click, it analyzes the photo, and it's going to apply that adjustment. And with a single slider, again, I could dial that into taste. So that way, you could take your looks, your styles, capture them, and create your own templates. And as you can see there, they're a lot easier to find now. You don't have to go into another tab and another tab 3 levels in. It's just right there under My Templates. So you can get right to the ones that you've created. Okay, I see some more questions here in the Q&A, as well as some of you using the chat. I'm going to pause for a moment, take a few questions, do my best to answer those. So thank you guys for this. And let's see here. So do you recommend stripping out previous versions of Luminar before you install a new version? So a couple things there. You don't have to do that, but you should make sure that the application is, shut down. You may have to run it so it downloads the update. That's fine. Also, if you're having problems, it never hurts to uninstall the previous version and install a clean version. Things like your templates and everything are stored in a different location. So all those extra add-ons are stored in your user folder. So if you update the application, they should still be there. As long as you stuck with those areas, you're fine. So for example, in the image here, some people complain, oh, I lost all my custom skies. That's because you didn't use the right command. At the top here, you will see the ability to show the custom skies folder. And if you put them in there, then they're going to be available even after you update, because this is located in your user library and it's independent of the application. So inside of there, you'll see other things like your looks, your favorites, your recent, your camera profiles, which is our DCP profiles. So that's where you can load those custom things up. So if you want to see that, you can go in and just click and say show custom skies. And this takes you right to your custom folder. Go up a level or two, and you'll see other things that you could load in there. And that's where those custom items belong. So if you put them there, then when you update, you don't lose things. And your update will let you upgrade the software, but all your custom presets and things stay put. And periodically, it never hurts to back that folder up. So just go over to your Show Custom Skies folder, click, and then what I would do is just go up a couple of levels and back that folder up from time to time so that you've got a good backup in case you ever accidentally erase things or have to reformat your computer. Okay? We don't do focus stacking inside of Luminar AI, Robert. So if you need to do that, there are extra applications for that you can use. Let me go through here and walk through. Let's see here. Ukaj is asking about Luminar AI for mobile devices. So I can tell you that we are actively exploring that. That's about all I can say. We've got our CEO on later today at 9. You might ask him that question. I'm not sure if he's ready to share an answer for that. It's not ready, but we are looking at it very strongly. Okay, so hope that makes sense. Let's go through here. Is denoise as good as Topaz Denoiser? So let me cover things here. So first off, Topaz Denoiser, great product, and they work very hard on it. Not going to speak ill of it. I like it if you've got a really problematic image. The problem with Topaz Denoiser is it takes a good 20 to 40 seconds to process an image, and it's very slow as you're refining the sliders because it's got to reanalyze. So if you have heavy duty noise, it's a great product. But if you've just got regular noise in an image here, we've got some here. Let me show you what's possible. First up, always zoom to 100%. Go into your denoise, and you'll find that up there under denoise, and use your luminosity denoise. And then if needed, your color denoise. Your advanced settings here let you boost the intensity of that, and a lot of people miss that under advanced settings. Additionally, take advantage of details. These have negative sliders for a reason. So if there's a lot of noise here in the flat areas, reducing the large details will actually clean up some of that noise. And then you can counter it by boosting the medium details there and the small details, as well as a general sharpen. So look at how the dress and the hair are popping now. Nice and clean, good separation there, right? We get good separation there on the hair, but we didn't introduce a lot of noise into the background. So the secret there is don't just use denoise, also use negative details. And pulling down the large details is a great way to clean up the really flat areas there to get better looking content. Okay, I see a couple of you raising your hand. Toss your questions into the Q&A pod. You'll see the Q&A area, and that's where we see them. So I hope that that works. So good. Can Luminar import from the Photos library into the catalog? No, Frank, but I'll show you something that you might not know. So first up, this is for those on Mac OS. Okay, we work beautifully with Photos for Mac OS, but you have to do this. You go to System Preferences, and you go to your Extensions area. For those of you who aren't on Mac, don't run away because we're just about to edit again. I'm just showing you a mechanical behind the scenes thing to connect the dots. Then scroll through here and you'll see all your photo editing tools that support it. And then what you could do is you just check a box to make sure that photo editing is available. Then launch Photos for Mac OS. Now, you're going to be assaulted here by my personal photos. Let me just find something here. We'll take this one here from the other day. Okay, so took a thing in portrait mode here, great. Now when I click the edit button, if I click these three dots, you'll see Luminar AI. What it does is hands off right from Photos into Luminar. And you can then edit and adjust. And it will give you the ability to make those changes and everything else. And then when you're all done, you just click the done button and it will be stored back inside, which is pretty cool. So that allows you that ability to hand off. You can see here it processed the image. And then I'm gonna go with this cool blockbuster look. And I wanna go with a nice teal and orange thing. And I'm gonna pop the structure here. Get some really good tight edges with structure. I like that. And a little bit of details enhancer there. Let's just pop the edges. I like it. And while we're at it, I'll go ahead and just level that with composition and fix the verticals. It analyzes the image there. And then when I'm all set, all I have to do is click the Save Changes button, and it's going to hand that back off into Photos for macOS. And it's in your Photos for macOS library. And if you ever need to, you could always click here and you can jump back in, or under the image menu, you could choose Revert to Original and it will restore your unedited file. So it's a non-destructive edit. It doesn't permanently overwrite the original file. So I hope that that makes sense, Frank. As you can see there, you've got that great ability to connect those two applications. When you click Done, it's in your library and it's up to date. So that's the Photos for macOS integration, and I hope that that made a lot of sense. So we're about 5 minutes away from our first guest coming on. And Doug or anyone else, if when Anna arrives, just let me know. And I'll stop screen sharing as well. Let's take a few more questions and see what we can do. Can the mask color be changed? No, our mask color is set at the Rubylith standard color, Robin, so that you're not able to change the mask color, but you can affect its visibility. So if we're using the local masking tool here, let's say I want to brush in some adjustments up on the sky. So I take my paintbrush and I brush on the sky, but when I release, it disappears. Under the drop-down menu here, you could choose Show Mask. And this makes it easy for you to see that mask as you brush, okay? Additionally, you could switch to something like the gradient mask. And if I wanted to, I could click here and drag. And what I basically did is I combined the two masking tools. I created a brushed in area and then a gentle feathered edge transition. Now what we can do is globally adjust. And I could hide the mask since I'm done. Shortcut key is the /. And so if I wanted to cool that area down or warm it up, or maybe just pull the exposure down up there at the horizon like a virtual graduated neutral density filter, you could see there how we could dial in that. And remember, structure. Negative structure is a great way to defocus. So I could take that area and either make the sky sharper or more out of focus. And look at how I'm controlling the depth of field there. And I actually like that, so the background falls off a little bit. While we're at it, we could add another basic adjustment. You can have more than one. And I'm going to create another gradient mask. And this time, create a little bit of a gradual blend here for the direction of the light. To me, it feels like the sunlight is falling that way across it. Again, if you need to, you can show that mask, making it easier to reposition. And if you need to, you can combine masking tools. So I could use the erase tool here if I didn't want it to fall on her as much, so that I just masked her out. Press that / key, and I'm going to say, you know what? Warm up the feeling of the sun there, and just pull down the exposure a little bit more or up a little bit more. And you see how it's adding the equivalent of a feeling of light. I like that. And we'll just put a little bit of vibrance in there. And now, instead of a vignette, we have a feeling of emphasizing the light coming down from the upper right corner onto our subject. So those basic tools there under local masking are very powerful. And then, of course, if we do add a vignette, we can go nice and gentle and take advantage of the inner light option here. And remember, you could choose the subject precisely. So this allows you to really see it, I'm going to take the feather down for a moment so you can really see what's happening. We can adjust the shape here, as so. Adjust the size, right? Use that choose subject option to place it. So choose subject, I'm just going to place it right there in our middle. And now feather it. Adjust the inner light to set her exposure, and then adjust the size and the amount so it's more subtle. You never want to hear the phrase nice vignette. That means you failed. But with a gentle vignette like this, we can really dial that in and get a nice sense of direction to the lighting to guide the viewer's eye to our subject of where we want them to look. And for those of you asking, this is a raw file that we're working on here. So we are doing raw editing right there. So that was a CR2 file. We do also support CR3 files now, and we added even more Canon cameras with the later update. Is there a way to add more than one effect or texture? Absolutely. So let's do that really quick, and then our guest should be arrived. So we'll go here under local masking and click the plus button, and I'll add a texture. First up, I want to add a film look texture. So what I could do is click on that and browse. So there's texture, and I'll just click load texture, and I'm going to go in, and here's that paper kit. And what I'm going to do here is I've got another category called film. I'll make these available a little later today. And I'll overlay this film texture. It's a PNG file, and you can kind of see that film grain. And what I'm going to do is blend that in soft light mode. Get something nice and subtle there, and it's just creating a nice richness and adding a bit. Now maybe I want a paper texture. So I'll click to add another texture, load it, and browse to another one. Let's go here, and we'll go to the paper texture kit that we gave away earlier in AI Insiders. You'll see lots of different options, and I'll go with this watercolor paper. Actually, let's go with wrinkly. And it layers it in. This one is not a PNG, so this one was a solid image, but I could use the blend modes here to mix that. Or if I change my mind, I can load in the PNG version. So the PNG version is going to be more subtle and make it easier to layer those wrinkles on top. So we'll just load that in there. There we go. And let me just, actually I'm going to load that in fresh. Add texture. Load wrinkly. Let's go with that one. Comes in, and then with your opacity slider, you can control the intensity of the effect. So there I got just a little bit of distressing to it. And if you need to, you can also add in things like photographic borders. So again, add another texture. And if you've got a PNG texture, like a photographic border, I'll give a couple of these away later today too. These come from our friends at PhotoFocus. I can go in here to texture, and I see some filmic borders. So let's go here with a frame, and we can layer that in. I'll adjust it, and if I click the place texture, you get the full ability to scale here, and you can dial that in. So you can layer in borders like that on the edges if you want. Click the button and apply it. Load the texture, try another one, and you'll see just different types of options, and you can place those in. So that's going to give you that flexibility to dial it in to place. Okay? So easy enough, and you can start to layer those on. Okay? I'll have to check why that's not coming in at full opacity for some reason, but I'll figure that one out a little bit later. Okay, let's go forward, and I'm going to stop screen sharing for a second, and looks like our first guest is here, which is awesome. Anna, we go ahead and let Anna unmute her mic. How are you, Anna?
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
That's great. Thank you. It's my first time using this tool, so I'm a little bit confused.
No problem.
You can point out if I'm doing anything wrong.
Absolutely. Well, we're really glad to have you here. And where are you joining us today from?
I'm in France, so it's 1 o'clock here.
Great.
Nice to meet you.
1 in the afternoon, so a nice good,
1 in the afternoon.
yes, nice reasonable time of day for those of our friends in Europe. So we're glad you could join us.
Right. Okay,
Well,
so I didn't know I was the first guest, so
no, that's okay. Welcome. We've been going for an hour, so we're glad to have you. At the bottom of your screen, you should see a share screen button, and you can click that
share
and
the
then
screen.
share
Yeah,
your desktop when you're ready, and we'll see your computer screen, and we look forward to seeing your demo.
Oh, the one. Okay, so demo, as in,
Or do you have anything you want to show for pictures or editing today?
I can kind of go through what I do,
Yep, that would be great.
yes,
Sure.
but I'm not really composed.
No
But where
problem.
is the screen? Okay, there we go. So
It's
nice to
okay.
meet you.
Nice to meet you all as well.
I
I'll take a question or two while you're getting that open. So just
okay,
click the share screen button at
right.
the
I
bottom,
think
and
it's
then there you go.
this.
Yep, we're seeing your screen. Perfect.
All right. Okay, so I'm a self-portrait photographer, and I'm not really a photographer, but I'm a self-portrait. I usually take self-portrait in France. And my name is Claire, or Emma, then my Japanese name. And yeah, so I thought I'd like to share what my some of the Japanese Luminar users like, as in the Luminar feature that they like using my self-portrait. So, all right, is it okay to go proceed?
Absolutely. Please do.
Okay. All right, so this is the photo I took in the park nearby, and recently I posted on Twitter. And so it's mostly template, mood, and face tools that I usually use. And so using this as an example, so this is a JPEG to begin with, but let's see what template is suggested. I don't usually do monochrome, but I like monochrome. Although I don't know, it can be anything. It's really pretty anyway. But when I posted on Twitter, people liked it's is that celebration, was it? I don't remember the English one. I changed this to Japanese already, but I think it was a celebration of some sort, and they're like that. So I'm going to use this for the time being.
So you're in the color tool now, correct?
Yes, I mean the right. So it's
It's
all in
okay to see it in
Japanese,
your
isn't
native
it?
language. Absolutely. We all use
Yeah,
different languages. I'm just helping those following along so they know what tool you're in. That's all.
yeah. This is light, as you see the symbol, I think,
Hmm.
and yeah, where's the exposure? I like how it's not so dramatic. And then the face tool, though. Let's see. Where is the face tool?
So that'll be
Oh, what
under,
is it?
yep, a little later. Click on there you go. Yep.
Using the different one, isn't it?
That's okay.
The
You're using
interface
it
before.
before the update, but it's the same tools. So there you go.
Yeah.
So now you're in the Face AI first. Yep.
What's just happened? Anyway, so okay, so it's working very slowly. That's what I realized. Lights, I did it too much.
Yep. You had a little too much light. There you go.
Yep. And the face tool, though, what is amazing is the lip tool. That when you bring up the exposure or shadow, we usually lose our nice Dior lip color, you know. So that's what I love so much about.
Yep. So you're down in the Face tool right there, and you're adjusting
That's
the different
portrait.
properties for the lips.
Yep. It's nice to have your lips standing out, even while making the face looking kind of softer and more pale, but at the same time you want the lips to kind of pop out.
Yeah. So there's
So
4 sliders, which is great. From top to bottom, there's saturation, redness, darkening, and then teeth whitening. So the first 3 sliders are going to work with the color of the lips and the intensity. That's really nice how you brought the lips darker so that they weren't just being blown out or washed out.
yeah, yeah, that's the last thing we want for the lips, and looking your face is looking kind of flat and so on. And I don't do too much with the eyes, but sometimes it's fun to do it. I think it would go extreme. Okay, that looks like a manga, but
Yeah, so you're using the eye enlarge there, and which is quite nice. And then I'm also a fan, I'll show in a moment, but if you want to play with it too, the ability to add an iris flare.
yeah,
It just
love
puts
it.
a little bit of highlight into the eyes. Maybe you can zoom in, click on the eyes so we see them at 100%.
Oh,
Yeah, and it's a really nice effect. So she's adjusting the iris flare there, and you see how it just adds that little underlight to bring out the irises. Even though she didn't change the color of the irises, you could still use the Iris AI technology. Or there are colors if you want to audition those.
yeah,
And sometimes you can layer in the same color you already had and just adjust it, or you can change the color very naturally, which is cool. So
yeah,
one
let's
secret
see.
sometimes is if you've got brown eyes, layer in the brown Iris AI and then adjust the slider to taste, which is cool. Very nice. I like the eyes are just beautiful there.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been layered
It
actually.
is. Yeah, it's
Is
very
it?
subtle, which is cool. When you use the same color, it blends very naturally.
Nice.
Yeah, very cool. Very
And
cool.
slim face wise, it's kind of literally slims from the side, not from the bottom. So it goes kind of like I can't really do that extremely,
Yep. So
but
it's a gentle pinch
yeah.
from the sides, which is very good.
And it'd be nice if you could have like a kind of squeezing from top and bottom too.
Yep.
Yeah, we want that.
Very cool. Very
And
cool.
yeah,
Why don't you queue up another photo and I'll do a quick another portrait example and show a few more things with portraits, and then when you have we'll come right back to you to see a second photo, and
yep,
I'd like to
sure.
hear another couple more of your approaches to working with those.
Did I
I'll
close my screen? Sorry.
I already you're fine. I already
Okay.
switched over, and
All
then
right.
we'll switch right back to you here.
Okay.
Let's go here to a different skin type, and we'll tackle a male skin right now, and you'll see how it works on different skin types. So under the edit there, we were seeing the different tools. And so face, skin, body, and high key. So face is nice in that you can add more light. There was the slim face if you need to, and it does a very gentle slimming. You only really need that if there's lens distortion. I don't recommend going too far. Iris lets you layer in the new eye color, and then you could adjust its visibility so it's nice and subtle, or you can match the original one that's there. Sometimes layering in like a gray eye there on top of the existing eye is a very nice way to bring that to life. And then the flare puts the little glint on the bottom. Eye enhancer is going to selectively sharpen, and look at how it brings out the center of the eye. We can thicken the eyebrows. His eyebrows are pretty minimal there. Remove any dark circles, and whiten the eyes, the white area. We mentioned the lips, so we could put a little bit of redness and darken those lips just a touch. And if we go to skin, you'll see how we can smooth the skin to remove any sort of ruddiness there. Look at how it gently smooths out the skin, but it didn't destroy any of the texture there in his beard because it masked it out automatically. And then shine removal. And so you can see there what a natural look those two portrait adjustments did to really just finesse that. Then don't be afraid of accent and structure, because structure is skin tone aware. So if we crank up or reduce the structure, notice how it's aware of the skin tones, and so we could use that to create a little bit more blurring of the background. There we go. And a gentle feather. So I hope that that made sense there in those tools. I want to let Anna show us some more, but those tools are quite powerful to make subtle adjustments to portraits or dramatic adjustments. Okay? All right, I'm going to stop sharing. And do you have another picture that you can show us?
Yeah, it's not for really the face or body,
Okay.
but recently,
Sure. Just reshare your screen. Perfect. We got it. Awesome.
yeah. So recently I've got this. That was quite some time ago. That this field is it's colored in red at the peak season. And this is a park in Japan though. And it's hard to actually get into the park at the peak season and capture the whole entirely red field. And then I was playing with local masking recently,
Yep.
and that was quite fun. So, and that's exactly what you did earlier. So,
So you've added in a basic adjustment now, and you can localize it.
yeah, oh, there you go. Yeah, it's not really perfect if you want to print that or something later on, but for Instagram or something, that's exactly what you want.
Yeah. And if you
And
press the / key, it'll also make that mask visible on or off if you need it. So cool. So that helps you kind of see it. So now you're going to adjust it.
yep. Then where is the colors? I was using that in English before, so I'm not really.
Sure.
There you go. That's yeah. That's
Nice. So just bringing out a hint of that red. Very
Mm-hmm.
cool. Very cool. So that you've changed the season because you couldn't be there at the ideal time, but you were able to
Exactly.
simulate that look.
Mm-hmm. So that's how I could use. I was doing this on Photoshop many years ago, just cropping out everything and changing the colors and so on. But it looks quite nice. That's I recently used and realized.
Very nice.
Nice.
Very
Yeah.
nice. And is there anything else you would do to this photo that you would like to finish it, or do you like it the way it is?
I would do. That's not really too much of face photo, so I would actually just use how do you call it? Skin fixing.
Just a little skin smoothing, sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
skin tool.
That's nice.
And I think because I'm facing to the side, slimming face doesn't really work, does it?
A little bit.
Actually
It pulled
does.
that cheek in a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
did a
actually
little
good.
did a little tuck on the side of your cheek. Mine needs it much more than yours does.
Yeah, nice. Oh, it works quite well.
Yeah.
I haven't done it before, so yeah.
Very cool.
And as we talked about, lips maybe because does it detect? Yes,
Sure.
it does. Nice.
So she's in our face tool here, and she's using the mouth tool, which gives you 4 sliders to control the color, the darkness, and the redness of the lips, and the ability, if there was teeth, to dial in a little bit of teeth as well. But since her mouth is closed, it will skip that. But very nice. That's a nice change of the color. I like how you unified that, which is cool.
That's true. The face has changed a little too.
Yeah. Why don't you
Yeah.
go to the mood tool for a second as well, because this is a perfect place for the mood tool. It's under creative.
Creative.
Yeah. So,
Mood.
and try some of those LUTs. So there's different, just mouse over them and you'll see different recipes. You could roll through that list. And for those of you wanting to do film stock simulation, these are a nice way to dial in color grades. And
Those are
then,
nice.
yeah, they're just quick and simple and they simulate a lot of film stocks. And then you could adjust the intensity of the LUT as well as its saturation and contrast. So if you want to do a nice quick color grade, these are really easy ways to simulate film stocks or quickly dial that in, because you had a nice warmth there, and I like now how it's all unified with it feels like an autumn day as opposed to a spring or a winter day.
Absolutely. I could try replacing the sky too if it doesn't look so unnatural.
Yeah.
It has the sky, so
Yeah. And then under your sky adjustments, you can defocus that so that it matches the shallow depth of field. I like the sunset. That's very nice.
yeah, sounds it. And defocus.
Yep. So towards the bottom of the sky adjustments, you'll have the ability to control its focus.
Oh, defocus.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
And so she could blur that so it matches the rest of the image, which is cool.
Right. Nice. I don't know about this one, but either way.
Yeah, I like that.
Mm.
And I'm going to show you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show one thing for a second on my screen if you want to queue up another example.
Absolutely.
So let me switch over here.
Yeah.
And what we can do is, if you are doing that sky replacement, something new that we introduced in version 1.2 is that ability to separately relight the scene. So if we layer in a new sky, let's actually, I'll do a different photo that you guys haven't seen before. Let's do this one. If we put that new sky back there, because maybe this felt boring, we can really control it. So we go under Sky AI, load in the new sky that we want. I'll go with something feeling more like a sunset. Then after you've layered it in, you want to blend it to match. So we mentioned under sky adjustments the ability to adjust the focus so that it really matches the rest of the scene. But now we have some more control. So you'll notice that you can freely place the sky now with orientation. So you could adjust that sky up or down in the scene. You can also offset it if you want to scale it into different directions. And it's going to affect your scene. So I'm just going to put in a blue sky, but a blue sky that wasn't quite as boring as the one that was there. Then using your mask refinement, you could play with the global strength as well as the fixed details. And that's going to allow you to dial that in to the right strength level for the blend. And then you can use your offset there to move it through the scene. And that will allow you to really pull that in. Then with the Relight Human slider, you could control the effect of that relighting on the scene itself and the person independently. So this works nicely. I'll show you one more sample here where we've got a sky similar to the one that Anna was just showing. And here we go. So when we layer that in, what we could do is really control that. So let's put a sunset in. It's going to analyze the scene, layer it in. Then what we need to do is adjust this. Now this is a JPEG, so sometimes JPEGs are going to create a little bit of halo. So what you can do is use the Fixed Details slider here and a little bit of the global refinement. That's going to push that up. Now a RAW file is not going to suffer from so much of this. If you're dealing with a JPEG like this, where it's got a lot of halos and low res, stick with a sky that more closely matches the original, and then you can go a lot further with that fixed details and global. So that's going to be that secret there. So if you've got something like a JPEG, you can use that. Then using your offsets, you could reposition that as needed within the scene and adjust the amount that it relights. So it's important to use that Relight Human slider so it starts to pick up the color of the new sky so that looks more believable. And then you can adjust in your relighting amount. Now, as you stick with those colors and those images that are similar, you'll see that we can swap in different type of content and it handles it. And then using that horizontal offset, you could really position that where you need it to be and use the horizon blending if you want to create a gentle transition with the original horizon there as well. And you can move that up or down as needed to really place it in the right place. So hopefully you can see there how we were able to replace that, and that's on a pretty low quality JPEG. So that lets you dial it in, and then using your global refinement and the fixed details, that's what's going to clean up these fine areas. I also see that that background is out of focus, so it's important that the sky's focus matches. So use the defocus tools to dial that in. And you can even use atmospheric haze if you need to add haze so it matches the rest of the photo. There was a lot of haze and fog on the rocks here, so I added a little bit to the photo itself, to the sky, so it was a better composite. Okay, I'm going to pass it back to you, Anna, if you happen to have another example, and while you're queuing up, we'll answer any questions. So let's see here. Are the tools available regardless of the picture being used? Yes, the tools should be available. Composition AI is not available in the Photoshop plugin, guys, because the Photoshop plugin doesn't let you change the size, because Photoshop plugins can't change the size of the image before it goes back to Photoshop. So Comp AI isn't available in the Photoshop plugin. Okay, if you want to share another image, Anna, we're all set. Feel free.
Yes, I think they're going to be quite similar. So
okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's okay. And I would like to actually know what might match in the the features of Luminar. If I could do something special with it. Where's the sky? Okay, I switched it off. So that's cherry blossom things I recently shot too, and I don't know why I put galaxy on there. But so I've got a little bit of sky there.
Yep.
So I thought they would do some sky in what you were just teaching us.
Very
I
nice.
could probably move that. Okay, so that's how
Yep.
it works.
I like that.
Yeah.
And then since your background's soft, you'll make your sky a little softer and it'll blend in perfectly. Very nice. Yeah, so that's the real secret there. Like, pay attention to what the rest of the focus is on the background. If your background's out of focus, your sky can't be in focus. It looks really fake. Now that looks believable. That's cool.
Right. Never done that before, so nice. And then my face is all white here. So maybe I
Yeah,
have
and
to.
here's a trick to try, Anna. So go back into your global exposure for a moment, like with both exposure with the light tool, pull it down for a second,
Yep.
and then use a little bit of accent and it will fill in the contrast. So under Enhance AI at the top, it's all the way at the top. You're very first, so there you, that's, sorry, not comp, the other one, the one right below it. You should have accent or Enhance AI. That'll just even out the exposure. It's under the basic group there. So go to your light tool. There you go. It should be near the top.
Accent they are here.
Yep, accent. Perfect. A little bit of accent. And then what's cool with those face tools is you could actually add in face light. So back under your face tool, under the skin and the face, there's face light, which I love because it'll find the subject, and now she could just add light to only her face. So this way she could bring the face out, but darken the rest of the scene so that there was more contrast in the scene. That's cool. Yeah, you're really popping nicely there against the backdrop.
Yeah, that's true. And you can use the skin removal skin blemishes. That's quite dramatic, actually.
So under the skin there, what she did was she chose the automatic skin defects removal, and it looked and identified some blemishes and tightened those up. So that's very cool. It found them very nicely and then did a believable one. And if there was something that it didn't get or you wanted manual control, you could use our erase tool for that, which I'll show a little later.
Okay. Yeah.
Very cool. So let's see the before and after. Very nice.
Wow.
So a nice
awesome.
subtle adjustment and a change. Very cool.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Anna, thank you so much for joining us. You are a member of our team in Paris. What do you do with Luminar AI? What's your role with the team?
I do social media for Japan, Luminar Japan, and some copywriting stuff. So
very cool.
Very nice meeting you.
Awesome.
Nice speaking with you.
It was great to see you today. I appreciate you coming in and sharing some tips with us. That's very helpful. And folks, remember what's cool here is we are going to have guests from around the world. So thank you, Anna, for joining us. So Anna is a member of our Japanese team, but she's based in Paris. We do have team members from all over the world, and we'll be having some other guests coming in just a moment as well. We'll be joined by Alex Sepko at 9 o'clock. He's going to be sharing some other tips with us and answering your questions. Anna, thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Have a great day to you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, let's tackle some of your questions that you guys had. And I'm going to bring up some different images here. And I see a question, can I use this as a Capture One plugin? So we are not currently supported on Capture One as a plugin, but you can use us as an external editor with Capture One. So that works just fine. In about 3 minutes, Pete Van Endijn from the Netherlands is going to be joining us. So Pete is a great portrait photographer. He's going to be sharing some stuff. He's also a Lightroom expert, and he uses Luminar with Lightroom all the time to get things done. So we're going to be hearing from Pete up next, but I'm going to tackle a few more of your questions. So that's fine. Oh, I'm sorry that the Q&A window is in the way of the image. You guys are seeing my Q&A window while I'm teaching? Or her Q&A window is in the way of the image. Hopefully it was hers, but we'll double check and make sure that those are not being shared. If they are, then let me know. and we'll make sure that those are not being shared when we're sharing the screen. Let me go ahead and hide that. Hopefully that goes away now. So hopefully the Q&A window is not obscuring anything right now, so you guys can see that. Perfect. Good. Your chat or Q&A does show. You're still seeing it because I just turned it off. Hopefully it's not. Okay. So I'm going to reshare right now and let me know. Hopefully the chat window and the Q&A window are not being displayed. If they are, please tell me. Use the chat there to let me know if you're seeing chat or Q&A windows. I've hidden them and hopefully they're not coming in. It's gone. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Sorry we didn't catch that before. Thank you guys for letting us know. All right. Let's go in and edit another picture, and then in a second, Pete's going to join us, and he's going to share some techniques. I want to do a bit of an outdoor photo here. Let's do a cityscape, and we'll take this one here with the tracks and the low angle. So again, using templates, it can scan the image and quickly fill things in. So I see a question. You're almost away from background removal. Is this something we'll see in the future? Time will tell. So there's lots of things we can do. We're starting with skies. We're doing bokeh for background blur, but we'll see what happens. Here it suggested urban style. It recognized this, and very quickly I can start to bring out. So here's an actual preset for New York, which is a cool, nice, colorful, popping look. And it sort of brings out those colors of New York with those flatter, contrasty areas, which is nice. Using the edit area, structure is the real hero here. So make sure you take advantage of structure. It's really going to provide that nice localized contrast there. And look at how it helped bring out those train tracks. Don't over rely on shadows and highlights. Shadows and highlights aren't even touched in this image. As we mentioned, come down to super contrast instead and use your shadows contrast and your highlights contrast. And then you could balance that out, and that's going to really let you get that right balance there so that you've got proper contrast and exposure in those two zones. So you can use that. That works quite nicely. And then under glow, the Orton effect is a really nice way to adjust the amount of light in the scene, and you can control how soft that is. If you don't want it to be very soft, just lower the softness value, and you could add nice soft light to the scene without getting blooming. So it's a great way to just gently lift things up, and that works quite nicely to really layer that in. So hopefully that makes sense. We can really dial that in, and perfect. All right, when Pete gets here, feel free to let me know, and or Pete, you can unmute yourself when you're here, and I'm gonna tackle a couple of more questions that I see in the chat pod. So let's see here. You say, and you asked me, 1 second, any templates for diving or underwater photography? Yes, I don't have a diving image loaded, but we do have a template there for underwater, and there's also a lot of LUTs on the market that you could find for adjusting underwater images. I'll find one of those a little bit later. When I replace the sky, how do I prevent halos, which are often quite wide? So part of that is starting by matching a sky that's more similar to what you already had. So if you're going to replace the sky, do that. Another is make sure that you've not adjusted the shadows and highlights on the image, especially before you bring it in. If you start adjusting shadows and highlights on your image, that's going to start to produce halos. So you want to avoid that because that will add to the halo. Additionally, under Sky AI, take a look at the new fixed details slider and the global strength slider. That's going to allow you to dial that in nicely so that you don't get halos around your object. So global strength and fixed details work well, and consider adjusting the relight strength. So if you're seeing a halo, use the relight strength to match the scene to the new sky's exposure, and that's going to cut down on any sort of halo. So I hope that that gives you your answer, Michael, on how to deal with those problematic areas. That'll really finesse that and bring that in quite well. Okay, I'm going to do another example. Hopefully our next guest will arrive soon. So let's tackle a completely different type of problem. And let's go back to a portrait editing example. So I like this photo both because it's a great moment, but it's also technically hard. We've got faces upside down, right side up, mouths open, mouths closed. Let's take a look at templates first, and you see it suggested the Essence collection, making it really nice, and I like this flawless preset. This template does a great job of just instantly fixing a bunch of things, and it pulled it all in. It also did a little body AI adjustment there just to pull in the a little bit on the thing. Now, if you don't want that, you can remove it, but let's start with our portrait tools. I'm just going to turn off the body adjustment, and we'll begin with face. First up, teeth whitening. Notice how it found the mouths that were open and was able to whiten those teeth. Put a little lip darkening there and just a touch of redness. Now, what I really want are the eyes to pop, and this gets tricky. So what we can do here is use Eye Enhancer, and that's going to find the eyes and help bring them out. Additionally, you might try layering in the same color eye. So instead of changing the color of the eye, layer in the same color. And then you could adjust the visibility of it and the iris flare. And notice here how it recognized that this was the bottom of the eye here and that this was the bottom of the eye. So even though they're at different body positions, it knew that this was the bottom of his eye and the bottom of her eye. And it put the flare in the right place and also masked it. So now we'll just pull the dark circles out a little bit and thicken the eyebrows. I call those the vignettes of eyes. So you can thicken the eyebrows a little bit just to draw out the eye, and we'll whiten them just a touch. Look at what a nice job that did on the eyes. We are able to really bring those eyes to life very quickly. So that was the eyes section. We did the mouth section. I'm going to not bother slimming the faces, but put just a touch of face light in. Now from skin defects removal will analyze the skin and remove minor defects while still preserving character and texture spots. So it's pretty subtle. You can also do a little shine removal here to cut down on some of the glare on the skin and smooth that. I'll do the same trick I mentioned earlier. Bring out your enhance, but don't be afraid to lower the exposure a little bit and play with smart contrast. Smart contrast is very useful to get the right contrast in the scene. And often negative smart contrast is the way to go if you've got too much contrast in your shadows. So rather than blowing those highlights out and blowing the blacks out, I just reduced the smart contrast, and that really dialed that in quite nicely, which works really, really well. So that lets us pull it in very well and kind of get that where it needs to be. So this works nicely and lets us dial that in to get our dedicated look. Doug, if you have a chance, feel free to send Pete an email. Just make sure he's still planning on coming. I know it's a live event, so sometimes people get their times wrong, but let him know if he's able to make it. We still welcome him. All right, so here we go. I'm going to put a little bit of additional enhance in there. There's the accent and a touch of structure. And watch how structure brings out the clothing, right? It's putting those nice details into the fabric and the hair, but it didn't touch our faces, which works really well. Then under color, we've got a wonderful remove color cast tool. And so this is great if you've got an unwanted color cast, you can pull that down, and it's an alternative to white balancing, and it's a nice way to do that. Additionally, I see that we've got a little bit of blue light coming in from the window here. So that's very simple. I could just go to the saturation slider and pull down my blue light a little bit. And now we tone down that blue sunlight that was interfering with the rest of the photo. And we've neutralized that color cast very locally here and still preserve the color in the rest of the image. Bring out a little bit of the oranges and a little bit more of the reds. And you can see what a nice job that did, removing that distracting color of blue washing in from the side window light, while still preserving the rest of the colors. Okay? So hope that makes sense. We only have one mask there on the landscape tool. So there was a question, what about controlling that? So if I wanted to bring in golden hour, for example, I could do that. And then using the mask here, I can control where that went. So if I wanted to put a radial mask, for example, maybe I want that golden hour to be more directed at their faces. I could really come in there and finesse that to dial that in, which works well. Let's pull this in tighter for a moment. Notice I can also change the shape. So I can make this more of an ellipse, position that, and now adjust the shape of that so that it's just covering the faces. There we go. Position that, and I can even rotate it a little bit. So now I've got that golden hour there on their faces. Welcome, Pete. We'll get to you next. I like that. And here's what's cool. I can copy that mask and use it someplace else. So if I wanted to, for example, we can come down here to the color harmony and I can warm that up. But then what I can do is paste that mask in so that it reused that mask. And now it's only adding that color harmony there in that area. And I could invert that mask if I wanted. There we go. So that's a little strong, but notice there how it's only putting that color harmony adjustment on their actual faces. So, and nowhere else in the scene. So if I wanted to warm up their faces and bring out the brilliance there just a little bit, you'll notice that with that targeted mask, it only applied to the face zone. So you could reuse masks like that. Well, great. We've got our guest here. I'm going to stop screen sharing and welcome to Pete. How are you, Pete?
I'm fine, and sorry for the delay. I apparently had the wrong link, so I was looking for you guys on Google Meet for some reason. So
no problem. Welcome, and feel free to share your screen when you're ready.
Yeah,
Pete is joining us from Brussels, correct?
Yeah,
where in Belgium?
Close to Brussels. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I hope you're seeing my screen correctly because I'm seeing it flipped, but that's probably
okay, hold
just
on.
a Zoom
Let me
thing.
spotlight you. Let me go ahead and replace you. You're not using screen share. You're doing it that way. There we go. We see you now.
And do you see it the right way?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine because I see it inverted, but that's okay. I've got another screen. So anyway, thanks for the opportunity to show a couple of things in Luminar. And but first of all, I have to say I really like the new interface here with just all the tools in a long scrolling list, because as you know by now I'm a bit scatterbrained and I always had to think, which tool is in which section, and now I have them all in a row here, and what I like about that too is that it actually kind of incites more exploration of the tools, and it incites me to try more of them. So that's something I really like. Anyway, for this here, I'd like to do a quick demo of a new texture that I'm going to overlay. That's one of the things I like to do whenever I photograph people in the studio. Instead of putting a texture background behind them in the shoot, I'm actually going to photograph them on a gray roll of seamless paper, and then in Luminar I can have access to any texture that I want after the fact, and if I'm bored of it, I can change it out again. So, but first, before I go in there, I'm going to do a little bit of an enhancing. I'm going to use Accent AI to bring in a little bit of detail, and I'm actually also going to go to the light panel, and I'm going to increase my shadows just to get some more detail in the clothing. And I'm also going to go, another one of my favorite features is Structure AI, which I like because, again, this is a steampunker, so it's all about structure, and I want to add some patina to his outfit, but not to his face, because he's a buddy of mine and he wouldn't appreciate it that I make him look 10 years older. But that's what Structure AI does. It enhances structure, but it kind of doesn't do it on the skin, so that you get nice detail where you want it to be, and you don't age people like in normal structure. So I think that's looking good. In fact, let me zoom in here. Yeah, that's looking nice. You see how it nicely enhanced the fur and everything. So now I'm going to go into my local masking tool, and I'm going to add a texture. And let's load one up. And this is just one of my own texture packs. So let me, I kind of like this one here. Let's use this one. So this is should have used the lower resolution one, but anyway, I'm sure it will work fine. I've got a new Mac Mini, by the way, and so for those of the viewers wondering if it runs on, if Luminar already runs on Mac Mini, it does. It's through Rosetta, as far as I've understood, but it works flawlessly on this Mac Mini here. So I think that's good news. So one of the things I like here is the improved controls you have over scaling and placing the texture. So now I'm looking at it at 50% opacity, but I'm gonna increase that opacity, and of course my subject disappears. But here in the advanced settings, I can change the blending mode. So just like with the layers tool in Luminar 4, in the brush tool here, you have access to your layers, and a blending mode that works really well for this type of stuff is either overlay or soft light. It kind of depends on how strong you want the effect to be. So I'm going to go with overlay because we're going a bit over the top here anyway. And as you see, the overlay really does a great job with blending into the background and also to the darker parts of my subject. So what at first looked like a really complex masking job has become a lot simpler thanks to the overlay blending mode. And as you can see, really the texture only very much appears in the brighter parts of our subject. So what I can do is I can use a brush or an eraser to paint it away. Now there's one thing, and I think that's something to do with, this is a new pen display I have here, and normally when I hit the eraser, it should turn to the erase mode. But for some reason here, it doesn't, and it actually maps the brush to the eraser. But if I'm using a mouse, for example, then you see I'm fine. So I think it's probably a driver issue. So don't be confused. I'm actually wanting to erase, but I have to press the paint mask here. So anyway, so what I can do now is just simply, and I don't have to be precise because everywhere where it's dark, it's already kind of masking automatically, and I'm simply brushing away the excess texture over the areas where it's visible, and I can adjust my radius a little bit more to go into the finer, nooks and crannies.
Hey, Pete, can I stop you for just 1 second?
Yeah, sure.
So you're sharing your screen as a video screen. Would you mind clicking the share screen button and just share it direct? We're having a few folks having a hard time seeing some of your details. It's not quite as
really?
crisp.
Okay. Share
Should be a button at the
screen.
bottom, share screen.
That's this here, I guess.
There we go.
Like this?
So it's crisper there. So go ahead and share.
Okay, cool.
That's
cool,
perfect.
Cool,
Thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome. So anyway, that's you see, I don't even bother going into the darker areas like here. I'm just gonna, I mean, if I would print this at 2x1 meters, I might, but just for, for like Facebook or whatever, this is more than detailed enough, like this. And then I can go on and tweak this some more. For example, I can make my background a bit darker, should I want to. And then maybe I'll add a little bit of a vignette. And again, this is one of the things I like about this new interface, is that it's just there, and I don't have to look whether it's in the Essentials tab or, you see, like this. And I'm also a big fan of the LUTs. So let's have a look. It's under the mood section, right? And I like how you get a preview when you hover over them. So let's do something like, kind of like this one. Just gonna decrease the amount a little bit. And so there you have it. This is just one of the cool things you can do with textures and with the brush in Luminar. Now, another one of my favorite features, obviously, is the new sky replacement. And I particularly I chose this example because I was actually surprised that the new reflection technology or algorithms. So this is a scene in Charleroi. This is in the south. It's the south of the country used to be very much heavy industry, and some of it is still there, but some of it it's gotten old, derelict, and it's great for urban exploring. And so this is shot on a hilltop somewhere, and I just like the view. But it's not a simple scene to put in a new sky, especially with this is like a water basin, and I was really curious whether the AI would pick up on this being water or might be confused. So let's have a quick look. Now, first this is another thing I like about Luminar, that you can, this photo isn't completely straight, so I'll slightly straighten it first. And as you can see, we now have some perspective issues going on, but I can either try to automatically straighten it, or I have my image 3D transform, which lets me manually straighten this. And now I think I'm good. So now let's go into the Sky AI, and I'm gonna pick an extreme sky, which might not be the best realistic sky, but just to show you what I meant about this, the algorithm finding the reflection. So this one here, and I really think it's crazy that you see it really put in a reflection in this strange shaped pool of water here. So let me increase that reflection amount, as you can see. So I think that's really, really impressive, right? Now, if I want to make this a little bit more believable, I can play with my relighting strength, and I can also, let's have a look. I'll want to defocus my sky a little bit. That also goes a long way as to making this more believable. I can put in some atmospheric haze. All right. And one thing that also helps, if you really like change the time of day, basically, this was shot at noon and I'm turning it into a night scene almost. So is to just darken the overall exposure of your foreground, because that's what basically, if it's night, the foreground wouldn't be so bright. And I can cool it off a little bit. And you see, so you can really start to even make something completely surrealistic as this halfway believable. What you can also do is to throw an overall LUT over this, so that it also, like, for example, if I choose one of the cooler LUTs, any residual difference in color will be less visible, and it helps to tie everything together. And now finally, I might take away a little bit of the saturation of the sky, because I think it's a bit too much compared to the rather desaturated foreground. So what I will do is I will just add a gradient mask. And
Pete, you could actually adjust some of that. That works too there, but you can also adjust some of that right back in your Sky AI filter. There's controls for the image.
Exactly. So anyway, I'm just gonna, slightly lower my saturation like this.
Yeah, that's a much better match.
Yeah, exactly. So you have, when you put in a new sky, the AI technology does a great job, but sometimes obviously you have to tweak it. But again, I'm super impressed that the AI, and I didn't give you guys this image, so I'm super impressed that the AI found out about this. Now, you just tell me when I have to stop, because I have another one here.
Yeah, go for it. You've got about another 7 minutes before our next guest arrives. So
okay, cool.
People are enjoying this, and Pete, people are also wondering what's your website. They want to find you there.
Oh yeah, it's morethanwords.be. So like the Extreme song, more than words, but in one word.be.
I'll put it in the chat for everyone.
Yeah, great, thanks. So this is something I work a lot with flash outside, and especially outside, your flashes are never powerful enough. So one of the features that I really love is the face light feature, and it's like a digital fill flash, which basically just brightens up the face of your subject even more. And what I really like about it is that it doesn't only work on frontal shots, like frame filling frontal portraits, but it also works on a shot like this here. Yeah, like this is a Mongolian horse herder, and the story was that he was traveling halfway through Mongolia because he had lost a couple of his horses, and he was looking for them, and that's really an amazing story in itself. But so I used flash on him, but I want to accentuate that a little bit. And so normally what I would do in Lightroom is like put a radial filter on there, but then if I have like 25 shots of the guy, I would need to adjust that radial filter. And in the sky, or rather in the face light tool, it all works automatically. So I'll just go to the face, and as you can see, if I increase the face light, it finds the face even when it's not completely turned towards the camera, and it just brightens it. And that's amazing, because I could actually, if I know that I generally do this, I could turn this into a preset or a template, and then the template would take care of that for me automatically, and it would only brighten a place on my photo where there is actually a face to be found. Contrary to, for example, a radial filter in Lightroom, I can turn that into a preset, but it will brighten anything, even if there's no face to be found. So that's one of the cool things about the AI technology. Talking about templates, this is also, I think, I really like the templates from the cinematic movie collection, like this one here, the Blockbuster collection. And for example, suppose I want to turn this into a black and white to add to the vintage feel. So like I have a couple here, and I actually really like this one. The only thing is that this seems to put in a bit of grain, I think. So I could actually go into edit and have a look if that's really the case. And all the tools that it changes are have a little dot in front of them. So actually it doesn't, apparently, so that's good. But suppose it did add some grain and I didn't want that, I could, oh, it does. Oh, I see it here. So there's a dot in front of film grain. So this means all the tools that have a little dot in front of them are tools that the template uses. So this is really handy, first of all, to get to know the tools. And if you like a template, the effect of a template, I would encourage you to have a look at which tools have dots in front of them, and then selectively turn those on and off. And that way you can see which tools contribute to which part of a template, and then you can start creating your own in a much more informed way. But anyway, as you can see in this case, it's also handy if you want to take away one specific element of a template. So in this case, I'll take away the film grain, and I got a much more crisp image. And then maybe what I'll do is, again, use my face light to, as you can see, brighten the face a little bit more. And maybe I will crop this into a 16:9 crop, because that's something I often do, especially if it's for display on screens. So I'll go to 16:9, and there we have it. And so I just created a really cool black and white, and I did it in I think, I wasn't counting, 3 or 4 clicks.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So Pete, our next guest has arrived, but I want to give you time to finish this out. Since you made such a cool look here, would you mind showing how to save it as a template so you can re-access it on one of your own images?
Sure. So that's the cool thing, that you see, I based myself off of this film noir preset, and so now this says here film noir between parentheses edited. So what I can do now is click here and choose save, and it will now be saved to my presets. And so if I use, for example, let's use this one here. If I now go to my templates, then under my templates will be this one. And it, by default, it takes the name of the one it was modeled after, but you can rename that. For example, black and white, no grain, right? I can even favorite, add it as a favorite. And then if I click on that, I will have exactly the same look as I did. And the only thing I would do here is probably increase the shadows a little bit more. But again, 2 clicks would give me a really nice image. And I think that's what editing and software should be all about, to get great results in a minimum of time.
That's awesome. I love this, and I love how you were able to really pull things together but still create your own look. So you built upon some starter material and then finessed it. So Pete, I know that you regularly work with Adobe software as well. Are you able to use Luminar as a plugin to that workflow if you need to, so that when you do decide to work in Adobe, you could still have the benefits of Luminar?
Sure. Actually, I will either, it depends on the number of images. Sometimes if I have a lot of them, I will work in Luminar, and because you can copy paste adjustments really quickly. And sometimes I work in Lightroom, but that's maybe for another session one day. So my preferred workflow in Lightroom is to send the image from Lightroom over to Photoshop as a smart object, and then run Luminar as a smart filter, because that way I get to redo stuff if I later change my mind. Now, I rarely do in the end, looking back, but it's just the peace of mind that I have that should I want to, I can,
Very cool. Very cool. And we'll show that smart object workflow a little bit later.
All right.
Again,
yeah.
For those of you who want to catch up with Pete, we put his link into the chat. His website is morethanwords.be, and he's got some great resources up there, as well as some inspirational images I encourage you guys to check out. We also put into the chat our first giveaway. So we put in our texture preset, and you'll be able to see that as well. So if you guys are interested in that, you can check that out, and that's perfect. So thank you for that, Pete. We'll catch up with you more later. We're now going to hand off.
All right.
We're going to welcome our CEO, who's up now. So stop screen sharing for 1 second, Pete.
Just a sec.
Yep, no problem.
Stop sharing.
Perfect. So thank you, everyone. And like I said, be sure to check out Pete's website. I'm very excited now. We've got a special guest. It's Alex, our CEO. And Alex is joining us today. Alex, how are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thanks, Rich. What about you? I see almost 400 people.
Yes, we've had all sorts of people this morning. It's been a very lively day with lots of great questions, lots of great ideas. So we'll have a great list of suggestions from people for the team. So we appreciate those guys. But we wanted to give you a chance to meet the CEO of our company, Alex, and he's going to share a little bit of information with you today about sort of where we're going and the vision of Luminar. So we're very glad to have him here. Alex, Skylum as a company has grown a lot. We originally started making mobile apps, and we've now grown into a company working with AI. Could you give us a little background about, sort of where we've come and where we are now as a company, what we're doing?
Sure. I'm actually a little bit afraid that my presentation or my 20 minutes during today will be the most boring ones.
Well, I guarantee that people are going to look forward to asking you questions. So if you guys have questions, put them in the Q&A. But, Alex, I think it's good for people to take a moment and just kind of understand. We've had a lot of questions about, people being able to use Luminar in different ways. So what are some of the things on your mind as we're getting the company ready and moving Luminar forward?
Sure. You're absolutely right. We started as a company focusing on mobile apps, and then we switched to Mac, and then we expanded to Windows, and now we're expanding to many other different platforms. And I looked at our HR chart yesterday, and we have almost 150 people right now working remotely from Ukraine and US and Japan and France and Germany and South Korea and United Kingdom. It's unbelievable.
It's a big growth. A lot of people don't realize just how many people around the world are working on Luminar. It's pretty amazing, isn't it?
It's fantastic, and I always think that whatever happens to us happens for a reason, and I hate COVID just like all of you people, but working remotely has allowed us to look for team members all around the world without being limited to specific places and cities and countries. So it has been a very exciting year for Skylum, and this year we are actually making some very important strategic decisions and some very important moves to grow the Luminar AI ecosystem and to expand to other platforms. I know that probably thousands and thousands of people have asked us whether Luminar AI will be launched on the mobile platform. And I think we're in the last stage of planning what Luminar will look on Android and iOS. And the development will definitely start this year. Hopefully we'll have something by the end of this year. So no commitments, no promises yet, but we definitely see Luminar as not just a desktop tool, even though we have started and have experienced tremendous growth and some really good success on desktop and macOS and Windows. But right now the vision is let's just put Luminar on any platform, be it web, mobile, or desktop, as long as creators are there wanting to create something, and we'll be happy to assist them. So this year is sort of a massive expansion. We do plan some more updates and new versions of the product, but the key thing is that the product should grow to other platforms, allowing people all over the world to use it. And this is kind of exciting. We were sort of slow in terms of launching the product on the mobile, but as you can see, when you open App Store, you see hundreds and hundreds of apps out there, and it just doesn't make sense to create another app that will look the same as many other apps. So it takes a lot of planning and thinking and a lot of creativity to actually figure something out that will be unique and valuable on different platforms.
That's perfect. And you actually addressed Jorg's question there. He said, that Skylum's gone through many different products and changes through the years. He was wondering if we're really in love with Luminar and if we're going to keep developing it. And you're sharing, Alex, that we're taking Luminar to mobile now and to more platforms. So I think it's safe to say we're in this for the long haul, right?
Oh, 100%. And we actually we had numerous discussions with the executive board and Skylum founding members. We had numerous discussions on where to take the company and take the product. And believe it or not, but there are literally dozens of opportunities right now from everywhere, both B2B and B2C opportunities and all kinds of different things and partnership proposals. But the focus is still on Luminar, and until we get it right, until we make the experience of using Luminar on different platforms flawless, we won't be jumping on B2B business opportunity or something else. We are totally in love with the product, building the team and the research and development and everything just around a vision of creating that one unique product and making it better and better and better. Of course, supporting the Luminar 4, will continue supporting it with performance updates and more stuff.
Yeah, for those wondering, the team has committed that we will be adding file format support to Luminar 4 for new file formats and things like that, which is great. Alex, before we go down to the future, Christian was wondering about the past. Christian said that they attended one of our workshops in Berlin last year, long time ago, seems like these days, but a portrait workshop. And they're wondering, are we going to go back to having workshops and in-person events once it becomes safe? And they're also wondering, how has the pandemic affected Skylum? You shared that we've actually grown immensely and grown in lots of other countries. So could you address a little bit about what we're going to do in the future as far as coming together when we're allowed to, and how Skylum is growing as a global company?
Sure. And what we did this and last year was actually we strengthened our evangelist team and our partnership team tremendously, getting lots of great people on board who now work with Richard and Lila Cardi and many people around the world, and that supports the vision that we are not just a product company that creates some cool tech. We're also a community-driven company. So we like all kinds of events online and offline. We like supporting the community. We like talking to different artists. We are in the process of revising our ambassador program to make it even more global and get more artists and creative people on board to work with Luminar and just create something unique and new. So definitely there will be so many different events and so many cool partnerships. And I don't think we'll wait for the pandemic to be over because no one really knows when this happens. But we'll try to navigate the situation and create online and offline events where possible.
Right. Live online events like this, and then photo walks where we're all outdoors will be a possibility. Sure. And you mentioned the team is growing globally very quickly, which is cool. Ren's asked a question that maybe you want to explain. He says, are you afraid of a hostile takeover from Adobe? I think we're safe since we're not publicly traded, but you want to address that one, Alex? We like competition, right?
It's interesting how when you read comments and feedback and questions, it seems like Adobe has only two choices when it comes to Skylum: to either acquire it or destroy it completely. It just two things that people keep asking. Will you agree to be acquired by Adobe? Are you afraid of Adobe taking over or like just destroying the company? There's so many variables and so many things that can happen that it just doesn't make sense to think of this kind of scenarios. When I read comments on Facebook and in our groups and just talk to our customers, I see that we should better focus on the user experience and what our customers get, and mostly probably follow Jeff Bezos and Amazon strategy when they when they never thought of competitors, they were thinking of their customers and put customers in the center. Speaking of companies like Adobe and everyone else, these are all fantastic, legendary companies, and they may have, and they surely have plans of their own. We have a plan to continue building Luminar AI. Some of the features in Luminar, or many features, I should say, will definitely surprise Adobe and many other competitors, because I think we have a fantastic R&D team that's very talented and very hardworking. So there will be moves on behalf of Skylum that will surprise a lot of people and get creators excited. So it's things will, we'll see. The future is not ours to predict, I think.
Well, Jim
Unless,
Rendon, go ahead, Alex. I'm sorry.
I was going to say the future is not ours to predict unless you are Elon Musk and you are buying bitcoins, and you probably know what's happening.
So Jim Rendon asked a question about where do we harvest our data for the AI engine, and this is interesting because I'm gonna frame this right. So a lot of other companies rely on stock photography. So Adobe Sensei has a huge Adobe stock library, and they can look at a lot of stock images. Other people will license this. There's a lot of AI models out there. Alex, I think one of the things that makes our tools work so well is that we take a very different approach, right? Like we go right to artists and experts to build our AI. So could you sort of share that process of how we work in partnership with creative people to get better results?
Absolutely. And thanks for a fantastic question. When it comes to our approach, think of three main elements. The first is definitely about artists and creators who we work with closely on on getting their feedback and ideas and source their images that we use in data sets. So a lot of things come from artists like Pete and Elia and our internal team and many other creators around the world. So we work with their photos, we look at their photos, we look at their styles, and so on and so forth. Another element is, like I said, our fantastic R&D team that takes all the data and those data sets and adds their ideas and creates something fantastic out of it. But at the same time, there's a third element that is not that visible, but we try to work as much as we can with companies like Intel and NVIDIA and Microsoft and Google, because they have some fantastic tech. And believe it or not, they're very willing to help companies like Skylum grow and move forward faster. So we use a lot of support and a lot of help when it comes to developing things, because we think that in the end of the day, artists benefit from these partnerships. So yeah, to make a long story short, Richard and team, it's all about creators and our own R&D, and of course, industry partnerships with some amazing companies.
Sure. We have a couple of questions, Alex, from people that are longtime Luminar users. And one of them was asking about, there seems to be overlap between Luminar 4 and Luminar AI. Why is that? Are these going to merge in the future? Or what's the vision here with Luminar AI? We already said we're continuing to support Luminar 4, but that means that we're going to add file formats and compatibility updates so it keeps running, but we're not adding main new features. Could you sort of explain this to folks of what they can expect here and why Luminar AI is the future, but that's a transition for some folks?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Great question. Thank you so much for that. I personally feel that we would be moving much faster in terms of differentiating Luminar AI from Luminar 4. And because of time constraints, Luminar AI looks sort of similar to Luminar 4. But the vision is quite simple. We always envisioned Luminar 1, 2, 3, and 4 as more of a traditional approach to photo editing, with more of the like Lightroom style editing. With Luminar AI being developed as the next generation photo editor. And when I say next generation, there will be a lot of experiments on how customers navigate the tool and how photographers use different features and tools. We didn't want to implement all our ideas and all our innovations at once, because when you get something that is completely new, that may be distractive for the product. So we will continue adding big and small features related to editing tools and user experience to Luminar AI, and to make the whole workflow way more easy and more comfortable and faster. With Luminar 4, the product stays the same in terms of tools and features, but we'll make sure that people in hundreds of thousands of customers who still use the product will be able to get support for their new cameras and get faster performance and things like that. But no new features or tools related to image editing will be added to Luminar 4, just because the future of the company is all about Luminar AI, and we see how the new approaches that we are implementing into the tool, how they feel people, and think of Luminar 4 as something that's about the past and a lot of and present in photo editing and Luminar and Skylum history, and Luminar AI is all about the present and the future. So there's this middle ground of the present where two products exist.
Yeah, what I like to say is that Luminar 4 is a traditional photo editor that has some really cool, useful AI tools. And Luminar AI starts with AI and then still gives you a mixture of AI tools and manual tools so you can create a look that you want. And the difference is things like a lot of folks don't realize, Alex, when we open up an image in Luminar AI, it's analyzed the image. That's why things like human-aware relighting works in sky enhancement, or bokeh AI, which is coming soon, lets you blur the background, because we can analyze the photo and identify things like that's a tree, that's water, this should have a reflection, this shouldn't. That's different than most other photo editors. Like this tool is actually analyzing what's in the picture, right?
Absolutely right. Yeah, you can always find great words to describe a product. That's why I enjoy working with you, Richard. I couldn't say it better. Great job.
Excellent. Well, Alex, what are some of the things that excite you about Luminar? Obviously, you mentioned that we're hard at work on bringing this to more platforms like mobile. You mentioned some great companies that we're working with that are helping us make Luminar faster and adding new features, and it's really exciting to be doing this. What are you most excited about with where Luminar is going? What are some of without revealing specific features, what are some of the things that excite you about what the team is doing or working on that you are able to share?
Sure. Well, I'm definitely, I'm always excited about the new tech that we launch. And I think that tools like Sky Reflections and Sky 2.0, these things are just amazing. And a possibility to excite and inspire artists with unique tools like that other companies eventually follow or copy is a fantastic thing. And being able to stay ahead of the market and offer creators something unique and something new is definitely fantastic. And this excites me a lot. Another thing that I like about our current situation, where Skylum is going, is we work with some really great artists and great companies, and these things are connected. If we didn't innovate, if we didn't launch great tools, I think artists that are so great and photographers that are so amazing would not be working with Skylum. So having a community of supporters like that excites me a lot, plus the technology. And of course, finally, a plan to expand to mobile platform and cloud platforms and web, and just make Luminar AI available everywhere. It makes me really happy. I understand the team's desire to wait and not launch it immediately on different platforms, because we really want to take a slower approach when it comes to getting things done and getting things done with Luminar AI. But now, as we launched the desktop product, and we have so many different cool people working with us, and so many interesting technologies in the pipeline, things couldn't be more exciting.
Sure. We had a good question here that I know you're going to love giving the answer. Jim was saying, are we collecting AI data in the background as we edit images or save them? I'm so proud of Skylum's approach to protecting people's data. Other people's AI tools have to transfer data to the cloud to work, which slows them down and does mean that data could be potentially being transferred. Alex, you and the team take this very seriously, right?
Oh, 100%. First of all, it's an open world, and there's so many different security questions around the world that we don't want to be one of those companies who collects your data for the sake of building a business or selling that. So Luminar, neither Luminar 4 or any other Luminar AI or any other product by Skylum collects data to train our AI.
So we don't collect any data in the background. The only thing we collect with your permission is bug reports or crashes. So if something goes wrong, we can help improve the software. But everything for our AI data is an opt-in program that other people volunteer for. We don't pull anything off of your system, right?
Absolutely right. And what's even more important is it just doesn't make sense to do it. AI, the tech that we are developing is so complex, and it's not about collecting data from customers. It's about having a team of very expensive and very smart data scientists and R&D people with great ideas, and working with partners like NVIDIA and Intel and many others to make things happen. And just because creating something unique and something interesting like Sky 2.0 is very time consuming and very difficult. And it's not about pulling data from our customers. It's about a completely different approach to building things. So it will, like, collecting data won't help us in any way to create technologies and features like that.
Well, Frank likes your answer. He wants to know if he could buy Skylum stock. We're not currently selling it, but we appreciate the offer, Frank. Alex, folks are also wondering, Skylum has a lot of artists and passionate people on the team. You mentioned Alaya, who's just recently joined us, is going to be presenting later today. I know that even some of our engineers are photographers themselves. People are wondering, Alex, I know you know how to make a great photo and you're very passionate as an amateur photographer. What are some of the other areas that you enjoy creatively? How do you find creativity? And how does everyone at Skylum keep themselves charged up to focus on being innovative?
Interesting. Let me. The first thing that I wanted to answer when it comes to me finding and creativity was about Lego, because I think that the best thing you can do is just get a spare hour or two with your kid and experiment with building all sorts of things using Lego bricks, and that's and especially when you let the kid lead and you just support him or her, that shows a completely different way of thinking. Speaking of other team members, there are a lot of different things that we do beyond photography, and I think that the most important cultural trait that we have is we're just open to all kinds of experiments and all kinds of new things, whether it comes to some hobbies or business ideas or marketing experiments or just some things like cooking or whatever. It just the whole culture around Skylum is about being open to changes and new things and experiment with all kinds of different scenarios. And also it's all about an international knowledge exchange and being very supportive when it comes to your colleagues around the world. And because when you talk to people from different countries and you exchange ideas, that can also add creativity. We don't really like to say no to things, and we try new things all the time. So that's pretty much it.
That's excellent, Alex. Well, Alex, we appreciate you taking the time to answer folks' questions. And, it's great to hear so many questions. Obviously, folks, you see that everyone on the team is very passionate. Alex, is there anything else you'd like to say to those here who are Skylum customers and Luminar users? We also have a lot of guests here today who are considering adding Luminar to their workflow. Is there anything you want them to know about the team or our approach and how we feel about the creative industry?
I want to ask to simply stay as long as you can, as long as your time allows during today's webinar. I saw a list of topics and I saw the names, and you'll be blown away with what these people can do with their photos, and you'll be very inspired by the vision of the world that our artists will show you today. So please just stay tuned, and as Skylum will continue supporting you as much as we can. So please stay as long as you can. And Richard, as always, I want to thank you and your team for pulling this together. I know it wasn't easy. So
it's
to
fun.
everyone over at Skylum, you guys did a great job. I'm very proud of you. Thank you so much.
If you want to see something silly, come see what Vanelli and I look like after 14 hours of talking by the end of the day. But right now, we're wide awake. It's great.
Yeah, thanks so much, everyone. I'll stay and watch other presenters, and please, when you get a minute, always edit a photo too with any piece of software. Just experiment.
Awesome. Well, good. We're going to have Vanelli up here in just a second. Team, if you want to ping him and remind him to come on back. So he'll be joining us in a little bit. And for some of those panelists that Alex mentioned, we're going to be hearing from Eddie Knoll, Kevin LaRue, Thomas Hessler. Looks like Malcolm House is already here. So we've got some great folks who are going to be sharing techniques and what they do. So we're really excited by that. I also saw a few technical questions, so I want to address some of those as well as screen share to answer some of those. So that part is there. So a couple of you are asking about M1 version. When do we expect it? That's support for the M1 Mac. The team is actively working on that. I don't have a time frame, but it's being built right now, so that's fine. Any chance you'll let the user name the different layers in local masking? So it's great. That's a great suggestion. Definitely also submit that to support at Skylum, and those sorts of suggestions are definitely considered. You'll see that we did add some other user interface refinements with this time around, so those sorts of features definitely get tackled. You asked if Alex is a creative who uses the software. Everyone at Skylum uses the software. Alex has a background in creativity and has worked in marketing and photography for much of his professional life. But like a lot of us as well, he also has a great background in technical and science. So it's pretty cool. All right, let me show a couple more examples. We're going to get back to some editing, and then we'll have another guest coming in, and he's going to share some stuff. But I want to show you something we can do for outdoor portraits. When we're shooting in available light, how we can really maximize those and how we can save time with batching. So let me share my screen here, 1 second, and I'll bring that live. There we go. And just making sure that you're not seeing any zoom interfaces or things like that. You should just be seeing Luminar. And I've got a series of photos here that were shot by photographers Dan and Shell. They did a portrait outdoor shooting. And if you've watched our YouTube channel, you've seen some of the behind the scenes of the making of these pictures, as well as how they edited them. And I want to show you just a quick advice here on how we could pull it together. Remember, our templates ability is going to scan the photo and make suggestions. So it looks at the content and finds different categories that you can choose from. So here's experimental, for example. I like the light flares, the overlays, and the nice, bright, warm colors. But I'd like the flares to be a little less intense. So if I click Edit, I could see how this was made. And I know that this was made using a texture overlay. So I could just lighten that up a little bit and lower the opacity so it's more subtle of an effect. And under the Edit here, I'm just going to bring in a little bit of structure because we've got that great texture of those old rusty trains. And we'll put a little simple vignette on things. Well, now that works great. And if we look here, you'll see that we've relied upon AI tools. We've used Enhance AI. We've used Structure AI. We've taken advantage of some of these tools. And also, even though it's not AI, Details Enhancer is quite useful. So we could bring out the texture there just a little bit. All right, so now what we could do is synchronize. So one of the coolest things is with that image selected, you could just select any other images that you want to modify. You can command click or control click, shift click on a range of them, copy and paste, you name it. But here I've selected a whole bunch of pictures from that shoot. And you can see how simple it is just to scan through the library and find the ones you want to work in your catalog. And then with a simple right click, you could choose to sync those adjustments across the board. What that's going to do is easily pull it all together and allow it to synchronize those adjustments across every single image. And it's going to go through, and you can see when it's done, there's a little edit module there. You'll see the little edit icon. That means that it finished processing that image, and you can see how it made those adjustments. So that gives you that power and flexibility to quickly go through and to get things done, which is very cool. Now, speaking of the catalog here, a couple things of note. I see a few questions here and there about DAM, which is an acronym for Digital Asset Manager. Luminar is not designed to be a DAM. We approach the catalog approach to make it simple to work with photos. So you could add in a folder or individual images very quickly. And when you do, it's preserved. So folders equate to actual folders on your disk. So if I go in and I say, oh, I want to see those folders, that's a real folder on my hard drive. So I could show that in the Finder or the Explorer and you see it's there. So that works. If I make changes at the Finder level, that's going to carry through. You see it renamed itself there. If I moved something into that folder when Luminar wasn't running, when I launched Luminar, it's going to show up. So we take this approach of working directly with your hard drive. We find it easier rather than having a virtual catalog where things can be spread out all over the place. So if you actually move things around and you take them from this or that, it's going to actually move the image. If you rename things at the Finder or the desktop or the Explorer, it's going to rename them in Luminar or vice versa. So this gives you that ability to work with what's there. There was also a question about albums. So albums let you virtually organize images. So if you're going through and you find pictures that you want, you could start collecting them into an album. Maybe you found an image that you really wanted to keep or share. You can use albums much like a playlist. And I could rename this one here, and I'll just call this Portfolio. This way, you're not actually moving them on your desktop or your computer or your Windows Explorer, but you're virtually organizing them. So folders are real world, albums are virtual, and you have both inside of Luminar. You'll also see that it tracks everything you did. So you could see, what did you edit today? You can go in and browse what you worked on and see it. You can go in and see pictures. When did you add them? And when were they captured? And so you could very easily go and find things very quickly. And if you use the search, you can search for information. But again, we're not trying to be a full-size digital asset manager. Rather, we're trying to give you streamlined tools so you can focus on finding the images that you want to use for editing. Okay, I've been talking for about 2.5 hours, which means that it's a good time for me to let somebody else talk before I trip over my words for a while. And I'm going to give my mouth a rest, but we're bringing on a good friend of mine and an excellent person, Robert Finelli. I'm going to stop screen sharing here. And Vinelli is one of our main educators, and his job is to help photographers learn more about this. He's a sports photographer as well as a portrait photographer, and I've known him for many years. And V, you've got a great bunch of guests starting up, but you're going to start off by showing us some cool things this morning, and then we'll hand it off. So welcome, and anything you want to say before I kick the screen off to you?
Well, no, Rich, I mean, I'm enjoying watching you, and especially the interview with Alex. That was really very informative. So I have you on TV. Now it's muted, and it's so funny. If you can see what I have set up here, it's like we're in this huge newsroom. Because again, just like you, we get excited about this stuff. We're really pumped and motivated. So, a 14-hour a day for us is like, let's have fun. So I can't wait to check this out.
Good. Well, I'm going to hand it off to you. I'm just going to answer one more question before I do. And Sean was wondering, hey, if I move things in folders, does that screw up albums? Nope. Albums will keep track of it. And if for some reason Luminar can't find it because it doesn't know where you moved it, usually it'll find it. I'm surprised. Like sometimes I try to demonstrate like, oh, I didn't have Luminar running and I moved this to another hard drive. Luminar still finds it because it's able to look for date and file size and name, and it scans your drives looking for things. It tries to fix it. But if for some reason you manage to break it, there is a relink command so that you can find offline media and reconnect it. That's not as much fun as what we're covering here today, but I'm going to hand off to Vinelli, and then Vinelli, your next guest, Eddie, is here for your 10 o'clock slot, so he'll be ready for that as well. But why don't you kick it off and start screen sharing? And I'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to do what Vinelli did. I'm going to just watch the webinar for a moment and have some morning breakfast, and then I'll be back in a couple of hours to help you guys.
Sounds great. Thanks, Rich. So right now you should be able to see my screen. Hello, Eddie. How you doing?
Hello, Vanelli. How are you?
Great. You know what I'll do is I'm going to show a couple things, and I'll have you on.
Yes, of course, yes. So I will share my screen.
Nope, not yet.
Well, yeah, I'm going
Eddie.
to share my
You're
screen
up at 10,
first.
Eddie.
Let me show a couple things first.
Okay.
Yep,
And
and
turn your
then I'll
mic down
bring
just
you
a little
on.
bit, Eddie. You're a little loud. Thank
Okay.
Ready? All right, so here I am on my screen now. A couple things. What's really cool about Luminar AI is you could use it 3 different ways. So here at Skylum, we don't want to reinvent your workflow. We want to add to it. So you could use it as a standalone program, so you don't need any other program except Luminar AI to edit your images, or you could use it as an add-on or a plugin for Lightroom and for Photoshop. So imagine the things that Lightroom can't do, but would take years to master in Photoshop. You can use Luminar AI in between to make your life so much easier. So again, we're not here to reinvent the way you're doing your workflow. We're here to add to it and to make your life easier. And the third way is to use it as a single image editor. So imagine if you come to my house with a thumb drive of images. Hey, Vinelli, help me edit these. You pop it in the machine and boom, we're good to go. So let me show you a couple of my real quick favorite features about Luminar AI. It's the first completely AI interface program. What that means is right from the get-go, templates are going to be your introduction to AI. And all that means is I can either start from scratch or select from a template and let it give me suggestions on how it would edit this image. So if you feel like you're in a creative slump, use some of the templates. Look at this. And just do one click and get incredible results. Ooh, I love this one. All right, now let's go. Okay, let's go with this one. Now, for those people who feel, well, one click, okay, I didn't do a whole lot. I want to do more. Just click on the edit button. And now from here are your entire tools set off to the side. And you can add to what you just did or keep it the way it is. Now, to me, this is a one-click, boom, it's great. But once again, if you feel guilty and you feel like you got to add something to it, let's say a vignette. You can come over to the vignette tool, choose a subject, and this is what I absolutely love. And I'm going to go to an extreme so you can see what I mean. I'm going to click where I want that vignette to be. And again, I'm going to go to an extreme so you can see this. Look at this. I can click anywhere around and place the center of that vignette where I want it to be. I'll dial it back a bit and just give it that little extra. And if I want, I can even add inner light to the scene. Now, it doesn't look like we did a lot, but watch this. Before and after, ready? Right about there. Before. After, dial it back just a little more, right there. Look at that. So, if you felt guilty that one click was too quick, now you can go back in and make some additional changes. I mentioned how we could use it as a plugin. And again, if I had Lightroom or Photoshop booted up, which we'll show later on, I can go through the whole full process of it. But what I did also mention was how to use it as a single image editor. Now, this right here is my catalog. And if you notice, I have a lot of images in my catalog. If you're the type of person who doesn't need to use Luminar to organize your images or to view your images, then you could use it as a single image editor. And if I click on this little plus icon, I can either add a folder of images or I can add a single image. Well, if I select a single image, now from here, I can browse my hard drive, and I typically leave everything under photography, and I'm just going to grab a single image. Now, once I bring this in, if I look into the catalog, it doesn't appear here. It appears way up here under single images, the ones that I brought it in on. So at this point, I can start once again with the templates. I can come over here to a template, and it's going to recognize that this is a portrait. I can convert it to black and white. Oh, I like that. A little too much. Or I can continue, maybe do an experimentation and see how that looks. Ooh, that looks interesting. Now, okay, so let's say we settle on this. I like this, but if it's a little too much, I can come down here to this master slider. Watch this. If I bring it all the way to the left, the effect is completely zeroed out. If I bring it to the right, I can slowly introduce the effect until I feel it's just enough. So here's 100%. I'm going to dial it back and do the old traditional 70% rule, between 50 to 70%. If I feel it's too great, I'll dial it back in between that, and now it doesn't look over-processed. So here we are before and after. And again, that's a single image edit to where I can just look at it and just bringing in a single image and start enhancing it. Now, if I come over here to my edit manual or edit tab again, one of my absolute favorite tools is Enhance AI. This one slider, in fact, let me reset this. Adjustments, revert to original. Now, this brings out a good point. Luminar is a non-destructive program, meaning at any point, you can go back to the original where you first started from, and your image is safe and sound. So if I click on the history tool here, it actually shows me everything I did to this image, and I can march it back to the very beginning or any of the steps along the way. So here's the original. And now let's look at this Enhance AI. So here's Accent AI. That one slider is going to automatically improve color, detail, tone, and depth of the image. So all the stuff I normally would do under, let's say, the light tool, which you're used to this. If you're used to Lightroom, look at this. You're used to this here, the older way of editing. Here, I'm able to use one tool to help me bring out some of the colors and details in the image. Now I still can come back to the light tool. So think of this as dealing with my raw photo. I want to set the white balance. And when I usually do this, I grab the eyedropper tool and I like to click on the white of the eye. Now from here, usually enrich the blacks just a little bit. And before and after. Now I'm going to come down here and show you one more tool before we turn it over. This mood tool and the dramatic tools under the creative tools, it's absolutely amazing. For the mood tool, I could choose one of the built-in custom LUTs, which is a lookup table, and let it automatically change the whole tone or creativity of the image for me. So I could just browse through here, find one that I like this one, and then accept it.
And Benelli, can you show how to save your own template when you're done here? That question's come up a few times, so just make sure you show them where to save it and where to access it when you're all done.
You got, that was right on my list. So here I have it set. Now I have everything looking really good. One thing I do want to do is add just a touch of detail to this. I like to start with the medium detail first, and then just a nudge of the small details. And I can look in here, and I like where it's at. And last but not least, since this is a portrait, we have amazing portrait tools. From here, just the face alone, watch this. It knows right where the face is, and look at that. It's able to relight the face. So if I forgot a reflector, and I'm on a shoot, and there's not enough light on the face, this right here replaces that reflector I would need and bounce that light back onto the subject. I can slim the face. Here I like where she's at. And Leanne has beautiful eyes, but let's enhance them just a little bit. And one of the newest features, the iris flare. Look underneath her eye. Look at that. You see how it's adding just a little flare or catch light under her eyes. Here, if she had dark circles under her eyes, we could remove them. And improve eyebrows. And then under the mouth, darken. Good. So now keep in mind, I'm doing this all manually. This is where, like I said, the templates would help us because I could choose one of these templates to actually do that for me. But in this case, what I want to do is one last thing is fix her skin nice and smooth, not overboard. Good. So, and the eyes are just a little too much. I went overboard. So let me bring back down just a touch. There. Now, I don't want to have to keep doing this over and over and over again. So what I can do is come down here and create my own template. So I'm going to save this. Now when I come over to templates, we have them nice and organized here. Favorites, my templates, ones you've purchased, and older templates you've used with Luminar 4. So I'm going to click on my templates, and there's the one we just created. Let me rename it. Let's call this soft skin. Now that I have that set, I'm going to reset this right here, adjustments, revert to the original. So here's the original image that we started with. Now if I come back over and I click on the template that we just created, boom, it gives me that beautiful look that took us 3 or 4 minutes to create. Now we're able to do that in seconds. And let me show you.
Yep, so Benelli,
yes.
Before you go forward, and I know and our next guest is just about queued up, there was a question about the non-destructive nature of that. Can you explain what's happening here? You didn't permanently change the original photo. You've developed the photo, but if you want to keep those changes, what would you do with it and what's happening under the hood?
Gotcha. So here's a picture of my nephew, for example. So obviously you could tell, we had a little texture to it, a little framing, my signature. Now, at this point, the image itself has not changed. So if I come over here to the history tool, give it a second to load up. And by the way, when you see this illuminating Skylum blue, that means it's thinking and processing. So now I'm ready. So this is what I did to this image. Notice down here is the original. So that's the original. This is what I started with. And then this is what I finished with. Now, these changes are being seen inside Luminar. All right. So, excuse me. So right now, all the changes are being seen just inside Luminar. Now, what I need to do, if I want this to be transferred, let me get up here, right there. If I want this to be seen, let's say on social media, on Facebook, or if I want to make a copy of this, now what I need to do is come over here to export, and I can save it to a disk, email it, or put it up on one of my SmugMug accounts or 500px. So once you create your work of art inside Luminar, you have to export it with all the changes on it, and you can send that off to where you want it to be, whether it's for print or for social media. So if I save it here to disk, I have the option of changing the size of it based on what I need. So let me double check good. I hope that answered the question.
Yep, you did. You did.
Awesome.
And when you're done with this one, I think Eddie is ready to go. So finish up this image and then introduce our next guest. And
we're set. Yeah, we're set here. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. There we go. Awesome. Good. Now, our next guest we have is Eddie. He's going to come in. Eddie, you want to unmute your mic? And there you are.
Okay.
Great. Now, where are you based out of?
Oh, I'm based in UK, in Cornwall, exactly. I'm French originally. I immigrated 8 years ago. I had a shop in St. Ives in Cornwall, but with the pandemic, etc., the Brexit, etc., I shut it. And now I'm a full landscape photographer.
Oh, great. Now, what type of photography do you enjoy most?
The seascape. The seascape is the most purpose of photography I love because I do not know to explain why. Because when I saw the sea, it's a sort of poesy, On the cliff too, the cliffs. It's a nice things too. I like the countryside too, because in UK you have a lot of countryside, especially in Cornwall. It's a good purpose for the photography of landscape. That's why I choose this type of photography.
Well, that's great. See, here in Florida, everything is flat.
Yeah,
we don't have cliffs. We don't have. You look out the ocean, you just see the ocean. With a lot of your images, you have rocks in the images. You have these beautiful landscapes. And what's great about that is you're sharing that with the world. So people like us who don't have a chance to see what it's like to have this big rock out in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, I remember with the rocks. It was in Gunwale Way. Yes, with a big rock. You remember of it? I share it in the Skylum photography group. And in this area, you have a lot of geology. You have a big rock with some detail, a texture, etc. Yes, it's really amazing. In fact, when I came to Cornwall for the first time, I was impressed by the landscapes, because in each area you can go to Cornwall, you can imagine you are in the Los Angeles, in another part in the world, except of course for the climate. It's a little bit. It's like, in fact, in Florida you have a tropical climate, but in the UK it's some temperature below, a little bit below, at a half 20 degrees, something like that.
Great. So now, how do you use Luminar? What's your purpose that you need Luminar for?
Oh, Luminar, I love it because it's for the creative process, because I like it for a long time. I will explain when I use Luminar. It was for the purpose of my shop. My Lightroom and Photoshop were done, and I need a software faster to do my fridge magnet, because at this time at that time I was doing some fridge magnets, some prints, etc. And I needed some a software, a quick software to do the things faster. And with enhanced AI, the same cursors, the other things, etc. It was a proper way to do my things very properly. And
All right.
Finally, Luminar saved my life at yes, exactly, at a moment of my time when I did it to print my work, in fact.
Oh, great. Oh, well, hey, how about you share your screen?
Yes, of course, yeah. I will show you something. I will show you exactly the application, Luminar. Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, there we go. Full screen now. Yep, we're set.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, I will remove these things there. Okay. Okay, this is a picture from a seascape near from my area, and it's in near Gryphon, exactly. And I would like to show you I would like to show you the process of this image, in fact. So I will start to enhance the image with the accent, a little bit like this. And I will go directly with the composition at 16:9. Up, something like that. Okay. I will crop just a little bit like this, and we'll keep only this area, a bit like this. Up, enter. That's good. And I will play with a light tool. And we play with the temperature to go to this type of color, And after that, I will go directly on the super contrast, and I will up these three sliders. I will put a little bit of contrast in the highlight, in the midtone, and in the shadow. Just a little bit like this. Next, I will go to the color harmony to put some brilliance, just like this, some warmth. Okay,
Nice.
Just like this. And after that, I will remove these things. I can adjust with the template edited like this, to find the way if it's over processed, like this, or a little bit like this, but I like the style like this. And after that, I would like to inject some mood in the picture. So I will use directly in the creative, the glow like this. Yes, and this is the before and the after, It's really nice like this, but I think it's a little bit too much. Yeah, good things. And I like to use the atmosphere too with the haze, just like this. The first thing, I realize the depth a little bit like this. I will remove a little bit of glow. I like to use both of them, and just like this. And this is the before and the after. A slight difference, but it's enough. And I will go forward with another picture.
Now, what I like what you did there is you did this subtle edit to where it's still a photograph. It's still photography, and I'm sure that's how you saw it when you first took that photo.
Yeah.
So I liked it a lot.
I will go to the next. We go directly to the edit model too. Okay. I will do the same. I always put the histogram just in this area to see what's happened with my pictures. And now I saw in the midtones, I have a little gap, So with the accent, when you see the histogram, the little gap is like this, but I can use the light tool too to do an extra shadow like this and put the light just like this and just go down to the super contrast again. Oops. Oops. We put a little bit of contrast just there. And I think, yeah, there is something who annoyed me in the composition. So, oops. I will go on the 5.7. It will be better. Yeah, good. I will go. Just this thing. Should be good. Okay, that's good enough. For this time, I will use the landscape with the golden hour. Okay, just a bit like this. But with the DX tool. And I saw something very, very, very annoying just there. And up, I erase this. Okay. And after that, and I will go to the color harmony. A little bit of brilliance. I will go to the color balance. The shadow, I will inject a little blue. Yeah, like this.
So right now you're using color harmony?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So you're pinpointing your highlights and your shadows.
Yeah. And after that, I'm going to do something because, it's a little bit too strong, but I can do something very interesting there before playing with the color, HSL. I will target the green area with, with the hue to get a yellowish color. And I will desaturate a little bit like this. Okay. And put a little bit of vibrance, sorry. Okay. That's better, up. And if I go with a before and the after, a quick edit, Nice. And I like these pictures because you have another photographer just there. And look at that. This is a small compared to the cliff, it's amazing. Yeah, this is a picture from the North Cliff, exactly from Cornwall too.
And so I noticed you like taking your edits from a traditional standpoint. You like to dive right in and make changes. Do you save your changes as templates? Or do you like starting fresh each time?
Oh, sometimes I do some templates, but actually, I do. I have a picture and play around with the picture just like this. I start with interface. So I have no really need to use the templates, in my way, But I think the templates is a good thing. Is if somebody would like a good starting point quickly,
Gotcha.
Okay.
Especially if you're just starting out with editing, much like your camera. When you first start out with a camera, you put it in auto mode, take the picture and see what the camera recommended, and then set the camera in manual and dial in those settings. So that's how I approach templates, is it gives you that creativity and a good starting point.
Yes, should be a good starting point too. But the way I process the pictures in the field, I put all in manual, but I just playing with the exposure, just the exposure, on the camera. And what can I do with that? I put all my settings, my f-stop, my I try to translate in English, because originally I'm French, so I always say the terms in French with my community. So I put all my settings in manual mode, but I just playing with I will say you later. Okay, I will process this image from God's River now. It's another area from Cornwall.
Gotcha.
Always the same process, with the accent. I just have a look on the histogram just like this with a distribution. A lot of information in the shadows, in the highlight. In the highlight, it's darker because of the scene of this area. So I will go to the composition too, and there I will go on the composition AI. No, I will not go this way. I will take another 16 by 9. Yeah. Okay, just like this. Up. Should be good. I cut a little bit this cloud. No. Okay, good. We put a little bit of temperature. An injection of magenta. Yeah, should be good. But for this time, I will open a little bit of shadow. Yeah. To reveal this type of things. That's a good thing. Okay. I will add some structure. A bit like this. And maybe...
Now with the structure AI, do you like how that it actually attacks the background? So if there were people in the scene, it's human aware to it, knows, oh, that's the skin. We're not going to affect the skin. We're only going to affect the subject around it. That, when it first came out, I could not believe, the impact on it. As a portrait photographer, photographing somebody in a scene like this,
and
it
it's
really enhanced the scene.
And it's a great thing because, the foreground here is very nice with the structure, but you look at the cloud, if I do the before and the after, you have a subtle things on the cloud, but it's not far, it's not, what can I do with that? It's not overdone, Here it's okay, but here, it's smooth. And if you want to smooth these things, I finishing with these things with atmosphere. I like it because you can add some things inside, and I can play with the depth, and I maybe play with the lightness. It should be good. Oops. Before and after, I can do things. And after that, I can add some drama. Yes, I like the dramatic looks too. A little bit. Just a bit like this. And with the color, I will desaturate a little bit too.
Now, where was this taken, by the way?
Sorry?
Where was this image taken?
The moods?
When did you take? Well, where was this photo
Oh,
location?
Godrevy in Cornwall. It's next. It's next to my. It's in my local area. In fact, it's 15 minutes roads from my house.
Oh wow!
So yes, I have beautiful things there. I'm lucky for that.
I have to say, Vanelli, his beaches are prettier than your beaches.
Yeah. Did you hear that? He said your beaches are prettier than my beaches.
And this is the before and the after. I changed the look from the start. It was a little bit like this, and I put a little gray things. And with a super contrast, I can change things in the shadow, maybe. Oops, a little bit like this. The midtones and very lights. Okay, it's a pretty cool like this. I like it. Okay, I think it's enough for this one. Maybe, no, maybe something else. Yeah, the dodge and burn. Give a strength like this. Okay, let's play a little bit. For the information, this is an iMac 2012 So it's an old dynamic for this demo today.
Good. So now, right now, what's the purpose of what you're doing? You're dodging and burning.
Dodge and burning on the same area, you know.
So you're trying to draw the viewer through the scene.
I try to put some, you know, lighten some area just like this, you know, on this area too, and I will darken some area too to do some relief. Oh, it's too strong. Yeah. I will restart. Up. Sorry about that.
No problem. Yeah, I find when I do that, I'll go to the history and step back one or Control Z.
Yeah, exactly, and it can be useful if you have. We haven't virtual copies in Luminar, but we can use the history like a virtual copy. If we want to go to this area, for example, and restart the process, you can do it. You can go forward or do another things, etc. So no need to virtual copies. I do not need it, in fact.
Gotcha.
Darken. So here we go at 15.
Now, you know, it's interesting when we were on the internet the other day, someone made a comment about he was upset that I made a comment about Luminar being quick to edit. You're in, you get out, don't spend all day editing an image. And he brought out a great point and said, but what if we love doing that? What if our hobby is editing? What if I enjoy editing just as much as I love taking the photo? That opened my eyes. No, that opened my eyes to a whole new, because in my line with portraiture, I need to get in quick, get out quick. If I have 70 people in front of me, I want to get that done in seconds, not days.
Yes, exactly. And this is the point, because I use a lot of software, you know, of the companies, etc. And I think that Luminar, I follow Luminar since the Luminar 2018. Yeah, that's the correct date. And for the speed editing, I think it's the best one. The best one. No other software can edit a photo like this speed, you know. You know, it's really funny because I use only the tools, you know, in the edition mode. But even with the tools, you can do quickly the things because you have the essential with there, the creative, portrait, for professional. So when you try to find something, it's easy to find, in fact.
Yeah. And again, I keep reiterating to people, when I first started photography, Photoshop was the tool. So imagine trying to juggle a complicated program and trying to learn photography at the same time. That was rough. Whereas when Luminar comes into the play, I really love the fact that you could focus on one or the other. You know, I want to focus on being a photographer, take all my images. Now I have quick edits I can do. Mike brought out a point in the chat. He says he loved the question we talked about, how everyone wants to do it fast. He likes to play and make that part of his process. And again, that's the artistic side of us.
Yes, and in fact, you know, it's very interesting for the professional side because when you have several prints to be delivered at a time, you have to do quickly the edits. You cannot spend your time to do the edit on, I do not know, half an hour for an image, etc. You have to do it quickly. So for the professional side, it's very perfect. And for the other side, for the creativity, if you want to spend a little bit of time on Luminar, it's okay too. But it's really quick. And I think you did a great piece of software. After 2 years, I use this software. I can tell you, this software blew my mind, in fact. So congratulations to the Skylum team. Congratulations.
Hey, real quick, a comment was asked, how did you show the histogram? Could you show where the histogram tool is?
Oh, the histogram, just by the right click, and you just have to click on the show histogram, just like this.
And this new update, the histogram stays where it's at. until you hide it again.
Yes, of course, you can hide it just like this. But, I prefer keep the histogram in my eyes because the histogram is like a guide, It's not the exact science. I know you cannot display the histogram and play with a cursor, etc., and go in the creative way. But I like it because when I go to the super contrast, I can, just see when my histogram go, if I want to go by this way, sorry, on the shadow contrast, that's what I wanted to do. If I want to go further, I see that the histogram just go in the point, in the black point, If I think it's too far, I can go in this area and I say, yeah, it's okay, and look at my picture, and so that's done. But yeah, the histogram is a great tool for me, and I like it. But now, I can. Hello?
I noticed you like the 16:9 ratio.
Yes, exactly. For this type of picture, I have something like, I will remove it after. I like this 16:9 for the landscape, but sometimes I can do it on the vertical mode, and I can use on the, let me show you with another picture, maybe, this one. I can change my mind. I can do it on the 16:9 for this one, for examples, but on these pictures, okay, let's do it a little bit of finance. I will put this ratio on the 5:7, something like that, to crop a little bit like this, to keep this area just like that. I like this type of framing too. The 1:1 is okay too, but most of the time I use the 16:9 to keep, I don't know. I would like to explain you something about the 16:9. It's fill the frame, when you are when you are looking on the social media, when you put a picture like this on 16:9, boom, it's fill the frame, and it's very pleasant to look at this, to look at the pictures like that.
Yeah, I'm falling in love with the 16:9 ratio. Yeah,
that's a great thing.
Good. It looks good on print. When you're printing it, it's different. I think that's the reason why I'm falling in love with it again, because it's different than what you're used to doing. And again, when you're using digital, media, when you're showing it on different medium, you'll see that full frame, and it just looks really nice.
And it's very nice, the 16:9, even in a fridge magnet, when you have a fridge magnet, you can update the things. You have some 16:9 now, and it's very pleasant to see that in this type of debond, in fact.
Awesome. All right, just real quick, Harvey asked, he noticed the photo started out very dark. Is there a purpose to start dark or any advantages?
Yes, to start dark, yeah. In fact, when you are with your camera, you have to check your histogram. I will give you a little tips like this. If you have an histogram, who start just like this, but when you have something, I just click on this, like this, but not near the black point to avoid the noise, just at this start, you can keep all the information. And sometimes you have some highlights, and to protect the highlights, I used to underexpose my picture because of the dynamic range of the camera. Here, for example, is some pictures of RAW file, yes, for my Fuji, Fuji X-T2. Before I had a full frame camera, so for the dynamic range of full frame, the biggest dynamic range, but a crop sensor, honestly, you can do a lot of things. You are not annoying with things. I underexpose a little bit, and I use the native ISO of the camera, just like this. It was at 200 for the X-T2. For the V1 before the X-T3, I try the extend ISO, but I prefer the native ISO. And yeah, it's an advantage if I go to my panel is just there. When I go in the catalog, yes. This one, for example, was from a DI10.
Yeah, we have time for one more. Ooh, I like this.
Okay.
We have time for one more, and then I'll answer the questions. And just a reminder, if you have a question, put it in the questions and answer. If you have a comment, put that in the chat. So again, if you have questions, put it in the questions and answers, and we'll get to those open ones real quick. All right.
Okay, for this one, it was from DA10. But, you know, the issue was this area, you know, because as you know, in the blue hour, because it's a blue hour picture, the highlights here and here it's very tricky to expose, you know. So I underexpose this picture, but look, with this accent, I'm just like this. With the light, I do not use the light. I will show you something because I will use a mode. Yes, I will choose a custom lot that I did on the computer, not at the golden hour.
Lookup table.
Lookup table.
Colors.
So I did the blue hour for this one. Oops. You have a slight difference, but I will bring up the amount a little bit like this. Up. A little bit of the saturation. And look, up, before, after. You have already done with these things. And I will go to the light tool. I will open the shadow. Just a few things like this. Okay.
Wow.
And I will go to the color. On the yellow hue, you know, because it's too yellowish, you know, I will down the saturation. Yes, the saturation. You will see. Normally. On the orange, maybe. Yes, it's the orange. It's the orange things. So it's okay like this. So I will put these things. It's very nice. Just like this. Now we go to super contrast. Oops. Highlights. Up, before, after.
And I love that each of our tools have that toggle switch where we can at least see the changes that each of those are adding to the image.
Yeah. For the super contrast.
I wish I had that when I'm cooking. If I put too much seasoning, I'm kind of host.
So for the super contrast, I will show you the before and the after. For the mode tool, the before and the after. Oh, before, after.
Nice. Yeah, that LUTs. I was wondering where you were heading with that, and I really liked how you brought that lookup table in. And a few people were asking, are we going to cover LUTs and how and what they are and how to create them? A lookup table is not something you can create inside Luminar. You'll need a program such as Photoshop, for example, that's a graphics program that changes all that, or you could download some LUTs generators. And there's a ton of free LUTs. We have them on our marketplace.
Luminar later using an external tool.
So it's important. Yeah. So it's important that when you're using these LUTs, look at the built-in ones that we have and see what it does to the image and how it changes the mood. Like this here, I love how it did that. It totally changed the mood of that entire image.
Yeah, and it's I like doing some LUTs. I did 3 packs of LUTs for Luminar for free. It's for free. It was from because originally I have a YouTube channel, but in French, for my French YouTube community, I offer some packs, etc. You know, and but it's available on my website if everybody wants to have the LUTs. It's free. In fact, for this one. What I'm going to do now is it's to open the light a little bit too, for exposure. No. I have some dust sensor, so oops, I will use the erase tool. And I have a lot of things just there too. What I can do, it's a lazy things, I know, but
No, that's good.
Look at that. You took the 16:9, a little bit like this. Oops, and you know all this this dust on the picture. Bye bye. Oops.
So that is absolutely gorgeous.
And
Wait, thank you so much for sharing this with us.
I will go to the vignette to finalize these things. Okay.
Nice.
Favor. A little bit of inner light. And maybe just like this. And this is the before and the after.
Look at that. Beautiful. Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for sharing that with us. Could you stop sharing your screen for a moment?
Okay, I will remove that. There you go.
Great. Now, where can we find out more about you? Or where can people see some of your work or your tutorials?
Oh, yes. On my website, I can show you the website. Oops.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to answer a question.
It's fair. I can show you quickly this one. Look at this. It's this one, in fact. You have the packs just there. And I have all the bunch of packs for free for Luminar 4. I have some packs of looks. I have there some free sky replacement, you know. Some LUTs just there. And if someone you have something interesting, I have a luminosity panel for Luminar 4. If you want to use with Luminar 4 on Luminar AI, it's possible. And I did a small things too with Aurora HDR2. You know, you can combine the luminosity mask with Aurora 2. It's working too. There we go.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for your time. And I
You're welcome.
love those seascape images.
Thanks a lot.
All right, good. Now, coming up next, we're going to have a group we call the Insider Gang. Every day, Monday through Friday, from 1 o'clock till about 1:30-ish, we have a group that we meet up on Zoom, and we share a coffee break with them. We have them coming on. They're going to share some of their favorite tips and techniques with us in just a moment. Now, a couple quick questions. Can you remove part of a history and keep all the edits above it? As of now, no, because the way the history is in order, once you click on a set part and continue to edit, anything from the top will be gone. All right, and the new history, you could have up to 50 stages. All right, so 50 states of history that'll keep you going. Let's see. And let me ask one more question. Yes, keep in mind, this is being recorded, and you'll be able to catch replays of it on YouTube. As of right now, because we're live, you can't replay it. Somebody was asking about that. All right. Well, great. All right. So let's get started. I want to try one thing. Or here we are. We have several people joining us. If you want to introduce yourself, we'll start with Wayne. You guys want to share
everybody.
Hello, Wayne. How you doing?
Good. Thanks. How you doing?
You know, most of you know who Wayne is. Wayne is the number one responder on Insiders. And again, he doesn't work for Skylum. He's a member just like you. But once he's on the Insider at Skylum.com, he's one of the people who comments the most and helps out most of the community in there. So thank you, Wayne, for doing that.
You bet.
And we have Thomas here. And actually, Wayne is coming in the States. Where are you located?
I am in Colorado.
And then Thomas, you're coming in from
Hello.
where?
Hello, Vanelli.
Hello. You're calling in from Germany?
Yes, I'm from Germany. I live near Düsseldorf, and I hope someone knows Düsseldorf.
And then we have Malcolm in the house. Hello, Malcolm. If you want to unmute your mic. And we also have Mo. Hello, Mo. If you want to unmute your mic. Hello. Do you have your camera on?
Let's see. Yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah, we're not seeing that, but that's okay right now. All right, so a couple things. You guys, and I chose this group because you guys have been the most faithful every single day, Monday through Friday. There she is. Monday through Friday, you guys show up, rain or shine, and for our coffee breaks. Why do you keep coming back for so many of them? I'll go with you first, Wayne.
Well, number one, it's a wonderful group of people. I've really enjoyed getting to know many of them. There's some absolutely amazing photography that we get to see. And everybody is very helpful. There's a lot of questions asked and a lot of answers given. And it's just truly a great group. It's a lot of fun to be out there. And you guys, you, Vanelli, and Angela, I should mention you too as well. And you guys do a great job, and we learn a lot from you. We thank you for that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're pushing with our last season and this season. We're close to 400 episodes. So, wow. And again, you guys hung in there. And Thomas, well, let me do this first. Thomas, what's your favorite part of photography?
I'm really interested in sports, but I do several other things. I do nature, I do portraiture, weddings, industrial, black and white. So I'm interested in a lot of things, different things in photography.
And that's a generalist. A generalist is when they're very talented in all different aspects of the photography. We'll go on to Mo.
Good morning, Vanelli.
She's the beauty among all the thorns here.
Oh, I'll get my shovel out right now.
And where are you calling in from, Mo?
I'm in Florida. I'm on the West Coast. You never hear of Riverview. It's just below Tampa.
Yep. Yes. And our beaches are nice, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They're gorgeous. Great sunsets.
Good. Now, what type of photography are you doing?
Well, I used to do portraiture and weddings and everything else, but I've just done a pivot, and now I'm doing nature and landscape. Since the COVID, I don't want anybody in my home studio anymore. So I'm going out and doing photography.
Well, that's awesome. All right. Well, let's do this. Wayne, do you have something to share with us? Do you want to show us one of your favorite edits?
Well, I seem to be having some technical difficulties on my main computer, so I'm actually on a tablet right now. So I'm a little
no
hampered.
Problem. Thomas, do you have something you want to show us? One of your sports photos? Can you hear us, Thomas? You have to unmute your mic. Hey, Mo, you may be next.
I didn't know you wanted us to share.
Oh, no problem. You know what? I'll do that with you guys right here. Let me jump right in.
I can show you. Yeah, I can show you an industrial park in Duisburg. I edited with Sky AI.
All right. So share your screen.
I hope I can do it.
Just click the share screen button at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah,
and,
I did it.
Share your whole desktop.
Do you see your desktop?
Won't work. Sorry about it.
No problem. Yeah, so click the green button, share screen, and then select your desktop. You watch that. What I'll do is I'll do a quick edit. It's okay. I'll do a quick edit. So I'm going to share my screen. So I click the green button, and I click screen 1. Here's my little godson. All right, and I'll do this for Thomas because we're both sports advocates. So I'm going to come down here to my sports. Oh, I'm sorry, right up here. There we go. All right, so this right here actually made me fall in love with Luminar, because when I created this, it took me forever to create this special template. So I'm going to show you the template, and then I'll show you how I created it. So I'm going to come over here, and I made several sport templates. I can go from semi to where I'm going to add the grit look to it, to where I can do a medium grit, and then full-on grit look. There we are. So these are things that I've created for years, since 2012, and each time I try to progress to make it quicker and faster. So I'm going to show you how I actually created this from scratch, and then how I saved it, all right? And you'll see how fast that is. So I'm going to come to the edit panel, and under history, I'm just going to go right to the original. There we go. Now, what I love about Luminar is we have all these tools, but we're not tool-centric, we're purpose-centric. So if I'm going to look at the creative tools, I want a dramatic or a grit look. So the tool I'm going to use allows me to do that. Just this one tool, look at this. It automatically adds the old-fashioned clarity. It adds the structure to it. It desaturates the image, and it gives me that base I'm looking for the grit look. Here's before. Look at that. There's after. So I have that set, and this local contrast really makes a huge difference on adding that structure to my image. So I have it set here. Now, the grit look screams for detail. So I'm going to come in and add some detail, not just to his uniform, but also to him. So I'm going to zoom in so you can see. Now I'm adding detail to it. Now, if you notice, we add dirt during the shoot. And the reason why I did that is I knew that once we start adding detail inside the program, it's going to accentuate that even more. So we have that set. And now I can go on to the portrait side. So this was always one of those areas that eluded me, because some programs were great for what I just did. Others were great for the portrait. Well, now we have it combined. I'm going to zoom out just a little. Add a little face light. And I definitely want those eyes just to pop. So I'm going to enhance the eyes. Put a little lens flare or iris flare under the eyes here. And that right there is great. Now I'm not going to change the skin, because the grit is what I'm looking for. So here's before, here's after. Now, I love everything about the image so far, but what I need to do is start sculpturing the light, and I want to draw light to the subject and away from the football and away from his uniform. So let's start with a vignette. Choose my subject. Dial it back a little bit. And notice what that's doing. It's putting the football and the uniform here to a slight shadow, and now my eye is drawn to the subject or to the player. There we have it. And one last thing I want to do is I'm going to go to the structure AI and just bump it up just a little bit. It's not going to affect the skin. I just want it to affect the uniform. Now that we have this set, I can come over here, save it, and then under my templates, we'll come over here, and you'll notice I have a new template saved. And I'm going to rename it, and we'll name this Sports Grit version 6. There we go. Now, earlier people were saying how they love editing. They love editing just as much as they love taking the photos. Well, that's great. And the stuff that I do, unfortunately, I don't have time to spend that much time on each of these images. So now that I have that set here, there's 2 ways I could add it to an entire set of images. And let me come over here for a moment. I'll do it right to these. I have it right here, coffee break. And I had a group of images I wanted to show you for sports. Right, oh, wrong one. There we go. I'll stick to this one right here. So now what I want to do is take this look or this template we just created and apply it to this one. Now, since I already have it here, I can just click on it, click on the one that I want to accept it, right click, adjustments, and now from here, synchronize it. So now that I synchronize it, whatever blue here, that's the host, it's going to apply it to any of the other images that I've selected. So if I had 1 image or 1,000 images, I'm able to add it to all of them. And once I add it to them, again, it's your job to do quality control, is to go back and make sure that whatever you do or whatever you apply, whenever you apply a template or a change, go back, look at it, and make sure it's exactly what you want. Look at this. I mean, look how fast that was. And again, the joy I got out of it was creating the template. Once it's done, doing it over and over and over and over again, do the exact same thing, starts to get boring. That's where the templates come into play, and I can apply it to all of them. All right? Now, let me stop sharing my screen. All right, how do you guys use templates, Wayne? Or how do you use...
I'm kind of the wrong guy to ask that one because I like to just do my own thing on my photos. I've never been much for templates in any program that I've used.
Okay, that's fine. So you start, in fact, were you the one who was telling me you like to use it as a plugin or to use it as standalone? Luminar.
I use it as standalone, but I do on occasion use some other tools or programs to do some finishing touches.
Gotcha. And Malcolm, who was with us earlier, do you remember Malcolm did, or it was Charles, I'm sorry, Charles wasn't able to join us today. He did that incredible still life images. He put a ton of time and energy into creating a still life shot each day, and they were just absolutely amazing. Brought them in, did some really cool Luminar edits to them, and then made a complete series based on them, and they all look similar. So that's a perfect consistency if you were to do like a gallery showing, right?
Sure. And I did download a couple of photos over here that I've done on Luminar. I can't show you how I did them, but if you would like to see them, I can throw them up there.
Gotcha. Yep. Say that one more time.
Okay, I downloaded a couple of photos to the tablet here that I did on Luminar. I can't show you what I did or how I did it, but if you would like to see them, I can throw them up.
Let's see.
Let's see if I can do this.
And while you're doing that, Kirk brought out a good point, and he said one thing he finds a bit frustrating is when he notices there's a slight lag when we're showing different templates. And again, that's obviously because of the internet. Yes, if you look up on the top left, you'll see the logo of Luminar. When that's illuminating blue, that means it's processing it. When it stops, it means it's done.
All right.
All right. Did Wayne get it?
No.
So
Everything's fighting with me today.
No problem. All right, let me go on to Mo. So Mo,
Okay.
Go on.
Well, one thing, I'm on my laptop right now, but Luminar is on my desktop.
No
but
problem.
What I did do though is I went to, let's see if I can get it now. Nope. I went to the, let's see if I can get it. Yeah, no, I can't. Oh, there it is. Okay, this is one that I did. I used the textures, and I love the textures. And then I did the frame, like you showed us. And I'm just starting to use the textures to do that. So this is 2 textures. I did the skier or the surfer, and then I did like did texture over the whole thing, and then I did another texture to do the frame. And I'm loving what you're teaching us.
All right, I'll show that in a moment. And we thank Richard Harrington for these texture overlays. He spent a weekend just tearing up paper.
Oh, they're wonderful.
Made these really cool textures that we can apply. Awesome. Well, you know what? Now that you brought that up, let me share my screen. And
well, you know, Vanelli, years ago, I used to have all kinds of frames when I did weddings and stuff. So I've moved them all into textures.
Oh, sweet. All right, let's see. And let's see if I have my textures down here. Instant. No, I'm going to use one of these instant ones. And I'll use this one here because I love this image. I wish I took it. I mean, it inspired me to want to go out and photograph this. I mean, I just see this as a beautiful engagement, you know, or even like for an anniversary. I just think it looks really, really cool. Let's just add a little more to it. All right. So with this right here, let's come over to edit. Now it's already processed. So what we want to do is come over here. And this is one of the new features of the local masking. And we've asked for a way to add signatures. Somebody was asking, can we add signatures to our images? Yes, I'll show you how to add a digital watermark to this. But for here, I want to load a texture. And here's a quick tip. Wherever you put your images, wherever your images are stored, I store them in one location under photography. Inside that folder, there's a subfolder called _assets. Now I do that because now any of the clouds or the skies I've downloaded or created, any of the texture overlays, any of the LUTs that I've worked with, I put them in this subfolder so I know exactly where they are and I don't have to go hunting all over the place for it. All right. So let me come over here to, we did say textures. And I'm on Windows, so I'm going to change the view to extra large icons just so I can see them. And let's pick some of these. I want to pick, let's pick this frame one. And I open it. Now, when I add it, here's the opacity. I can change the opacity to 100%. And in doing that, I can actually see where it's adding it. Now, when I click on place, notice it's bigger than the image itself. If I drag from the middle, then it's not proportional. If I drag from the corners, now it is proportional. In this case, I had to drag it the way I did. just so I can make it proportional. I'm sorry, not proportional, to fit the frame. All right, so I have it set. Now I'm looking at this frame. It's not my favorite, so I'm going to load another texture. And I'm trying to find one of my favorite ones. We'll use this one. Now, again, this is a PNG, so that's something new that was added. A PNG is going to allow us to have transparent backgrounds. And by having a transparent background, I'm able to bring it in and it'll take on that transparency. So whatever is transparent will shine through. Whatever isn't is here. Now, did you notice I did something there, Wayne? I by already changing that first template, or I'm sorry, the first texture, when I brought in a new one, did you notice how it stayed in the same proportion?
Yep.
All right, good. So now I have a different frame here. I can change the opacity if I want. Come down here, let's say add brightness to the frame, more contrast. Now I have a frame within a frame. So I'm using the actual photo on the outside to get the light, or if I want to take it to 100%, boom, I have it set there. Now, we joked about this, which we thought was funny. I've seen these for so long. Let me stop sharing my screen. And I write a lot of poetry. And it's funny, I dedicated this to my mom, this one here. This right here, if you notice it, the jaggediness, that is one of the textures. So, and back then, I think it was Corel. I paid like $200 and something, close to 300, to have a whole bunch of these frames, digital frames, because they were the biggest things back then. And that must have been at least almost 18 years ago. And it's neat to see that the pendulum is swinging back again. So let me share the screen one more time. There we go. So once again, before and after, and we can actually add, which is really neat, another texture on top of that. So you're not limited to just one. I can load another texture. This time, let's add like this right here. And we'll give it more like a distressed look. Oh, look at that. Good. So now watch this. This is what it really looks like. If we use overlays for the blend, look at that. We can add some really cool, look at that, some interesting effect. Give it a little distressed look. Dial back the opacity a bit. Just to where it's there, but not too much. There it is. Here's before. Here's after. Oh, there we have it. All right. All right. Let me answer a real quick question here. James asks, how does he find ways to attend the daily coffee breaks? If you go to insider.skylum.com, insiders.skylum.com, you'll see under the events, you'll see the Luminar coffee breaks, and that's if you want the interactive ones. Or if you go to the Skylum channel on YouTube, you can subscribe to the Luminar coffee breaks, which are on at 5 o'clock. So the insiders are on at 1 p.m. Eastern, other ones on at 5. And Kurt, I hope I changed it. I slowed down a little bit for you so you can see the changes. All right. And let's see. Yeah, some of the templates available. If you go to the Luminar Marketplace, or Skylum Marketplace, go to the Skylum Marketplace, and you'll see we have some free LUTs. There's templates there. There's textures and so on. Rich Harrington went out of his way to create a bunch of these textures to give away to everyone. So you can check them out there.
Yeah, I've been using those.
Yeah, no, and it's neat because so if those of you, let me know in the chat, Are you part of the Insiders program? And it's free if you own Luminar AI. You go to the Insiders program, it's what Facebook used to be, where people come together and there's no politics, there's no bickering back and forth, a bunch of like-minded people just sharing their love for photography, and most importantly, you're networking. And
you're learning,
right? If you need information on new cameras, or if you're heading down a certain path of your photography journey, maybe somebody can give you advice on what they did, in those areas to make them better. All right. So awesome. Now, so Vince asked if there were layers in masking in AI and how to use them. So Vince, what I just showed was not layers, there were textures. And with textures, you have overlays, so you're able to stack them on top of each other. Now, I don't want to call them layers because layers do something totally different. With what we just did, you can stack these on top of each other, and then what ends up happening is you could save it as a texture, as a template, and now all those textures you saw me stacking on top of each other can be applied to another image without having to reload all of them. All right, good. Yes, okay, and Rich says he has a number of Luminar. Can he uninstall them without messing up the new version? And actually, Wayne, this is your expertise. You and I have talked about this before. If you have too many Luminars on your machine, keep in mind, and if you're trying to open up the same catalog, but using a previous version, well, the new version has new enhancements to it. So when it opens up a catalog, it applies certain things to that catalog. Well, if you use an old version and it tries to open up that catalog, you could corrupt it. So the best thing to do is stick to the one. And for the other ones, you don't have to erase them if you don't want to. Just put an underscore, maybe old, or something in front of it. Now you know that's not the one to open. Hope that answered it. All right. Now, let's do this. Thomas, what's one of your favorite coffee breaks? And I'll ask each of you, because I'll demonstrate one of your favorite coffee breaks, or something that you've learned in a coffee break that I can demo and show others, so they can gain the insight too.
That's a hard question because I joined so many coffee breaks, and in every coffee break we learn such different things, so it's hard to say. But for me right now, I think the new Sky is one of the best coffee breaks I've had, because you can see the reflections on the water and so on.
And of course, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Angela do that coffee break? So thank you, Thomas. No,
you're welcome.
I actually did it for her yesterday. So let me share my screen. So just for the rest of you, this is what we deal with when it's interactive like this on the coffee breaks. This is what we deal with. So they'll chime in every so often. Let me go to my catalog, and let's see. Here's Skies. And let me see if I have Angela's Skies here.
Yeah, down. Under.
Yes, fire away. All right, so I know I had Angela's Skies in here. Oh, there we are, Angela's Skies. All right, so let's use this. Now, Angela went out and shot these the other day. So this here, in fact, I'm going to delete this just for the sake of showing you what we did. So she went out and she used her iPhone or her smartphone, and she shot this image here. I'm going to adjust it and revert to the original. All right. So that was the original image she took. In fact, let me make sure. There it is. So here it is. Here's the original image she took. It was her iPhone. Now, for those of you that want to learn how to photograph your own skies, come over here to the help menu and click on user guide. Once you click on the user guide, let's see it open up in a different window. Here it is. I'm trying to hide. Oh, one more time. There we go. All right. You're able to see my screen, right, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. So here's sky replacement. Now, my suggestion is download this as a PDF, put it on your phone. So now that you have it on your phone or your tablet, when you're out in the field and you're actually out there photographing, if you have questions, you just look down at the paper and there's your answers. So here are the requirements to take your own sky photos, and here are some of the best practices. So you get used to this here, and it'll also show you some things to avoid. So once you follow that step and you got your clouds looking the way you want, now if you come over here, the main thing you have to do is get rid of this bottom here. You want a clean horizon line, all right? So I'm going to start out with cropping, and I want to use free ratio. Now, I'm going to come in. Angela mentioned she cropped it right about here, and then used the clone and stamp tool to get rid of the rest of that. Not that I'm being lazy, but I'm going to crop it all the way up so I don't have to do that. And now we have the sky, again, from a smartphone, we have the sky itself, but you know that if you shoot this with a smartphone, when I zoom in at 200%, look at all that digital noise. So let's use the noise, and we're going to clean that up right away. Good. Look at that. That did a great job cleaning up that digital noise, and make sure that when you're zoomed in zoomed in to at least 200%, so you can actually see the effect that it's having. If it's like this, you're not able to see what it's doing. Once you have it set, one of my absolute favorite tools, the Accent AI. This tool right here will help me improve the color, detail, tone, and depth. And as for the sky enhancer, just a touch. All right, so just for the sake of simplicity, I mean, I can go through and do more stuff to it. This is a decent looking sky, before and after. Now, here's the catch. You can only see the changes if you're inside Luminar. Because think of it this way, Luminar is like a database. It's storing into that database all the changes you're making to this image. It's not applying it. It's just telling you, hey, when you open up this image, these are all the changes Vanelli made to it. Quickly put it on this image. Done. Now, if I want those changes to be permanent, not on the original image, but on a copy of this image, I need to export it. So I'm going to export it, save it to disk, and I'm going to give it a new name. Final, edited, whatever you want it to be, but there's a new name. I'm going to browse, and here's Angela's Skies. I created a subfolder inside of it. I'm going to double click on that subfolder, and I'm going to save that new edit in that subfolder. So now once I export it, it's going to take all the changes we made, apply it to the new image, and it's going to tuck it away into that subfolder. Now, the reason why I put it in a subfolder underneath the original is so Luminar will find it and will know exactly where it is. So I'm coming to catalog, So here we are with her skies, and there it is. So notice I didn't have to do anything special. Like in Lightroom, for example, had I have done that in Lightroom, I would end up having to go back and resynchronize that folder because Lightroom had no idea that I added something to it. All right. And actually, you know what we could do while I'm showing this next one? If Wayne, are you able to post in the chat?
Yes.
Okay. Could you, for Jim and for the rest of them, can you put the coffee break link from Luminar or from the Insiders into that chat for us?
I can.
You can? Great.
Yeah. Yes, I
All
will.
right. So now that I have that set, let's look at some replacement skies. Let's see.
You know, Vanelli, I wanted to mention one thing.
Yep, fire away.
You talked about the signatures, and I used to have to go back and forth to Photoshop and get my signature because I have it as a pen. But now, since I'm doing it the way you're doing it, I'm able to do it without changing back and forth programs.
Oh, great. Well, thanks for reminding me because I do have to show that. Now, I just had, oh, here we are, one of my albums. Sky replacement. There we are. All right, so this image here, let's take it and adjust, revert to the original. All right, so here's the original image. Now, look at this. In the past, if you ever had to replace the sky and put a sky into this, you'd end up with a hair like mine because it was so complicated. Why are you guys laughing? Anyways, so it's important to note that the technology of this, it's mind-boggling. So if it gets you 99% there, and there's one power line that you're struggling with, count your blessings, because again, it's going to get you so much closer than what you could have done on your own. So I'm going to come over here to edit, and I'm going to apply sky. Now the new sky tool in this version, absolutely amazing. They've changed several things to make it more user friendly. Now that when you click on sky selection, a drop down appears. You're able to actually see what the clouds are going to look like. And if you want at the very, very end, or you can separate them in the categories, but at the very end, when you click on this plus icon, it's going to allow you to go out, select sky, which was the one we just did. We'll use this one. And when I add it, oh, it's already there. That's fine, I'll replace it. So now I just added a new sky right to my folder.
That's beautiful.
So if I want to come back again and have that same sky, it's automatically there. If you click on the download more, it'll take you off to the Skylum marketplace where you can find more skies. If I come over here and I want to show my custom skies, now it shows me a folder of where all my custom skies are located. And let me rephrase that. All the skies I want Luminar to see. So I want to make sure I have that straight. Mine are located tucked away nice and neat in my assets folder.
Mm-hmm.
Right here. So here's my assets. Look at all these skies I have. I don't want to. Do you remember when Windows first added fonts to your machine? I was one of those people that added 1,000 fonts to my Windows machine and then wondered why Windows was going so slow. Same concept here. You don't want to add more than 50 of your own custom skies. So you can swap them back and forth, but let's say like stars, for example. I'll copy this. And now, because I know where that folder is, I can paste it, and I'm going to do, oh, it was already there. I can paste it into this folder, and now I added that to this. If I don't want one of these in here, since it's a copy, just select it, hit delete, and now when I come back over here and I look for my own custom skies, it's no longer in that list. All right, so this new update 2 gave us the ability to add our custom skies more efficiently. And then it also, not only did it help us do that, but it helped us organize them to where now we know exactly where our favorite skies are. All right. Good. Okay, Jim says, when you add to your folder, do you need to restart Luminar? The answer should be no. Sometimes, like I'll go out of the tool and then come back into the tool and then they appear. So sometimes it gets a little finicky on us on that. All right. But this was Angela's sky. I mean, how cool is that? We added a California sky. I believe this is New York. To a New York landscape. I hope that's New York.
Yeah, that's New York.
Okay, good. So, but I mean, but all of this, look at this intricacy, how it's so incredible that it brings it in and just adds it. That's just mind-boggling. All right. So there we have that. Now, and let me do one more thing while we're here. You know what? I'll do it on this image here. Edit, only because I forgot to show you, and thanks for reminding me, Mo, is we're going to come back over to here, and I want to add my own signature to it. Now, if you load a PNG, like we said earlier, a PNG is going to give you a transparent background, and those are the easiest ones to add. So here's a PNG. I select it, open it. Now, chances are it's going to be too big, so we'll have to scale it down to size. Let it come in, and notice up here, again, that's moving. When that stops, now I know it's on my, or I know it's done processing. I want to place the texture. Remember, scale from the corners to make it proportional. I can move it right into place. And I press enter to lock into place. Now I have control over the opacity.
Yeah.
So I can bring that out to 100%. And I can even further make it better by controlling the contrast here or even the brightness. See the difference? I'll do before. Well, let's give it a couple seconds. And that right there just makes it look a little richer. So, but look how easy that was to add that. I'm going to delete this for now. All right. So if it's a ping, it's real easy. However, if it's a JPEG and you think it's a ping, but it has a solid background, it can still be a ping, but without the transparency. There's a little extra step we have to take. So let me come to coffee break. And do I have signatures in here? All right, nope. So let me go down here to grab my signature. So the Vanelli bio. And here's my signature. All right, so here we go. Here's white on black, and then here's black on white. So white rather. I'm sorry. Well, that's a PNG, so we don't want to mess with that. Here it is, black on white. Let me grab that one.
Vice versa.
Yep. So let's bring it in. And now I'm going to change the opacity just so you can see what's happening really. So that's what it really looks like. Place it. And this is what happened the first time I saw this. I was like, what the heck? And then I realized I didn't have a ping. So there it is. Now, I'm sorry, but that doesn't look great. So this is where those blend modes come in. From here, the very first word up in here, darken, means that the rest of these are going to deal with it making it darker. Lightens the first word. That means that the next ones are going to change the brightness of it. Same thing with the overlays and all the way through. So here, look what Screen did. Screen got rid of the black and just showed the white. And this is where you have to play very delicate with it. In fact, let me zoom in so you can see it. I apologize. There it is. And there's my signature. Now it's added. And again, if I didn't change the layer blend mode, I'm stuck with an ugly black or ugly white box. So that's one way if you don't have a ping. So if you don't have a ping, that's one way of adding it in there. Thanks, Mo, for reminding me to show that.
Yeah, I'm using it all the time now.
Yeah, well, and here's what's neat about this too, is, okay, so let's say you're doing something for an art gallery or for a camera club, or you just want to add your logo or your signature to 30 images. Instead of adding them individually, what you could do is process your images the way you want, export them out to the final product. Now they're done. Remember, they're in that folder. Let's say it's called Need Signature. Well, bring that folder inside Luminar, add the signature to one image, and then batch process like we did earlier. From here, I have it right here. Right click, adjustments, copy. Now, here's the thing. Notice this is not the same dimension. And same thing with this one. I'll paste it. It may not come out perfect. But actually, you know what it's going to do? I just realized. So here's the thing. Make sure when you do this, let's see how it added it. That was great. But it also added all of my changes to this particular image. So what you need to do, one thing I skipped was start with a blank image that's nothing on it. Add the signature. Now the only change you made to that image is the signature. Now add that to the rest of them. All right?
Yeah, or you can choose the template and your signature when you get
yes.
the gallery.
Exactly.
That's what I do when I'm out in the field and I shoot 200 or 300 photos. So I choose one template, collect to the others, and bring also my signature in it.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Now, did you make your own signature, or did you do what a lot of people do, hire others to do it?
I'm still waiting for my signature. I hired a company, but they sent me the first try, and I said, that's too easy. Yeah, black and white.
Another one? Great.
You have another try.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much. And I should have been a little bit clearer when I wanted you guys to actually show some of your stuff, so I apologize. The next time we do this, I'll get you guys back in, and we'll show off some of your stuff. And again, if you want to check out these guys on Insiders. So if you go to the insider.skylum.com, let me see if I can put that in the chat.
I think you will find the groups
as
well.
Yeah,
mobile photography, street, and whatever.
And Wayne will definitely comment on anything that you post. He's staying at that #1 spot.
You got 2 seconds. You got 2 seconds for me to throw my screen up. I finally got things moving here.
Oh, yep. We have exactly 2 minutes.
That's enough for Wayne.
Yep. Good. Well, that Michael said he found somebody on Fiverr to make his signature very affordable. And yes, Mark, I'm hoping that it can be done globally. That would be so much easier. All right, did you share your screen yet?
Trying. Seems to think I have.
Yeah, but maybe you got the same problem
Let's
as I did.
see. Ah, here we go.
Security
anything?
problems.
We still see you.
Still see me.
Yeah, so if you click on the green share screen, and then
Yeah, I did that.
But
It
maybe
seems to think I'm doing
he has
something.
the same problems as I
yeah.
did.
You know what I'm wondering, Wayne? And I apologize. It may be that you don't have that level of clearance.
I hate when that happens.
All right, guys. Well, we're out of time, and Rich Harrington is going to be coming up next with Kevin LaRue in about 7 minutes. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to bomb through some of these questions that you were asking in the chat here. So forgive me if I go backwards all the way up through. Vince says he had a problem with the erase tool. If he wants to go back 1 or 2 steps, you have to either, in other words, with the erase tool, I see where you're heading with this. He's asking, is there a way to undo multiple erases? My suggestion, when you're using the erase tool, do it in short spurts, short increments. Don't try to erase everything, because what's happening is the erase tool is looking for parts of the image that look similar to what you're erasing, and it's going to replace it with that. But if you have all these erase tools everywhere, it's going to go to one and go, oh, can't do that because he's trying to do this. Do short spurts of it, and then if you make a mistake, Control or Command Z takes you back 1 step, and then you continue on from there. All right?
Okay, Vanelli, how do we get back out of being on here and just be on a participant?
Yeah, so just just stop sharing your
and
screen.
you can click on the regular Zoom link.
Well, actually, yeah, just right there. Just click on the regular Zoom link after
Oh.
this. Yep. So if you exit now, you're not going to mess us up. Don't worry.
Leave the meeting.
I should have
V,
tricked you.
I'll take people back. This is Doug popping in as the voice of God. I'll take people back over to attendees. You don't have to leave. Just stay put, and I'll move you out.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. All right. So we answered that question. Now I'll go back and erase these. Sonia, we talked about how do you make your own signatures. You can either do it on your own. I showed on Coffee Break how you could take a black magic marker and on white paper make your signature, and then use your phone, take a picture of it, and then you'll have a white background with that black signature. And I showed you how to do that just now, how you use a blend mode to get rid of that white background. All right. And I guess we already answered the erase tool question. Good. Great. All right, good. And for the catalog, yes, later on today, we're going to talk about the catalog. Should you have one or many Lightroom Luminar AI catalogs? And I'll go through that, and I'm going to give you my own personal feelings on that, and that over the years mine has changed, especially working with Luminar AI, because in the past, coming from Lightroom, I had one gigantic catalog or library, and when that got corrupt, 18 years or how many years of my images or all the stuff I've done ended up, I lost 6 months of those because I had it backed up, but that was user errors, my fault, the way I lost it. So moving forward, I have a different approach, and we'll talk about that later on. All right? So we're right towards the end of the marker, and we just have a few housekeeping. If you're gonna mark stuff into the chat, make that like a chat, not asking questions. Put the questions inside the questions and answers. So one of us will go in and either answer it by typing it in, or we'll answer it live. But either way, our goal is to get that chat, the open for questions and answers, to a 0. So put those in there. All right. So next up will be Rich Harrington. and Kevin LaRue and Rich will be going through their favorite features of Luminar AI. Well, welcome, Kevin. How are you doing?
Hey, Vanelli, I'm doing great. Thanks. Thanks so much.
So here
Happy
we
to
are
be
with
here.
Rich.
Yep, I'm here. Hi, guys.
I'm going to hand it off. Rich, did you have a chance to get a little hydrated? And because you're still looking good.
Yep.
Like on the 14th hour, I got to see what we look like.
Yep, it's all good. We'll be good. So welcome back, everyone. And a lot of you are still here. It's good to see so many of you folks here, which is awesome. We're joined by another one of our team members, who's Kevin. I've known Kevin for many years, and Kevin's been very influential in the photo industry. He's worked on some cool software products over the years, including help make tools like Nik software. And Kevin is also pretty passionate about black and white photography, I believe. Kevin, you're going to share some of your tips with it today, right? You're going to share us. Yep, you got a nice black and white over your shoulder, which is awesome.
Yeah, exactly. It's all over the place here. Yeah, I love black and white. It's just a great way to see the world differently and to really direct viewers' eyes right where you need them.
Absolutely. And earlier today, we shared a link for some black and white LUTs that are brand new. I'm going to put that into the chat pod right now. And
excellent.
Kevin's going to show his recipes, and then I'll show you an alternate recipe as we're working. But let me put this into the chat pod. So I'll just drop that in there for you. And these are free to use. There are instructions in them. So make sure when you unzip it, you take a look at it. These are used with the Mood tool. And so you guys can click that link to download them. These are some custom black and white recipes of mine that I'm sharing with you. So we'll tackle the rest of your questions. But Kevin, I know people love to see the software. Why don't you jump in and show us some cool things?
Yeah, fantastic. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen here. Un momento. Okay, and yeah, okay. So we're doing well here. Can you guys see my Luminar catalog here?
Yep, we see pictures and we see you. That's the best of both worlds.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. Well, so I wanted to put together a wide range of shots to show you folks. There's very basic ways to do black and white in Luminar AI, as well as kind of diving into the details and really mixing things up a little bit. I'm going to start really simple, but with a picture I took in. This is in Yellowstone so many years ago. I can't even count, but I love the picture. And when I go to this picture, I think, okay, well, let's just do this very simply. Let's just try a template. Obviously, for this photo takes a quick look at some of the templates. It suggests some things. I really like this Noirscape. I've even got it favorited here. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on that, and instantly it transforms what was a kind of a busy color shot into something that's just a little bit more stark. Now, there's one thing I do want to do here, and that is I'm going to have to move my screen here down a little bit. So I'm going to go to the edit here, and what I want to do is I want to use composition AI to sort of minimize the foreground here. I feel like the green grass in the front there is competing a little bit with the aspens. And so I could click composition AI. Let's go ahead and do that and see what that does. But I know in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I really want to just minimize this. Composition AI took a look at that and kind of gave me a little bit tighter crop. And really what I want to do is bop this up like this. And then I'm just going to come in. Now, right now, my ratio is original. So what I need to do is I need to go to more of a freehand look. And I kind of like that one a little bit better. So let's let that take charge there. And then we'll go from there. So that's a quick look at composition AI. I might need to go back to this template here and reapply it. No, it was just catching up a little bit. So that's one quick thing. Let's go in and take a look at one of our images. This is one I took out east of San Diego at a place called Little Artist Community near the Salton Sea. And I kind of like this shot. Rather than trying a template, though, I'm going to go right into the edit module. And we're going to just kind of look at this a little bit. So I like this shot. I am going to use composition AI one more time on this one, just to see what it does. And it does do a nice tight crop there, which is cool. I'm going to come in here and just move it a little bit because I don't want his head cut off in this particular composition. And now let's use enhance. Let's use the accent AI to bring out some of the details and tones in the image. And what I try to do usually in my recipes is get the image as nice as I can in color and then convert to black and white. This thing with all these little machine parts in here that you see, it screams structure to me. I want a little bit more detail in there before I convert it. And so you can see as I crank in the structure, you're seeing some of the edge detail pop in. So let's do a quick before and after. So just with accent AI and little structure, to me, it looks a lot better. There's a lot more contrast in there. And
That's
now I
very
might
cool.
just go.
And a lot of people skip that step, Kevin, which is bring the color nice and rich before you remove it, because that actually increases the dynamic range of the image.
That's a way to articulate that for me. Yeah, I sometimes I'm kind of feeling my way through this, but Rich, you've got a nice way of putting that. So I'm going to go ahead and convert this to black and white. And again, this is just a simple image. And as you can see, it's pretty cool there. Now, what I might do is I actually want to see if I can introduce a little bit more black and white in here. So you'll see it's kind of getting some of those blacks and some of those darker colors are starting to come out. And I like that one a lot better. Let me go ahead and just show you the before and the after here. And I think that's pretty cool. I'm going to get into some toning in a little bit, but actually I kind of like where that's ended up. What do you think, Rich?
I think that's looking really solid. I like that a lot. I would say if you want to go back to it for 1 second, Kevin.
Oh, sure.
There's one thing I love, and this is a tool that not enough people use. Go to super contrast.
I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites, and it's down there in the professional section. Some people are afraid because it has the word professional attached. Professional means good enough that even the pros love it. So, what's nice is, and then use the balance on that. So move the balance slider on shadows and contrast. So put a little more contrast in your shadows, and then now move that middle slider, and you're changing where it's applied. And you see how it's just a great way to target the shadows to make them more contrasty. And it's interesting because people think they don't use the balance sliders, and the balance sliders is kind of like tilting the teeter-totter of where you're emphasizing the highlights and the shadows. And it's just a nice way to pop that.
That looks dramatically better than I had it, Rich. And
super
actually,
contrast is awesome.
I was going to use super contrast a little bit later, but I hadn't actually tried it on this image. And boy, this is a great candidate for it. Thanks for showing me that.
And before you leave that image, Kevin, there was a question about vignettes. I don't think you had a vignette on this image, but would you mind adding one so we can answer the question?
Yeah, not at all. So vignettes are a great way to finish the image. I've got I've got vignettes on my list here, but vignettes are a great way, as I said, to direct people's attention. Normally, vignettes are sort of right in the center. Luminar AI has a great tool here called Choose Subject. So I'm gonna go right up to his face. And oftentimes what I like to do is drag the slider down quite a bit, just so I can see where the emphasis is, and I can also resize how I like. Under the Advanced Settings tab, this is where it gets fun, where you get to do things like feather it. You can see that edge getting a lot softer. So I tend to like to make that really, really soft, so it's a gentle transition into the center of the image.
Yeah, and before you leave that one, Kevin, someone was asking, well, my vignette's white. Can you just flop that amount slider to a positive, the top one?
Sure.
So this tool is versatile. Like if you want to go to white at the edges, you can do that as well. So a lot of people are like, wait a minute, why is my vignette white? It's because you were moving it to the right, which is a brighter vignette, and the left is a darker vignette. We have a really cool vignette tool that does things that not everyone else's vignette does. That inner light that Kevin mentioned is great because that lets you balance it out.
Yeah, I'm just sliding that back and forth now. His face is a little bit bright right now anyway, so I'm not going to apply a lot of inner light. The other thing I might mention is that the white vignette works really well with kind of a vintage tone look too. So if you tend to get into like a sepia tone or something like that, that white works really, really well for those kind of images. Okay, so I thought I'd move on to a couple of other examples. You know, I wanted to try a few different styles for this. So let's go ahead and try a little street style. You know, black and white is often used to kind of provide some grit or drama. I also was you know, challenging myself with an assignment recently to try to mimic a little bit more of the Vivian Maier style. She was a photographer, you know, back in the gosh, I think, what do you think, the 40s and 50s, Rich? But she had a great little street style, and so I'm going to jump right in. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to templates, and I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to choose favorites. And I'm just going to try Abbey Street here. And that's a nice, clean black and white. And I love this picture because the kid right here is looking directly at me. I'm sitting in a coffee bar on a table right outside this coffee bar in Encinitas, California. And I really like the way this is composed. Mom's looking at her phone, kid's knocked out. The other kid is totally alert. When I come over to the edit module, the first thing I'm going to work on here is I want to use composition AI, but this time I want to use it in a one-to-one mode here. So I'm going to kind of slide it off. I like how the sign is here, and I like the way that one-to-one ratio works. So I'm going to go ahead and lock that down, and now start working with this a little bit more. As Rich said, you know, super contrast is a great tool. I'm just gonna check a couple of settings here to see how the template applied was applied to the image and what tools it used. So you can see as we look down the tool list here, anything with a little dot next to it has been applied with the template. I'm going to go ahead here, and looks like super contrast is already in, but following Rich's lead, I'm going to crank up that shadow contrast a little more and kind of move the balance there. And that's looking pretty cool. So let's go here. There's the before, nice enough shot in color, but really a lot more interesting in black and white, in my opinion. I don't think anybody needs any skin retouching in this photo. So I'm just going to go ahead and finish this thing off. And I kind of want people to look right in the center there. And again, I'm just going to dial this down and not do much more there. Okay.
That's very cool. Kevin, would you mind if I showed a LUT workflow really quick, and then we'll come back to another image with you?
Oh, I'd love that. Let's go.
Sure. So a lot of folks...
I'm going to stop my share.
Yep, no problem. A lot of folks aren't familiar with using lookup tables, and LUTs allow you to load in color recipes. So you're not seeing my Zoom interface, right? You're just seeing Skylum, the Luminar application? Perfect. Okay,
that's
I had
right.
a problem with that earlier today. Just double checking. So we've got a nice bridal session here from photographer Jessica Kubasi, and I want to do a nice black and white look, a real classic black and white look. I'm going to use this as my reference image because it has skin tones, flowers, other things about it. Now, these are not all the selects. I'm just going to quickly apply it to the entire shoot and then evaluate which ones we like after we've developed. Sometimes it's nice to evaluate the images if you're going to be delivering black and white in black and white. So what I generally do before I do any black and white conversion is I'll use accent to get the right dynamic range, and I'll put some structure in with AI. This maximizes that. This looks pretty easily there. Then what I'll do is go down to the mood tool for color and load custom LUTs. So I posted a download link to some black and white LUTs that you guys are able to pull down and use. These are lookup tables. And in here, there's a whole bunch of them. Now, mine show visual thumbnails because I have a LUT editor loaded in my system. That's why I'm seeing them. This is tied to the operating system. You might not see cool thumbnails like this, but I like having this so I can see them and browse, and I see different options here depending upon the image. So for example, there's some nice ones here with contrast. There's some ones specifically designed for portraits, and when I click open, the LUT is applied. Take that up to 100%, And then you could adjust the contrast of the LUT and a little bit of the saturation, which is going to affect usually the skin tone region. You want to try a different LUT? You can go in, find another one, and just load it and dial it in. Now what's cool about this is you could use the color tool to manipulate the areas. So if I want to go to luminance here, I could adjust the oranges there to affect her skin tones and a little bit of the reds as well. I could use the yellow here to affect the wall and the slider. And you could even add saturation to that area there, and you see that that too also affects it. So you could use those HSL sliders to fine tune. Then what I would do to make this a little more believable is not just add a vignette, but one of the cool things is that recently we released a texture pack. Kevin actually helped put this pack together and picked out some of the textures that went in, and we built it, and you can load this. We'll put that back into the chat link as well. But this texture pack is called the Paper Texture Kit, and in it there are some PNG files. And so you'll find in here different types of textures, and these are photographic paper textures. So here's a nice mixed media texture. And this is a PNG, so we now support transparency in our PNGs. So you could adjust the opacity of that to taste, as well as still finesse it using blending modes if you want to make that a little more subtle. So now look at how it has that aged feel. Plus, to make this a little sexier, one of my favorites is to use Mystical and or Glow. Mystical gets nice, rich, dark shadows. Glow, using the Orton effect, gives you nice, soft shadows that get brighter. So use Mystical when you want the glow to get darker, and use Orton when you want the glow to get lighter. So now we've got this cool vintage feeling with a little bit of paper and the vignette and the texture. Well, as we've said many a time, templates are your friend, especially when they're your templates. So click and save that as a template. And I'm going to call that, there it is, and I can go into my templates area. You'll see we've added a direct shortcut now to make it easier to my templates. And I'm just going to call this vintage black and white. So there it is. And let's just rename that. And we'll call that vintage black and white. And now that's ready to use. So I can go back to my catalog, select everything from this entire shoot. There's, a whole bunch of photos, and we'll just synchronize. And now I can review the rest of those images with the black and white vintage recipe on them and decide which one's working. So, it's going to start going through and syncing all of those. Now, this one's a pretty intense template because it has blending modes and textures and everything else. But you see how it's batch processing those and making the preview, so it's updating. And so when you are using layered textures, it does make it more robust, especially with the blending modes in there. But look, they're just plowing right through and updating. And then I could jump into each one of those and tweak. But I like to do this sometimes before I make my selects because the images often look very different in black and white than they do in color. Don't let a bad color image dissuade you away from using a photo. Or you might go, oh, that looks a little soft. Well, with color photography, yeah, but with a vintage black and white, you may actually like some of those imperfections coming through. But look how fast that was, to be able to do that whole set. And then when you click, like Vanelli mentioned before, you'll see it loading in. I'm not sure, maybe I didn't do this one. I bet I didn't. So let me just, with that one selected, we'll go right into our templates. Oh, there it is. It just took a second to apply.
Oh, yeah.
And you could see that look. And I love those textures, Kevin. I'm so glad you had us put those all together. They just give it such a nice feeling to the black and white.
Well, and plus with the soft light blending mode and the ping transparencies, that's great. That's a terrific workflow, Rich. And I hadn't thought, to be honest with you, I hadn't thought about doing my edits first before the culling step. That's a real mind bender. Thank you.
Well, because this is so non-destructive, you could do that. Because now if you decided, oh, I loved this image, and I want to get out of the way, Kevin, but I just want to tie back two things we saw earlier. We talked about how amazing the iris tools are under eyes here. even in the black and white, look as we add the iris flare and as we eye enhance, look at those eyes pop through the veil. It's just amazing. And we could improve the eyebrows just a little thicker. I love how that just helps sell this image. And that's really bringing it to life. And then super contrast. I think you're all going to walk away knowing today that that's an awesome way to finesse those highlights. Like, look at how that veil now just pops. And let's get a little bit more richness there in our shadows. And now you're just pulled into this photo. Those eyes just sell it. I mean, Jessica is such a great photographer, but I just love how this image works in black and white.
You got to do the before and after, man.
Sure.
You got to see it. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's powerful.
And everything's non-destructive. That's the power of Luminar. So when you come back, you can work with it. Now, a couple of you are like, well, I use it as a Lightroom plugin. Lightroom doesn't let plugins be non-destructive, but we'll show a way of doing that later with Photoshop Smart Objects so you can keep it non-destructive if you are using it as a plugin. All right, Kevin, let's see another one of your examples. I'm enjoying your photos here.
That's great. And it's so fast to do that stuff too. I'm just blown away by it. Hey, I want to do one quick like landscape. I had a great trip out to Death Valley a couple of weeks ago, and one of my goals was to shoot the Badwater Basin. This, it was about a mile out to walk to a pristine area, but I thought that this might be a good one to kind of work on with our edit panel and Luminar AI. So I'm going to come up here. I don't mind the composition at all, but I'm going to go straight to accent and see what it can do. And because we have such a beautiful sky there, I'm going to use Sky Enhancer. So you can see how it deepens and enriches that sky there. Because we have these great crystals here, ordinarily I'd go to structure, but I'm going to go straight to details. And I really want to pull out some of the small details in the little salt structure there. So you can see it getting a little bit crunchier there, which is kind of what I want for this image. Let me do a quick before and after. Look at how that, in just a couple of seconds, that has gone from what looked like a pretty soft image, maybe low contrast, something that's a little crunchier. That might be a little bit too much. So I'm going to dial that back because we will be using super contrast later. So I don't want to add too much to this yet. So I really like the way that's heading. Let's go.
I like that, Kevin. The depth on the foreground there is really cool. You can just feel that texture of the sand. Is that salt? What is that?
It is. They're salt crystals. Yeah, this entire basin is miles and miles. And actually, yeah, thanks for the jog there. It looks a little bit crooked and it's not intentional. So I'm going to use the Composition AI perspective tool to kind of try to straighten that out. And I might do it just a little bit more. I love the little grid lines on there. And so now we've got something that's a little straighter, for us to kind of take forward here. So it's going to apply that. And Rich, I know you've got a lot of background in this kind of stuff. I would ordinarily go straight into black and white, but what do you think? Is there anything else you do before we roll there?
Dramatic can be fun. So the dramatic down there under creative, dramatic is also a lot of fun because it's another way of maximizing the dynamic range. But if you open up the brightness and saturation under the advanced controls, it doesn't have to desaturate. So just double click that. Actually, put it back, Kevin, for a second, because people don't know this. If you double click on a slider, it resets. So if you just double click on the saturation dot, so bring dramatic back up and then just double click on saturation and it will set it back to 0. Yep. Or the dot itself, I think. But that way it doesn't lose any value. And so you could set that to 0 if you want, so it's not losing color. Sometimes I even push that. So go ahead and push that more saturated with drama, because now do your black and white conversion. You've got more range. The other one that you might play with before your conversion is down under professional, and go down to color harmony and add a little bit of color contrast.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah, so now you got a really rich, gritty image. That's going to make a sexy black and white.
Well, let's get right to it. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, that's a good start. Now I want to, when I'm looking at this, I'd kind of like to see the sky, pop a little more. So one way to do that, I think, is to saturate the blue.
You could, or just work with the luminance slider. Stay on luminance and just pull the blue down. So you pull the blue left or right.
Yeah, there you go. There you
and
go.
a little cyan, because skies are not pure blue except in Crayola color boxes.
That's right. The 64 packs, right, with the sharpener on
Periwinkle.
the side.
Where's the periwinkle slider?
There we go. Look at that. Nice low contrast, but interesting. And look at that. Wow.
And Kevin, people, I don't want to say overuse our sky replacement feature, right? If you love it, we love it. But you've got a great sky in this image, Kevin. Pop it with go back up to enhance and bring out the sky enhancer. Because that's why it's there. Like, you know, you already had a lot of it, but in that black and white image, push it hard. Like, look at that. That's awesome. Great texture up there.
Almost looks like a storm is coming through.
Yeah, it's cool.
No, that's nice. I really like that a lot. I really like that a lot.
Yeah, and since we're going for grit, go for it all the way. Put some structure in there, man.
There we go.
Yeah, we're going to lean into this one. It's going to feel like a stark desert. Oh, that's great. Yeah, and details enhancer there, and that texture is going to bring all that out.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, that's a good little shot. I might have to send something off to my friends at Bay Photo, and
I just made Kevin make a new print for his house. But honey, I had to do it. That was part of my job.
That's going to cost me some money. I had to do it. It's for my job. Well, let's go back to the catalog here. I wouldn't mind doing one more for you guys, if you're
we got time, and then up next we're going to be hearing from Elia Liccardi.
Oh, excellent. I'd love to stick around there. So I can do a selective color, or I can do kind of a vintage toning shot. What do you think? What do you think would be more interesting?
We'll let people in the chat really vote quickly.
Okay,
so selective color or
cool.
Vintage toning. What would you guys like to see? Selective color is where you have a spot color, and vintage is going to be more of a little bit. So we got...
Okay, we're even up.
It's pretty much even.
I'll work real fast then.
All right. You do selective color or whichever one you got loaded, and I'll do the other one a little later, Kevin.
Okay.
So it's a pretty even split.
Yeah.
Welcome to our world. Like where you think everyone agrees, it never happens.
No, that's good. That's good. I like it. So I'm just going to use accent just a little bit here because I don't want to really brighten this up. I want to keep it a little darker. I found this shot out east of San Diego in one of the little communities. This was a vintage, thrift kind of store. I'll bring up some structure a little bit. Just saw this lone piano sitting out in the, sitting outside. I'm just going to get a few more details in there. So nothing crazy here. What I'd like to do now, though, is go straight into black and white. Let's go ahead and convert it. And you can see that, remember these leaves are green here, right? So selective color is so easy. If you've got a dedicated color there, you can just kind of go in there and pull that green out, and you can see those leaves starting to pop off of there. So that's kind of fun. And just a simple, quick image, just like that. Nothing more to do there. There's your selective color. Any other suggestions on this one, Rich?
Give me 1 second, Kevin. I'm just putting the link to the paper texture kit, but actually
good. Okay.
Adding a texture in might go a long way if you have any of those handy with the local masking tool.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Come over here. We'll go texture overlay.
And these are just on your hard drive, folks. So you don't have to install these anywhere. You just put it someplace where you could find it. So, you might have it in your pictures folder or your desktop where people store things. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, give me half a second to pick up these textures, and there's that paper texture kit. So this is what you're loading into the chat.
Yep, I just
right?
put it into the chat.
This is a great bunch of stuff here. So
and for those of you watching on YouTube, if you come on over to our AI Insiders community at insiders.skylum.com, you can find that texture kit posted in there for free download to all of our folks.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I picked a little bit too subtle one there. Let's try that mixed media one again.
Yep. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Give it a second. Okay. Yep, there it is. Go. These are high quality textures, so that's why they take a while to load, because it's a really high res print resolution texture. So don't be surprised when you load them if they take a second. It's got to uncompact it. So now he could dial that in with the opacity and really control it, which is cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I
And
don't
if you
I don't
wanted to
have quite
change it,
the
Kevin, how can you flip it or rotate it?
yeah, we can use these buttons here, right? If you've got a really strong pattern in your texture, it's pretty easy to flip it horizontally and vertically. Using these, I think it would probably be better if I had the opacity up and you could see that. You can see the texture going in there. So you might want to play with the interplay of elements in your image here, along with the patterns and the texture. And just for grins
and
and
before you
giggles.
leave this, Kevin, I want to show one trick. Leave it back on for a second before you blend it. That's fine, overlay. Sometimes people say, well, after I've done this, how could I redevelop the photo? I'm going to show you a little trick. Go up to Add for local masking and add a basic adjustment.
Okay, learning as we go.
Now, by default, this doesn't apply anywhere. Click on those three dots next to the paint mask and tell it to fill. Now you have another basic adjustment. So you can go ahead and crank up structure, pull down contrast, play with shadows and highlights. And so you could redevelop the file here. Yep. So if it's not moving, did it change?
Yeah, it changed a little bit. Yep.
Yep. So, and go ahead and pull down the exposure so they could really see that, like with the main exposure slider. So that's giving you like a global light tool that you could apply to refine things after you've built everything. So it's giving you like another pass.
Yeah, that's great. And you can stack these up, right? If you want to keep going, you can have up to 10 of these local masks, right?
Yep. You could have multiple ones and you can brush and do other cool things.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
I love it.
So
I love
Christine,
it.
you're asking about
I did want
the texture kit. I've pasted the link directly into the chat pod, but I'll help you find it later on Insiders, but there's a direct link for you.
Cool. Good stuff. Good stuff.
So Kevin, our next guest is up. I know you know him well. I'm gonna turn the tables here and invite you to introduce our next guest. Elia, if you want to turn your camera and mic on, if you're here, I think you are. Awesome. So
straight from the Space Coast of Florida, we have Mr. Elia Liccardi. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you doing? I just caught your presentation. It was very cool.
Good. Yeah.
You guys are joining Richard and Vanelli for this. So Vanelli's on the Space Coast too, but since I know he's watching, he's not technically part of the Space Coast because he lives mainland. So just remind him of that a few times for me.
I will.
We're two of the only people that on the international team that actually live in the same town. Just kind of interesting.
It's kind of funny how that works.
But across
something
the
else
water.
to point out is I do have off-camera caffeine. If you see that sort of come up, that's how I get all this stuff done. So yeah, it's great to be here on our all-day webinar. And what are we covering today again, Rich? What are we doing?
So we're covering all sorts of things. So Kevin, thank you for joining us. And I think you're going to come back a little bit later this afternoon, Kevin, if you got time. So you can come back later this evening.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, and I'll heckle from beyond.
Perfect.
See you later.
So, so Elia, before we begin, you know, a lot of folks know you because of your YouTube series. You've produced a lot of education materials, but I'll let you announce it. But you know, we're happy. There's some exciting news. Would you mind sharing something you decided to do?
Yeah, so it's a little different than my normal announcements, but I've taken on a role at Skylum, an official role in partnerships to help establish more communities online and live, global, all over the world. And it's actually an interesting path that sort of led me here. And I've been working with Skylum for a long time. I've known Alex and the team for a long time. And when I sort of partner with people, whether that's, you know, an ambassadorship or a webinar or anything like that, I'm
your mic just went really quiet all of a sudden, Elia.
Oh, really?
No, you came back.
Apple
Okay,
on
you're
the
good.
phone,
It just disconnected for a second. Keep going.
Not my fault. Not my fault.
I got to grow my hair out like that so I can just hide the microphone. But first, I have the problem of growing my hair out. So I'm jealous.
Well, you know, that's another thing is I need to get it cut. It's getting a little out of control. But I haven't done very many webinars lately. So in my defense, whoops. Yeah. So it's interesting because when you see me work with a company, it's because I work with the product. And Skylum was really interesting because they've been around for a while with different products. But it was really interesting with creating Photographing the World with F-Stoppers, so Naomi, Lee, and Patrick, and myself creating all of those. My goal with photographing the world was to simplify things that were otherwise complex. So I told the guys that, hey, you know, I'm never going to teach complexity where complexity isn't needed. And that was kind of arisen from having searched YouTube and been so frustrated with the content out there. So that was my goal from day one. And as Luminar and the tools started to progress and everything started to progress, what was interesting about the Luminar team is they never approached me, and this is going back years. They never were like, hey, you know, can you try this or can you do this for us? It was always, hey, we're working on this and how can we help you? You know, how can we make your life easier as an artist? How can we make the tools more powerful? How can we make them, you know, better for your workflow? And that really resonated with me. And they took on challenges that I give them over the years too. Sky AI being one of them. I'm like, yeah, you know, a couple of years ago, like, that's a great idea. Like, that would be amazing. And then I secretly was like, they're never going to be able to do that. You know, like, these things happen. And I think now, especially last year, having taken on some of the Sky AI testing and also building some of the Sky libraries, because I'm in Florida and we have besides water.
I've been very jealous. I've seen you've added these incredible libraries. So you've been adding stuff to the Luminar X collection with these skies. They're also in the marketplace. And I look at that and I'm like, okay, so we've both been stuck at home and can't travel internationally, which is a bummer, but that's your view. And then I look out my window and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't bad, right? Like 3 months capturing sunsets. So I'd go to the pier, which is like 5 minutes away, and drink White Claw. So, I mean, that was a hard job, obviously. So I took one for the team. But Sky AI is a very interesting topic because it's something that I've done in photography for many years, replacing skies when needed, augmenting skies, adding texture to skies. This is normal. And for a lot of the client-based work, it's pretty par of the course. But when we start to talk about AI, people seem to get a little bit worried. And when I started taking on, people were, you know, really complimentary. And then, you know, sky replacement is a little bit of a polarizing topic, but I still felt like it's a powerful result. And that's really with Luminar is what I want to point out is this isn't replacing things. You know, it's not replacing you as an artist, not replacing a manual process. It's just another option. And the reason I use it is because it's a powerful option. It processes the raw. It's non-destructive. It's really not. Oh God, like 5-foot prints, 6-foot prints at a gallery in Sharjah, and they look great. So it's really essentially these tools have been developed for artists, but have maintained that power regardless of whether they're a one slider approach or a few slider approach. So working with Luminar has been great because they always are a community minded company that genuinely wants to help, and they want to help the artists' communities grow, and they want to do that. So I'm happy to kind of join and sort of help that. So I want to help relationships, whether Alex said too is B2B and B2C, which I'm still learning all the terminology for, by the way, but also ambassadors, artists, creators, everybody out there. I've been on every end of the spectrum, whether it's, you know, really just being homeless with my wife for location independent and you know, really looking for that next work that can drive me forward, or pitching my ideas to a company and saying, look, this is what I'm passionate about. And now I feel very fortunate to get to, you know, expand on that from both sides and say, hey, you know, here's this amazing software and we want to help empower you and what you're working on.
That's awesome. So Alaya, I've spent some time with you watching you edit. You have a very deliberate way you do it. You're very intuitive, yet you also pay attention to lots of things that a lot of people don't when you're editing. You really have some precise areas of focus. Would you mind walking us through one of your edits?
Yeah, let me go ahead and share my screen here. And this is the first time, allow Zoom. Yeah, okay, this is the first time I've used Zoom on here. So allow Zoom to actually.
Yeah, it's going to tell you have to quit. You don't have to quit. You could still just click OK and it'll work.
Okay, I'll do that later. Yeah, so I also changed the resolution on this because it is the first time that I've used this monitor as well. So let's go ahead and share the screen here.
It's working.
Close this, and that's fine. Let me just close system preferences again. Okay, so I modified the resolution. This is a 4K monitor, so it should be easy to see. And what I've done is I've kind of just selected a broad range of images for Sky AI Update 2. And there were a couple things in Update 2 that changed. And I think that a lot of what was communicated kind of talked about the reflections, which is really, really interesting. But some other things that changed, really specifically changed, were the relighting tools. So it's something that has always been difficult with sky replacement traditionally. whether the masking is simple or complex, it's getting those colors to play within the highlights, shadows, midtones, or even the warm and the cool tones. So now with a really simple sky, and it's not too ambitious, and I'm going to explain when you go too ambitious with skies, we automatically get a reflection, and we can change that amount a little bit. So instead of having to do any masking later, I can control this reflection. And in water like this, it's great because it saves. But we also have scene relighting. And this is not new to Sky AI, but what's new are the refinements. And we always had a relight strength, which can be really nice. Now, notice it's also working in the sky, but also in the shadows and the trees here. The other one that we can do here is the relight saturation. Now, this is really important because if you're trying to create vibrancy in the scenes, this can give you a nice result. And I'll have some really good examples for that. I don't typically have humans, as Richard knows, he's tried to get me to put humans in my shots before. So the relight human is really useful when in the shot. So the AI technology goes in there and figures out where they are and allows you to control the relighting on them, which is very powerful because you don't necessarily want them to have as much bounce light on their skin tones. So this is really useful, but it kind of comes down to a foundation first. So all of the skies that I'm going to be using today, they're a combination of the 10-pack that the team named Gloomy Twilight of Blue Hour Skies. I really like the name. That comes with the Luminar X membership for free. And then there's another Epic Sunset pack that I've sort of loaded in. So a lot of this stuff can be really simple. So if we go back to the original of this photo, and I just go ahead and reset it. This was captured, I think the last time I was in Santorini was 2015 or 16. But I mean, the last time any of us were anywhere was some time ago. So we're all kind of feeling like we want to go.
There's one thing you did there that I think is important, and that was the sky you replaced looked like it belonged there, like it was geographically appropriate, seasonally appropriate, and time appropriate. There's times when I see people like, the sky replacement doesn't look good, and I'm like, well, last time I checked, I never saw a Milky Way over the Las Vegas skyline.
Well, that's it, right? And that's what I said before, and I'm glad that's perfect transition to being too ambitious, right? I blend time. I can't put a sunset with a Milky Way. I mean, I could, but I'm not going to do that. And that's similar with sky selection. You're absolutely right. Like we can go all in, and put a galaxy in, but we're not going to do that. I want to put a sunset in here because it's the last light. It's actually technically a golden hour, and there's packs on Marketplace for just the golden hour. So if I go way, way too ambitious on this, and this is with the sun in frame, it might not look right. It's going to overpower the image. It's not horrible, but it's going to overpower the image. It's going to look off with the color tone. It doesn't mean we couldn't better match it, but it just doesn't really belong there. We have to start thinking about that in terms of believability. So while we might want to use the most powerful sky ever, we have to start thinking it in terms of subtlety. So something like this that I had before is a little bit more subtle, and it matches the environment. Specifically, whether it is Sky AI or it's any other way that you're doing it, luminosity masking or traditional masking, when you have a lot of haze on the horizon and there's some mountains there. So the most important thing, though, is that's a cool tone already. So if we were doing a fiery sky, it's going to be harder for the software to match that, and it's going to be more work. So this looks a little bit more subtle. It's a little bit more nice. These areas are starting to look pretty good, and we can work with this. And one of the biggest things that I work with all the time is horizon blending. Now, horizon blending basically is the feathering that happens between the selection of the horizon, the geometry, and the sky itself. So right now you can see that's the edge that it's sort of picked. And we could refine it a little bit to get the mountain back in there, but what I like to do is just blend it. So thinking about the color on the horizon being a good blending point into itself. So since this is already kind of a cool tone, it's an easy blend into itself. From there, we can do a little bit to try to refine it. We can change the global. And if you make big changes in this, you'll see, mainly we're seeing it around here. And we can just start to refine and adjust that a little bit, just so it sort of comes in on the edges, closing gaps and fix details. This is going to allow you to tweak the result and sort of get these edges and different refinement in place. And what I like, those usually works pretty well by default. So if we start to get a nice result on this and we don't go too ambitious, it's a little easier to make it believable. And that's really important. And that goes back to what you were talking about. It's not just ambition, but it's believability. And that also comes down to not only the color of the sky, the drama in the sky, but also the sun placement. So in this case, you can see that the sun is coming from the left side of the image. So the way that it was oriented before was correct. So we keep the hot spot over on this side. So it is in the right general direction. And it's pretty easy to also change that if we want to offset it or we want to scale it, just to get the different details
that ability
in.
to offset is new, Elia, with this update, so that you could precisely put it where you want. Sometimes people struggle knowing which way the sun was coming from. And before you laugh, I know that's easy when you took the picture and obviously you see it, but are there any, can you just give a tip? Like, what do you look at when you're looking at the picture when you want to refresh your brain, as in where the sun was, if you don't see the sun in the original picture?
Well, let's look at this one for a really clear example. You're on the left. It's really obvious the sun direction is coming. You follow the shadow direction, casting to the right or casting to the right and down during the golden hour. But if we start moving into the twilight or the blue hour, it gets a little bit more difficult. So arguably, where's the sun coming from here? We can tell because there's a hot spot on the sky because it was from the same scene. But in the scene itself, it becomes a little bit more difficult. What we'll actually start to see is this blue reflection on the face light on the left until the sun's all the way down. If you're replacing night shots, obviously the light direction doesn't matter. So the closest you have to a sunset or a golden hour, or if the sun is up, becomes easier. But basically just look for that highlight and also that portion of the sky. If it gets more difficult than that, a good example being here in Matera in Italy, if I show the before image for this, let's get it. These are also, some of these are quite large files too. So there we go, perfect. So here it becomes a little bit more difficult. So following that same guideline, Richard, where do you think the sun position is coming from on this image?
To me, the horizon is brighter off to the right there. So I'm assuming that it's coming from, slightly from behind and sort of over towards the right-hand corner of the image, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe, and this would be hard to tell because we're dealing with a city and that could just be downtown.
Sure, that could be throwing off more light from the landscape too, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And but I see a shadow here on the street, although that could be caused from artificial lighting sources too, so.
Yeah, so you're not
it gets
the only
tricky,
one.
Doesn't it?
It gets really tricky, exactly. So in that sense, it can be kind of a useful thing to, whoops, sorry about that. It can be kind of a useful thing to select skies that are a little bit more ambiguous as well. So the sky that I've selected here is a little less ambitious, but also a little bit more ambiguous. It would work in both directions. So if the sun was setting, and it set a while ago here in this image off to the right, it would be believable that there'd still be some color on the strip of the sky, and it would be missing here because there's cloud cover. So in that case, it is sort of pairing the right sky with the right scene. And that goes beyond any amount of powerful masking or tools at all. That's just sort of picking something that doesn't break the look. And again, that horizon blending can be really interesting to try to get these things to fit. So instead of using the environment tools, like the adjustments here, if we wanted to give it a little bit atmospheric haze or a little bit of defocus, all these things we can do to match it. Sometimes if it's a simple blend and a simple horizon, just blending it into its own color like this can help sell it in believability. And that's something that's really important. So this was default, select the sky and sort of put it into the environment. And it works really well. And if we were to flip it, it still works pretty well. We could probably even get away with something a little bit more detailed in the sky, something that has a little bit more detail like this. That also works. It's a little bit darker. It's a little bit more moody. So we have a lot of choices here.
And I want to point out here that
it's not a fiery sunset.
Elia is working with his own skies. He's in the custom group, and you could just click the plus button and load in your own skies. And now with AI2 here, Luminar AI Update 2, you're able to actually browse those visually. So that's his custom folder. He can also just copy things into there and they'll update. So that way he's visually browsing those, but he has built up his own library. So a lot of people, oh, I don't like that sky. I don't like that sky. I'm always surprised. I'm like, oh, I'm so excited. They added 4 new skies with this update or 6 new skies. And I'm like, use your own. You know, those are just there as a starting point, but using your own works so much better.
Well, it's also having libraries, right? If you're shooting, you're a landscape photographer and you don't find a good foreground or a good shot, you can still shoot the sky if the sky's going off. I do that. I'll stop the car and start photographing the sky with whatever I have to add to that library. And
it's a good thing you're married to a wife who also enjoys photography, because if I do that, my wife's like, what's wrong? Nothing. The sky's beautiful. And
I know. It's like, who, raise your hand if you hate sunsets. Nobody's going to raise their hand, but raise your hand if you hate spending 6 hours in front of the same sunset. I mean, that's really what it comes down to with a non-photographer spouse, is you have to convince them to stay there like the whole day or the whole night. But it is true. And these packs are great. And if you're working by volume, and a lot of real estate photographers, they're going to want the blue sky, puffy clouds. I mean, that's just going to be the workflow. So you can take these all day long. Sunrise and sunset require a little more planning, but you can still start to build over the
So Mark is asking about resolution and bit depth of sky replacements. So the built-in ones are lower quality 8-bit JPEGs, but Elia, you made very high quality TIFF files for the ones that you offer on the store in your premium pack, and you can use high quality ones.
Yeah, these are just JPEGs for speed right now, since this is a demo, but my sky packs, I believe the Blue Hour is 8K. This one might be 10K or 12K or 8K, I forget. I built them at 16, I shot them 16-bit with the GFX 100, and then built them high resolution as full resolution bit depth in TIFF. So you can download those, but for speed, I'm kind of using these. So, and again, I give the option. You can use JPEGs for preview, but if you're going through stuff, I mean, those files are a few hundred megs sometimes. I kind of have JPEG previews, and then once I land on a sky that I like, I go ahead and select the TIFF for optimum resolution.
Perfect. Yeah, I just wanted people to know that you could use JPEGs for lower quality or speed, and then swap them out for the higher quality version later.
Exactly. And some of these images that I've had now blown up to gallery size are shot with different cameras. Some of them were 36 megapixel, 50, and even GFX 100. So I've matched that resolution of skies, and also understand that you can get away with lower resolution skies than you can with foreground elements. So this is 6 or 8K, this image, but it could be half, and I could scale it up because skies are a lot softer. It also softens the noise pattern in the skies. So you can get away with a little bit more in the sky. That's just good to know. So and that's good. So if you only have your iPhone, just go ahead and do an iPhone Pano 2. You might actually. So this is where it's fun, right? Like, I like this guy. It's a little bit of a longer exposure, maybe like 10 seconds, a little soft, has a nice warm spot here. It matches the environment pretty well.
So your mic's starting to cut out a little bit, Elia. I don't know if your iPods are low on juice.
No, it's something to do with the new Mac OS.
No problem.
And it seems to be like
You're back.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's something to do with we all love Apple. Do funny things. So getting back to this, sky matches pretty well. Another thing to point out, it's not too dramatic, so it doesn't distract from the texture of the foreground. Too much texture in the sky would just be too much. So we have the relighting strength. Now, the relighting is going to apply those color tones to the image. So you can turn this on a little bit, and you can see as I start to slide this up, I'm not just looking at the foreground, but I'm looking at the horizon. That's behind the tower there, and that's that blending point of sky to artificial sky. Relight saturation is going to help that color change a little bit. If I slide it, you're going to see actually on that horizon, it's going to become a little bit more saturated and lush. The nice thing about these sliders,
that was just added in update 2 that shipped last week. So if you guys are like, wait, I haven't seen that relight saturation slider, that's brand new.
This might be really subtle coming through on Zoom. It's not that it's not working, it's that it's analyzed it and figured out that it's actually right already. So a lot of these AI tools, when you change stuff and it's a very subtle thing, that's good because it's not actually applying this globally. It's scanning those pixels and figuring out where it needs to be applied, like relight human. There's no human, so obviously nothing's going to change with that. Reflection amount, it will calculate if there's any reflections, and in this scene, very obviously no reflections. And this is where it really gets fun. Now we have things that we can really help the believability: defocus, grain, atmospheric haze. Atmospheric haze can help sell the believability of your scene a little bit, even if you're going to make further adjustments. So if you have a very washed out scene, whether that's because it was shot and you had a color filter that was washed out, or it's just a hazy day, this kind of helps sell the believability or mute down the tones a little bit. Grain, you can match the grain. I usually shoot everything at low ISO, so I don't worry about that. Defocus, landscape photography, again, mostly everything sharp. But warmth and brightness is really important. So if we talk about warmth, and that's going back to that other scene, it was a very warm scene. It's a golden hour, right? So that we had to match the sky with. This is a very cold scene. So we can adjust that point. If I add warmth to this, it's going to add warmth not only to the sky, but also the relighting. So it's intuitively going to go in and warm up the warm tones, and it's going to mitigate some of those blue tones that I have there. I can also change the brightness to try to better match the sky with the composition. When I change the brightness, it's also changing the relighting. So if things start to look a little bit dull because you're putting too much color over pixels of color, you can adjust the brightness here. And remember that this is just a starting point. So now that I have something that I'm starting to like the look for, I can go back in and make changes. So I had made changes here to enhance. It's going to make those adjustments as if these two images are now one. So you can do adjustments on top. And that's what's really powerful about this. It's a raw process to put the sky in. You bring a high resolution TIFF in, and then you can start sweetening the image by adding these other tools that you usually use. So Accent AI, Sky Enhancer then will pick up that this is just a sky, and you can see that it finds the horizon line there and does exactly what it should be doing, whether this is a replacement or a normal sky. All the light options here, we can still make changes here. And what's nice about this, and I'm going to tie something in that you tied in with Kevin about this, Richard, is the light tool works independently to better help you match things. So if I wasn't using Enhance AI to better match this in the beginning, if I use the light tool and change the exposure, change the highlights, bump the shadows like this, I can start to match my scene independently of the sky. That's really important too, because we still need a tool to be able to blend things together before we start doing adjustments over top. Now, before I wrap up in the next few minutes, I'll show how to overcome that. But from here, we can start adding everything that we usually do. So Enhance AI, we can use something that's kind of fun here. Under landscape, there's golden hour. A golden hour works really well tones. So it's going to kind of warm up everything. But you can see around the sky here, it's starting to get this really, really warm look in the center spot. And what's nice about this, since we don't have any foliage, we don't have anything else landscapey, I might say, in this image, we can very quickly just paint it into the area that we want it to keep. So here I can say, you know what, let's just go ahead and put this right in the middle of the image here.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's a quick way to do things. Of course, there are other ways to do it besides landscape, and we can get into those nuances of color. What you brought up with Kevin is interesting too, because you brought up super contrast.
I know you're a fan.
Yeah, it's if you think about it.
In fact, I think you helped name this tool.
I did help name this tool. Yeah, super contrast and color harmony. Yeah, it's really interesting because it does something a little bit differently than the standard light tools do, right? Like we can adjust shadows, highlight, midtones, blacks, whites, white balance all day. We do that with raw images all the time. But what this does is it's conscious of that. So it's taking the white point and trying to shift it a little bit so that you're getting a little bit more. But what this does is it actually adds a little bit of detail and variation and contrast in between. So rather than just sliding all the highlights to the left to pull the exposure down, it's actually putting something back in its place. So it's making them a little bit more rich, and it's making them a little more tonal. So they have some varying tones inside. Midtones too, this kind of takes the place of a midtones luminosity mask. If you're using luminosity masking, these basically work that way. So in midtones, I can add contrast just in the midtones channel without affecting the rest of the image. Same thing with the shadow. Usually I'll go here to boost shadows before I'll go to the light tool. So
And that works so
between-
much better because if you tweak the sky, repositioning it or make a small change, you don't have to throw the mask away and start over. Luminosity masks, one of the reasons we took them out is that they're very problematic when you start to make edits. Like you can't go back and re-edit things without it looking very fake.
True. That's very true. And I think that super contrast is a good name for it because it does a super job. I don't know how to phrase that, but it is more powerful be under the hood than you might think. And that's why I really like it. And other things too, like landscape works really well for landscapes, but I use it for the sky because it's just so fast. Some other things too, here under color harmony, and Richard, you were the one who turned me onto this tool. There are a lot of ways to add brilliance, warmth, saturation. Color contrast is really interesting. It won't be for this image, but we have something called split color warmth. Now, this is really useful. When we talk about white balance in the camera, we have a global set point for our temperature, right? Cooler, warmer, and then we have an offset of green. Bottom the image to have two different white balances. In post, did my microphone cut out?
Just a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I see that it pops up. In post, we can use masking. We can say, let's put a warm white balance on the bottom and a cool white balance on the top. But a lot of the reason I have to do that is because of reflected light or bounce light. Blue hour specifically, lots of blue light, but everything else looks pretty good. So split color warmth allows you to change those tones from warm to cool in the individual channels. So in other words, I can set the warm point for the warm tones separate than the cool tones. So here, if I were to ramp this up, it's only going to affect if this image felt a little too warm, I could cool it back down without having to adjust saturation points. In a similar way, I can use the cool tones and warm those up in the environment. So you can see if I go too far, it's going to affect the sky, but very quickly I'm able to warm up these tones down here. And if I keep going further on the bottom, you can see that it'll turn a little bit magenta, but I can find this nice point where that reflected blue turns into something that's a little bit more palatable and believable from the scene. And it's also interesting too, when you think about this in terms of what historically we would do as we desaturate or remove the saturation in the blue, where this is actually filling it with its complementary color to give it that balance. So again, it's really powerful. And if it's affecting the sky too much, you can use a mask, or you can just kind of let it do that. There's all the different ways to do it. And just because I'm running out of time, there's a lot of different directions we can continue to take these photos, and I'll be back at 4 to do a little bit more, but I talked about the light. So this is kind of nuts and bolts what we're most used to in raw editing. And it can be a little disheartening sometimes when you think, oh, well, how am I going to adjust the sky, or how am I going to make these adjustments on top over both of the images? And you can do that by just creating a local mask. And local masks work as textures too. I'm sure you guys have had some good notes on textures, but a basic one is really interesting because we can just go ahead and fill it, and then it's just going to be a filled mask. And now I can control the whole entire image. Or do I have to? Did that work?
You can do it real quick.
Okay, yeah. So fill, invert, or clear, or what we can actually do, what I like to do, is start with gradients. So I use a lot of different gradients here. So for the bottom, for example, if we want to tune the shadows just in the bottom of the image, it's really fast to go here and say shadows in the image here. And you can see that brings that up. And then if we want to create another one, we can create another basic one here. And for the second one, let's let that load here. We can just do a fill.
Yeah, I think that's your first one.
This one?
Yeah, that's the first one you already had.
Oh, it is. Thanks. Let's change it. There we go. So this first one that we had here was a gradient. So I'll go ahead and redo that real quick. Yeah, this is a fun way to do it. It's a stacking ability that allows you to further tune. And really what it comes down to for me is a lot of global things that we're doing to an image. And then it's going to be a lot of selective things that we're going to be doing to an image. So even some of these things that we can do very powerfully, a lot of the times we still have to come in and do something very globally. So in this case, with the paint mask, I can do something for the top of the image instead. So we'll do another gradient here for just the top. And now we can start talking about, I'll reset this, and we can start talking about saturation, vibrance, and contrast just in that sky over the bottom of the image. So very quickly we can get to a point with the sky and then bring it a little bit further. And from here, there are a lot of other things that we can do, but really right out of the gate, we can get some pretty powerful results. And I really started leaning into this more because of the pandemic. I've been shooting for 12 years and I have this extensive library. This is just a small bit of it that I'm working on right now, of just all of these places that I've been, that I've either had blue skies or I have alternative shots that we call outtakes that aren't portfolio shots, just all these things that I've never used for one reason or the other. So the pandemic taught me to, always lean on things that you've shot before, because sometimes you can't necessarily go out and shoot anything new.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Cool. Hey, Elia, we had one question, which I think you have a good workflow for. People said that sometimes that they're getting halos when they do sky replacement. I think that's often because they've overcranked the shadows and highlights, which produces those halos in the image itself. But do you have any tips on how to avoid halos when you're doing a sky replacement?
Yeah, halos do happen sometimes. It really depends on the image. They happen less and less. The way that I can sort of mitigate halos if they are occurring is one, tune down some of the masking, tune down some of the tweaking settings in general and the tools, because over contrast and things like that can cause that. But in sky particularly, sometimes that can be the horizon blending and the vertical offset. So kind of going back to the way this looked before, it's clear blue, but when I start putting the sky in, there may be some haloing. And if you want to see haloing, the best thing that you can do is zoom out on an image as far as you can, and then you're going to start. And it's just easier to see when things are smaller. And if that's happening, just start leaning on the horizon blending a little bit more, and that's going to soften up that transition between the subject and the architecture and the lines. So that should fix it. And if that doesn't fix it, maybe pick a sky that the horizon blends a little bit better with, like that one in Matera where we had a blue, or Santorini where it was a little bit more match. And then you won't see that as much, because some images, no matter how you mask them, it's just, you can't ever have a clean edge. So you have to start to work with that and use the tools that you have to make it fit better with the scene.
Awesome. Well, Elia, we're glad you're going to be coming back, and welcome to the team. Our next guest is here, which is Hazel. Elia will be back a little bit later today. What was it, at 4 o'clock, Elia, you're coming back?
4 o'clock.
Okay, perfect. I'm not looking at the schedule, so I think that's what it was. So guys, thank you so much for all the great questions. We're going to work into more of these as well. Feel free to stop screen sharing if you could, Elia, and I'm going to add Hazel into our spotlight here. So welcome, Hazel. Glad to see you.
Hi, Rich. How are you?
Good, good. And Elia, thank you again for joining us.
No problem.
So we'll come back to Elia here soon. Hazel, we're glad to have you today, and we're looking forward to seeing some of your editing tips. We're going to be taking a look at a lot of different types of editing later, and at the end of your presentation, I'm going to give away another LUT pack for the Mood tool, and I'll show you guys how to use it. But Hazel, what sort of things do you want to show us today? And tell us a little bit about your photography and how Luminar fits into it.
I love doing a lot of different creative processes. I love to work with textures. That's kind of my thing, and getting some creative looks. So we recently, about almost a year and a half ago now, moved to Tennessee. So that view behind me is our view from the deck. And there's tons of great old barns and buildings and cars. And that's the kind of stuff we love to shoot, my husband and I. And so I'm going to use a couple of scenes that are local that I did recently. And I'm going to show you how I do some of my processing. So I'll go ahead and share my screen. And let me open up my Luminar. So I preloaded a few things to make it quicker for today's presentation. So I'm going to start with this scene over here of there's a railroad trestle next to it, but we get these nice reflections early in the morning over this farm over here in the background. And it's a nice enough scene, but I was very excited when the reflections came along because I wanted to change the sky in this and I didn't want to mess around with the reflection. So this is a perfect kind of image for that type of a process. So I'm going to go into this one. I am going to start with a template. So let's switch over there. And I went into this nature category, and from here I used the Sunny Small, and it just really made the colors pop.
Yeah, I like how it brought out those fall colors there. It just
Yeah,
was
because
so warm
this
and
was
inviting.
I think this was like very late October, early November. And I did bring it back just a little bit to pull back a little bit of that brightness on there. And then we're going to go into our edit. And I really didn't do much other tweaking at this point. I did jump right into, let's get back to the right tab here, right into the sky replacement first. So I'm going to go into the skies and my selection. I am using my own skies today for these. I've loaded a whole bunch of my own in here. And the one that I want is, where to go?
And I just want to point out that when she said she's loaded a bunch of her own skies in, she has indeed loaded a bunch of her own skies in, but now she could browse them with thumbnails so she doesn't have to guess or remember, I think I wanted Orange Sky 43.
Exactly. Although when I write it down in notes, it's like, okay, I know the name of this, so that finding it again, it's like, which one is it? So they need to have little, I'll put this in as a suggestion when you hover over it. Sure. If you can get the name popping up, that would also make it easier for those of us who do a
left
lot
brain,
of
right
teaching.
brain sort of thing.
Yeah, just so that you can remember, where it is. So this one, I'm going to start here, and I did want to adjust it a little and bring the clouds up. So I'm going to go into the orientation, and my vertical offset, I brought to like -40, so we could bring down some of what was hiding up at the top there. I wanted to see that line of clouds. There it goes. And then the relighting, I went down here and I upped that strength just a little bit more to really bring out those fall colors.
Yep, and what that relighting is doing is it's matching the lighting of the scene to the lighting of her clouds. So think of the relight strength as being more about exposure, and then the separate saturation would introduce a color cast to match the lighting of the sky.
Correct, thank you. And then I'm going to go into that reflection, and I did up that a little bit to make that stand out a little bit more on the water, because it's not a super strong sky with a ton of detail, but I really wanted to get that nice reflection because it is how it typically looks over there. And then I did go into the sky adjustments and changed my warmth a little bit to match the scene, and I did brighten it just a little bit there, just to make it a little bit more matching. And then we're going to go up to our essentials, and then I did go into my denoise, and I did a little bit. The sky was a little bit noisy to me, so I brought in a little bit of the denoise here. And then we're going to go all the way to the bottom to our professional. And I love the super contrast. This is just fabulous. And I know you've talked about it earlier today. I saw in some of the early sessions. And I really love the way that you can target the different areas. It's not a global contrast.
Yeah, it's nice. And we've got cool tools like that. Like you'll notice how super contrast lets you target contrast based upon tonal range, and then structure targets it based upon need. And it's just like how in color harmony, split color warmth lets you warm and cool based on what's already warm and cool. So these are some of those smart tools that make it easier.
And I'm going to up that warmth even just a little bit more. And we can see we'll do a split screen. You can see where we came from and how much it really made a much more dramatic image than what we had to start with. So let's undo that. So I'm going to go right into, and of course you would export this and, save it to your system. But since I already have it saved, I'm going to jump right to the next one. So this is another local building. We got to meet the property owner, and unfortunately they're going to be tearing this one down this summer, so I'm very upset about that. But he asked me to take some shots. I had done canvases for him, and he asked for some shots with the daffodils this spring. So they only had a few, so I actually added some in Photoshop. I wanted to give him a few more than what were really there. So for this one, we're going to go back up to our Essential tab. I did not use a template on this one, but I'm going to add a couple of textures to this. So we're going to go into our Enhance AI. I'm going to start with a little bit of accent. I just wanted to bring out a whole lot of the detail here, and the structure is great for that. And really pop up the details in there. And you could do up here in Enhance, if you wanted to stick with this sky, if you use the sky enhancer, you could bring out a lot more color in there. But I wanted to give this a really dramatic, kind of a almost eerie look is what I was going for. So we're going to do something different with some textures. So we're going to come down to the creative section. We're going to change out that sky. Again, I'm using one of mine. And find it again. Yes, I do have quite a few in here. Let's see. For my dark blue one. That one. It just takes a second to pop in there. There we go. And again, I did change the vertical offset a little bit just to bring up the clouds to where I wanted them. And then I'm going to go into the augmented sky. And sometimes I also do this with brushes that I have in Photoshop. I have some that I created, but this one also works really well. We're going to put some birds in the sky. So we're going to place the object. And then we're going to slide it up here. Rotate it a little. And I made it a little bit smaller. And then we're going to move these birds. Come on. Little lag time there.
I'm having a Hitchcock moment here of the old house plus birds. It's like Funko and the birds merged together.
Absolutely. And I'm going to bring those down just a little so it looks like they just took off from that tree. So we're going to leave that one. And then we're going to go up to that local masking. And we're going to add a texture. And I'm also using a couple of my own in here. So I'm going to go into load a texture. First, I'm going to use this dark blue one.
Yeah. And there was a question, Hazel, that I'm going to tackle while you're loading that in.
Sure.
Could you add the flowers with Luminar? You can now. So in the local masking tool, you see how Hazel's been loading in textures. You could also load in an object and then using the brush tool, erase away or paint it in where you want. So the flowers she added could now be done in Luminar, but that was not easy to do until the recent update, the update 2 we just shipped. So now you can do it that way. So I'm going to let her keep going, but that was just to answer John's question.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great point that you can do that now. So I've sized my texture to match the size of my image. And I really wanted to do that, especially with this texture, because it does have like a darker, almost a vignette, border. So I didn't want to lose that off of one end or the other. So we're going to come into our settings and we're going to change our blending mode to soft light. And then I brought the opacity down about there on that one. And I did want to take some of that blue tone off of the building. So I'm going to go ahead and do a mask. I want to do a painted mask and I'm going to use the eraser. And I started with my radius fairly large. And I'm going to leave the softness and opacity I had them set earlier, somewhere around 50%, 50, 55. And I'm just going to paint where I want to get rid of this texture. So I'm not lifting off of the mouse, I'm just painting all with one stroke here. And I just wanted to get rid of some of it, not quite all of it.
Yeah, and the reason why that's working so nicely is her brush is only set to about halfway. So it's minimizing the texture, but not erasing the texture. So she's de-emphasizing the texture.
And then to get rid of it off of the chimney, we can make the brush a little smaller and just kind of do a little bit of painting in there. And you could really fine tune the mask, of course, as detailed and closely as you wanted. I'm doing it a little quickly right now. And then we're going to add another texture. So I'm going to go to my add and load this one. I'm going to use this dark gray. And then we're going to go into our settings. I'm going to change this one. I actually did this one a little different than normal. I went with multiply, and it's going to start out really dark, but we're not done yet. So I'm going to do some adjustments with the brightness and contrast, which is different than how I normally do textures, but it really worked well with this one in here. And again, I'm going to also place that I need to resize that a little bit so we can see the top edge. Come on. It's a big texture. It's a square texture, so, and we're on a rectangle image, so it's a little bit of playing around with it. But again, I wanted to keep that border that it had. And then the last thing I was going to do is to show you if you wanted to add your watermark, you could just go back into the add again, and I have it loaded. It's a PNG file, so it has a transparent background.
And if you guys don't know how to make one of these, there's several different ways. I'm guessing that you probably made yours in something like Photoshop where you're comfortable, but there's online image editors. And I'll put one into the chat pod, for example. There's one called Online PNG Tools, and there's a free thing where you just load that, Vanelli mentioned earlier, hey, you could, write your signature on a piece of paper and then just take a picture of it. Well, this will give you that flexibility to turn it into a transparent PNG. So I put a link in there. You can make these with PowerPoint, with Apple Keynote, with lots of tools. We're just not a layered image editor, but I love that there. So now this way, your PNG also has a drop shadow on it. Yes. So that works great for what we call type on pattern. Because if you just had a light watermark with no drop shadow, it'd be hard to read in the brighter areas. But by having that contrasting edge, you've got the perfect watermark because it works on both light and dark.
And that's why I have a black stroke outline around the white letters to also help if you're on a lighter colored image, then the stroke helps it stand out as well as the drop shadow. So yeah, I've been creating some for a long time. It took me a while to perfect it and kind of get that one that works for every image without having to have a black copy and a white copy. And you can do them as brushes too, but then I find you're limited to just that. It's either all white or all black. So I like having the variety in that. So that would be my image on that one. So we definitely went with the dark spooky look with the birds and, kind of the almost nighttime type of a look. So
I really like the use of that texture. And, I think what I like here, Meredith, is you've tied things together well, meaning you have a color feeling to this image. You leaned into that blue. We've got that cool shade of blue on the house. And I like this better because it's not like you try to make it look like night. You make it like we're leaning into night, and I feel the change. You create anticipation. And that use of texture in the sky and that you layered on top ties beautifully with the subject matter, and it just feels like a more unified image.
Yeah, I thought I played around with a couple different textures to find ones that I really liked with it, and I like doing the little bit of grunge border. It's a little different than doing a vignette, and I know a vignette you try and do much more subtle, where the borders I kind of do a little more punchy and have it stand out as part of the image. So that's my style anyway.
Yep.
And I'm going to do just another real quick one.
Yep. Go ahead and load up your next picture. I'm going to answer
Sure.
2 questions really quick. So Vince was asking about the steps in the erase tool. You're not using the erase tool here, but I'll answer that one really quick. So Vince, on a Mac, we currently track the steps independently. We don't on a Windows machine, but that's expected in a future update. And when I say expected, I mean it's already working, it's just being tested. So they'll be adding that functionality so you can use the undo command for brush strokes. But the other way around that is don't go so aggressive. Just do smaller erases and apply each one, and then they're snapshotted in your history tool, and you can go back one at a time. So it's going to get better, Vince, but it does automatically work. Go ahead, Hazel. I just wanted to solve his question.
No problem. That's great. For this one, I had tried some of my own skies, and then I found one of Luminar's that fit this image perfectly, and you'll see why in a second. So actually, before I do that, I'm going to go back up to the templates. This was one that I had originally thought I did a pretty good job of editing the bird. It was, slightly dark. And this I took last summer right off of our back deck. And so we're going to come in here and we're going to go back over to templates. And it suggested animal friends. So I clicked in here and I was playing around and I clicked on this natural one. And I was utterly amazed at how good this bird looked with this preset. It brightened up those shadows so much more than I had done in Photoshop, and just really emphasized the beautiful rim lighting this had. There were clouds in the sky that day, but I got the better shots when it was in front of the blue area. It really made the lighting stand out. And then I just did pull back just a teeny bit on this preset or template. I'm used to using that word preset over the years, so I got to get used to templates. So then we're going to go.
Let me answer that one so everyone understands what the difference is. So presets only store the settings for sliders. Luminar templates can store a DCP profile, which is used sometimes with certain raw files to convert them to the way the manufacturer wants. It can store a LUT for the mood tool for the lookup tile. And it can also contain things like those PNG files, like the textures and watermarks that Hazel used. And so by using the local adjustment tool, you could save a template that has 5 or 6 overlaid elements, and it's all stored within that template. And then when you give it to someone else or you move it to another computer, all of those things move with the template. So the color, the recipe, the texture, everything. So that's why we call them templates, because they have things within them, not just settings like presets.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I had to give him the official answer there.
Oh yeah, no, you can describe that much better than me.
That's my job.
I know, and you're good at it. I was watching your first session this morning and I actually took some notes. I'm like, oh, I got to remember that. And some of the workflow things, I was like, yeah, that really works well. So again, in this one, I did use the blue skies from Luminar. And when I clicked on this one, it just so fits this bird perfectly. Give it a second to finish thinking. I loved the way this cloud went right around the head of the bird, and it's got these nice wispy clouds coming off the wings. It was just like it was made for this image. I thought it was just absolutely perfect. So the only couple things I did here was, because it doesn't have a true horizon, I just brought the horizon blending down to get rid of that little blue bar at the bottom. And this one was a little bit warm here, so I went into the sky adjustments. Let's see, I don't need orientation. We want to go down here to the warmth, and I brought down the warmth some to make it a little bit bluer, and I brought the brightness down just to here. I had this one printed on a canvas and it came out really pretty. And there we go. With just a few tweaks, I took something that I thought was a decent image and turned it into something way better. And you can see that in the split screen too. And it's like, oh, it just has so much more pop and life and vividness, and everything just was
I love that.
So much better.
And before we leave this image, go to your color tool for a moment. And, you know, this is where there's supposed to be a color cast because of the environment. But if you want to refine that under the color tool, one of my favorites is that remove color cast. And sometimes at low values, it can be helpful and just, in case there was any other color reflected from something. So it's just a nice way to go in, just a subtle amount sometimes helps.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm still learning my way around some of these tools. Some I use more often than others, but I'm definitely diving in more and more. And I find myself coming back to Luminar
so
on a lot of images now.
Hazel, we're about to bring up our next guest, but where can people go to find more of your content? And I know you have a blog and you have other resources. You lead workshops, I think, as well.
Yes, I do. We're actually doing some down here in Tennessee. We call them Barns and Back Roads. And we're doing a virtual creative conference at the end of June. Everything is on my website, which is meredithimages.com. And you can link to the blog from there and everything else.
That's excellent. Meredith, or Hazel, I should say, I'm sorry. Long day of lots of talking. You said Meredith Images, so I had that in my brain.
That's why everybody calls me Meredith. No problem.
No problem. Hazel, this is great. And I love just how you're willing to share your process here. And, folks, this is great. Like when you're shooting something like a bird, it's not like you could say to the bird, could you just fly over there so the more interesting clouds are behind you? Sometimes you got to live in the moment. And so I know that I see landscape photographers get very, some will get somewhat aggressive and say, we shouldn't have, we shouldn't be putting skies back there. But there's going to be times when you want to do that. And if it works for you, it works. So.
I do it a lot. It's like, why not? We have these tools and they're all tools. It's part of the process and it's all art. So It's whatever your vision is.
Absolutely. Well, I put into the chat pod a link for creating your own signatures, so that free PNG online tool, which you guys are welcome to download. And I'm going to show you one more thing with lookup tables here. I'm going to give you a cool pack in the chat pod. So for those of you watching us on Zoom, Hazel, thank you again for coming in today and sharing these things. And we'll catch up more again soon.
Alrighty, I'm going to stop sharing so you can do what you need to do.
Thank you. And then we'll have our next guest. Angela is going to be up here in just a moment. So let me share these. What I just did is I put some LUTs in there. These are analog LUTs, and I'm going to show you how these work. So Angela, you are up next, but let me just walk through the analog LUTs here. So what I just gave you is a really cool pack of vintage LUTs, and these create vintage colors. So first up, when you want to use LUTs, that stands for lookup table, they're used with the mood tool. So, you could take advantage of tools like enhance and structure to really nail the contrast and the dynamic range of the image. Then you can go to mood tool. And mood tool is a simple way to color grade. Color grading is the artistic manipulation of color. Now, some other tools like Lightroom give you 3 roller balls that you could play with, and that's fine, but it's not very sophisticated. LUTs are what the film industry uses and Hollywood uses as a way to translate complex color recipes. So you just click here where it says choose LUT, and you see lots of built-in ones, which are cool. And I had a play in making a lot of these, but you could see things like Tokyo, Seattle, etc., Monterey. And these are themed with colors. I'm going to crank this up a little bit. But I just gave you a pack of 100 vintage LUTs, or retro LUTs, I should say. So you're welcome to download those. And these are a lot of fun. So let's go in here to the lookup tables, and I just put them as a download. And so they're the analog LUTs. Again, these previews that you're seeing is because I have a third-party utility loaded that lets me visually browse them. But you could click on one of these, and there's all sorts of options. So I'll apply that analog look, and I instantly get that cool sort of feeling of film stock. You see this style of color grading all the time. I could load another one and go back and browse and find something that else has the feeling that I want. I want this one that feels a little bit cooler and darker. So there we go. And then once it's applied, you could still refine the contrast of it and the intensity of the color that it's changing. And then what's cool is you are still free to use the rest of your tools. So using color, I can go in and say, you know what? I want to bump up the saturation of the reds. And with my luminance slider, make those reds a little darker to tone down those lanterns. And you know what? I want to go after the yellows here and brighten those up so they really pop, make them a little lighter. And looking up here at the sky, I want to pull that out to really lose some of the blue in the scene so we lean into these golds and oranges. And you see how we were able to give that feeling for street photography before and after very quickly, which works really nicely to pull this all together. To finesse that, we've already talked about it, but remember, mystical is great when you want rich dark shadows, and Orton effect under glow is great when you want bright shadows. So that makes the blooming highlights, and you can do a little bit of each. I could say, you know what, blow out those highlights a little bit, but make my blacks richer. And with the colorize option here, you can warm or cool that. And then, because we're going into a street photography look, just a hint of grain. Remember, zoom to 100% when adjusting the grain so you could see that. And now you get a much faster real-time preview with Update 2. So you could really judge what's happening there. And that's going to work. So there we go. I'll put the link in the chat pod in just one moment. But we can have these awesome looks and really dial that in. And then remember, what's cool about that is if you like it, save it as a template. And now under your template section, it's going to appear right there at the top, My Template. And I'm just going to call this Tokyo. Oops, let me go back 1 second. I clicked the wrong way. Rename, not edit, there we go. Rename Tokyo Retro. And now I can go to other images in my catalog and apply it. Let's just select a whole range here and I'll sync those. Or I could have clicked on the template and you'll see that it's going to apply that. So let's just come up here actually. We'll take this one and I'll show that template in action. There's my template, Tokyo Retro. With one click, it's going to load in all of those adjustments, giving it that warm vintage retro feel. Then it's super simple. Just select a range of images, shift-click works, adjustments, sync. And it will take that adjustment and apply it to all the other images, giving it that consistent color grade. Look at how I brought up that feeling of the warm reds and the browns and that nice feeling in that off-white area so you feel that warmth coming through. So you can do some cool things this way, and syncing and templates is really the way to do it. And that's one of the underpinnings of Luminar AI, the ability to use these AI adjustments so that it will adjust intelligently to each image. Remember, you'll see those AI adjustments. They have the letter AI next to them in gold. Those are some really strong ones for you to use. Works well. Oh, and remember, atmosphere can be fun too. This ability to layer in a little bit of atmosphere, and you'll see different types. And then you could adjust the depth, but you could add in, that haze, and it doesn't have to get lighter. So this could be some cool things. All right, well, we've got our next guest here, and let me just put that link back into the chat pod. But Angela, you are a member of both our education team here, and you help out folks daily with Coffee Break, and you also help people with some of their technical problems. So you are doubly useful. You teach people how to get things more done with Luminar, and you also help them get more things accomplished or if they get stuck. So I'm going to stop screen sharing so you can start screen sharing. But what are you going to show us today?
All right, so today I'm going to talk about using borders and textures. I just watched a little bit of Meredith's segment and, she's a master. She's really good at this. So the techniques I'm going to show you are a little bit simpler, but ways that you can jazz up a few images with adding a texture or even turning an image into kind of a painterly type of image. So go ahead and share my screen and we'll do that. So to start here, Rich, I don't know if you can grab it real quick, but this insider's post where you have these overlays that you shared, that's what I'm going to be using today. So if you could pop those into the chat, that'd be super cool.
I will. I'm going to give people a direct link because if they're not a member of AI Insiders, they might not be able to access that. But anybody who owns Luminar AI receives an invite to AI Insiders, and that's our online community where we post resources and articles and tips and techniques and have daily lessons. Not 14-hour daily lessons, but twice a day, you and Vanelli hold half-hour get-togethers where people can ask questions and interact. But there's that texture kit for the paper, so you can download these that she's going to be showing.
Excellent. So I've got a few images here that I want to go through today. The first one is actually one that we did on coffee break last week. And I really love the fact that if you look at this image, it looks kind of like you're looking through a frosted window pane out on this canal in Amsterdam. Let me show you the original here. There's the original. So you can see it was already a snowy image. I popped it a little bit with a template and then applied this frame. And now that we have PNG support, which means it supports those transparencies, it automatically had this cutout and made it look like we're looking through a frosted window. So let me go ahead and walk you through the steps here. I'm going to go to adjustments, revert this to original, and then we'll start with a template and click back here to the for this photo. And let's take a look at what we've got. Scenery is one of my favorite categories, and I love this one called Fast Fix. It just adds a really nice pop of detail and contrast to just about any image. And I found it to be almost universally useful. So from there, I'm going to go to edit and straight into local masking so we can add this border. I'll click on add and texture and go to load texture. And I've already downloaded those textures that were mentioned before. I'm going to go to my folder. Now I keep a specific location on one of my external drives for all of my assets. I have borders, LUTs, objects, skies, textures, all of those things I try to keep in one location so they're easy to find when I need to get to them. For
yeah,
this,
and you don't have to add these to your Luminar library, nor do you put them in a special folder. Just pick a place that's organized on your hard drive where you can find them easily.
Exactly. So I'm going to go to this paper texture kit and to the paper PNG. The PNGs are the ones that have the transparency. So let's take a look at what we have here. Let me change the view here so we can, let's see here, columns. Oh, there it is, way over there. And let's make this bigger so we can see what we're looking at. All right, there we go. And so let's take a look at some of these options that we have. That black one's really nice. The edge is white. That's the one I want to go for. So I'm going to go ahead and click open. And that's going to place that over my image. Now it is a huge file. So right now we can't see those edges. So I'm going to click on place texture. There it goes. It loads, but you can see it's not lined properly. Click on place texture. And then I'm going to make this much smaller. And now I can see the bounding box of that texture. And I can more easily place that right where it needs to go. Now I did that. I'm going to hit return on my keyboard to commit that and move this back to fit to screen. And now my texture is placed. It's automatically an opacity of 50%. To go ahead and get that frosted window pane look, I'm going to pull that up to, let's say about 90%. So we get a little bit of the detail coming through the edges, but not a lot. And there you have it. That's a really, really quick and easy way to do that. Now this texture does bring in some, I don't know if I'd call it grain, but kind of, texture here in the sky. If you don't like that, you can always click on the erase tool. And I'm going to use the bracket key on my keyboard to make this much bigger. I'm also going to bring the opacity down and then just erase some of that texture where you don't want it.
And that was by design with this one. Angela, could you press the / key too so the mask just stays on so people can see it?
Yep. There we go.
So in this one, when we made this one, we made this from a real piece of ripped canvas and it had a texture feeling. So we wanted to leave some of that in, but we do have frames in that texture kit that don't have that are clean. And we'll give you a couple extras of these. Actually, I'll upload some now and I'll give you some bonuses that aren't in this texture kit at the end of Angela's presentation. But keep going, Angela, this looks great.
So, I mean, I do like the texture that's there and I think it does add something to the rest of the image, but that sky right there, it just was looking a little too crunchy for my taste. So that's why I just grab that eraser and take that out of there. And then I can call that done. And there's the before and the after. So with the help of a template and then adding that frame, I've made a really cool frosted window pane look. So that was example number one, really quick and easy. Example number two, I'm going to go to this image here of my cat. This is Glenn Levitt. And recently my photography club has a challenge going and it's to do an image. The theme is regal. And so he's always very proper looking. So I grabbed several images of him and I thought it would make it look really cool to make it painterly. So he's up on top of his perch. Here's the original. So I got him in really good light. It was, light coming in through a big sliding door. And so I've got great catch lights in his eyes, but it's a bit distracting behind him. So I used some textures and a few tools in Luminar AI to get here. So
yeah, I like it because your eye is no longer drawn to that bright platform that he's on. Instead, it goes right into the cat.
Exactly. All right, so let's walk through this one. This one's a little bit more involved. So I'm going to click revert to original. And you can see that it's actually a much bigger image than I was showing in the after image. So for this one, I'm going to go straight to the edit tab into my
Tips
tools.
when shooting children and animals: shoot a little bit looser because they move.
Yes, definitely. All right, so I'm going to go to composition AI, and I'm going to change this. I don't remember what aspect ratio I used. I'm going to definitely straighten this out so that platform is straight. And then let's come in here from the left and bring this up, I think right about there. And I'm actually going to leave that aspect ratio right about where it is. And I'll hit return on my keyboard to go ahead and commit that crop. Now, in doing this, I've noticed that I have a little bit of open space here where the platform ended. I want to extend that over. So I'm going to go down to the clone tool, let that load up there. And I'm going to sample from this area over here and then bring that in and just extend my platform over to the side. And it doesn't have to be perfect. The reason being is we're going to darken that up, and it's really just kind of anchoring the subject to the photo and giving us that little bit of continuation, but we're going to mask out so much of it with the texture that the perfection is not necessary. Now, I want to darken up that platform at the bottom. I'll go to my local masking, and I'm going to do a gradient mask. So we'll go to add, basic, and I'm going to choose gradient here. And
so Angela, I got one piece of good news. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the team was so excited that we just hit over 500 people watching live. That was the cue. Awesome. We have a special treat. So the code Deep Dive will let you save $10 off anything over at Skylum. So you can use this to get things like textures or skies or extra things. So you can check out the marketplace, or if you haven't used Luminar AI yet, that'll let you save $10. So sorry to interrupt. We hit our milestone and we got over 500 people. So I was able to unlock that code. So there you go.
Excellent.
It's like an in-game. We unlocked it in-game. We didn't win the game yet, but we hit the next level right now.
Ooh, I want to know what the next level is after that. All right, so I've got my gradient drawn. Now I can grab the exposure slider and pull that down to darken up that platform. And so I'm going to pull that down pretty dramatically, and you'll notice that there is a little bit of overlap here on his paws. To fix that, I'll switch this back to the paint mask and go to the erase. And I'm going to make my brush a bit bigger using the bracket key on my keyboard. And I'm going to pull the opacity down a little bit on that brush and then brush this in to get rid of that mask that's hitting his fur. And just ever so softly bring that back in. So now that looks a little bit more natural. Maybe clean that up a little bit on that side. Perfect. So now he's standing out more. That platform is kind of falling away, but it still anchors him and gives him a place to sit. So now we can start getting creative with some of the other tools in Luminar AI and also fixing a couple of other small issues. He's got a little eye booger right there and a little speck in his fur, and I want to get rid of those. This is a portrait and I want him to look his best. So I'm going to go back up here to the top to the erase tool and let that load up. And I'm going to get in there and just erase that little mark there next to his eye and get that little speck out of his fur. So click erase there and get rid of those. And distractions be gone. There we go. And now to go ahead and give this a little bit of a painterly look, my favorite tool for this in Luminar is the mystical tool. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up and grab that amount slider, move that to the right quite a bit. And you'll see that that's adding a nice bit of softness and glow. And it does also affect the eyes. And I want to keep his eyes nice and crisp. So I'm going to grab my mask tool on the tool and click on erase, make my brush smaller, and just mask out the effect on his eyes. So that way we're not losing detail in that area. All right, there we go. And then we can further modify the mystical here. Let's see. I don't think I really want to change the warmth of the saturation. We can make this a little bit softer or a little bit less soft, depending on what you're looking for. I think right about middle was good. And then we can adjust the shadows. And usually With this tool, I typically move it to the right, but in this image, I want to darken up those shadows. Again, we're trying to make our subject pop out of the image and make that background fall away. So we've gone a long ways here. Let's take a look at where we started. There's our before and our after. We're already getting much closer to that painted look. From here, I'm going to go ahead and start adding on a couple of textures. Let's go to our local masking and add texture. And I'm going to go to load texture. And there were a couple of different ones I used in this image. I'm going to go up a level here to the paper texture kit, which is the one that you just got the link to download, and go back into my texture here, paper texture kit, there it is. And I'm going to go into the JPEGs. Now these ones do not have the transparency, which is totally fine. You can still do a lot with it. Let me go ahead and make this column here smaller so we can see what we're looking at and figure out which ones we want to add onto this image. So I'm just going through and looking to see what's going to add depth and dimension to this image. You know, I really like that canvas one there. I think that's going to add some really cool texture. So let's go ahead and hit return on the keyboard there to commit that and let that load up. Now I'm going to go to, actually, before I do that, let's click on place texture and then go to 25% so we can see the bounding box for that texture, and then resize it to where it fits our image. Let me bring that down. There we go. And again, this one doesn't have to line up perfectly. You can have it however you want it. And if you want to even angle those lines of that texture, you can turn it and make it a little bit off kilter if you like. It's completely up to you. I think right about there looks good. I might even bring this edge out a little further. All right, so I'll hit return on my keyboard to go ahead and commit that placement and jump back to fit to screen. And now we've got this at 50% opacity. If I pull it all the way up, it's going to obscure our photo. I want to do that temporarily here so we can take a look at our blend modes and see if any of these work well.
And Angela, while you're making that tweak, I just wanted to remind people, I put the download links to the analog retro LUTs and the paper kit. I also just added a new bonus called Torn Edges that even Angela doesn't have. In fact, nobody has, because I just made them this week. I spent a night ripping up a bunch of paper with my artistic 13-year-old daughter, and then we scanned them all in and made some new textures for you guys. So we put that in the chat pod. We also pasted the schedule of, there's more stuff after 5:30, but I pasted the schedule for the next 4 hours into the chat pod so you can see what's happening. So Michelle Grenier is next, then Evgeny Chabatarov, co-founder of 500px. Then we've got Scott Kelby, Darlene Hindebrandt, Gary McIntyre, Ilaria Licardi's back. Evgeny Chabatarov will come back. Catherine Everins talking about macro, and Rick Friedman, who's a photojournalist, sharing minimalistic but powerful editing tips to make images pop for photojournalism. So all that's in the chat pod, but keep paying attention to Angela. Just know it's there. You can scroll up and down in chat. Keep going, Angela. You're doing great.
Awesome. All right, so for this one, I'm going to go ahead and choose the overlay texture. And you see that's given this canvas texture to the entire image, but our detail still comes out. Now I feel like the detail of this texture is a little bit strong on my subject. So I'm going to grab my erase tool, make my brush bigger using the bracket key on my keyboard. I'm going to keep that opacity on the lower edge there. That looks pretty good. Maybe make that a little smaller. And then we're just going to start painting this to take some of that texture off of Glenn. There we go. So let's take a look and see what we've got there. I'm going to make that brush a bit smaller, come down here, get his paws, just grab those edges and blend that out a little bit more. Clean this up a bit. All right, getting closer, getting closer. When you get in here and you want to start doing these painterly type images, you are going to spend a little bit of time with the brush. Don't be afraid of it. It does help you refine your image and really takes your image to the next level when you take the time to pay attention to some of those details. So we've still got a little bit of that detail coming in on the edge of his fur. I'm going to lessen that just a little bit. And because we're using a low opacity, it's blending in a little bit more seamlessly. And we're taking away a little bit of it at a time. So your edges don't have to be perfect. So I pretty much want all of it gone on him. And then just a nice and soft blend those edges. All right, so now we've got a really nice texture going on behind our subject. I'm going to add another texture because I want to darken down that background and add a little bit of a mood to this. So we'll go up to add and go back to texture and load texture. And I'm going to scroll down here on this list and see what else catches my fancy. I think I know what I'm going for, but I'll know it for sure when I get there. And this is, you know, how I typically work. I flip through things. I don't necessarily have an end game in mind. I work it as I go. And I really like that sky blue right there. I really like that it has a little bit more detail around the edges than it does in the middle. And that cool tone is really nice. So we'll go ahead and click open on that. Let that place for a second there. Give it a moment to load up. All right. And now let's click on place texture and go to our zoom here, go back to 25%, get this place where we want it. And again, when you're working with a texture like this, your edges don't have to be exact. You just want to make sure your edges are covered, because if you don't, you're going to end up with a gap on the side. So make sure those edges are completely covered. There we go. The only time that those edges being perfectly straight really matters is when you're using a border and you want those borders to line up with the edge as closely as possible. So I'll hit return on my keyboard to commit that, and we'll go back to fit to screen. All right. I'm going to move this opacity again up to 100 and go into my advanced settings, and let's scroll through these blend modes and see what works. Multiply looks good. Let's see. I'm going to go with multiply. And the reason for that is I like that it's kind of darkening down some of what's going on back here. I'm also going to take that brightness and bring this down a bit more. And I think that's looking pretty good. And then I'm going to grab the opacity and pull that back a bit. Now you'll notice that our subject is a bit obscured here, and that's not really what we want. But we made a mask with the last texture that we can use again. So I'm going to go back to my first texture, go to the ellipses tool or ellipses menu, and I'm going to copy my mask, then go back to texture here, click on the ellipses again, and hit paste. And that's going to copy that mask from the first texture to the second texture. Now I can go and I can modify this a little bit more to make it really work the way I want it to. I might pull that brightness back up a little bit, adjust this a little bit more. Let's see here. Just kind of playing the sliders as I go. And you can see that this is, since we have that blue texture that we're working with, as we're going through, we're actually changing the hue of that. So if I want to make it a little warmer or a little cooler, I can do that as I go along the spectrum of the hue here. I think maybe right around, yeah, right about there looks pretty good. All right, I'm liking where we've taken this. I think I might want to back off on the opacity, maybe add a little bit more. Again, I'm trying to kind of obscure this darkness back here. What I might do is grab my brush and just ever so slightly get that edge right there a little bit more cleanly. There we go. And now our subject really pops out. We've added some nice texture detail. We've isolated him from the background and given it a really nice painted look. So this is a portrait of your pet or whoever you're wanting to capture. And we've gone from this to this. So that was a lot of fun to do. And I really like how it turned out. Any feedback or questions in the chat, Rich? All right. So let me go to my third example that I have here. I'm not hearing you, Rich, you're muted.
Sorry, let me bring that live. I'm just juggling a million things, trying to make sure that our next guest has it. Can you just reference when you're making these, when you store the template, how does that work? And how do you access it again in the future if you want to pull that in?
Absolutely. Well, let me go back here to this picture of Glenn. And I did this completely from scratch. So let's say I wanted to do this again on another image, and I wanted to have all of those components ready to use for another use. So I can go here into my edit tool. Down here at the bottom, because I didn't use another template, it just says my template and edited. I can click on that ellipses and click save, and that'll automatically get saved into our templates menu. And you can find that by going to templates. And let me back out of this here under my templates, and you'll see that we have here my template edit. I can click on this to rename it and call this Glenn Levitt. That's his name. And then if I ever want to use that exact same process again, I just click on Glenn Levitt and it'll apply not only the settings I used for mystical and things like that, it's also going to bring in those textures that I used. So you'll still have to do the masking and maybe a little bit of adjustment to the placement depending on the dimensions of the image, but those components are all still there.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And Angela, you're going to be back a little later tonight as well. Are you coming back to join us?
I am.
Good.
Definitely. I'll be joining.
Awesome.
I think it'll be what? I don't even know. I'd have to look at the schedule again.
So I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping announcements. But before I switch over, Angela, is there anything else you wanted to share before I do a couple of housekeeping announcements before our next guest?
I had one more image and I can just briefly show it. And yeah, I mean, it's not a very complicated one. Again, I used a template to just make the bear pop a little bit. And then I added a texture that I had snow. And this is a texture pack that I got from Gary McIntyre, who I believe is going to be a guest later on today. So maybe he'll be able to give the link for these as well. I know it was something he gave away a while ago, but I love this snow texture. Here's the before, and then there's the after. And so I went into our templates here and I used the Bokeh Bright edit. Let's see here. Bokeh Bright is under, I believe that was under Amazing Animals. Nope. I don't remember which collection it was in. And then over here in edit, I added that texture and then I just painted out a little bit of the detail of the snow so his eye wasn't being obscured. I still wanted to have some of the snow falling in front of him, so I didn't paint all of it out. But it just added a different dimension to the image and I thought made it a lot more fun.
That's awesome. Looks absolutely fantastic. Angela, these are great tips. And I encourage folks, twice a day, Angela and Vanelli are doing a live show that you guys can check out. It's called Coffee Break. And one of them is for insider members. So you join Luminar Insiders at insiders.skylum.com. And you get an invite for that as well when you purchase Luminar AI. But you also have one a day that's on YouTube. And those are interactive, right? People can ask questions.
Definitely. So the one on Insiders we do over Zoom, and it's just a regular Zoom meeting. So it's very interactive. We have a lot of fun, great conversations, lots of joking around. It's an absolutely phenomenal group. So if you're in Insiders and you're able to join that one live, I highly recommend it. On the one on YouTube, it's also interactive, but it's just via chat. So we don't get to see your faces and interact face-to-face quite the same, but it's still a great thing to do. And we do the topics week by week. So the topic we do on Insiders one week, we'll do it live again on YouTube the following week. So if you can't make one, you can always make the other. And the YouTube ones are always recorded.
Perfect. Thank you so much for sharing that resource. I'm going to share my screen really quick and go over just a couple quick things. Angela, can you stop screen sharing for 1 second?
I just
Awesome.
did.
So thank you again for that. And let me just go through a couple of resources and then we'll go to our guest, Michelle, in just one moment. So I mentioned that we had a coupon code and we unlocked it when we hit our 500 visitors, which is awesome. So that coupon code is Deep Dive, which should be easy to remember. So you could use this to save $10 on any purchase. It's good for the next 3 days. So take advantage of that. And that works on all sorts of add-ons. So if you are new, you could use this on other add-ons. So I'll show you how this works just in case. And you don't need to buy things. We have free things in our store as well. But I just wanted you to see that. So let me just go here. So if you are on Skylum's website, what you would do is just at the top, click Explore and go to the Marketplace. And you'll see, for example, that there's some LUTs up there. So there's some free ones. So this set of color grading LUTs and this set of cinematic LUTs are absolutely free. So you could download those and use those for free. You can go in under texture and you'll see that we have a pack of found textures that I made available for free. And earlier you were seeing some incredible skies that Alaya and others had made. So those are available here. And so let's say you wanted that epic sunset pack from Alaya. Just click Add it to Cart and go to Checkout. But when you do, before you click the Buy button, enter that promotional code. So you just enter the code Deep Dive, all one word, and click Apply. And oops, let me put an all cap letter there. It put the space in it. So Deep Dive, no space. It auto-corrected it. Now apply. There we go. You see it took $10 off immediately. So that's the best sort of sale that we can do. And remember, when we were creating these packs, we worked directly with artists, so they actually benefit as well. So the photographers earn money every time you buy a pack, and we share that money with them. So you can check that out, and we hope you find that to be a good resource. So that code was Deep Dive, and you guys can check that out. So the coupon code is just Deep Dive if you want to save $10. We're going to go on to our next guest, which is a very talented photographer named Michelle. And Michelle is based out of Canada, and I'll be handing things off to Vanelli so that they can go a little bit deeper. Let me just switch this back over. But I've known Michelle for many years. We met through writing together for a website called Photo Focus. And Michelle's a sports photographer, but I'm going to get out of the way so that I'll stop sharing now. And Vanelli, are you and Michelle ready to take over? Can you go ahead and spotlight each of yourselves there, Vanelli?
Yep. I just need to be promoted to co-host.
No problem. Let's go ahead and give you some special
Here it
power.
is.
Doug will
Let me
need to
just
promote
spotlight
you. So
Michelle.
before that, I'll go ahead and spotlight you in the meantime.
B, you've been promoted to co-host.
I got it. I just found it.
And
Bonjour,
add
Michelle.
yourself as well, V. Spotlight yourself.
Okay.
Click on the 3 dots and choose Add to Spotlight.
Here we go. Bonjour, Michelle.
Bonjour, Vanelli. How are you doing?
Good. That's all I got. All right, so Michelle. Yeah, so Michelle, Rich mentioned you're an extremely talented sports and sport portraiture photographer. And you actually have a really cool pack of templates that just came out.
Yeah, it's just been released just like a week ago. I'm really excited about that.
And what's the name of your templates?
It's Badass Action. What else? What else? It had to be called that.
Yeah, for the sports. Well, so for today, what do you want to show us today?
I wanted to share with you a recent picture that I've taken. May I share my screen right now?
Yes.
Or yeah, okay. Share screen. Let me get the right one. Share. Okay. So are you seeing this Olympic weightlifter? So
He's putting up a few pounds.
Almost 400 pounds.
Wow.
It's 397 pounds. And Maxim, that's his name, he was doing a clean and jerk, a really heavy one. I'm gonna just move this. And I thought it would be like the perfect picture to share with you my favorite badass action look. And even more, I want to share with you how you could create your own one at home with Luminar. Is that a good plan for you?
That's perfect.
Okay. So this is my raw file. I just got Max. And let's say I'm going to my favorite look right here. So of course, my favorite ones are my badass preset ones. There are many different looks. My personal favorite one is called Dominate. Dominate? Dominate. How do you say it in English?
You're right, Dominate.
Dominate. And it's like a desaturated, highly contrasted look with lots of structure, which I really like to do like a sports grid look, which you're really aware of that, V, because you're the one who taught me how to do the sports grid look. And let's start from scratch and see how you could create this type of look at home. So let me go back to history and go to the original one. Okay, so this is the raw file. Basically, my suggestion for you is to use seven different tools. The first one I like to use basically when I edit any type of image is the Enhance AI tool with the Accent AI slider. So I just increase a little bit. And my secret tip is that I really love to use masks. And I like to paint my tools on top of another to create a really three-dimensional style. So what I will do is I will paint this mask, but only I will increase the radius only on the athlete.
Because when you're photographing, especially this event, you can't have flash with you, can you?
No, I don't. I never use flash.
Yeah, I mean, it would be bad. I mean, 400 pounds and you flash the poor guy in the face.
Might not be happy to see you there. So I've just painted.
Yeah, this is interesting. So what you're really doing is you're showing people how you would actually light it if you were allowed to use flash. This
Exactly.
is cool.
Yeah. And there are many tools that helps us achieve this result. And this is one of the tools, which I really like. So you can easily see before and after. It's a subtle start, but already you can see that it starts to isolate from the background. And then the second tool I would use is structure, because you've got to have structure. And if I do a zoom on my image to have it at 100%, and I increase structure, you will see that he chalked his hands, and there's a lot of chalk in the air, and we can see it right here. So I like to use boosts for small details. I feel like it picks it up very well, really nicely.
And a lot of people ask what boost does, but boost is like adding an HDR effect. Paying attention to the finest of the finest details.
I really love it. Sometimes I use it even more than the amount one here. And another tip I wanted to share with you is, if you really do like to use mask layer, you can easily copy and paste from a tool to another. So it's really convenient and really fast. So what I will do, I will go back into my Enhance AI. I will go back into the Add Mask tool, and I will copy it. So we remember I've just painted on the athlete. I'll copy it, and I will paste it on my structure tool. And then it's already done. And I will add, I will paint it just a little higher so it picks up nicely all the chalk that's in the air. So you can see right here, and I will do the same thing with details. So we'll copy this one. I will go in details. Let me just go back to, okay, so we can see the whole image. I will go generously with the details, and I will paste it once again. So it takes like a fraction of a second, and it allows me to keep the background as smooth as I like it to be, to really separate the athlete from the background. And you could see it's going really nicely right away. And I love the dramatic tool to increase contrast and decrease saturation. Let's say I'm going crazy with this one. So you could just really see what it does. Okay, it's like this wow effect. I feel like it's a little too strong to my taste. I will just tone it down a little bit. Maybe like this. And then I really love to add LUT to have like this color grading professional look. One of my favorite ones is the candlelight, because it adds even more contrast and a kind of a warm feel mood to the image. Let me show you before and after.
Oh, yeah.
I really like it. And you were talking about Flash earlier. And one way to do that is to paint the Enhance tool only on the subject. And you can also use, and I use it like all the time since it came out, I'm always using it, is the Face AI. It's like bringing your own reflector or your own flash. And I'm just crazy about it. I always use it. And because it's an AI, it's AI powered, if you have many people in your image, it works like on 5 or 10 people at the same time in the same frame. So it's amazing. Let me increase it just a little bit. And unfortunately, he was kind of struggling with the weight, so his eyes are not showing too much. So I could use, you know, the eye enhancer, but it won't show really nicely because there's not a lot to show.
Well,
to start with.
400 pounds has a tendency of doing that to someone.
And then you could do, you know, a little dark circles removal. I really love this face AI feature since it came out. And I feel like it allows me, let's say I do a photo shoot for an event and I do a batch processing. Before that, I would have never have, you know, like play with remove imperfection or enhance eyes or things like that, or smooth the skin. I would never do that if I had to deliver like 500 pictures. It was like a lot of work for, you know. And now when you create a preset or a look, you can save this inside your look, and it's going to be applied to each and every single image you're going to apply this look to. So it's amazing. If it was a female athlete, I would use a little bit of skin AI, but because it's a guy, and I want to keep all the details, the veins and everything, so I won't touch the skin in this particular.
Tattoos.
And yeah, he's got. Every time I see Max, he's got a new one on his. I feel like I'm going to have his 2 arms covered by the end of the year.
Well, that's a nice crop right there too.
What, sorry?
That was a nice crop too. How you had it zoomed in. If you
Yeah,
had
it was. You know, that's right. I really like it. Let's crop it. Let's crop it. I like the free composition option because, you know, if you're printing or something like that, you want to keep some type of ratio. But for me, if it's only for the internet, I will just go with a free crop and go with whatever feels like it's the right composition for my image. Sometimes I have really horizontal ones. Sometimes I have very vertical ones, just depending on the mood that I am in. Let's go with this. And we don't need the wall there. Let's go really close. Like this. As I'm cropping, do you have any questions or anything?
Oh, that's very good.
Okay, great. So we feel like we're more in the action.
I'm zooming right in.
And so that's how that would be like my composition. It was a squat clean, the squat clean portion of the clean and jerk. And when you're happy with the look you've got, so this is the before and this is what it looks like after. And let's say that I've taken like, I don't know, a dozen images with Max in this gym, and I want to apply the look to all the images. One way I can do that is just to save the look. So how to save your presets? You go, I think it's the same, it's placed at the same portion, I'm looking for my words. Sorry, I haven't spoken English for like a couple of weeks. So in Mac, it's at the bottom right.
Yep.
You have 3 dots. Is it the same in PC?
Same in Windows, yes.
Okay, Windows.
And that's your template.
Exactly.
Save it as a template.
So you just click on the 3 dots, save.
Yep.
And it's going to be saved. When you want to find it, you go back to the templates panel.
Exactly.
And you go into my
and
templates.
now we changed it on this new version to look at all of it's compressed in one spot, which is awesome.
Oh yeah. You mean right here? Yeah.
Exactly.
So to find the ones that you've saved, you go to my templates, and the last one you've saved shows at the top. So this one,
and from there
and
you
you
can rename it
Yeah.
You can rename it and stuff. And notice it actually takes a thumbnail image of what you were working on and makes it a thumbnail.
Really nice. So you can recognize Max, a small Max right here. And that was pretty much my tip.
Oh, that's great.
Sometimes another trick that I like to do is I like to add, to create like a moodier style. I go into tuning and I play with the shadows and I add a cool tone to the shadows, like so.
Yeah, because it's neat. Because now you can control the shadows and the highlights independently.
Exactly. When you go with balance, you can even decide what depth of the shadow or the highlights you want to pick up. Because I don't want to pick up the face, so I will move it to the right. And now it's picking mostly like the background and the shirt. And maybe this is a little generous. And you can see how I feel like for intense sports, when you add a cooler tones to the image, it makes it even more like moodier.
Exactly. More intense. Well, hey, that's great, Michelle. Now, you want to stop your screen for a moment, Sherry? Now,
Yes.
Do you happen to have a female athlete that you've worked on?
Not at the moment right now. Let me see, maybe.
Yeah, you look for one, but I want to answer a couple quick questions.
Yeah.
One question I want to answer that's way back here. I believe it was Jim. Yeah, so Jim, they're having problems. We're Windows users. If you install Luminar Update 2 and it crashes on you, easiest solution is rename your catalog. So typically your catalog is located in your pictures folder. Just put an underscore or something underneath in that catalog, rename it, and then relaunch Luminar again, and it'll recreate a whole new catalog. What's happening is your old Luminar and your new Luminar are using the same catalog, and it's corrupting it somehow. So try that as a solution, and it should be up and running really quickly. All right, I'm going to share my screen just for a moment. Now, it's neat that Michelle and I both, we attacked the situation the same. Now, here was a bunch of the FIT. In fact, I think you were with me when they showed up.
Yeah.
So here's a real quick FIT group. One thing I don't have in here is the very first image is where the man's not wearing any uniform or not wearing any gloves. And I just said to him, you know what? It's not going to look good. You have to have your gear on. So with what Michelle just did is a great example to where, let's say this image here, we'll go to templates. I already have it set. So my templates, let's see. I created one a little bit earlier today for them particularly, but here we go. So I used the base of it was the sports quit look. And then you could tweak it slightly, because like in your case, Michelle, you're dealing with different lighting conditions.
Yes.
So you may start out in one, and then tweak it until you get it to where you want it.
Yeah.
And then just resave it again, maybe as a different version, and then select all those images that pertain to that lighting effect. And then there's your batch processing. Now, what's neat about this is we shot it on black and did it like this. It doesn't look great like this. This is how we actually imagined it. So that right about something like this.
Yeah.
For the tech there. They wanted it to be on a postcard. And now with this blank space here was the player, his number, all the information about him. So sometimes in a case like this, you got to shoot wide or shoot excessive because the art department may want to do something different with that. So interesting. Now, Michelle, did you find a female athlete?
Yeah, let me share my screen. Oh, you have to stop sharing yours, I guess.
There you go.
Share screen. Okay, is it working? So this is an already edited version. And I love the fact that you said what you can do when you like a look. So this is
or a template now.
A template.
Now they're templates.
Another. So when you like a template, you just tweak it and you save it. And what's really cool is when you decide to get a template package or anything to really make it your own, you apply it and then you change, you know, the settings and everything. So it becomes your own look and you're not just using somebody else's look.
Exactly. See, and then that's the most powerful feature with Luminar is the AI. You know, it's coming out, and you start out using that template, especially for inspiration or motivation. You know, right? Because sometimes you're like, okay, you see an image, you're kind of stuck with it. You throw a template on it, you're like, ooh, this looks really good. And sometimes that's all you need, and you move on to the next one. Or sometimes that's what you need to get you started.
Yeah.
And then you go down the rabbit hole, and all of a sudden you end up creating this really cool template that just comes out phenomenal.
Exactly. So it's a great starting point when you have the blank page syndrome, or I don't know how you call this. And then you just try different looks and you say, oh, this looks really nice. And I'm going to add this and this. And then you come up with a really great looking image.
Awesome. So what are you doing extra to this image now?
I was just playing with, you know, I love, you know, when I do a black and white template, I like to add film grain, even if there's no grain, because, you know, it adds like this vintage feel to it. Maybe you don't.
You're right. Isn't it funny how you do so much to try to get rid of that film grain? and then all of a sudden you find an image like this, and you're like, you know what? It really looks good by bringing it back.
I'm going to add some. Yeah. And what's interesting is something you can't do when it's done in camera. It's, let's say I want to add grain, but for some reason, I want it to be more subtle on the skin or on the face of the subject. Then I can just, you know, erase at like 50%. So I keep all the beautiful features and details in the face, and still I have this vintage look to the rest of the image. And if I wouldn't have told you, if I wouldn't have tell you, you wouldn't know.
Well, it's that little extra, especially when you go to print, it fills in the gaps in some of the highlights.
True. Yeah. And, you know, a great black and white look. When you have a highly contrasted image, I feel it's a great way to save your image, because this picture has been taken, it was noon. Like the sun was right above us, and it was a really hard condition to shoot. Oh, wow. And I've decided, you know what? I'm just going to do a black and white and recover, you know, details in the shadows where I want to. And I just saved it as a great black and white. And I really...
So that original shot was outdoors?
It was.
Wow.
It's my only Olympic weightlifting photo, the only weightlifting photo shoot I've ever done outdoors.
See, isn't that interesting? Because people think when you think the Olympics, this was a qualifier, I take it. Right?
They were practicing, but some of them were qualified for the Olympics.
Gotcha. You know, they think center stage, all these lights, everything looks. No, you know, nope. No. It only can be that easy. So,
oh yeah, if it could. You know, usually in the gyms, it's really poor lighting and everything. This is why I love the face light. It's the real saver for gym and indoor portraiture. It's great.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. Well, that's great, Michelle. All right, I just have to do a few quick house cleaning. One moment. Let me bring this back up. Let me share my screen one more time. And here we go. Good. Are you seeing the discount code?
Yeah. Deep dive.
So, yep. So that's for those of you that don't already own Luminar AI. Here is the code. Let's see. Sorry.
Benelli, that's on all items, not just Luminar AI. So if they want to get Michelle's pack or they want to get Elia's skies, this is $10 off any purchase, and it applies to every item in the shopping cart. So you could apply it multiple times.
Got it.
So it's your chance to load up if you want to load up. So I'll go ahead and add that code in. Great job, Michelle. It's always wonderful to see those different tips and techniques, and it's really exciting. I know that you do some awesome stuff with that. One thing I just want to reemphasize here is that you've really made Luminar your own. You've come up with your own ways of using it. You've come up with your own style. A lot of people say, oh, I don't want to use AI because it's going to change the way I edit. It's going to make all my images look the same. How do you address that? Because you've customized it to your workflow, right?
Yeah, I did. I feel like maybe I had the same point of view about AI and I wasn't sure. And now that I'm using it like all the time, I just feel like it makes my work, it makes me more efficient. And I feel like if I want to add more or less, I have the final word on what I want my image to look like. And it's not a computer, it's telling me what my image should look like. So I'm working, with all the Enhance AI, Skin AI. It's just a big time saver. And you add as much or as little as you want. You save it as a template, and then it works for you like for a million times after that. So I feel to me it's been a great addition to my workflow.
Well, that's awesome.
Well, I'll get out of the way. You got another great guest coming, but Vanelli, whenever you need to, you can unpin that coupon code. Just remove the spotlight from it, but you can leave that up for folks. And Michelle, did you share your website where people can check out your work and see your portfolio?
I haven't. You mean?
You can put that in the chat pod if you want.
I will.
Just type that into the chat so people can follow up with you. And there's also some stories, and you've shared some articles in the insiders community where you shared some of your photo editing tips, so people can check you out there as well.
Yes, of course. I will be glad to see everyone there.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Michelle. Yeah,
Bye, Michelle.
Pop it in the chat before you leave.
Oh, yes, I will.
Yep. Now, ironically, Michelle and I met at a convention, and I ended up working with her, become one of her mentors. But this is where Luminar Insiders gives you that same advantage, to where when you join that group, it's free. You're in there to collaborate with other like-minded people, and if you have questions and you want to learn something new, there are so many people there that can help you and work with you. And of course, you have the rest of us there, to where you need to ask questions, you'll get your answers for the things you need. So if you're not part of the insider at skylum.com, make sure you join in on it. All right. Well, our next guest is here. And let me make sure he's pinned.
I already spotlighted him for you.
Thank you so much. Hello, Ev. How are you doing?
Thanks, Rich. Thanks, Vanelli. Good to see you guys.
A lot of the insiders are excited because a lot of your images we use for tutorials. So we always mention your name. So they probably thought you were like this fictitious name at Skylum and that you're not real. So everyone, yes, he is real. Now, what is your main job at Skylum?
Well, that's a great question. That's a great start, I think. What I do is mostly related to the partnerships and working with extending our business outside of the North America and Europe. So I'm mostly focused on Asia at the moment, even though I currently reside in Toronto, Canada, because we're in lockdown, as people might be aware. So, mostly focused on Japan and South Korea at the moment, helping our business expand and helping creators discover the tools that we have. So it's kind of like, I think my job is one of the best that you can have, kind of like just letting people try Luminar, fall in love with Luminar and learn more about it. And that's it,
Well, that's great. And again, as you're noticing a theme here at Skylum from our co-founder, creator, to our CEOs, to Ev, to the rest of us, they're photo enthusiasts. They absolutely love taking photos, and you see the quality of the stuff that they're doing here. So, well, Ev, what do you have for us today?
Well, that is true. You know, the love for photography is deep in my history. I've been doing photography as a hobby for about 20 years now, actually. That makes me feel a little bit older than I think I am. But what I have, you know, I kind of like highlighted a few pictures that I put together. A lot of those are available for people to use at Skylum as examples, but I also use them myself just kind of like to show the power of Luminar, to edit them, to post them on social media. These days it's mostly Twitter actually, not Instagram. But again, you know, it's kind of like where you put them, doesn't really matter as long as they see the light of day, I think. So there's a few images, and I'll be going back and forth. You know, for example, while I was preparing for this short session, one thing I was playing with is, of course, Sky AI, as many people who download Luminar for the very first time do. And a couple of images that I played with are pretty damn complex, and that's what I love as a first demo, as just kind of like a way of getting to things. Is getting into photos like this and say like, well, you know, this is of course an edited picture, but if I would have showed you, you would never tell. You know, it looks exactly as real, and I'm just gonna show you before and after in a second. I'm actually gonna do the before and after right here, and you will see that of course it's you know, boring blue sky in Japan. I think that's Tokyo, and kind of like adding a sky adds a lot of detail. And again, that's something that was impossible to do a few years back. I'm coming all the way from Photoshop, Photoshop 5.5, not CS5, but Photoshop 5.5 in around 2000 and either 2000 or 2001. And of course, you know, like if you want to do something like this back in 2000, 2001, that was simply impossible. I remember redrawing images pixel by pixel because my camera was 3 megapixel and I really wanted to, you know, paint it, you know, as a high quality picture and print it. But now it's a lot of things that are possible. And once I've done this image, and actually there's only the sky replacement in this one, I can paste it as adjustment from one picture to another, to the next. So this one has exactly the same sky, exactly the same settings. And basically that's another thing that I really love. A lot of times, and I'm just gonna get into that in a second, but a lot of times I have those photo shoots where, you know, it's 300 photos and you have to deliver them fast, because the first thing that happens once you finish the photo shoot is the question like, okay, when can I see my photos? So back in the day, like 4 or 5 years ago, I actually bought an Insta Fuji camera to shoot alongside with me, so I can give the like instant mini Polaroids, like those Instax prints, so people wouldn't ask me for prints right away. So that was my little hack to kind of like get them going. But with, you know, with all these tools, especially with Space AI, what I find really useful, and that's again, I'm just going to show you before and after, just a simple embedded sky. That's one of the pre-installed skies in Luminar. And I have a whole catalog of new ones that I purchased today. So thanks for a coupon code. And so, yeah, so with this, very cool to see how it works with all the lines. And there's a lot of power lines, of course, as you can see.
Wow.
And very intricate, and you can see all the details. It's not always like this on the start. So if you're not seeing an exact results, you have to get into the sky, and you have to look at the mask refinement, because it tries to guess the best it can. You know, sometimes it may not be exactly right. So usually, you know, if I load it up and I, for example, put it close gaps at a lower value, you'll start seeing a little bit of imperfections in different spots where it tries to guess, like, is it, you know, should it be masked, should it be not masked? You'll start seeing some power lines starting to disappear. And of course, if I play around with other settings, such as kind of like if there's another sky, this global adjustment will really help to kind of like cover those together. But in general, if I leave it as that, you'll start seeing that there's like little imperfections in different spots. Don't leave it at that. Give it a try. Go to close gaps. Go to global. My usual case is I put global a little bit higher just to cover the new sky with an existing sky, and do the close gaps a little bit higher so that it just tries to mask a little bit more aggressively. And in this regard, you'll see that the lines are back and all the little dots with imperfections are gone. So that is a very clean looking sky image. Not all images are the same. Of course, AI is, can be very tricky, but that's a great example of a complex image. Another few, like I was playing around, there's actually two that I want to show you. One, what I noticed is that between Luminar 4 and Luminar AI Update 2, this image shines a lot better than before. And that is, of course, like I know, working at Skylum, I know what's happening in the background. But before, sky replacement was struggling with this image quite a lot. There is a lot of kind of like less of a contrast, especially as it gets like far away, and especially as it gets to the arc. So in earlier iterations, it was really hard to, make sure that the white wall of this beautiful palace is not going to be like, covered with sky replacement. And, I'm going to show you the original. It's nothing to write home about. It's a usual kind of like a hazy weather in Taipei, and covering it with sky replacement, that where it makes a lot of sense. Another thing what I'm finding is we've been looking with our team at what the stock photographers are doing nowadays. And a lot of them are starting to use Luminar to share multiple multiple versions of the same image. So they would have like this photo, it's actually one of my better selling photos on photo stocks. And with this image, they would create like 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 versions with different skies and just upload them on stock, especially the ones that are on a lower cost side where you can buy an image for a few bucks. Getting more options means you will get more customers. So I think it's a cool tool to easily kind of like get more options and let the creative people, somebody needs it for a postcard or somebody needs it for marketing flyer or something like this, that makes it easier to purchase and spend this $2-3. So that's another image that I really like, just kind of like how it works with this. Again, kind of like I had struggled with this in Luminar 4. In Luminar AI, it's a lot more cleaner, and that image actually brings me joy.
Yeah, well, that's the 2.0. Going up another variation on it. It's funny because you tricked me on that last one, because when I saw it, I was like, okay, so why did you want to change the sky?
I did it on purpose. Yes, there's a few images where I remember we were actually here together in New York, and that image already has a sky replacement, and that image is used widely as well in our team. I just did another sky replacement for this one, but kind of like going and seeing that in different light. There's different reasons for that. First of all, you just might want to see that this image is better than before, period. No, I think everybody will agree with that. But the second thing is that if you're a photographer and you're trying to find a spot, maybe you want to see how this particular spot will look like with beautiful skies. Should even go back, does it make your trip there worthwhile? Because if it's not even worth trying, then maybe you'll go find another spot. And New York, you might take, I don't know, commute might be pretty significant for each individual spots. So in this case, maybe it will save you a trip if you can envision what it's going to look like. You can use the apps that will position the sky for you, so you can use Sky AI to plug in either the sunset sky or sunrise sky, so whatever actually matches the reality. And I think this what makes it a great tool. You can kind of like compose images, as most people do these days. If they go somewhere, they would have like a Pinterest board or something like this with images that they want to shoot or create, similar to mood boards of sorts, but more like travel boards, or I don't know how to call them. And that is a great tool to help them out with that. So that's another great example.
Yeah, where I can see it huge, other than real estate photographers trying to take away some distracting clouds, wedding photographers that are stuck in a really just a beautiful location, horrible skies. I can see a lot of my wedding photographer friends are all excited about that, so they don't have to worry about going to plan B or C. They would tell me that they walk outside, plan A, just get them up there, take a beautiful shot. Oh, skies are bad, plan B. It's raining, plan C. But they said that it
exactly. Yeah. And you mentioned a great point. Actually, for the last few days, I spent on the real estate sites looking at different listings. Don't ask me. But one thing I noticed that a lot of photographers are actually replacing skies these days, from the indoor shots and outdoor shots. And it's funny because sometimes by knowing where the horizon line, how it blends, I can tell if it's Luminar. And approximately, I don't know, 40 or 50% of the shots that I'm seeing are actually made with Luminar, which is very, very tricky, because you wouldn't be able to tell unless you kind of know how the technology works, how we put this horizon blending. And that is, a giveaway if you haven't actually adjusted that a little bit more. That's another great image that I already edited, and I'll show you kind of like backwards process for this. So you probably wouldn't believe what it looks like. I don't know if you're ready for that. Here's the before. And here's the after.
Oh, much better.
So there's many different tools that I used here. And what most surprising is that how easy it is. There's only one mask in this. I only use mask to just kind of like make the gold a little bit less gold. So there is the sky replacement included, right? That's the start. That's kind of like the first, a bit of a giveaway. So I'm gonna undo the sky replacement with the reflection, of course. So you'll see without sky replacement, this becomes a bit more, a bit too much, because again, there's nothing before, no clouds basically. Then there is, well, actually I didn't use the sun rays. Then there's a little bit of glow. Always nice to have a little bit of that, kind of like gives you a nice, that mystical touch. So I'm gonna undo that too. There is also a few more. One is right here, landscape, one of my favorite tools. So here I switched foliage and golden hour. So you'll see that golden hour highlights just the leaves and the trees, and I'm gonna do it to 100 so you can see kind of like how it affects that. So that is one thing that I did. And the other thing I did, the foliage hue. I really love this. This is kind of like, I guess, my thing. I shifted to make it more autumn-like. So we have the golden colors without actually going there, 6 months later to photograph in a different time. Again, many tourists, sometimes you don't get another choice. It's hard to get to a lot of crowds on the usual year. And, a place kind of like a bit of outside of Tokyo. So many people visit that, but it's still, you still need time to go and visit that. So that foliage, I'm going to return it to 0. Golden hour, I'm going to return to 0. And foliage enhancer, which actually makes the colors pop a lot more, just the greens and any foliage. That is something I use to change hue on. So I can do this too and make it into like very different scene very quickly. So that is 2 tools I've done here. A little bit of color, that was actually just to remove extra yellow on this palace. And that's because it was already too high with the foliage there. So removing this, another thing that I use a lot is hue shift. That is to mess with the colors. And I love that. That is something where I use it a lot, not to this degree as you're seeing on your screens, but just a little bit. So usually if I'm at a 0, I'll go to like minus, 8 or 9. And it's barely visible, but it becomes very warm and very kind of like autumn-like. So that is another little change. And lastly, there is just color harmony. Just very little change in here with the split color warmth. Again, I'll just undo that, and you'll see that it affects a little bit to give you that contrast, extra contrast here. Just kind of like add some more so you can see the result. And also the hue change, you can see that I can point to a very specific area of which is going to be affected. So to show you even more, look, if I do it at 100 and move the hue, it will affect specific areas which matches that hue. So I'm able to, if I want to make this gold area darker, then I can use that to kind of like darken that. But I can also highlight that. I can also do the opposite and just kind of like, just do a little this of a touch and highlight it. And again, like this is what it was before. Very regular image, and we made a very autumn-like, very rich, colorful image out of that with just a few tools. And the only thing I've done with the layers, not layers, the masks, was in I think it was in landscape. No, in the it was in the landscape where I actually just kind of like removed a bit of golden hue from there, and that's it. So that was a 30-second edit and about 30-second removal from that image. So pretty quick and easy.
And where was that taken again?
That's Kyoto. That's in Kyoto, called Golden Pavilion, very popular spot. Everybody wants to capture, of course, autumn colors. When I was there, it was autumn already. We can actually even check when this raw file was taken. That was September, and usually it's getting a little bit yellowish on the trees. I wasn't so lucky, so it was completely green, and I wanted to get this feeling because I knew that I wouldn't be coming back anytime soon to Kyoto at that time. So that's, sometimes it's just like that. Nice. All right. How about we go to another interesting tool and do the atmosphere AI? I don't think that many people, capture the essence of that. One thing that I really love is how, aware of its surroundings atmosphere AI really is, and that's going to be a great image for that. I'm not even going to edit anything, just going to show you this atmosphere AI, which is already here. So I'm going to just kind of like toggle on and off. But look, if I go to 100 right here, right, and you can see it starts to go around the buildings. So here it is, going from far, furthest point in the image through the water and closer and closer and closer until it actually hits the buildings and starts building up. And like that's like real fog, So all you have to do is just know the limits, so that don't go 100% on everything, even though of course you can. But if I just do it a little bit, like 55 here, 58, and depth of 18, maybe even 20, I build it up. I have this little beginning that I can use, and then I can add all the remainings, like the accent AI if I want to, a bit of structure, color, maybe add mood, which I love, of course. And we can just add something kind of like match it to Vancouver skyline.
And it's safe to say, when you're adding something like atmospheres, fog coming in, add it to an image that either already has some of it in it, or realistically looks like, oh yeah, this looks like it could have, fog.
Yeah, and again, it's like this little haze that you can see. It looks. This is kind of like before and after, because I did correction, but it's very not very noticeable, but it creates the atmosphere. And just kind of like for the sake of that, we can actually get another image where there's already atmosphere. So this is a real one. This is the real one. And all I want is to add a little bit of that atmosphere. I'm actually going to add a lot just before that, just something cold, that will remind me of this. But actually desaturate this. Mood tool is one of the best. I use it all the time. I love it. I played a lot with this, and we can create this like nice little touch on top of which we can add other tools as well. And so here, that's one ways. We can just add a bit more, make it a lot more moody, or we can switch and see if other types gonna work for us. So this one creates a bit on the lower side. Like even at 100, hey, looks like you wouldn't be able to tell. I can leave it at that. And we can see how it kind of like the trees are not as highlighted. You can kind of like, if when I move it, you're able to see that it's going around trees a little bit more. So that's a cool little tool. And other ways, again, like if we want to go further and misty, I think here I actually like this layered one, just kind of like very touchy, but done, like as simple as that. Very simple, very clean, edited the color a little bit, didn't touch Accent AI, for example, even though we could, but I think it just creates less moody atmosphere here. So I'm just gonna leave it right here. And we have an image that I'm pretty happy with. Maybe it's not a print that I would put on the wall, but it's definitely something that I can make my wallpaper.
Yes.
Makes me breathe a little bit deeper. Yeah.
Now, did you have yeah, right there? So the woman to the left.
Yeah, that's a great example. So here. Again, a small photo session, just a few images before and after. One thing that I'm looking forward to, I actually have a few templates that are created that are universal. They have the adjustments, very simple, very minor adjustments for the landscape pictures. And they have minor adjustments for any food pictures that I have and for faces. So that is a single universal template that I can start with, regardless of what kind of photos that I have. And that is very powerful. If there's no faces, it doesn't apply face stuff, but it applies a little bit of structure AI that will work for both portraits and for, donuts, kind of like very, very useful in that. So that's another image I'll show you before and after as well. And you'll see, like you can start seeing like what's happening here, right? There's a little bit of body AI. You probably didn't notice that before. There's a little bit of sparkle in the eyes that were added. There's a little bit of lipstick color and lip gloss that is added. There's also a little bit of the color behind with the, kind of like enhanced behind. But there's a lot of things that are happening at the same time, and we're gonna look at what's added in the edit section. And basically, again, Accent AI is not used here. I love it. I think in some cases, like in this one, the light and everything was great, so there's no real need to add extra. I'm gonna show you that, of course, it's possible, but then I'm losing a little bit of that not detail, but focus on the subject. So I'm gonna undo the Accent AI here. The stuff that you see on the background, that was added my favorite golden hour, as I mentioned before. So that adds this nice, like autumn-like atmosphere, just beautiful, golden day. And same with foliage enhancer. You can see how, how it works very clearly with the foliage hue. So I can make it even warmer. Let's make it in the real fall, right? Canadian fall is just the green leaves. It's just like been edited by Luminar. It's actually really beautiful in person as well. Another tool, Face Light. So that's, of course, super useful, super helpful, like my personal assistant, whom I don't have. So it's very useful to have Face Light instead. Saves me a lot of trouble and a lot of money as well. That is what I use all the time. All the photos can benefit from Face Light. There's not a single one that can be done. But you'll see that there's an eye enhancer. Let me actually zoom in so it's we can see a lot closer here. Eye enhancer at 100 Of course, that adds a lot of like clarity to the eyes. That's really cool, and that's very noticeable. That's very noticeable, even for people who are streaming that. Dark circles, there's not much to to remove, but it adds a little bit of that highlight, which is kind of cool. Removes a little bit of that, not even dark circles, but just like darkness under the eyes. Eyebrows as well. I really love this. Saves so much time and effort to readjusting this. A lot of stuff done with lips. Again, like saturation, redness, and a little bit of teeth whitening, as you can see, which is kind of like there's like 3 pixels, for teeth. It still works. I was pretty amazed when I was editing this image. And I did skin AI here just a little bit. I think going, for people who have normally pretty nice skin, there's no need to do it a lot. But here's at 100. I think that looks a bit too much on nicer skin. But a lot of times, for people who are shooting really close portraits, try it at 100 to see that you can zoom in all the way on a high resolution camera and see all the pores and all the details. They still stay there. So that's really cool, and I really like that. And body AI, that's just for fun. I don't think it's like really necessary. Yeah.
Yeah. So Thomas asked, can we remove, I'm going to call them blemishes. Yes. Imperfections in the skin, teenage acne, or any blemishes like that. Yes. Now, in this particular image, her skin is very, very smooth.
Yeah. Well, there is the skin defects removal. I did find that sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work as perfect. So I think there's a bit of a work before team to really make it stand out. But in some situations, it works like flawlessly. So in this case, it probably wouldn't even react. It's live. Why not give it a try? So let's click skin defects and see what we see. And if it finds nothing, there will probably be nothing. And I don't see any changes.
No. And what's really neat about our AI tools, like you said, if we made this into a template, if you had sky replacement as part of the tool and there's no sky in the scene, it just ignores it and moves on. So
yeah,
we need to wrap it up. But Ev, thank you so much. This was very, very, very
Ev,
helpful.
you're going to be back a little bit later today as well, correct?
I will, yeah. So I'll be back in a couple of hours. I'll
Awesome.
show a few more. Look, I have so many more pictures to go through.
We appreciate you sharing all these great tips. This has been very, very helpful. V, while you check with our next guest to make sure they're all ready, I'll answer a couple of the Q&A tips. But Ev, before you go, where can people see more of your photos? I'm pretty sure you've got a gallery or two on this website called 500px.
Yeah, so
I the company and all.
Absolutely, yes. There's this little company called 500px that I did start a long time ago. It doesn't belong to me anymore. It's just 500px.com/Chebotarov, my last name. So that's that's where some of my photos are. I'm actually pretty active on Twitter, I think, from all, because it's very popular with our markets, especially in Japan. So my Twitter is the same, twitter.com @Chebotarov, my last name. So yeah.
And you also hang out on Clubhouse now and talk photo tech and art with people too, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Hang out with a few of our people on our team and a lot of other connoisseurs of art. So yeah, that's becoming a big tool as well.
Awesome. Ev, thank you so much for joining us, and we're looking forward to having you back. I'm going to answer a couple of the questions here that we had in here, and thank you again, Ev. So some of you were asking some different questions on things. First off, if you wanted to use that deep dive code, you just enter that into the coupon code field when you check out, and it'll take $10 off pretty much every item in your shopping cart. I'd like to say every item, but someone will find something that it doesn't work on. But I tried it on a bunch of items and it worked great. We are recording everything. So the YouTube replay will be available, and then after the fact, we'll go in and cut it up into smaller videos so you can go back and see specific presentations that you worked. We absolutely, Sonia, do work on JPEGs. We do work on RAWs. We do work on Apple ProRAW. Some people say we don't, but if you have the new Luminar AI update, we do work with Apple ProRAW just fine. You'll be able to open those up. You might want to play with the DCP profile and make a few other adjustments. so not a problem. We'll cover how to make a signature and some other changes here in just a little bit. So we'll go through that. Vanelli, go ahead and keep checking on your guest. Otherwise, just get yourself queued up. Perfect. He's here. So let me just go ahead and I'll answer a couple more questions and I'll get out of the way because there's an amazing guest coming on next. You can load the textures by just clicking the plus button and then choosing texture overlay and then browse to it. You don't actually install them in the application, Mike, so we'll show that more a little bit later. You'll watch how that happens. Beyond some of that, a couple of the other questions, we will talk about LUT some more. I just put a new Filmic border pack into the chat pod, so if you didn't see that, be sure to check it out. And hopefully that makes sense. If you're getting the sky bleeding through, just use the global slider, and that allows you to adjust the overall strength. Well, I'm going to stop talking. I just wanted to tick off a few of those questions, and I'll hand it back to Vanelli and our special guest, Scott Kelby. Scott, before I leave, great to see you, by the way. Thanks for coming today.
Thanks, Rich. It's absolutely my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
V, you're in charge. Keep talking.
Hey, thank you so much.
You're having a very special moment there. I know you and Scott are friends. You're like, I'm glad Scott's here. He's a nice guy. Oh, wait, am I supposed to be talking? Squirrel.
So, hello, Scott.
Hello, V.
So you're with, like me, in this beautiful sunny Florida, enjoying our great weather, huh?
Oh man, this is why we live in Florida. For the weather that we're having right now in these last couple of months, it's been phenomenal.
Yeah, I joked about it. I said, when did I miss where we could just open up the windows, and let the cold air come in? They said, yeah, you missed that month. Just
it goes by really quickly.
Yeah, real quick. So, all right, Scott. So now you have a unique way of using Luminar. We mentioned this before. At Skylum, our goal isn't to force people to rechange their style of their workflow, but to enhance what you already do. So we could use it as a standalone program, as a single image editor, or as a Lightroom and Photoshop plugin. And people like yourself who's been experienced with Photoshop almost your whole life, to have you switch completely doesn't make sense. So you use tools, your favorite tools, to get the job done. Right. So right now, how are you using? You're using it as a
I'm using it as a plugin, and essentially what it is I do my production type stuff mostly in Lightroom. So I'm getting my exposure right and things like that. So I really think of Luminar as a finishing tool. So either I want to do something production wise. So like I might want to do a sky replacement, and the sky replacement tool is just ridiculous. It's, everybody already knows that. I'm not like telling you something you don't know. It's really, really incredible. I might want to add sun rays. I might want to now I'm a very preset-y guy. I don't need to mess with a whole bunch of sliders. I mean, I do sometimes, but I prefer it just to be able to go and look at different presets, because sometimes I don't know what I'm looking for until I see it. And I tell my wife a lot that with furniture. She's like, what kind of couch do you want? I don't know. But if I see it, I'll go, oh, that's the couch. But if you ask me to envision the couch, I have a hard time with it. I'm the same way with sometimes effects. There are times where I know exactly what I want, but I would say a lot of the times I'm going to click on a lot of different presets, and I'm all of a sudden go, ooh, now that's the one I want. And I use a lot of the presets in Luminar for that. And I think that's some of the strength of the templates in AI as well, is that, and I like the way AI kind of goes, okay, you're doing a landscape. You probably want these, right? You probably want this set or maybe this set. And so, and again, I'm likely to just try the presets, just hover my cursor over them, take a look and see. And a lot of times you can't tell by the name, It's like Sunny Silver. So things like that, the names, you have to look at them, but that's okay. We're visual people. We don't mind looking at stuff. So that's kind of where I'm at mostly. I'm looking at the the preset. When I find what I want, I click on it. And usually, I hate to say it, that's the end of that. I don't go in there and mess. Now with the sun rays and stuff, sometimes I do. That's the one I mess with the most, only because I want it to look natural. And moving the sliders, I go, ooh, I want 11 rays. No, I want 12. But I'm
It's
not
funny
a,
you're saying that, Scott. It's that guilt. It's that guilt trip photographers have. They do the one click, and you're like, oh god. And I remember this in a conference you did. Oh my god, years ago, where you were showing how to do text in Photoshop. You said, so what do we do? Click. I'm done. So here's an ethical question: how much do we charge our client? Do we charge them
remember
1 minute? That 1 minute that I just spent years developing now. Click, I'm done.
Yeah.
What do I do?
So what do we charge for a minute?
So I joke with that too. People
Invoice,
who
1 minute.
they use the template, they're all excited about it. We're done. Then they're like, ah. So if you have template guilt, go in, move a couple of sliders around,
and then reset it. Then click the preset again so it goes back. But at least you felt like I did something.
That was a 2-click one. Click. So, do you have anything for us?
Do I have anything for you?
What would you like to show us?
I don't really have anything for you. I didn't realize I was going to have something for you, but I can show you some stuff if you want to see. I mean, I can show you some AI stuff.
Perfect. We would love that.
I'm sure everybody's been showing AI all day, right? So I'm not going to show anything that's going to blow anybody's mind.
It's in the title. No. But the neat thing is, people love to see each other's different workflow. And you and I are very similar on that. Like you said, we love presets and templates.
I do.
So if you guys would you like me to do a quick tip on one of our downloads while you open up an image, Scott? I can.
I have an image ready.
Oh, you do? Perfect. Then I'll get out of your way. You were just pulling Vanelli's leg.
No,
a computer?
No, I didn't realize, but I had an image there just in case. And, now that he's asked, I've got one. Well, let me hit. Now, I will say this. I'm much better at all Luminar products than I am Zoom. Zoom, I'm not very good at. So when I hit share screen, there's a 50-50 chance that something is going to go wrong. Oh, I think it's okay. Let's see. See if my screen is shared correctly.
There you go.
It worked. You're in Lightroom.
All right. Because, every once in a while, you know what it does to me, Rich? It'll take a panel. It'll just show like one panel.
Did you share the whole desktop? Just making sure you shared the whole desktop when you shared.
Yeah, I don't know what I just shared, Rich.
Okay, stop sharing and share the whole desktop, because when you open up Luminar, I don't want it to not show Luminar. So just click the stop sharing button.
Okay.
And when you click share screen, choose the desktop option, which should be the first one in the upper left corner.
And there I go. Of course, mine looks
now we're seeing everything. There we go.
All right, now, right, let's go. So this is the raw image out of the camera that you see right here, which is these are buildings. So this is taken in the La Défense area of Paris, which is, it doesn't seem like Paris, right? But there's a whole section of Paris. It's technically just outside Paris, but you can see it from everywhere in Paris. It is, I guess it's technically a suburb, but I mean, it's a 10-minute, ride on the subway. It's right there. Anyway, it is this whole area of Paris, all these tall buildings, and I never had been there. I always seen it. Like you're on the Eiffel Tower and you're like, what are all those modern buildings over there? That's where it's at. And so let me bop into, I'm going to use AI here. Now, I do use Luminar 4 a lot, but let's hit AI here because it's AI day. And let's see if it appears. And I did my zoom right. Hey, you know what's cool?
You did. So what's happening there, so everyone understands, is that when you run a plugin in Lightroom, Lightroom has to generate a TIFF in the background, and then it hands that off, and that get opens. Wow, I timed that tap dance perfect.
Man, you did. Well done. All right, so this is it's recommending Big City Lights, and it's also recommending this other one, Urban Style. Oh, there's a third one, Overcast. So, and that's not, you don't recommend Overcast on a bright sunny day, but but you know what? Here's the thing, and I kind of said this: don't really go by these names. I mean, yeah, it does give you Overcast, but I've used this on other things, and it still looks good. So I would tell people, don't let the names dictate what you do, because you could, now I wouldn't try portrait stuff on here, but other than that, let's try the Big City collection. Let's try, I'm just looking at I want to try Electric City and see what that does. All right, it has a very pink overtone. Street Theater, that one's a whole lot better right there, by the way. And you got the little amount slider down here. City Thrills. Oh, Frosty, I think that looks good. That's not bad at all. Not bad at all. Let's see. There's before and after. You can see right there. Not bad. I think I'm going to add Frosty to my favorites, by the way, while I'm here. want to create a favorite template, you just click the little heart right there. And I'm sure that you know this. I'm like probably the 10th person today. Hey, that doesn't look bad as a black and white, does it? It's a pretty nice black and white.
Scott, you're actually the first person I've seen teach favorites. So people have been showing templates, but you added favorites today, which is good.
Favorites are important because, I mean, you're going to find ones that you really like and that you're going to want to use again and again, but you won't always remember which template collection they were in. And then when you go back to the templates to the very main page, you can put their favorites are right there. Look, Frosty and Black and White Streets are right there at the header of the template. So I'm very excited that I got to be the first one to show favorites. I had my concerns. All right, let's try this urban style here. Like the way I put Old Town on it. Look, I put Old Town on new buildings, but it still looks good. It actually has a nice warmth to it, like a warmth to the preset itself. Toronto, Melbourne, Abbey Street. Well, New York is the one that looks the worst. Now that's not right. Can we change? Can you double click and change the preset name? No. All right. So I'm thinking of these. I like Old Town and Melbourne. I actually like the Melbourne. Do you notice the Melbourne's got a little bit of a tint to it? Like almost a little bit of
very good.
A little bit of magenta in there. But and then I mentioned, it mentioned Overcast, which is probably, I mean, it recommended Overcast probably because of that. And now it's actually recommended Waterscapes. But let's go and just see. Now, these are Waterscapes, right? So these should look totally different. But even though it's not water, obviously, these are still cool. Oh, look at that one. Soft fix. All right, let's do before and after here. All right. That may be the best one of all, and it's under Waterscape. So this is just helping me prove my point that don't necessarily just go by the name or the category. Now look at deep focus. It's just a little bit too much, right? Pull it off just, ooh, right there. All right, I'm saving that as a favorite. Boom. All right, deep focus. So now I go back to my templates, and there are my favorites. Frosty.
Now, you know what's neat, Scott, is if you were to save that as your template, you know when you dialed it back to 80%?
Yep.
And you saved it?
Yep.
Now, when you go back to it, it'll start at 80% for you.
So that was deep focus. But is that 80% there? So 80% is the top.
Just guesstimating. So when you move it back and make just a slight change, it'll take all those settings that you just created.
Right.
And then when it applies it to the next person or to the next image, it'll look like it's at 100%, but the values are what you just set.
All right. So now can I show you like some of my favorite stuff?
Yep.
All right. So not favorites, but some of the favorite techniques and stuff that I think it does particularly well. Now to do that, I'm gonna have to pull up another picture. So I'm gonna hit, let's quit that. And I'm gonna hit stop share. Hey, I'm like a Zoom guy. All right. Give me 1 second and Vanelli, stall for me.
Hey, Rich, good to show that.
It won't take me but a minute. I know where the picture is.
An install something you wanted to show.
Where was the one I wanted to try? It was right here.
While he's queuing that up, folks, we do have some cool different resources, and we've been sharing in the chat pod, if you scroll through, some different LUTs and texture overlays. So make sure you click on some of those download links. We'll go over how to use those more a little bit later in the cast, so you guys can check that out.
All right, I'm back. That did not take long. Now I have done some little bit to this in Lightroom, and I'll show you what I've done so it won't be so. Let's go to share my screen, but which share? I will do desktop 1. Thank you. All right. Now, so this is the original image. And if you look over here, you can see I have done a few things, but they are hidden behind my zoom thing. So I can't see what they are, but I probably opened up the shadows a little bit. I literally, all the little zoom pictures are hiding my panel. So back there is my basic panel, and I'm just guessing what I'm going to do. What? What did I do? All right, yeah, I increased the shadows. That's it. Wow, it's pretty lame. All right, I'm better than that. I usually use more sliders, but what I did was opened up the shadows. Now, this is a fan sticking in from the side here that has to go in Photoshop. That's the
I
edge
was
of
going
the
to say,
sock.
Scott, that meant that you shot it right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yes. That, Rich. That's what I meant to say. That's what I really did mean. All right. Now, so at this point, I would go in and pop in. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go to AI. And it's going to analyze the image, and it's going to go, hey, that's a person. How about some landscape presets? No, it'll give you appropriate presets.
And Scott, while you did this handoff, there's actually 3 ways to hand off from Lightroom to Luminar, depending upon what workflow you want. So Scott handed off a TIFF file. You could actually, under the File, plug in Extras menu, hand off your RAW file directly if you want to pass all that raw data on. And sometimes the AI tools will actually, and this is obviously a matter of taste, so I won't question people's choice of where they develop RAW, but you can develop and hand off the RAW files and work with that in Luminar. Or, I know Scott's a Photoshop expert, you could also transfer the RAW file to Photoshop as a smart object, and it keeps it raw in Photoshop, but then you could run Luminar non-destructively as a smart filter if you ever want to go back and re-edit it. So there's some different ways. We actually have 3 different Lightroom workflows, and I'll put that into the chat pod if you want to check those out.
Everything you said just gave me a headache. I now have a migraine.
Sorry.
All the different
Short
ways.
version, you have choices. Scott, you're a Photoshop guy. You're used to having 10 ways to do anything.
I know.
How do you open Photoshop? Well, you could double click. You could use voice command. You could have your assistant
I actually
do it.
never thought of the smart object array. That's clever. All right, so here we go. So here's the image that we're working on. I took this during about a week or so ago. B&H had a depth of field conference, and I did a class called Just One Light. And so this is one of the shots taken during the class. And you see the light. That's it on the left. It needs to go. And the fan, they stopped making that fan too, which is a shame. So that was a great fan. And I mentioned it in the class because I've been using it for years. And one of the students came back and said, I went to their website. They don't make it anymore. Like their website, they're out of business. I'm like, I know, it was the greatest fan. $99 is what it originally was. And then, of course, it became really popular. So they made it $129. But it was a fan for drummers. All right. It was called the Blow It fan. And it mounted on a cymbal stand. And I was in a music store and I saw it there mounted to like a cymbal stand. And I thought, hey, if it'll mount to a cymbal stand, it'll mount to a light stand. So I bought it right there in the drum department and took it home to the studio. And it became like a favorite at the office. Like everybody wants to use that fan. It's very, very quiet. It's super quiet. It has 3 different speeds, and since it's up high like that, you don't have to get down on the floor to change the power or change the angle. You mount it on a light stand. The model can reach over, and there's literally a little lip where you can just grab it. There's a little lip that sticks up for you to be able to just position it. So if it's bothering the model or something, aiming right in their eyes, and they're wearing contacts or something, they can change it. Everybody loves it, and now they're out of business. So maybe, have you thought about Luminar fan? Because you could probably buy anyway, long story short, so up here it's recommending for this photo, so it thinks, well, maybe these experimental looks might look good, maybe the monochrome would look good, which is good for portraits, and then of course the influencer ones, which are good for Instagram. Now this is not really a lifestyle photo, but again, I'm going to tell you, don't just go by the name of these things and go, well, this isn't a lifestyle photo and I'm not an influencer, so I'm never going to click on what it recommended. I'm going to go ahead and start with influencer, and let's just see what we've got. We've got Nighthawks. That's not bad. Cozy Den. Yeah, these look very Instagram-y, don't they? All right. Ooh, I like that one. Evening Glow. That one looks particularly good. Here, listen. Look at Evening Glow. That's nice. I'm going to get to my favorite part in a minute, but I'm just talking about what it does at the very beginning. That one's nice. Light wash. Boom, that goes in my favorites. And Winter Refuge. Now this one looks like it's got a split toning effect. Looks like you've got blues in the shadows and some yellows in the highlights. So it's got some kind of a cross processing effect. And I'm going to grab that one as well. I would change the name Can I change the name? You can't change the name, can you? Because I'm gonna see it Winter Refuge.
You could just save it. So go to the bottom right corner and click on the 3 dots in the lower right corner.
Save it as my own template.
Yes. So you can after you move a slider. So go to click edit. So edit that, and then now in the edit module, you can make any changes you want. And so now after you move one slider, you could save it as your own template.
Aha. See, I did not know that. I'm glad I came to this. All right. So, anyway, so there you have that. But now let me just hide those real quick. Wait, didn't want to click on my Zoom thing. Do I have to save it now?
No.
I have no way to get out of this?
Yeah, you should go back to template. Well, yeah, right down there, you can save it.
Just hit save. And how do I make it go away? I want to get back to my templates.
Just click the templates button up top.
Yep.
Very top toolbar.
The templates.
Middle of the screen up top.
Yeah, sorry. Too obvious. Too obvious, too easy. That's the problem.
It's that big button in the middle of the screen, right
I'm
about
used to
eye level.
Adobe products where there's like you have to hold 3 keys. Sorry. It's a bad habit. All right. So if you go down here, there's obviously landscape and Mother Nature. Down in portrait. So some of the portrait stuff I think is really, really nice and what they've done. We'll just start with easy portraits, and they've got some plugins and stuff which are nice. I mean the presets, not plugins, presets.
The black and white one I'm falling in love with too.
All right, which one is that? Because these are all color. But there's a black and white set, right? There's
exactly
the monochrome. Elegant matte. Okay, that's not going to be my favorite. Soulful looks good.
Soulful's my favorite.
So yeah, Soulful's good. And Lighthouse and Low Key. These are all pretty good. These are all pretty nice. Let's go to Essence. Essence. The Essence collection from Luminar. Fashionista. I don't know what's going on there. Let's look at this. Flawless looks pretty good. But one of the things that's amazing here, I keeps going to my Zoom thing. I don't really want my Zoom thing is keeping me from getting to the. There we go. Stupid Zoom. Oh, it's back. You guys can't see this, but a big Zoom bar is appearing and is covering everything that I want to do. So that's just, it's not awesome. But we'll get there. So I was messing with some of the individual settings, and I don't remember where they are.
Yeah,
is it under edit?
Yeah. So you go up on top on edit.
Yeah. All right. So scroll all the way down to portrait. There's a lot of amazing stuff in here. And it doesn't look like it at first until you undo open eyes. Look at the eye stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Just the eye stuff. And the thing I would point to you out, it's already been applied, but is iris flare. The iris flare is something I've been doing to portraits, but you have to do it kind of really in Photoshop. And it was like a 7-step thing where you create a new layer and you draw a circle, and then you get another selection and you cut a moon shape out of the circle, and then you feather it, and then you change the blend mode to soft light.
So Scott, this is where I say, I've got a headache now.
Yeah, it is a headache, but this does it. The iris flare does the entire thing. I'm going to zoom into the eye so you can see. Look, all right, now in there, it's already got some stuff applied to it, so I probably should have just started from scratch. But the iris flare is right at the bottom half of the eye, which is where it should be. And I'm going to crank it up to 100 so you really see it. There it is. Do you see it?
Yep.
That's it. That's the iris flare. And that has been my secret for years. It's not, I didn't invent it, so I don't want to take credit for it. It's just been a secret that I've used for years to make eyes look like they sparkle. And I get a lot of comments of people like, wow, the eyes in your portraits are great. And I'm like, the secret is, well, I don't even call it iris flare. I called it an eye kicker. But iris flare sounds much more professional. So we'll go with that. But it is, see, look what it's doing under the iris. So here's 0. And it looks just, very dark. And then I'm going to crank it to 100, which is more than you would do. But look what it does for the eyes, right? It adds that brightening in a half circle kind of moon shape right under the eye. I mean, it's exactly what a high-end retoucher would do. In fact, I learned that trick from a retoucher years ago. And I don't do so much of the enlarging the eyes, and you have to be careful with eye whitening not to overdo it because it's very quick to make them look like aliens. You kind of have to do a little bit of that. But and her eyebrows, they're spot on, so I don't have to do anything with those. She doesn't really have any dark circles under the eye. No red eye because I'm not using a point and shoot. Sorry. The eye enhancer overall though is good too. It's just look at that, cranking it to 100. And I'm over exaggerating these numbers so you can see it, and it's obviously and very clear. The slim face feature works really nicely because it's very natural. And the face light is nice because everybody wants their faces brighter. One of the finishing moves that I teach in my courses on Lightroom is at the very end of every photo, I go in and I brighten the face. I brighten it 1/3 of a stop. And this is essentially doing the same kind of thing, but see what it's doing? It's basically dropping a little bit of light, and it brightening that face does a lot of things. It does everything from, making it look your pores less, it smooths the face without blurring it. I mean, it does a lot of good things. Face light is very important. But if you just look and see, oh, there's just this, there's a lot more. You've got mouth controls for lips saturation, redness, and you can add more redness. I don't think I would. Lips darkening, I might. Teeth whitening, I don't really. Her teeth are they're kind of hidden in the shadow, so it's not a big deal. But there's just a lot more here than I was expecting. The skin stuff, we don't really need any of it here, except for the shine removal. I do think does a really, really good job. I think it's one of the best things in here is the shine removal, because getting hot spots and things like that, that shininess, you want to keep the highlight, but you don't want the sweaty parts. Now, she doesn't really have sweaty parts, but you can see we got a lot of highlights there. So you doing the shine removal, it just takes some of the heat off. It's almost kind of like the highlight slider in Lightroom. It is a little bit like that. You got high key effects that you can add. It might be a bit much for this one, but that's a very fashiony look to go with the very bright high key look. But anyway, there's a lot more here than meets the eye. So I know that it's supposed to do it all for you, but this is one area with portraits. I think I would be more tend to go in and mess with things.
And what's really cool, Scott, with that is once you come up with a general way that you want, the AI is actually aware for things like different skin tones and ages. So when you dial in the settings, you may not have to change those settings when you switch from, say, a female portrait to an older portrait. Or if you've got a child and a mother in the same shot, you could use the same settings on both because it will apply it less intense on the child's skin, which is smoother.
See, I'm glad I tuned into this. More things I did not know. Now,
well, that's what any tool that has AI is supposed to be human aware, and our Accent AI is also human aware. The Sky replacement now has human aware lighting. So this is a big thing we're doing, and with update 3, we're celebrating update 2 today, that Bokeh AI is expected to release with the background blurring that's also human aware. So this is great. Scott, it's wonderful to see you. Our next guest is going to be coming up in just a second. Where can people go to find your blog, and where can they go to learn more from you? I know you have workshops and all sorts of great educational opportunities.
Yeah, so thank you, Rich. My blog, my daily blog is scottkelby.com. And I do want to mention that yesterday I did one of my most exciting, most beloved, and most trafficked blog posts of the year. I did my chicken sandwich war review of all the different chicken sandwiches that are in, like from Popeyes and Zaxby's and KFC and Burger King. And I went into some serious depth. I'm a chickenado, so I take this stuff very seriously. And I just...
and besides chicken, you do occasionally talk about photography too.
Mostly chicken, but occasionally. And like I said in my post yesterday, look, I know this isn't about Photoshop. It's not about photography. It's not about Lightroom, but many photographers do eat chicken. So anyway, if you get a chance, go to my blog and check out yesterday's post on the definitive and ultimate guide to the chicken wars. So that's my daily blog. You can catch me on Twitter at Scott Kelby, and everything I do, I basically run through Twitter because my Facebook page is the stupidest name and I got to fix it. But my Facebook, I'm facebook.com/skelby. Because my regular name, Scott Kelby, is a personal one that I made for friends and family, and I never use it. And I can't
Excellent.
get Facebook to swap the two. Like, can you just swap them? Because I don't use my other page, and they're like, you must use all your pages. But
well, I'm very glad to hear that Facebook also ignores the #1 publishing technology author on the planet, because they also ignore me and everyone else I know. So good to know they're not giving you special
treatment. They don't really
treatment
need us, Rich. We're like gnats on a fly's butt. We're nothing. We're just
awesome.
Nothing, but we have cool tools that are fun to use. So that's it. So anyway, those places. You can find me on Instagram, Scott Kelby, and LinkedIn, Scott Kelby, and just wherever Scott Kelbys are found.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Scott, for that. And we're going to go ahead and get our next guest queued up. I'm just going to share one quick resource before you kick it off, Vanelli. There was a question about the coupon code. So you've heard us mention the Luminar X membership. This is an optional thing, but if you're interested in it, Luminar X gives you access to a Sky Pack each month, as well as a templates pack and some custom tutorials. When you click join now and anything else in the shopping cart, for the next 3 days, you can enter that promotional code. That code is Deep Dive. And all you got to do on anything in the shopping cart is enter Deep Dive and click apply. And it takes $10 off of every item in your shopping cart. So if you have 3 items in your shopping cart, it takes off $30. So that's very rare. We've never done a sale like this. We're so glad to have so many of you here. And that code will be good for the next 3 days. So you can check that out. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, though, and hand things back to Vanelli. And thank you again, Scott, for coming today. And Scott, do you have a road show? I know obviously we're not on the road, but I know you've been doing some conferences. When's your next conference coming up?
Next conference is coming up in May. It's called the Outdoor Photography Conference. It's 2 days, 2 tracks, and you can learn more about it at Kelby One Live. So Kelby ONE live.com, and all the details are there. An incredible team of instructors, and you get archived to watch the entire thing for a year after the live presentation. So there you go.
Awesome. Thank you, Scott.
Well, thanks.
I'll toss back to you, and why don't you introduce our next guest? Thanks for coming, Scott.
See you later. Hey, hello, Darlene. And let me promote her. Oh, you already did. Thank you so much.
Hi,
Hey, welcome. Welcome back. Now, Darlene is a very talented educator, and she's been dedicating, she's taking a little break from the photography side and dedicating a lot of her energy into helping other people through their education. So thank you so much for doing that. So what do you have for us today?
Do you want me to start sharing my screen? So I'm not actually in Venice. It's just for the background. I wish I was actually, but I've got, actually this one is really appropriate because, just give me a second to switch out of my Zoom here. So I'm in Luminar here, and this one is actually really appropriate because I took this image in Japan 2 years ago, and it came up as a Facebook memory today. So I thought, well, that's perfect, right? I'll just share this one. This one I wanted to show mostly as an inspiration, and I heard Scott was talking about, looking through the templates just to get ideas and stuff, and that's exactly what happened on this one. Because let me show you the before here. I'm assuming you can see my screen, right?
Yes. Yep.
All right. So look at this before image. This was an anime festival in Osaka, and this character's costume was amazing. And I wanted to process it in a way that would really give it justice and kind of add to that feeling of, the fantasy of the anime, right? And I was flipping through some of the new templates that were in Luminar AI, and this one with the bokeh came up, and it's actually inspired me to make some of my own overlays that look like this. So I started with that, and then I applied like a mood or a LUT to give it this final look. So just to kind of continue what Scott was saying about using the templates for inspiration. So I had an idea in my head as to the look that I wanted, but just by simply going through some of the templates that were suggested for me, it even suggested experimental, right? Pretty smart that it knew, I think you have something unusual here, right? So I've got a couple more that I wanted to, some tricks that I wanted to show people, because I'm a portrait photographer mostly, and I love photographing people. Let me get my Zoom out of the road here. Yeah, the little things get in the road. All right, here we go. Okay. Zoom, go away. There we go. Okay, so we're in edit, and this is one of the tricks that I use on a lot of my portraits. The face light, the face light I use a lot, and Scott mentioned that one, just to brighten up the part of the face that should be having light on it. This was an available light situation. in a small village in India, and I didn't have any flash or anything with me because we weren't preparing to go to this village. We just happened upon it, and the people were really lovely, so we photographed them. But what I wanted to show was using the face light, to add a little bit of light into her face. And she's got a nice direction of light, but her eyes are really dark. So the Iris AI is something that I use a lot. And you'll see that even though the visibility is cranked up, it's still not brightening her eyes a whole great deal. So I have a little trick here. So I know that her eyes are brown. So I'm just going to go ahead and change the color of the iris to brown. And voila, look what happened. So I'll just zoom in here. You can see that it changed her eyes to brown. And now when I use the visibility slider, it's really picking up that color. Right. So I'm not going to go all the way because, as Scott talked about, it's really easy to make sort of demonic looking people. Right. But I love the enhancer, and I love this new iris flare slider because it gives sort of that little highlight at the bottom of the iris down here, as if I had a reflector, coming from the bottom. So I'll just do a quick before and after on that. So you could see, let me just turn off the face AI. You could see how dark her face was and how dark her eyes are without that, the catch lights in her eyes. And now just using that iris change color trick. So I didn't actually change the color of her eyes. I chose the same color she already has. But that's my little trick.
One second. That's Maurice. One moment. Yeah, well, I'm seeing your screen great. Everyone else, please let me know. Your screen's coming out really. Yep, it's coming out good.
All right. So let me know if they like that trick. Tell me in the chat if you guys are watching, if you like that little trick. I want to show you another one with the portrait AI tools that I use on a lot of group portraits, again with the face light slider. So be careful of changing the eye color when you have multiple people, because obviously if I change the iris color to blue, for example, we're all going to end up with blue eyes, right? So I would keep that to original if I have a group portrait. But the trick that I want to show you with face light on groups is, even though we all have really nice light on our faces here, this is, done in a studio. We've got some nice studio lighting and nice catch lights and everything. The face light, this is another little trick that I sort of discovered or devised myself, is if you overlight the faces a little bit, what you can actually do then is go back to the light panel and dial your exposure down a little bit. And what it kind of does is creates a custom vignette to darken everything except the faces, right? So if I do a quick before and after, now I've done some other color corrections and things on here, you can see that I'm slimming our faces a little bit, brighten the eyes, and then that face light, I've probably gone a little bit too far. I tend to go overboard when I'm demonstrating just so that you can see what it's doing. But that face light slider is allowing me to do basically darken everything except our faces. The only other way to do that would be to use dodge and burn, or to do like a really custom vignette, but then you're still going to get a circle without darkening the bits in here in between us, right? So that's a nice little trick that I sort of discovered. And you guys are welcome.
Yeah, I like that. I like that because, again, where you're adding light, you're taking away. You're adding light and then subtracting light behind it, and that's what's going to make things just pop and jump out. So,
exactly.
Yep, that's a neat little trick.
Yeah, exactly. And then I might use, if I find that if you cut your shadows and your highlights too much, you'll end up with something that's really flat. So I might pump up the smart contrast. So I'm not making sure that the faces don't get flattened, because I find that when I dodge or lighten the face overly much, you might get a lack of contrast there, and then the faces don't look like they fit in the picture. So I'll pump up that smart contrast, or I'll even actually go down and use the dehaze slider, even though this is not a landscape picture, and that will add the contrast as well. If I go to extremes, you can see what it's doing. Right? So that's another trick that I often recommend when I'm teaching, is take the slider to extreme just to see what it does. Go all the way one way and then go all the way the other way, and decide if that's something you want to add to your image. And of course, you also have a mask. So if I wanted to just apply this to the faces, I could just mask it in paint it in real quick, just like so. And then just have that adding the contrast just onto the faces, right? It also allows me to copy the mask, which I was very excited about in this update. Okay, so this little 3 dots right here, I can copy the mask. And then when I close this tool, let's say I want to add, let's say I want to add some sharpening to the face. Okay, so I'm going to add a little bit of sharpening, and I'm going to take it to extreme again, just so that you can all see what's happening. But I want to mask it just to the faces, right? So I can open the mask, go to the 3 dots, paste, right? And now it's just applying to the faces. The other thing that does really well is I know that Bokeh AI is coming soon and everybody's excited about it. But a workaround that I've found is to use Structure AI and go to the negative. So again, I'm going to pull it to extreme just to show you guys what it's doing. It's obviously blurring things because I'm going minus structure, but I can use that same mask that I just used a minute ago, paste it again. Okay, so now it's going to blur just the faces, which is the opposite of what I want. And then I'm just going to invert it. Okay, so back to the 3 dots, invert. So now I've basically blurred everything except our faces. And I could go ahead and adjust that mask. For example, if I want to make sure that I have our bodies also sharp, and I would do a much better job of painting than this. I'm doing a really sort of quick and dirty just demonstration here, right? But then it gives me a way of blurring the background without having that Bokeh AI yet, right? So it's kind of a little
the neat thing about Structure AI is it's human aware, so it won't over sharpen the faces. It won't touch them. But I do notice that when you go to the opposite, sometimes it'll catch the hair, sometimes it'll catch parts of it. So it's interesting. Like I said, I notice the sharpening, it doesn't mess with it. It's phenomenal. But like what you just did there to give more of a soft glow to the background,
exactly,
it sometimes does that.
Exactly. And just some keyboard shortcuts that I'm using for everybody's benefit is I'm using the / when I've got the mask open to actually show the mask all the time. So that's that /. And then I was using my square bracket keys to make the brush smaller and larger like that. So like I said, I would paint a little more critically if I was doing a final job of this. I'm just doing a really, quick and dirty sort of thing. I would probably zoom in to 100% as well and do a much better job of masking that. But that's something that I've told, my students and my followers how to do the background and blur it. If you don't have, like I said, the Bokeh AI that's coming, and I'm very excited about, as was everybody else.
Now, okay, so I was mentioning this earlier. I made a comment about speed and efficiency in one of the forums, and ironically, a person came back and said, you guys keep talking about all the speed, but what about us people who take just as much pleasure in editing as we do taking the photo? I'm like, that's a great. I mean, it made me rethink. So there are times when I joked with people about the template. One click, it looks great, and then people feel guilty, like, oh shoot, I got to do something because that was too easy.
Right.
So they have template guilt. So in a case like that, there are people who like to sit and explore, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the neat thing about Luminar AI, especially update 2, is that anything we do with the local masking and the brush sizes now are saved into one template. Whereas remember before, if you had different layers, each layer saved its own look, and you couldn't apply them all at the same time. So here we can apply it, which works out phenomenal.
Right. Because if I had, for example, 3 shots of this the same with just different expressions, I can also copy and paste it. So I can right click and choose adjustments, copy, and then paste that onto a similar image, or I could select them all. I usually have my histogram showing and not my thumbnails, but you could show your film strip and select the whole thing and have it apply to all of them as well and sync it. So I really like that.
Oh, good speed tip. Good speed edit tip. Now, by the way, did you notice what they did with the histogram? is now when you switch out, like here, you
Yes.
see how it disappears?
It stays there. Yes. Yes, that was one thing that annoyed me was it kept going away and I had to keep putting it back on, and now it stays. So yes, I did notice that. Thanks for pointing that out. I put a folder of images on here for today. So I want to just show people how quickly they add as well. So these are DNGs because I had them on another drive and I just converted them from my Fuji RAF files, which are fully supported as well. And I wanted to show another thing I did with templates because I had a photo. Let me just switch over here to Lightroom for a second. So I had this photo, and my workflow, my own personal workflow is I work with Lightroom, then I open the image into Photoshop as a smart object, and I do that by right-clicking, edit in smart object, right down here, okay? Then I open it in Photoshop as a smart object, then I invoke the Luminar plugin, because then what I can do is I could actually open this image as the PSD and still have Luminar there. So if I wanted to tweak any of the Luminar edits, I can. But what I did with this one was I created a template that I saved, and I called it Turkish Faded Sepia Look because that was a Turkish man. And I wanted to see what it's going to look like if I apply it on some of these other images that I've got in my collection here. So I'm going to try it on this one. This is the family I photographed in Nicaragua. So it'll take a minute for it to catch up with me.
And that's the other thing, where Luminar, when it illuminates Skylum blue, means it's thinking.
Yep.
And when it stops, boom, it's ready.
Yes, I noticed that as well. It kind of has like a wave over the name. Yep. Okay, so that looks pretty good. I like the look of that because it looks kind of that older sort of, well, like I said, faded sepia look, right? So I had a few images that I thought would work well with this type of look, and I could do copy and paste. Well, let's try that. So let's do copy adjustments, and you can do the keyboard shortcut Command or Control C as well. And then let's paste it onto this one. Now I've got a lot of images from different places, and I can't tell you more about it yet because I don't think Doug will allow me, but I'm working on something special for Skylum. So coming soon. That's all I can say. Oops. Uh-oh. I lost Luminar. Let me relaunch that. I got lots of resources going on here. I should close.
Yeah, that's one thing. I wish we had a little pop-up tool that says you're running low on the system resources. The knock on wood, we've done close to almost 300 to 400 episodes of Coffee Break, and in that time from session 1 to session 2, we've had maybe 2 crashes, and the time it crashed is me trying to pull something off of the web, in a Dropbox folder. But typically, when it shuts down like this, it means your system resources are being pushed.
Yeah, absolutely. And just for everybody's benefit, I mean, Zoom takes a lot of resources by itself. So, and I had YouTube open, which I've now closed. So I applied this template onto this one of the lady. Okay, once she comes up, she's loading here. This was a red Hmong lady from Vietnam. I'll go back to Lightroom for a second here. So I used that template on a few of these images as well. I used it on this one, and then I actually dialed it back, which is what Rich was showing Scott earlier about. You can dial it down to like 80% or whatever. So I applied it here, and then I dialed it down, right? I did a major sky replacement on this image. So I kind of used this one as my tester when the reflections came out, and I went a little crazy with effects and stuff, but I was quite happy with it. This was the original, and you can see that this one is a PSD file. Okay, so I'll put my information on the screen there. So you can see it was a PSD file. So I did all my edits in Photoshop into Luminar as a plugin. I changed the sky, I added the birds, and the relight and the relight human worked really well on this one to match his color with the new sky. I tried a few different skies and it always matched him as color.
Oh, sweet.
Okay, so now we've got this lady loaded up, and you can see a couple of things happen. Like she's got her eye color is a little bit wonky, so I'll probably go back and lower that a little bit, right? So I changed her to hazel eyes. Maybe I'll change that back to original. or take it down a little bit if it's too, you want to, like Scott said, you don't want to end up with something, you know, that looks fake. I try and avoid, you know, things like going like this, like to extremes, right? So I'll whiten her teeth, but not too extreme, right? You don't want devil people. She's a little bit dark overall, so I'm going to go back up to the light panel, and yes, my histogram is still there, so we've proven you correct on that one. I'm gonna just reset the whites and give her a little bit of a bump. So I'm watching the histogram so that it's coming more over to the edge, and I use my white slider to stretch out the graph a little bit, and you'll see what's happening there. And then probably what I would do is just go in and do a vignette on darken that left panel here where the light is coming from, or do a dodge and burn, maybe even give her a little bit more shadows. But I think overall that quick brightening up. So all I did there was added the template, adjusted the facial editing, and adjusted the lighting. And we've gone from before to after. And the original was a little bit dark as well. So that's why I needed to brighten it.
That's good. Hey, that's great. We have time for one more. If you have one more.
Let's see. I did a sky replacement on this one actually, and it worked really well. So again, like I said, I'm a portrait photographer mainly, and I photograph people, but I do often have my sky in the picture, right? So this one was a really sort of overcast day, and the sky was not looking so great. And I love the new ability to see different skies, right? So I want to look for a sky that's going to match similar. I've got some of my own skies in there at the bottom here, so I'm going to scroll down because I know that one of them worked pretty well. There was one that looks cloudy. We could even try lightning. That might be fun. Let's try the lightning, see what happens. So they're fishing, and they're bringing their fish in at the end of the day, and it was quite cloudy. The sun is behind the clouds here, there. Yikes, that's pretty dramatic, eh? Yeah. But you can see that it matched the
skies. Is make sure the sky looks like it would have been.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's interesting there, because you put a really dark sky in, so it did what it was supposed to, which is it darkened the scene.
Yeah, exactly. So this one, I'm going to use the scenery lighting. I might flip this one. So I think the light, move it up a little maybe. Let's see where the bottom of the sky is. And I like the new ability to move it side to side. That's brilliant as well. So I can see if I can get a bit more of those clouds in there. So that one kind of looks like it matches. And let's do a little bit of a relight. This image is dark to begin with, so I would do the same thing and brighten it up a little bit, right? I'm going pretty quick because I know where my sliders are, and that's partly just experience. When you use a program more and more, you'll get used to, you know, where you look for the things that you need to do what you want to do, right? I know that I want to adjust the brightness. That's going to be in the light panel, right? Enhance AI is going to enhance the sky a bit more. And actually, I should have started there because that one is going to crunch up my shadows and do a really nice job. So I think that sky is a little bit more interesting than the original one, which was just blown out. I'll probably play with it a little bit more. I also added a sun rays in the version that I did. I'll just hop over to Lightroom again because I had that one.
I'm sorry. I love that shot. You know, I looked away for a moment to read. I looked back, and here's a guy holding two skulls.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's that's an interesting one. But see, there's the final version. So I started with that, and the relight really worked well, and you pick up the
and
colors.
Look what's doing to the water.
Yeah.
Right by their feet.
The splashing. Yeah. So they were coming in, and I was literally at the edge of the water as they were bringing their fish in. You want to see the guy with the skulls again? Yeah, we got up early morning that day. So we've got we had a softbox off camera to the left here. He's sitting on the boat. It's really early. The sun is actually behind him, right? So I wanted to make sure whenever you do a sky replacement, like you said, Vanelli, make sure it makes sense, or it said that the light is coming from sort of camera left behind him here. So we put the light on him from the same side. So if you put your sky in and the light comes from the opposite direction, it's not going to make sense visually. So you want to make sure that the light is all coming from the same direction and that it matches. Because this sky was, you know, really kind of hazy. It's Varanasi, India. and they're always burning things because they do a lot of cremations and things of bodies, and there's always smoke and haze in the sky there. So I didn't want a sky that was bright blue because I barely saw the bright blue sky there when I was there. So you want something that's going to match, and I used that atmosphere slider to basically soften it and give it that hazy look. And the birds were added because these are all fishing boats as well, and there was a lot of birds around, just not at that particular moment. So he's an Agori holy man, and the story is that they eat human remains. So yeah.
Now it's not as funny.
Not as funny.
No,
No.
watch me meet my friend. No, if I see this guy with a bib on smiling at me, I'm gonna be a little nervous.
Yeah,
But hey,
run. Well, I mean, I was on a boat with them, and he had 2 skulls, and they definitely were human skulls. Now, they don't say that I have to look more into the culture, and I don't want to speak incorrectly, but from my understanding, they eat human remains. They don't kill people and then eat them, right? So they're already dead, which is kind of gross, but they burn them and eat the ashes, and they have the ashes on their face and things like that. But he was a man that our fixer that we worked with in Varanasi hired as our model, and we had a couple of other holy
Great
men as
job.
well, some sadhus. Yeah, it was really interesting. I brought this one up because this is one I just want to leave on. Is I did a sky replacement on this one. This was in Venice as well. And when I did the sky replacement, I actually tested this one in Photoshop and in Luminar. And this little square down here, can you see this? There's kind of a little cutout. Photoshop did not pick that up. No matter what I did, and I moved the sky down, it did not recognize that that was sky, and Luminar did. So I was very happy.
and then think back in the old days, replacing a sky like that, let alone reflections, on the ground, and then the new people, reflection. It's amazing. I mean,
Yep.
it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's way less work for sure. And again, it's not something that I do a lot because I'm a portrait photographer, but I mean, here's 3 examples, of where I did a sky replacement. So even though these are people pictures, I'm still doing a sky replacement.
Awesome job. Hey, darling, thank you so much for joining us today.
You're
And
welcome. Thanks for having me.
Where can our viewers find more about you?
They can find me on digitalphotomentor.com, and I'm DP Mentor on Twitter and on Instagram. And I do have a gallery on my website as well. If you want to see more of these images, I've got a gallery called Faces of the World, and lots more of these interesting people from different places.
That sounds great. Well, hey, thank you so much for joining us, and I'm sure I'll see you again soon.
Take care. Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
So before we get to our next guest, and thank you again, Darlene, so much for coming, I just wanted to share a couple of resources, so we'll make this nice and simple. By the way, we did mention that you could use that code DEEPDIVE, all one word in caps, and that's going to allow you to take $10 off just about every item in your shopping cart. Someone said, did it work on Luminar X? It did. Did it work on templates? It did. Did it work on skies? So that's a really good coupon code because it's $10 off each item in your cart. So take advantage of that. I hope that helps. I wanted to show one thing, and Vinelli, if you can get our next guest queued up, I'm just going to walk people through a couple of things that I saw questions on. So first up, in Luminar, when you're working with an image, if you've got Adobe DNG Creator installed, or you have Photoshop or Lightroom installed, we read those same profiles. Otherwise, you could download and install the free DNG Creator tool from Adobe, and that installs a bunch of DCP profiles. That stands for Digital Negative. DNG is home, Digital Negative File. I'm forgetting what the G is, but that's okay. And a DCP file is a DNG Creative Profile or DNG Camera Profile. So that's what these profiles are. So if you install that free tool, that DNG Creator tool, it'll put a bunch of profiles in here. And you could go ahead and access those. And if not, you could load and manually browse. But when it says things like camera standard or camera faithful or portrait, what it's doing here is it's reading in the actual preset that this Canon camera was using. So it lets you access, in this case from the CR2 file, the manufacturer suggested ones here that Canon would have given you as a starting point. So that's a nice little tip so that you could very quickly get those to the right point, which works out really, really well. and you could take advantage of that. You also may have seen in the chat pod, and we'll add a link in again, that we've given you some textures. So you just click the load texture button and then you can navigate. And so we've shared the paper texture kit, and we shared, we're going to share Filmic in a moment, but I also shared another item here that was pretty cool. And it should have been this one here called Torn Edges. So these are some ones I mentioned that we made, my daughter and I, the other day. And we did a bunch of torn up paper. You can drop those in. It's going to place it on. Click the Place Texture button. And now you could easily refine that and dial that in to the look that you want. Just grab those edges and pull. And that makes it really simple. Then you can adjust the opacity of the tool, how you like it, which works out very nicely. And a couple of you are asking, how do I use all those LUTs you've been giving us? Just go back here and go down to the Mood tool, and you could click and say Load Custom LUT. And we gave you all of those cool analog LUTs. There's a bunch of fun retro looks here, and that's an easy way, and you see we pulled that off. By the way, if you've applied a texture, here's how cool it is. You could swap it out. Just go back to the texture and say Load Texture. You can navigate, and now I want to see the white version of that. So I'll say, oh, let's swap it for this one. And you're going to see that it adjusts and lets me do that swap out very easily, so I can get that torn paper feeling. And now, when we're all set, if we wanted to apply that to other images, we could do it. Watch. We'll just say that we want to copy that, Command-C, come up here and Command-V. And it's going to paste. Control-C, Control-V on a Windows machine, or right-click Synchronize. And notice, unlike layers, the template is actually smart enough, and so it adjusts to the different aspect ratio. So as you go to different images here, it's able to handle that and let you mix all those things together, which is pretty cool. V, you're seeing my screen okay, right? Okay.
I'm sorry, yes, I am.
Okay,
I'm just, I have Gary, and I'm just trying to promote him panelist.
No problem. Just check with Doug. He should be able to help you with that. I'll keep going until you got Gary loaded and ready. All right. So let me show you one other thing. And that was a question about, well, how do I do this if I'm working in Photoshop? So if you've opened up a raw file in Photoshop here and you click Open, you get the ability to open as a smart object. So when you open something into Camera Raw, at the very bottom, there's a little piece of text that's kind of hidden. So you click here, and you could choose to open in Photoshop as a smart object. In Lightroom, you can do the same thing. File, open in Photoshop as smart object. That embeds the raw file into the image itself. So when you open that object in Photoshop, it embeds the raw file right into the layer. Luminar can be used as a smart object plugin. So if I run Luminar AI there, it's going to actually run on this layer non-destructively. And the cool thing about smart objects is later, after you close the Photoshop file, you could reopen it and all your Luminar settings are going to be totally live. So you could actually go in and make adjustments after the fact. It'll come up with all the sliders intact, which is cool. So let's just go ahead and we'll take that to sunset or nice clean light. I like that one. And I'm gonna just drop in another change. I feel like that sky's nice, but not quite the mood I wanted. But I'm gonna use the erase tool here first and just content aware erase our person. I just want a nice clean empty landscape. There we go. And what's nice about that is it actually puts it into the underhood. So as we make other adjustments, it's gonna adjust. So it doesn't make a new layer anymore. It doesn't stick it on the top. But let's drop in a new sky. And we'll just browse here, and I want something a little bit later, sunset clouds, and I'll go something nice and warm. And that layers it in. You see it drops it. You can move that around if needed. You could adjust the mask refinement, but it did a nice job there. It recognized that that was a mountain there and not a hole. And we'll just fill that in with a little bit of scenery lighting, have it pick up the color from the scene. There we go. Now it's nice and unified. And then with our reflection there, we can control it casting the color into that original lake there, so it picks up that color. Click apply and it's handed back to Photoshop. And in the future, if you ever need to, all you have to do is double click on the filter in the layers panel. So you could just double click that filter and it will actually reopen up Luminar with everything being live for editing. All right, I hope that answers a couple of the questions. Also, some of you are asking, why can't I use the composition AI tool inside of Photoshop? That's because Photoshop doesn't let you change the size of the canvas. So it has to stay at its original size and you're not able to make that change. But there it is. You see it applies the filter and it will add it right below. And in the future, you just double click on that and you're able to edit. All right, Vanelli, back to you. We got a great guest.
Hey, Rich, thank you so much for jumping in like that. And here's our special guest, Gary McIntyre. Hello, Gary.
Hi, Vanelli. How are you?
I love that accent. Every time. I'm going to put that on my recording. Vanelli's not here right now. This is Buddy Gary. Call him back later. So Gary, what do you have for us today?
What I'm going to look at today, if everyone can understand the accent, what I'm going to look at today is just the structure AI details and accent AI, just with a couple of images, just a couple of very quick edits, just to show how it can really emphasize what you're trying to do with your images.
Yep, and I love this because you're dealing really with the essential tools, and the essential tools are what us photographers rely on. And we've talked about this before. Are you a photographer, a graphic artist, or a retoucher? And you could be all three, but make sure whichever one you are in that moment. And with Luminar AI, it makes it so easy to be a great photographer with those essential tools. All right?
Definitely.
Right.
Yeah, and it makes it so easy as well.
All right, you got it. So you can share your screen?
I will do. And there we go. Can we see the screen? Yeah. Cool. Well,
nice sunny day.
It is, yes. This is just down the coast from me. But what I was looking at with this image was just to bring out the details. As you can see, it's the last light of the day nearly, but I wanted to bring out the details. So it's just a single shot. And with structure AI, accent AI, and the details, I actually have templates set up here over in my templates with the new Luminar AI, the update 2. I've actually set this up so that I can save it. But what I'm going to do for this is just show you it working here. And if I can move that down slightly there, sorry, I'll just do that. Up the top there keeps going in there. So if I go into accent AI, what I can do, I'm not going to use the sky enhancer for this. I'm just going to leave that to the very end. So I'm just going to push that ever so slightly. And just you can see the differences straight away that brings to the image. Just if I do a quick before and after. And most of the details I'm trying to enhance are down in the foreground elements and up there. So I'm just going to push that just a tad more, just to bring that up. Then for me, one thing that I really like as well with this is the structure AI. And this can be used both ways. That's what I really like about it as well. And I'll quickly show that in the second image too. What I'm going to do is I'm going to push that slightly, and I'm going to use the edits here for the details edit. So that again, if we do that, I love this before and after slider. If we use that, we can see the differences that's made already. But with this, with the masking, what I really like, as Darlene mentioned as well, is the fact that you can copy any masks that you paint in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the opacity at 100 just for the purposes of this. And I'm just going to paint in very, very quickly around here in any details that I want. Just there, just make the image pop just a tiny bit more. I'll take the brush size down to there and do that. And then bring it back down again. And just for this, just for the lighthouse, I won't take my time with this, I'll just do that. But as I say, what I love about this is the fact that I can now copy this. And for me, go into the details and then decide how much I want to use, like small details, medium details, or the large details. And for this one image here in particular is mainly the small details. And you can just see how much, again, if I zoom in there, how much that has popped just be using a few sliders, and then I'll just push the medium details slightly. Large details I'm not going to bother with too much because there's quite a bit going on over here. And for this image, I actually left the people in this image here just to see the scale of the entire place. But you can see the details and how just these 3 sliders have made such a difference to the image. And for this, what I'm going to do is just go in here into the 3 dots and paste. So just to note, so that I know what I've just pasted in as well, I can show the mask. So that's the mask from the first Structure AI edit. And that's what I love about it, as you mentioned, the fact that you can be a graphic artist, a photographer, everything all at once, just what you can do with this. I'm also, as you know, a Photoshop user as well, and Lightroom as well, but to do this in Photoshop would take a lot longer. And this is what I love about Luminar for this. I can get into an edit and get in really, really quickly, get to the point that I really want, and then take it from there. And I really enjoy that with it.
Well, that's great. Now, yeah, you know, it's interesting. Along with yourself, several presenters today love showing the mask and then copying and pasting the mask on the different tools, saving a lot of time. So that worked out really good. And it's interesting because I do have the Windows Surface. What is this? The workstation. Since Luminar, I've rarely had to use my mask because a lot of the stuff I try to do, I try to stay away from the masking as much as possible. But if it's a special piece or an artwork that I'm using, then I'll spend 30 to 40 minutes on it.
Yeah.
Do you remember in the old days, you'd spend a week or 2 weeks, you know, and now to say you're spending 30 minutes, it's like, oh my God, you spend 30 minutes on that?
Yeah. I'll be honest, it is such a time saver. And it means as well, from the point of view that you can go into templates and actually, let's save this here as a template, or the edits that you would normally make. My templates are in here. I have clean and crisp, or my templates, if I get back there, and I've got favorites as well, Queen Light, Forest Stream. I love the fact that you can go in and just use the ones that you would normally do. But this one here, for example, this Queen and Crisp, that's set up just with Accent AI, Structure AI, and details. So that once I apply that, I can go in and just mask the areas that I want those 3 bits to be applied to.
Oh wow! And then you start from there. That's a really smart idea.
It really helps, and if time allowing, yep, I'll show you in the second image that actually working, how I actually use it. If I jump to this image here, so this is a recent one. We don't normally get too much fog where I stay, so as soon as this happened, I dived out to get it. But this one here, this is me applying the template, and this template has everything that I mentioned there applied to it and saved. But what I can also do with this, if I just apply that, you should be able to see the difference there, and I'll just do the slider difference. So you can see the difference that is made, and although that would be applied to the entire image, what I can do as well is I can go into edit, and because this is a misty scene or a foggy scene, I can go into edit, and I can also go into the local masking. So for example, that has been masked there, and it's a foggy scene, so it's got a bit of contrast with everything that's happening there. So what I would normally do for scenes like this, now that I've managed to be able to capture one, is add a basic in the local masking. But this time, go in and turn the structure down and pull that back. I'm watching this area here in the background mainly. So although it's affecting the entire image, I'm watching this area here just in the trees because it is in the distance. And then I would go in with the mask, and I'll just increase that there, the radius up just for this. and then I'll go in and soften this again. So that you're using, I noticed Rich was talking about that as well, you're using both the structure to emphasize and also to decrease what you're doing. So I can go in there and paint that in there. I'll just do this very quickly. And in there, and through the trees, because we've got enough contrast there, what I can do is I can drop the opacity right down and just lightly paint in there. There we go, it's showing up now. So we can lightly paint.
Yeah. And isn't it neat? We don't have to start in any set order.
No.
Right? Because like, in the old traditional way of photo editing, ironically, we as creators are the ones who love to go out of the box, but traditional photo editing keeps you in a box, and you have to follow set orders. And here I just noticed you took a different approach, and you didn't have to start, in one section. So I thought that was really neat. How many times have you done a tutorial in Photoshop the old days? A 40-step tutorial, and you realized, oh shoot, back in step number 7, you didn't do this, and you had to start all over again. So
yes.
That is great.
Yeah, and it's the fact that because, as you say, you don't have to follow any order, you can apply these at any point. You get your base because that allows you to do everything. But when you're editing, you'll have a kind of normal workflow that you use. And exactly. This allows you to jump out of it and jump back into it and use it to plug in the full software.
And speaking of that, Jim asked, can we stack templates? And the answer to that is no. So in other words, and keep in mind, once you create a template, you apply a template, or better yet, you like right now, if Gary were to add a template to what he just edited, everything will revert back to 0, and the template will be taking everything to 0, and the template settings are the only settings. And at first,
if somebody wants to combine 2 templates, the best workflow for that is develop the first image, then you could export the image and bring it back in. And if you want to be able to use those together, if you load that second image with the texture overlay, you could load that on top, much like a layer, which would then give you the ability to blend the 2 together. But you could develop an image, export it, put it in the same folder, Luminar automatically adds it back to your library. So that's just a multi-pass workflow. Lightroom would be the same way. So because we're a parametric image editor, we apply the tools only one time. And the reason for that is that everything's non-destructive. So you can't run a filter 3 times. But this gives you that ability that everything is live and can be edited or adjusted at any time. So that's why we do it that way. And we got rid of adjustment layers and things like that because it sometimes rendered the filters in the wrong order and produced really long export times and lots of noise or artifacts. So we went with this non-destructive approach, and that's why now the clone tool is non-destructive, the erase tool is non-destructive. All of those things are live effects that you didn't have before, but because we embraced an entirely non-destructive engine under the hood with Luminar AI. Sorry, was that a mic drop moment for you there, V?
Yeah, okay, Gary, right when we think we know a lot about it, Rich pops in.
Just so we're clear, that's my job. Not to interrupt you, just to know the hard answers.
So there's your answer. Was it Jim? You're welcome. So Gary, are you applying atmospheric fog to this?
No, this is the actual scene. This is a very fortunate moment for me because we don't get much fog, so this is actually the entire scene.
Wait, Scotland? You don't get that much fog in Scotland?
Where I stay, you don't know. I'm right on the coast, so there's hardly ever any fog.
Well, that's awesome. Well, what else do you have for us?
It was actually when you were talking about back in here, jump into this one as well, for the local masking with this, from the point of view that once you had everything edited to the way you wanted it, what you could do is you could go into the local masking, and again, we have in here structure, saturation, everything that everybody's used before and that they're playing with. But what you can also play around with and build these up is the fact of the warmth and the exposure. So you can actually keep working in top. I think it's up to 10 times, I think that Richard said before. So you can actually build upon these all the time. So if that there looks too flat, I can then start to go in and, for example, I can decrease the shadows just in there and apply it via a mask. I'm going to keep the opacity there just for the purposes of this and take the radius down. So I'm only going to apply it into certain areas. I would take my time if it was a normal edit, but I'm only going to apply that into certain areas. So again, what that's done, it's not dodging and burning per se, but it's another way to get what the effect basically that you're after, because a lot of dodging and burning you spend so much time doing, and it's really good to do. I find it very therapeutic, but I can go up here and I can just increase the brush size. I'll watch my time as well and go in there. So I can decrease that again. And you can see it's just subtle, the changes of it, because this image, the main thing about this image is the lead through.
As a portrait photographer, burning in highlights, shadows, and the hair is something I'm used to, and I'm watching you do this to a landscape. It's the same. It's so cool how you were directing the viewer's eye, with light.
That's the one thing, as you know, I teach at college as well, and that's the one thing that we do teach them, whether they're landscape, portrait, or whatever type of photographer they are. It's the light that controls the eye as well as composition, but it's the light. We're always drawn natively to the lightest part of an image. So by doing this, and I'll just very quickly go into one more, so you can go up 10 times with this. I can then go in and just bring back some highlights or even deepen the shadows even further. As you see, that goes in even further, which is giving us a more reaction in here. And again, just choose the areas that I want the contrast to appear in. I'm doing this very quick, but hopefully you get the idea with that.
Exactly. It looks really good. So what other projects do you have you're working on?
At the moment, I've actually just started another job as well. I'm actually writing for F-stoppers now. So that's taken up a bit of time. I've got a lot of, well, as you know, I do the YouTube stuff. I really enjoy teaching, so I do the YouTube work as well. And I'm waiting for, over here, we're in a closed district, so we can't travel that far. So I'm waiting for the boundaries to open when it's safer to open, so that I can go north and shoot an entire series of images. I've got a plan of images that I want to do that I've never shot before, just to push what I'm actually doing as well.
Oh, wow.
Interesting, exciting stuff for me.
Hey, do you want to stop sharing your screen?
Oh, yep.
Well, that's really great, Gary. So now you were teaching class before quarantine. Were you teaching classes in Scotland or all over?
I do. I teach at a local college. I teach 4 days now. I dropped a day so that I could spend more time doing photography. So I actually dropped a day at college. I teach 4 days at college, and then during most of the year, I do workshops in the Glencoe region of Scotland, which is just a lovely area. I absolutely love it there. So I teach workshops there as well, 1-day workshops.
Oh, great. Now, what have you been noticing, like back when we came up through Photoshop, before Lightroom was invented, you had Photoshop without layers. Trying to understand Photoshop, a complicated program for graphic artists, and then trying to understand photography. Oh my God, that's why my hair, just so you know, is like this. I had a full head of hair all the way down. But nowadays, I just feel people gravitating towards photography are at the perfect time, because now they can focus on their photography and, oh yeah, here's Luminar to help you fine tune your images, not totally replacing them, not making them look totally fake, just enhancing them, using it as your digital darkroom. And then when they're ready to take it to the next step, then they can make movie posters and they can make other things from there. But they have the ability to learn their art one at a time. So, are you noticing that with your students?
The students are, yes, they're, as you say, they're spending more time out shooting, not just now, but they are spending more time shooting. And then, although they're shooting, we like to teach them from the point of view that everything should be captured in camera as best you can, and then tweak it at the end. And so that way they're focusing on, forgive the pun, but they're focusing on the task in hand, and they're not thinking, right, okay, I can do this at the end to make this better. Make this as good as you can just now, and this will just enhance it. So, yeah.
Now the downfall with Luminar on that part of it, I used to use Lightroom as a punishment. If somebody photographed, let's say 40 shots, and it's too dark, they had to do they had to go and hand fixed every single one of those images, and that taught them, don't ever make that mistake again. Here's the proper lighting. I tried that with an intern when Luminar came out. They just zip. All right. So it was kind of neat. They just said, "Oh, I should have put a reflector here. My bad. Bip. Done." So, but it is a good learning tool too, because then we can show, hey, if you were to relight this scene,
yes,
here are some things you can do. So, but that's great, Gary. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Now, where can we find more about you?
Most of my time's focusing either Instagram at Gary McIntyre Photographer, or YouTube, again, Gary McIntyre Photographer, or I've got a website, which again is Gary McIntyre Photographer. So I just try and keep it, because there's another Gary McIntyre, but he's a dancer and I can't dance. So
I'm sorry. I just saw Lord of the Rings. Let me see if I can share my screen for a moment. One moment. Thank you, Gary, so much. It's great to have you on.
Thanks again. Thank you.
And let me share my screen just for one moment, and then we'll wait for our next guest.
Yep.
All right. Okay, so let's see.
This is good to mention, Manelli, which is we do have a comprehensive help menu, and show the best feature up there, the search box. And I say this with earnesty, which is like, people are like, how do I do that thing in Photoshop again? Just type in the word Photoshop for a second.
Yep.
And so Vanelli and I actually write this user manual. And, there's all the times where Photoshop comes up in the user manual, and then you can jump right to it. And I think you updated the button. And if you're like, oh, but I often don't have an internet connection. What's there at the bottom, V? Bottom left column.
Oh, download the PDF.
Yep, so you can pull that down, and the PDF automatically updates when we update the user manual, as long as Vanelli remembers to click the Update PDF button. So, you guys can access that. It's a great resource. Well, our next guest is getting logged in, so we're glad that he's here. And Vanelli, you get to take a little break. You've been going hard for a couple hours, so go give yourself a small break if you would.
You got it. Thank you so much, Rich, and I will see you guys soon.
Yeah. And Elias getting logged in here, so we'll get his camera up, and in a second we'll get him pinned. So we were showing that workflow in Photoshop earlier. That's running it as a smart object. So all you have to do before you run the layer is you can, under the filter menu, say convert to smart object, convert for smart filters. Or when you open it in Camera Raw, you click on the little hyperlink at the bottom. So that's just making a smart object. Or if you're in Lightroom, you could say open in Photoshop as a smart object. So all of those options are going to work. Let me just go ahead and get Elias' camera turned on and his mic unmuted. So once we see him logged in, we'll toss over to him here. So this all works very easily to get things done. We were also mentioning that we've been giving you some cool free downloads in the chat pod. So you've been seeing some LUTs and other recipes at play. We also put in our texture paper kit there. So this is going to allow you to do a lot of fun things. So under the edit menu, make sure you explore that mood tool. That's going to be where you can load those custom LUTs. So we gave you a pack of almost 100 analog LUTs. Actually, there might be 100 in there. So these give you really cool vintage looks. And there's black and white and color ones in there. So I'm going to go with this cool bluish grungy one. And I could dial in that strength there, but it's giving me those nice, cool colors and pop the contrast. And we also showed you using local masking, you can load in textures and just click load texture. And we gave you those torn edges texture. Earlier today, we gave you our comprehensive paper kit. And this has some cool paper textures. So you could layer those in. And even though you might not think of using textures, textures can be really cool because they have blending modes. So this lets you make that a really gentle effect. And by adjusting the opacity of that, you could use that to create some cool areas. In this case, with the soft light blending mode, notice how it really didn't at all apply to the skin, but blended in nicely to the background there. So you could do some cool things. All right, I'm going to stop sharing. And we've been promoting that you could use that $10 off code if you want. That's deep dive in all caps, which works out nicely. But our next guest is here, and Alaya, thank you for joining us here.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Good.
So for those of you who weren't with us earlier, many of you may know Alaya Liccardi. He's a world-class photographer and has traveled the world as helping more and more people learn about photography. We're super excited that Alaya has actually just joined the Skylum team, and he's helping us with building communities and outreach and partnerships. So Alaya, I appreciate you coming here. I know you already made this announcement on your previous visit, but just give people the 60-second version of what you're doing and why.
Yeah, Rich has worked with me enough to tell me to give the 60-second version rather than the normal length version. Yeah, I've worked with Skylum for a long time, but I just taken on more of an active role in partnerships and global partnerships so that we can expand the knowledge base and user base and also support more photographers and artists and creators all over the world to get more powerful results in a simple way. So that's the short end of it. I've also been really focusing on Sky AI for a little while. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And if you were with us before, I think I was on around noon, we covered some different things. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about Sky AI and specifically about sort of choosing the right sky for the environment and also sort of refining it so it looks realistic. So I'll review a little bit. If this is the second time you watch me today, there'll be a little bit of a review, but for the most part, I just want to kind of talk about the scenes
So
themselves.
Alaya, if I could ask one thing before you start, if it doesn't throw things off too bad, I think your monitor is currently set to 4K, which is making anybody over the age of 21 feel like they're old because they can't read your UI. Would you mind switching that to a lower res?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you guys what my contact lens prescription is. So I completely understand that. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for the reminder too. Yeah, I had it set the last time. I've been in work mode for the last couple of hours.
Now I don't feel really blind.
Well, I always feel so this is kind of cool. Like I put together this little thing today of all these different ones. We see some repeating skies up here and up here in two different locations. But basically some of these look more realistic than others. And the way that I kind of categorize this stuff is sort of the easy wins, right? Some of these scenes during golden hour is probably the easiest time to replace the sky besides when it's blue sky kind of things. We get into dynamic lighting situations like blue hour or, it's sunset when we have extreme highlights and shadows, it can become a little bit more difficult. So if we look at images that we're shooting pretty regularly, it's basically just going to be a blue sky, and there we go. So it's basically just going to be a blue sky. It's a nice image, has a good composition, but it's easy to turn into something different. And this was just with a few edits. Now I consider this sort of an easy win because there's already a blue sky. So let's take a look at this one in particular. And I have a few things done here. So I'm just going to undo these few things that I have here rather than just resetting it. I have the Sky AI. And then what I want to talk about later is some ways, there are some ways to sort of soften the contrast while removing some saturation without really getting rid of some of the detail. So in this case, it's Sky AI is the main feature here. And the first thing you need to do is select one. So I have a custom folder, and I can show what's in that custom folder or add more things to it. These are the skies that I've released to Marketplace. So 1 through 28, they have better names than Marketplace, I promise. And they also come in TIFF files, so you can see the full resolution, full bitrate TIFFs. This is the Sunset, the Epic Sunsets pack of 28, and then 10 of these are in the 10 pack called Gloomy Twilight. That's part of the Luminar X membership. So these are kind of the ones that we're going to take a look at. And you can see that since I've loaded that to view that custom folder, the bottom here are all those Epic Sunsets, and then we get into some more of the Gloomy Twilights. So with a scene like this, almost anything would work. And if I go ahead and reset this, it'll start here and my custom files will be there again. So any of these might look pretty good. You know, we could pick something really ambitious. We can pick something that has maybe some different hues in it. And this is an easy win for this scene because there are a lot of different ways we can go. But what we'll notice specifically about this image is that there's atmospheric perspective. So this is sort of a marine layer because it's summertime in the Greek Cyclades, and it just happens. So this gets a little bit more difficult to mask because it's a soft transition rather than a hard edge that we have around the mountain. So when I select a sky, this goes towards that building believability. I don't want to go too ambitious. Now, obviously I can't have something where the sun's in the frame because the sun's clearly off frame. That's an easy one. But I also want to pick something that might be a little softer. So one, we kind of have a composition that's 2/3 or almost 3/4 landscape, 1/4 sky. So I don't want something to be too distracting because we really want to focus on the foreground. So a lot of these would kind of work, even something like this, something softer. What I went with was something very soft. So this is a very, very soft sky that can be easily transformed and blended. And you see with no further settings done, you can see how easily that blended into the horizon. And another feature that we have now with the update 2 is the ability to add color and the saturation and things like that, but we also have better relighting tools. So if we take a look at this, if I turn the horizon blending, and this is all default, if I turn this all the way down, we'll start to see those hard lines in the transition here. If I start to blend this, you can see that it's going to blend up from the horizon. So horizon blending is a nice way to soften the transition. And if you're using a sky that naturally would fit in an environment like this, in other words, it's softer, doesn't have a lot of low clouds or sharp details in clouds, then it's going to blend in really nicely. Now, the cool thing that's happening here behind the scenes, and this is something that's usually a little tricky to do, whether you do the masking manually, whether you use Sky AI, it's the relighting. So here, if I turn this all the way off, you can see that we're starting to fade into the background of what was already there. But when I relight this, you can see that it's not just relighting the scene, the highlights and the shadows with those magenta tones and the purples, it's also fixing this horizon line. Same thing if I continue to saturate this, you can see the side of the mountain, and that's a little extreme, is also pulling in more saturation. If you have a slider that doesn't do anything, it's because there's nothing there. So relight, human, AI process, no humans. Well, there are humans in the scene. That's probably not right to say, but they're very, very, very tiny. So it's really easy to get a result very quickly. And then to adjust that, we can change the sky size, the offset, the positioning, and then very important, flipping it if we have to. Now, with this scene, another level of believability is selecting a sky where the lighting direction is pretty much the same. And in this case, and we talked a little bit about it the last session, how to determine, we can see that the light's coming from the left side because the left side of the buildings are illuminated and we see the shadows. And it's not quite sunset, it's golden hour. So it's easy to identify where the light's coming from. In a sky like this, it's kind of hard to tell. It could be the sun's just peeked behind the clouds or through the clouds, and this is kind of, illuminating. So whether you flip it or not, it may have a better feeling from the left or the right. But if you're using a sky that's very, very directional, then you have to make sure that you pick the right direction. And when we get to this, and this is just the basics here, we can also control the reflection amount. So here we have that normal blue is going to soften. It's going to follow that. And we're going to soften into those details.
Yeah, and Elia, I know that you might do this part a little bit later, but I had a few people say, well, what happens if I want to shift that more? We've got masks on every tool, so you could easily brush in some color over there with the color tool or with the color harmony tool. There's lots of ways to do it.
Oh, absolutely. And this scene didn't, well, the next one we'll see, I didn't do anything before the sky. There's just a couple things here. So I turned pretty much everything off, a little bit of super contrast there. So this pretty much from the before and after is just Sky AI working. It doesn't mean that I can't do all of these things before or after, but if the scene's already pretty much visualized, the highlights, midtones, and shadows are pretty good, then I like to see the way that the sky works without too many adjustments, because later, once this is put together, we can come in, add more accent AI. Like you said, we can brush in more color. We can do everything that we could as if this was a normal image, because now it's paired as a single layer with the sky. But that's a really, really good question. And this image is really, it's a really cool image, but it's also really simple. You know, it's a simple image with a simple mask. And getting into some of these other scenes, here's another one that I consider to be simple. There's the island of Santorini and the town of Ia that branded the sunset so well that 1 million people watched it every night and clap when it goes below the horizon. Now, contrary to what I want as a landscape photographer, what most people want to see when they're on vacation is this. They want to see a blue sky because they're probably coming from somewhere cold and they want some sunshine. But we definitely like to have good skies. And it's probably, you know, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 skies in Santorini for a lot of the year are clear. So it's actually really interesting. But again, look at how clear the sky is, small transition with the island in the background, but we can still start to fade into something that's a little bit softer. So again, it's not an ambitious move with the sky. And that's kind of the point. And that's really where these sky libraries, these sky packs and everything come in handy to get ideas, but it also kind of sets you up to be able to capture your own. So if you're ever in a situation where, well, even if you are shooting a landscape, if you see a nice sky, whether that's daytime, the clouds, or anything, definitely shoot it, because here we're using them as direct sky replacements, but sometimes they can be used as textures or overlays or combinations with other skies. It's a really good thing to start collecting. But again, this is really easy, and you can see that it has an easier sort of transition. But sometimes things are a little bit more difficult around geometry. So again, this is an interesting scene too, and I haven't done much to this either. We'll just go ahead and take a look at what I did here in Sky AI. Also, my files are very high resolution.
And by very,
now,
I think you're actually using one of the highest resolution cameras on the planet. Talk to that for a second. Why do you shoot at such a high res? Is it future-proofing?
This is 36 megapixel 14-bit, but now I'm shooting 100 megapixel at 16-bit. And yeah, it's a, you know, when I first started doing this, maybe res cameras, we barely had raw files and everything. Like, what are megapixels going to be, and is that going to be good enough? And throughout the years, what's happened is I might visit a historical site, and then a couple of years, some volcano erupts or earthquakes happen. So what I've learned is that when I'm capturing these places, I try to capture it as high resolution as possible, and that is future proofing. But that's also gallery printing. I want to be able to share these at 1080 on Instagram, or 12 meters on the wall. So that's my personal preference. I will destroy computers in the process. I mean, they melt. I mean, there's pros and cons of that 100 megapixel workflow. But in this case, it's interesting here, and we'll just toggle this off. We'll reset it. The only other thing that I did to this that's worth sort of pointing out is I did use composition AI, because typically, and this was an older camera system, I think it was a Nikon system I was using, and there's usually going to be something there that needs adjustment inside of the composition. So vertical lines, everything like that, become very important. So if you want to correct it manually or you want to correct the perspective, typically it's a good idea. I'll usually start there first just because visually it's annoying. It doesn't mean that I can't go up there later. It's just kind of something I want to take care of right away. And it goes back to that, the order of things doesn't always matter, but sometimes it matters. But we can see here you have sort of hard edges all around, and then we even have fine edges here. So little cabling on top of the castle and everything like that. So this is a combination of, it's a little bit more complex, but it's also a situation where we have the transitional light of, the blue hour. And in that case, when you blend time, and that's what I do very often, we really have to take into consideration how much is too much. In other words, like Richard likes to put it, and I like to put it sometimes, should you blend the Milky Way into the sunset? And usually the answer is no. That's taking it a little bit too far. Will it look good? Yeah, arguably, yeah, you could do a good job, but it's just a little too much. So this is borderline night. This is an early blue hour, so it's really only about 15 minutes after sunset. But if I use something that's too ambitious, like let's just say a burning sky like this, it may be too much, but it also would be a little too distracting. So that's going too far, in my opinion. Even though the relighting picked it up pretty well, it's too much. So we really have to think about this. Okay, well, we want there to be some color, but not too much color. I mean, it's kind of like me complaining on location when it's like, I want there to be clouds, but not too many clouds. And I want them to be close to the horizon, but not on the horizon. And I want them to be red, but not too red, because then I have to worry about exposure. It's kind of like that. It's just we're being the one more soft. We could even go the route of something extremely mute so that it takes the attention off of the sky and pushes it more to the foreground. So a lot of different ones here will work. So this is a good problem to have. We actually have different things that we can do. And even going back to something like this, which is a little less intense, may start to work. So something like this is a little bit better than what we had before, but I can soften it even more if we transition into the blue hour. So this is a later sunset. So first off, this is a sunrise. I believe I was shooting this at sunrise or sunset. I don't even remember anymore. So this is a good question. Richard, where's the sunlight coming from here?
You're gonna make this the fun game of Rich guessing. To me, it looks like it's coming from behind us a little bit, because I see it hitting that pillar on the right, and it's illuminating the face of the pillars that are facing towards us here a little bit, but I'm not seeing that equally on both sides. So it looks like to me like it's coming from behind us and maybe a little bit to the left, but you're going to tell me I'm wrong, or did I guess right?
Well, I was hoping that, this was shot 13 December 2014, and I obviously didn't set my internet. When you travel in time zones like every other week or every week, you forget to set your clock on your camera. So 2 a.m., 2:03:17 doesn't actually make much sense, right? Like, let me go ahead and, whoops, I'm using too much memory, but it'll be okay. That's actually because it's not because of Luminar, it's actually because of my computer. And this is the new M1 too, by the way. So we are kind of paving the way for this. So yeah, it actually is, I believe, if it was sunset, if it is sunset, then right. And I know that because I've been there and I've shot sunrise fairly often. So sunset would be to the right. So I'm guessing this is sunrise and it is coming from the left. But it's one of those situations where I don't think it matters as much because it's a blue hour. But I still want to mess with it. And I may have just forced myself into a quick restart. Let me see. At this point, you're like, what else can I force quit?
No problem.
Oh, there's nothing.
Do you need me to share my screen for a second while you do a restart?
Actually, no, it just popped up. It's fine.
All right, good.
Yeah, I have, well, I'm actually building an office and like a RAID system and all this kind of stuff. So I have a lot of stuff on this computer at the moment, but here we go. So let's say it was off to the right. That looks good. Let's say we decided it was off to the left because Elijah doesn't ever set his camera to the right setting. It's not going to be a deal breaker, but I think you're right. It is coming from the right-hand side. And you can kind of look at this here. I feel like if you put an image with the most intense part of a sky on the left, it's kind of the first thing that we look at rather than the landscape or the cityscape. If you have the most intense part of the sky off to the side, it further mutes the fact that it might be a replacement, or takes the attention off of it and puts more emphasis on the foreground. So in this case, I like it compositionally better because it's not the first thing that I'm looking at. And this is not focus stack, but there are additional shots here to make this in focus. Though I don't know why I wanted to make this in focus, but I'll usually make everything in focus. So this is a good starting point. So without anything having been done to this image, it looks good from the start. And again, the relight strength is going to give us the ability to pull in some of that color. And when you really crank this all the way to the right, you can see how it's pulling the literal colors from the sky. So too much of this doesn't usually work. You want to make sure that you're kind of light on this, because we can always make color adjustments later. We just want to make sure that it makes it feel like it's naturally blending. Another thing we can do to sort of blend it into that blue is we can blend the horizon in a little bit too, so that that transition between the sky, the new sky and the old sky can also increase. Then what we can do when we do the relighting, you can see it's going to match those tones as well. And I'm specifically looking at these areas. So the relight saturation will bring that saturation point up as well. So this is really easy and quick to do, even with complex geometry, but it gets a little bit more fun from there. So what we've done so far is we've gone right into, well, we did some composition, but we went right into Sky AI. We haven't relied on any other tools. And I don't have to rely on any other tools yet, because there's still some matching we can do. If there is atmospheric haze, even if there's not, sometimes this can help just bring in the believability. If the sky is way too contrasty and the foreground is a little bit more washed out, this can help it be a little bit more believable. As you do this, and as I tune this up, it's very responsive for the relighting as well. So if it's a hazy day, it's going to reflect some of that light from the sky into the foreground, which is really useful. Warmth and brightness are even more useful. So this sky pairs pretty well to this scene, but I can increase the warmth to make it a little bit more intense if I want to, or a little bit more, I guess, traditional for a blue hour, it might need to go a little bit cooler. So you can see I can cool these colors down and make it look like it was a little bit later in the night. So this helps you find that blending point. Same thing with brightness, depending on the exposure and different things. Sometimes I'm tuning this up a little bit. And if you notice, that is something that I've noticed too, if you're relying a lot on the relighting strength, it goes based on your exposure as well. So if you really want a lot of that color, sky a little bit brighter, and that's going to reflect as well in the relighting. So it's kind of a fun way to balance an image. And once you feel it's balanced, you can see there's even some reflection here that it's picking up, which is really nice. Then we can go in and address everything. So before this was done, we would have thought of it as a single image. And now that Sky AI has completed, I also think about it as a single image. And that's where, sort of going back to that other shot from the Greek island, we can address certain things, you know, the color of specific areas, the intensity of specific areas, or just the balance of the exposure. So a little bit of accent AI, and that's going to bring those shadows up, going in specifically to the light and also increasing the shadows here. We can start to get exactly what we want. Now, what's interesting too is this is the most important thing. We are, and Sky AI, even though it's doing a lot of the work, we still have some tools to adjust it. So sometimes exposures are all over the place. If you're shooting dynamic lighting environments, sometimes I tend to underexpose because I know I can recover a lot from the shadows. Sometimes you do need to balance it before. So the light panel is going to remain independent from the Sky AI completion. In other words, if I change the exposure here, it's going to be independent from the sky. And that may seem a little strange, but it's very useful because it gives me the ability to tune this part of the image, treating them separately, just in case they don't match fully. So sky is really soft. I increase the brightness. So it makes sense here. Before I add contrast, I can do the same thing here. Same thing with the temperature. I can cool it down a little bit if I don't want it to be as strikingly warm, and make these fine tuning adjustments. Then I can go back to any of the other tools here and increase. So accent AI to round out everything, and sky enhancer if you want to make it a little bit more dramatic. That's why I like to do the few little things here in the sky adjustment, even if it's putting some atmospheric haze in. When this matches, everything you do after is going to work better and become a little bit more believable. So we can even use the sky enhancer again to bring back that detail, but now relative to the whole scene. It's pretty cool, right? You just can't get too ambitious, you know, Milky Way, sunset, that kind of stuff, you know, blue hour, unicorns. We gotta draw the line somewhere.
Elia, those are looking great. And you've really given people a masterclass here of understanding light and landscapes. I want to encourage folks too, you have an in-depth class for our Luminar X members. So if you do have the Luminar X membership, you get an in-depth, like 3-hour class with Elia all about photography in that Luminar X membership. So you guys can pick up that membership for $49 today if you use that deep dive code. And you get also a pack of skies and a pack of new templates every month. So Elia, we got time for one more image. Can you walk us through what you're doing here?
Yeah, this is a really important one. And yeah, going back to that, I also have a Luminar X membership and I download everything every month. So it's great. Like the more skies you have, the better. I mean, you can't have too many of them because they're all different. So yeah, this is kind of cool. I don't want to spend too much time because I'm going to go over, but there is something here that I have to address. And again, this is an old image that I shot in Montenegro, actually. This was years and years ago. And when you're traveling for photography, I love to spend as much time as I can in a location. But to be honest, you know, I only had one night here. We were just driving through Sveti Stefan before going to somewhere else. So I kind of walked around the town and found this view, but this is what I ended up with, you know. So it was a situation where there was too much sky going on. And it's interesting too, now, if we take a look at this, that it's starting to look pretty good, but there's still some little errors here. And that's something that's going to happen whether you're doing masking or using any tool, as nothing's ever going to work 100% of the time. Well, let's take a look at what is working here. So mostly the sky's intact. You can see I've made some adjustments here, a few adjustments to close gaps, and little things that I could do to fix or mitigate some of these things. And really going into an image, I don't know how much of this I'm going to have to use. I don't know how much of the fixed details, but they're there to help prevent some of these. So everything looks pretty good. There's a glaring issue here. Same thing though, we have the relight strength, just like we did last time. But really importantly here, aside from the relighting, we also have this really nice way of bringing the reflections in with the relevant masking. Now again, too much of anything is a bad thing. That can be pretty much a mantra for everything in life. But the right amount of reflection looks pretty good. And then sky adjustments, I haven't really done much here. But what I wanted to show was no matter what combination of this that I used, I still ended up with a little tiny issue over here. But that's not hard to overcome. So one way to do it is to bring this into Photoshop and use a heel brush or the rubber stamp or any other way that I'd handle this. So inside of Luminar, because we have this now as a composite or a single image, I can go into tools like something like the erase tool, and I can paint in an area that I want it to replace. And I'll just make the radius just right there. And we'll just do a little bit of brushing right here. And then click erase. Now it's going to calculate it just like Content Aware typically does. And most of the time it's going to give us a pretty good result. Sometimes it might take 2 tries, but you see there, it's gone. So you kind of get in this mindset, and this is really interesting about AI. You know, we have, at first it's like, wow, that's amazing. Complain when, oh, my automated tool isn't working 100% of the time. So it's interesting to think about it that way too. You know, most of the time this is going to solve something, but if you really think about this as a complicated process, when we were showing blue skies, we can do blue skies all day. I mean, that's an easy selection, whether it's luminosity masks. Relighting's not easy no matter what, unless you're using these tools. But look at this, the tones here. It's pretty much the same. The water, the sky, there's a little bit of red here, darker on the mountain. This line right here is the same shade as the mountains. We have hot spots here in the sky. It's hidden now because I have it cloned over. You can see that updated as well. There's some proof of a nonlinear editing workflow there. But you can see that going from here to here, even without that patch, with just a few minutes of tweaking these sliders is already really powerful. So while you're using AI, enjoy it, but also understand that it's not going to solve all the problems. And that's kind of a neat way that these tools are for everybody. So really quickly, if you're new to photography, you'll be able to use these and get amazing results. And if you're not new to photography, you've been editing like me for 20 years. I shouldn't say that, I'm dating myself. It's liberating that you can get this much done.
It's great that
and
your
it
parents
works most of
started
the
you
time.
when you were 5, Alaya.
They didn't. They were just happy I went to college. I went to art school because I didn't have to take math, science, and English. So my mom would verify that. But yeah, there are so many things we can talk about. And again, check out the course. We do cover this stuff. The Sky Packs are great. There are a lot of education on there online for Sky AI, specifically update 2 with these reflections. So if you guys are interested in it, there's plenty of stuff to follow up with.
Awesome. Great job. Well, feel free to stop sharing your screen. And folks, I hope you guys are having a lot of fun. We're going to get to our next guest in just 1 second, but there's a lot of cool things. Remember, if you want to check out Alaya's packs, you could check those out and use that code Deep Dive, and that's going to let you save $10 on each item in your cart. So feel free to check that out. We're going to be having Ev up next. Alaya, also, I know you're hard at work on finishing up a chapter for an ebook. We're going to be releasing an ebook all about landscape photography. Yeah, I know, I had to put you on the spot there. And those will be coming out soon. And we're going to be doing one on portrait photography. So we'll release that first to members in our AI Insiders group. So make sure you guys take a look at that. And that'll be a freebie that we release to share. But we try very hard to not just teach you how to edit photos, but how to start and capture great photos. Because if you know how to edit, that's great. But if you know how to capture good images and then make them better, that's part of your process. And Alaya, I think you should actually just cement that before we toss to Ev, which is you're not cheating when you're editing. You're just bringing your vision all the way to life, right?
Right. And I think if you followed any of my work from photographing the world, I mean, I'll spend 20 years in an environment if I have to, but I never teach 2014 and 15 when I created it. Oh, really?
Your mic cut out.
Yeah,
You're fine.
I mean,
it's
going to be the ethics of, yeah, if I would have had these tools back in 2014 and 15 when we created Photographing the World, I'd be using them. There'd be no reason why I wouldn't use them. It's just they didn't exist. You know, that's teaching a manual process. But what I do typically with Photographing the World is it's a long course, right? You have to spend 15 hours with me, sorry. But I'm going to show how to do this manually and then also show, you know, why AI is important. And then also, if you have a lot of experience in this, is great because then you know how to fix things when they come up, even if they're simple. So it is one of those things. It empowers everybody to get better photos and powerful photos quicker, but it still requires a little bit knowledge if you want to master it. And that's with anything else. If you've been doing this for 10 years, it's going to help your workflow. You're going to be impressed. If you've been doing this for 10 minutes, you're still going to have a good time. And I think that's important. And that goes to with using this as a standalone, like I just did, or as Scott Kelby did as a plugin. You know, these tools for enhancement, tools for the compositing, tools for finishing, it really has a lot of a choose your own adventure mentality.
Awesome. Well, Alaya, it's great to hear from you again. I'm going to put you on the spot once more. And can you introduce our next speaker? Ev's coming in. Tell folks 1 or 2 things they need to know about Ev, and we'll let him kick off with some cool techniques as well.
Ev looks like he's using the Fujifilm camera tool as well. I didn't know that. I saw that little screen and he's laughing. Ev is he's a really cool guy. And he was kind of involved in a weird little website. I don't know, like it was 500, what was it? 500 pixels, 500 px. That's right. Sorry, it was never very popular, so I was just like, you know, I confused it. Ev is an amazing artist. I've known him for a long time. I'm happy to call him a friend and a colleague. And he's also one of the smartest people I know in the language of NFTs at the moment. So if you guys have any side chats, we'll be doing a Clubhouse tomorrow because behind the scenes, Ev and I just kind of geek out on all this stuff that usually puts people to sleep. So with that, which side is he on? This one or that one?
It
Either
depends.
side.
I think he's to your left.
He's this
Other
way.
Other way.
Okay. All right. I will give you F.
All right, I'll take over now. So thanks for having me once again. I'll share my whole desktop for this one because I have a few things to show. So we'll start with a whole desktop. And all right, I'll just verify that everything is clear and you can see it.
Yep.
Rich? Yeah,
looks
okay.
good.
All right, so yeah, because I have a whole bunch of windows open, and I wanted to start with a few things. So in this, our short, time really flies, first of all. So I want to make sure that we can go and make an image like this from this original image. So kind of like shows you what can be done very quickly and very nicely with Luminar, with reflections, with a whole bunch of tools, and make like an anime style picture if you happen to have, if you happen to shoot basically like blooming flowers that is actually happening right now in some parts of the United States, some parts of Europe as well. So we'll get right to that. And right after this, I'm going to show you my pack with the templates that I created called Carbon Collection. It's on the Skylum Luminar marketplace. It's kind of like handcrafted with a lot of with a lot of effort, and the end result is that you can make images basically like this, and they can shine very quickly by using those packs, kind of like before and after, make them really kind of like get the right texture and the right atmosphere. So they were made in mind with a lot of kind of like travel photos, and I'm going to show you on different examples how that turns out. So without further, kind of like without any other delays, we're going to start with this image. I'm going to go with the full screen a little bit more, and we're just going to get started. So one thing you should know, we're editing a raw file that's from Fuji X-T2 and shot a few years back in Tokyo. So the first thing I wanted to do here is go directly to edit, and you will see that, of course, I want to start with a little bit of Accent AI. That's going to be really helpful in this particular shot. So you can see how it nicely adjusts the shadows and the contrast right away. So that's going to be really useful for us. Of course, as you saw with the sky, we're going to have the sky replacement. So I'm going to use one of the included skies, but I do encourage you to take a look at the Luminar Marketplace or Luminar X membership. And one thing you can find there is also some free packages, such as my collection of skies that look very plain, basically look like this. It's called California Clear Skies. That's free. Feel free to download those.
And Ev, that brings up two important points. One, there are lots of freebies in the marketplace, so go there. And two, I know a ton of people who shoot real estate who love having those gentle, simple gradient skies, those photorealistic ones. Sometimes you want a plain sky and not a busy sky. So I've seen people remove clouds with sky replacement because they wanted a simpler scene, or they wanted to showcase the property or the real estate.
That is exactly why they were created, for real estate purposes, or when you just want to have a bit of kind of like moody change. It actually looks really cool and Mars-like with some of those gradients. So feel free to use those as well. So I'm going to choose one of the pre-installed skies for this. I think it works really well in this particular example. Not much to change. As you can see, it adjusts very nicely. I can make some subtle changes to the offset, just kind of like to hide some of this transition, do some horizon blending. But frankly, it's nice as it is. I'll only do the reflection amount to 100 because I just want some clouds to start appearing in the reflection. And I think,
I want to point out that the new masking tools with the update 2 handle those edges on those flowers beautifully. Plus, there's the fixed detail slider if you need to transition that. But it's really impressive how well that handled.
Exactly. That's one of the harder cases. And actually, while I was waiting to get onto this call, I decided to create one more image with another type of the background. Very different sky, very different reflections, very different mood as well. So if you look at this too, they are very different in how they look and how they feel. And I chose the sky where there's a bit of a sun, so you can see the shadows, and it's more or less realistic. So could definitely happen, but very different mood.
And you're using skies there to drive the color grading, and with the relighting options, that makes it really simple. And it's a great way to use that as a mood or helping create an emotion tied to the time of day.
Exactly. Yeah, very natural. And the last thing that I would add here, and actually I do really like, well, I'll just add some glow, is super contrast. And that is something sort of like a secret weapon for me, because in super contrast, what I want to do here, I do want to lower the intensity of the skies just a little bit. So I'll make it just a little bit darker than it was currently. And for midtones and shadows, I actually want to highlight them as much as possible. And the end result would look a lot like anime, where the shadows are basically do not exist. If you've seen any Japanese anime, it's like the shadows are enhanced as much as possible, or like highlighted as much as possible. So it starts looking very like a painting, basically, or like a nice HDR. So that is what I would use a lot of times when I'm shooting the landscapes or nature, because what we're used to, smartphone photography, that is doing so automatically inside the smartphone or iPhone. But with camera such as Fuji or others, you actually have to create that in-house. And sometimes I'm too lazy to do HDR and put it together with Aurora HDR, but actually just use that, because if it's shot during a nice day and my ISO is low, then I can do those without much extra grain appearing in the photo. So that is how far we can take the photo with just 3 simple tools. And again, that's something where it's not a massive change. I'm not Eli to go through like meticulous changes, but I do like that I can change it very quickly from the afternoon sun, when there's again not a lot of texture in the sky, and turn it into something that looks very cool. And so that is one little thing. So definitely use super contrast, and definitely let me squeeze that on the side. Use the packs that are on the website. Here's a package that I have, California Clear Skies. You'll get some of those clear, basically skies that you can use to simplify your look and make it into the real estate photography or any other types where you just need a little bit of color. Maybe it's a hazy skies, maybe it's just to simplify that a little bit. So easy to download. And now we're going to go to the carbon collection. So there's a bit of like a specialty what I put in this carbon collection, and that is the use of LUTs and how they combine with the AI tools that they have. So here's one of the images that is processed with this carbon collection, and I'm going to show you before and after right here, so you could see. Basically, it changes the whole feel of the photo. Kind of like shows you. Let it load for a second because it's a raw file as well. It changes a lot in the feeling how. How the colors behave, how the greens are changing, and just looks, I think, very marvelous. I wanted to create a closer to Fuji look, like those film type, and that is what's possible. So that is something that you can do as well very easily. Just gonna jump to another photo right here. Another change was this template pack. And I'll go into templates to kind of like jump through a few of those so you can see how they react with the photo. The best part is going to be in the end, where you can actually see what's inside of this template and adjust it accordingly. So maybe you want to have the reds a little bit less pronounced. You can change it, of course.
Yep. And we refer to them as templates rather than presets because a template doesn't just contain settings for the tools. Our templates can include layers. They can include lookup tables, DNG camera profiles, multiple overlays, and they also can have AI tools that adapt. And so it's much more flexible. Plus, with our templates that are purchased, those also work with the For This Photo suggestion engine. But you've also seen today that we showed you how to make your own templates too. So we encourage all different paths. You heard folks like Elia mention that even he picks up other skies to have ideas and options. These are a great way to just jumpstart your creative editing style. Plus, Ev's unlocking the secrets here. So when he applies a template, you'll see exactly how he got to that result. So you can add that to your skill set or modify it to taste.
Exactly, and thanks, Rich, for that. So I'm just going to stop right here. This is the C8 in the carbon collection pack. There's a whole bunch of those. And once I get into the edit, we can see that what's been applied here is a little bit of structure, actually to the negative side. So it's a little bit softer. And like I'm going to take it to -100 so you can see the effect of this. Yep, here it is. So it's almost like a bokeh AI, even though it's not, but it's something that I use quite a lot as well. Not necessarily to make it more, but sometimes to actually make it a little bit softer. So that was -10 right here. There's a lot of color changes, of course, you can see and follow. And if you need some changes done to this particular photo, like for example, you like the red, but you want to make it more red, then it's possible to just change hue and go and adjust that a little bit. So I'm able to make it kind of like more, sort of like more red, less purple. And then there's orange that's going to adjust a lot in the picture because there's a lot of orange as well. There's also details. So that's part of that adds a little bit of structure to this. Vignetting is something that's important, you know, to make it feel as a film photo, but it's very light. And of course, you can make it a little bit more pronounced, for example. Usually, you know, this template designed to work more or less universally on a lot of photos. Here's another part. There is the special LUT that's been created for those. Named after the template. So apply it a lot. If you feel that the color changes, the lookup table is a lot for you, hey, this is kind of like you can learn from here what is being done to this particular photo, and you can adjust it accordingly independently from all the other tools, such as, you know, there's optics that I like to include in all of the templates, just in case for the raw files, and a whole bunch of other things. And kind of like going back to the same templates, there's a whole different set of photos that I have, like for example, this ones, they're also processed with exactly the same pack. And just to give you a look of before and after, let me load this. This time it's a JPEG, so it will adjust slightly differently. And in case if it's a bit too much, again, you can adjust it not to 100%, but maybe to 50% or so. So here it's loading right now. That is like one of those. It works very nicely on human subjects, outdoor photography, indoor photography, food photography. So kind of like designed to be universal, and sort of like a very advanced Instagram filter in a sense that it has a lot more going for it.
Yeah, and if you go to the marketplace that Ev mentioned, we have several LUT packs available for free and several that are for sale. I've also, in the chat pod, put some extra ones available. So we've been giving away a few LUT packs today that you guys can try out. Lookup tables are used widely by the film industry and the television industry as a way to intelligently communicate color and color grades. And Luminar fully supports them. They work great as a creative recipe for film stocks and other things.
Exactly. So here's another one, just kind of like applying more or less randomly, but just clicking on the photo that didn't have a look and just applying that. I think I'm hungry now. Pictures like this make me a bit hungry. But those are, very universal. You can create your own. I think that's very powerful as well. So don't just, use others. Create your own and make it your own as well. There's also a lot of free lots that you can try for the mood tool. But this was created with a sense to work on a lot of images, and actually a lot of images that I've been posting, they would include some treatment with one of those templates in the collection.
Cool. Very
Right.
cool.
No, yeah, so now we can probably jump to some other images. What do you think, Rich?
Yeah, let's take a different style. Ev, if you have any wildlife photos, not to put you on a spot, but we've definitely had a couple of requests for that today. And I always love how structure and texture can bring that to life. If you don't, I know that's not your normal subject matter, although you have some cute snow monkeys, if I remember.
I do, if you don't mind me searching for
That's
just
fine.
a little bit.
You find a wildlife image, and I'll share one thing really quick while you load that up. So we mentioned in the chat that we put some freebies for download. One of those that I added is a cool pack of overlays that you could use the local masking tool, and you just click add texture, and you just click load texture, and we've put some flares in there. So you can go into this light leaks, and there's a bunch of different light leaks that you could browse. Grab one of those and add it, and it's going to drop it in on your texture. And now you could do things like change the blend mode if you want, and that allows you to overlay it nicely, giving it that cool light leak, or you can keep it very traditional. But once you've got that there, you'll notice that you could actually adjust the contrast of the overlay, its saturation, and there's a cool masking tool. So we could use a nice soft brush at a low opacity, and I could gently brush some of that out over the face so it's less intense there. But we can create cool overlays, and you could adjust the opacity of that overlay to taste to really dial it in. So that can give you some fun effects there. Let me know when you're set, Ev.
I am set. Yeah, I did find some cute animals, so I'm ready to share.
Perfect.
All right. Let's take a look at this, guys. Okay, so I do have a whole bunch of cute-looking animals. So let's start with this. Also Japan. I'm just going all in with
yeah, in America, I feel ripped off. We get stray dogs. In Japan, you just get stray deer on the street.
Exactly. They're also very needy. They had a lot of tourists over the years, and so they know exactly what they're getting. So let's just try one treatment with the carbon collection, and then we'll jump into the edit mode. And you can see right away that can improve a lot. Any kind of images, I'll try one more. I think this is a bit on the redder side that I like. And again, this is like and this creates a very nice like film look for that. So I would usually just cycle through 3 or 4 and see, the ones I like the most. I actually do like this one. Yeah, let's go with this one. And I will dial it down in the edit module specifically for the color so that this will be dialed back just a little bit. Okay.
Yep. And Ev, while you're switching over, a question that we often get is, what about previous templates? If I had templates from Luminar 4. So there's 2 parts to that answer. If you bought templates from us, make sure you log into your Skylum account. Most of those old templates have been updated for Luminar AI, so they'll appear in the native templates area. And if not, when you install Luminar AI, it scans Luminar 4, sees all the templates you have there, and moves those into the legacy area. But you'll get a better experience and better performance if you download those updated versions. So there's 2 ways of going about that. The legacy area will scan and load everything from Luminar AI on first launch of Luminar AI. It looks for your Luminar 4 templates, your Luminar 4 looks, I should say. And if you bought templates from Skylum's marketplace, you'll find those in your account area for download. Most of them have been updated. Otherwise, just reach out to support and they can help you out.
So here's, I want to point to two things. The first, structure AI is human aware, but it's not deer aware just yet. So whenever I put it to 100%, it adjusts the deer and the hair quite a lot, as well as the background. So in this case, I feel like there's actually the benefit of using structure AI and making it like -10 or -20. So if I take it down to like -70, you'll see it acts as the blurring tool in a way, and I do like it a lot. So what I'm able to do is keep it at, let's keep it at like -40, for example. The hair and the sharpness still stays, but now it's a lot softer. It's almost like create this, super soft to the touch, makes it very nice. The second thing is glow. That is something I use a lot on animals or anything with like tiny texture. So if there's hair or there's trees, glow is something that they can that can create a lot of nice little touch. So I'm gonna go for a higher amount, and then I'll just adjust the brightness just a little bit so that we are not.
And a lot of people are like, wait, I've never seen those sliders before. At the bottom of a lot of our tools, there's an advanced settings. And I always laugh when people say, oh, Luminar AI is not for advanced people. I'm like, clearly you've never actually opened up the tools all the way. It's just we hide some of those controls if you just want to glow, but you just click. So Ev, can you toggle that advanced settings open and close so they see where it is there at the bottom?
Yep.
Just click and there's a whole nother set of tools. In this case, he can control the color of the glow and how much it affects the highlights. It's amazing.
And of course, people have been asking as well, like, where's Orton tool? It's right here. So there's different types how the glow can be created. In this particular case, I think Orton is not going to work as well as soft focus or as glow. But again, like I can just cycle through them and say, yep, for my purposes, this is probably the best. Sort of like putting Vaseline on top of the filter, which is kind of like a neat trick that videographers use quite a lot. And that is like step one. So the last step here, what I would do is add some details, either through a mask and just kind of like, brush it over, or just by picking the details that I want to sharpen a little bit. And because those details happen to be small, all I have to do is, all right. My computer is running out of memory, so it asks me to.
No problem. I had the same thing. I think we have to tell Fuji to update their web camera utility.
Yeah, but basically just adjusting a little bit of that sharpness on hair is all that's needed. And I'm going to show you just before and after.
And that works really well, folks. You can use the small and medium details and then actually lower the large details, and it will take those large background areas and keep them nice and soft and milky.
Exactly. I'm actually going to do just that because I do look at bokeh when I change this because I want to keep it nice and smooth while keeping this area sharp, but not, like soft and sharp at the same time. So that's what glow and the details help me to do at the same time. I'm actually might add some extra glow in here.
Very nice. And what's also cool, a lot of people miss this. If you go to the local adjustment tool and you click on that, a lot of people don't know that under the local masking, so the paintbrush toward the top, when you add a new basic adjustment, you can actually do cool things. No, actually go to the local masking tool, not the tool masking tool.
Here you
but
go.
Under the local masking tool, if you add a new basic adjustment, you can actually brush in negative structure AI. So you could pull structure AI to the left and brush that in if there's an area you want to soften. And negative structure is better than a blur because it just reduces detail without blurring everything.
Yeah, and here I think it's good to do. Since I started with the deer, I think it's good to do structure a little bit to the right. But same idea applies, of course, or do the inverse and just have that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, Ed, we really appreciate you coming today and sharing some tips. If people want to catch up with you and follow, where can they see you on the internet?
Just firenpx.com/my last name /Chebotarov, twitter.com/my last name, which is Chebotarov, TCHEBOTAREV.
We'll make them type it in the chat for you, but you can also see it overlaid on him in Zoom here.
Absolutely. Yeah. And thanks for having me.
Good. Ev, thank you so much for coming. And thank you also for making some cool resources for people to help them with their photography. I'm going to hand off to our partner in crime here, Vanelli, in 1 second. But if you guys head on over into the chat pod, you'll see that we've posted 9 awesome freebies. So be sure to take a look at that. Feel free to stop screen sharing when you get a second, Ev. And thank you guys for checking out those resources. So you guys will definitely want to take a look at some of those cool downloads. Ev, thank you for sharing all those great tips today. So as you explore those, you're going to see a lot of great options. And we also put in a code that's good for the next 3 days. That code is Deep Dive, all caps. That will allow you to get $10 off any item you add to your shopping cart. And we've already tested it. It works on Luminar X. It works if you have 5 items in your shopping cart, it takes $10 off each item. So if you've seen any of these cool things that you like for add-ons, feel free to pick those up. But as Ev mentioned, we also have freebies on our marketplace. So what we try to do here is most of these templates that you're seeing in Skies, we make them with the other artists directly, and then we split the revenue with them. So that's part of the reason why we charge for these, because we want to keep artists in our community and also help them monetize their skills and talents. Okay, I'm going to pass things off to Vanelli now. And Vanelli, you got some great guests coming up. Are you all set?
Yes, I am. Am I promoted to co-host?
I don't know. Looks like you might need to be promoted. So Doug, if you're in the background, feel free to promote him. Otherwise, we'll go ahead there. Looks like you are now. So you've got magic powers now, Vanelli?
Great.
Good.
Sounds good.
All right, I'm going to go on silent then and quickly eat some dinner. I'll have to yell at the guy who said, let's do a 14-hour webinar, but that means I'd be talking to myself, and it's bad enough. So we hope you guys are having fun with us today. You'll have to forgive us if we seem a little bit loopy. We've just crossed into the 10-hour mark here, I think. Let's see, 7 a.m. Yeah, we just actually hit the 10-hour mark. So we're doing good. We're going to keep going here. We got some great tips. So I'm going to stop talking, and Vanelli, take it away, and feel free to introduce our guests.
Great. Well, most of you know my co-host, Angela Andrew. She is with me on Coffee Break twice a day. And our special guest that we brought on is Catherine Evans, Angela's mommy.
I wasn't going to lead with that.
No, of course I had to. But what's really cool about this is I didn't know this for the longest time, right? I kept saying that to you. Hey, who's this Catherine? It's my mother, and I thought she was kidding. But Catherine, you did amazing macro photography, and she's part of the Insiders clan or gang. She couldn't make it on earlier with the whole group, so we have a special time for her right now. And she is going to introduce us to the world of macro photography. Wait till you see the stuff that she's doing.
Well,
so are you
thank
ready?
thank you very much. It's a tiny world for sure.
Yes. All right, would you like to share your screen?
I will do that. You're gonna have to be patient with me here. Okay, are you seeing it?
Not yet. You have to choose which one you want to share.
Okay.
It's okay. Scott Kelby had the same problem.
I noticed. I'm in good company.
There we go. We got it.
Look how amazing this stuff is. All right, let's go.
Okay, because I'm seeing something different here, so I'll just walk through it here. I actually have a pretty easy workflow. I work mainly from Lightroom, so I use it as a plugin, and I try to pretty much get it right in camera. So I don't do a lot of editing with my macro. Now with my other work, I do, but with macro, it's really fairly simple. So I'll just, pop into this one and walk you on into taking it on over into AI, which is an amazing program. And one thing I have to point out is I'm not very technical with it, and I don't do focus stacking. So I will have soft spots and such like that, but I just run with what I get.
Now, for those who
And
know what focus stacking is, explain to them.
taking multiple exposures at different focal lengths so that you can pull them all together and get a clarity from start to finish. There we go, finally up. I have very, very, very slow internet too, so I apologize for that.
And we're still seeing your Lightroom screen.
So, yes, you don't know what we need to do is here, stop sharing your screen for a moment. Yeah,
Should be a button at the top.
See the red button, stop sharing?
Got it. I've got two screens going here, so got it.
So now when you reshare again, make sure you're sharing the desktop. So click the green share button.
I'm having trouble with my mouse too. Got that. Okay, top one, got that.
So that when it comes up, make sure you're selecting. She shared the same screen.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. It's not. I apologize.
It's okay.
It came up on my laptop, and I can't get it to go over to my large screen.
Can you? You can't drag Luminar over?
It's not. I'm having issues. Nope, it is not going over. And usually I do not have.
Minimize it and then drag it over.
Or if you want, I can share it on my screen. I've got it up over here as well, and you can tell me what to do, and I can edit for you.
We might have to run with that. I'm kind of disappointed here. I don't know what's going on. It's my lack of technical know-how.
That's something. Nope, the same thing.
Just to zoom.
No, that's still, yeah.
So if you have Luminar, I mean, are you able to click on Luminar?
See, Luminar is up, but it's on my laptop. I can't get it to go over to my.
But you know how to drag it over? So
and it's not going. It stops halfway, which is bizarre.
Yeah. Oh, you know what it is? It looks like you might have Lightroom up full screen. If you take Lightroom out of full screen, then you should be able to drag Luminar over.
Okay, hold on.
So go all the way to the top, right?
Yeah, top left.
Top left.
Wait, and have the where the buttons in the corner pop up.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
there you go. And out of full screen. There we go.
Okay.
And now you should be able to drag Luminar over.
Gosh. Well, I had no clue.
There we go.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
That was my biggest fear, was the technical aspect of it.
Yeah. Now you say you have it here. Now you can make this full screen. So click the green button. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
There we go. Yay.
Okay. Yay. But
gorgeous.
Okay, now it's asking me to cancel or apply, and I haven't done anything yet.
Click onto the edit tab. Is it letting you click the edit?
It is not. It's covered. It's covered up. So
pull your mouse down.
Yeah. No, hold on. Let me do. See, it's right there. Let me do it this way. It's taking up too much real estate. There we go. I really do know how to do this sometimes. Anyway, okay, so here's one of my water drops, and it is tiny. It's very, very tiny. And first thing that I do is I crop it however I want it. The only thing that I really want to change in there is just get that one little piece of the little nugget off of there and bring that in a little bit. And again, very simple things.
Now, is it safe to say this is straight out of the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing people should be asking in the chat is, what the heck? How'd she get the bokeh in the background?
That is a great question.
It's actually a piece of, yes, it's a piece of scrapbook paper that I had clipped to a piece of poster board, maybe about 12 inches in back of it. And it was glittery. It's a glittery piece. Well, I take that back. This one actually is a prismatic poster board. I bought it straight like that, but I do have other papers that I use, but this one was a prismatic poster board.
What you're telling me is you didn't go for a walk into the forest and you just stumbled upon this beautiful little twig with water droplets on it. You made it.
and it's the fairy lights in the background. There you go, Vanilla.
So are you in your kitchen? Where are you doing this?
I am in my kitchen. I do have some other background pictures that would explain a little bit. I have a skylight in my kitchen, which gives me great natural light. I generally set up on my kitchen counter. I use a poster board for the background that I can attach different backgrounds to. And I have what's called a plamp. So it's a long gooseneck with a clamp on it that I can connect to and it will hold the subject in front of my background. And then I use a small syringe and so that I can place the water drops where I want them. And I know a lot of people have asked, do I use glycerin? And I don't use glycerin. It's too sticky. I haven't had good luck with it. And when it drops, which it does, it makes a real sticky mess. So that way I just take my syringe, put the water drops where I want it, and some things stick, some don't. They actually well, so that was nice. The little fluffs that you have on there are actually seedlings from a Gerber daisy. After it went to seed, I saved them in a bag. And they're so small that I actually had to use a pair of tweezers to put them on there how I wanted them. And then I just played with it.
When she says play, it really is playing. We tried setting this up the other day. We did a little setup together. And I just, I was trying to place my subject, place my backdrop, place these water drops. And I look at her, I'm like, so this is what you do for fun. It was so frustrating because I get a drop, I get it ready, and I go to take my picture, and then that drop would fall off of my subject. And then it just, I was like about ready to start throwing flowers. I was like, okay, how do you think she's amazing. Her patience to set these things up is unreal.
Well, what I like, Catherine, what you mentioned before, is if you don't like where the water droplet is, use a piece of napkin or something to soak it up.
Something really absorbent. I take just a piece of paper towel and I can just, put it on there and it'll soak it right off. But it's taken me a very long time to learn that I actually could do that, because when I would go and load them onto the computer, I would notice that I had smears of water places where I didn't want it. And I was able to at least compose a little bit better at that point.
So what editing do you do from this point now?
Well, other than the composition, and I really, enhance, I always use to some degree.
Now,
to
what's
make
neat
it
about that tool, it automatically improves color, detail, tone, and depth. So
yes,
what your light tool is doing, that one slider is doing all those for you.
Yes, right. And the other thing that I would do, sometimes it's a little bit too much. I might take the vibrance down just a little bit, not a whole lot. And like I said, I don't do a whole lot. I'm going to go up here to the local masking. Okay. Oh, sorry, add. Forgetting my steps here. And
you did great.
You know what's neat about this, Catherine, is there's no in Luminar, there's no such thing as order of steps.
No, there is not. The one thing that is so different, though, about when I sit here and I edit and I play and I call it playing, is I just kind of freeform it. And then to actually be structured to try and show somebody what I'm doing, that's another whole ballgame there.
So Mom has a lot more respect for her daughter there, huh? After what, 300 episodes? How many episodes of Coffee Break?
310, 315, I think is where we're at right now, somewhere around there.
5 shows.
Yeah.
Absolutely. She's way more techie than I am, and I'm, I just kind of go with the flow. So the one thing I want to do is I want to bring up the detail and the texture on these little seed pods. and just because they have so much texture themselves in there. And so I'll just play with it until I get a little bit more of what I'm looking for.
You know, I'm not sure if it's a rendering thing, but it looks like part of that pod got cropped off.
It did.
It did.
It did.
It jumped.
It
then.
did. And I'm not sure because that is
no problem. Just
Or you can always go back over to Composition AI. That's the beauty of this too, is you can go back over to Composition AI, reset that tool, and then redo your crop if you wanted to.
Yeah, let's go back there and look, because what that is really bugging me, and what I'm afraid of is I pulled the.
Looks like we might be having some bandwidth issues. Yep. So just in case anybody's wondering, where Kat lives is out in the country, and the internet, there's very few choices for internet out there. So it's a bit slow. So we apologize for the lag. When she joined me on Coffee Break last week and the week before, she was actually at my house where I've got, you know, much better internet. I'm blessed with that. So appreciate your patience as we cobble through internet issues.
Says, love it. Go with the flow by style.
Yes, awesome.
Vanelli said. Vanelli said Angela calls her mother Cat.
I do in situations like this, not face to face. My goodness.
When we're working like this, it's Cat. Otherwise, it's usually Mum.
Mum, yeah.
Mum.
So I like. So again, you're just bringing out a little structure and detail in the twigs.
Just
and
actually
then the most part of it, like you said, was the setup. You set the shot up. That's what made it. I mean, without those water droplets, it's a nice shot. With the water droplets, it's an amazing shot.
Oh, thank you.
Exactly.
You know, and there's a lot of times I just, like I said, my word is play, but a lot of it is in the composition, and sometimes I don't know until I get it on the computer on a larger screen that I can see it's okay, or, you know, whatever. It's so. So the last thing I really did with this was just put some vignetting around it. And, you know, my macro is very simple to me, and it's very different if I'm doing landscape or other images. But for this one, I pretty much do minimal. And it's just what I prefer to do. And that's pretty much all I do on there.
So pretty much from there, you just would click apply. It takes it right back to Lightroom and into your Lightroom catalog, which is super convenient. So it's nice for those out there who don't use Luminar AI as a standalone. You can use it as a plugin with your existing workflow with Lightroom, with Photoshop. Using it with Lightroom is my personal workflow. I know I demo it usually as a standalone, but all of my images, my entire library is back in Lightroom, and I've been using it since version 1. So there's a ton of stuff there, and I'm not really interested in changing that whole ballgame, but I love to integrate other tools that are available. And Luminar AI is just so powerful to be able to bring that into your Lightroom workflow. It just takes your photo game up a notch.
Now, it's funny you're saying that, because again, at Skylum, our goal isn't to change your workflow. If you've been using Lightroom for the last 10 years, and for one of us to come along and say, no, do it like this, you're going to look at us like you're crazy. The goal is to help you look at where there's holes in your workflow and let Luminar fill those gaps. Like in Lightroom, for example, editing a portrait, you can't do that to the degree that Luminar can. And Photoshop takes years to master. So in a case like that, you would bounce it over and do your edits from there. So now, are we looking at the behind the scenes?
This is a behind the scenes. So you can see just the twig, really how small it is. This is what's called a plamp, which is a really cool tool for macro for me. And I just hook it there. This is the piece of poster board that was behind it. And there's a bowl of those little tiny seeds. And that was it. And so you can see how small that the water drops really are.
Teeny tiny.
Yeah. So, you know, I just
Ooh, I like
Try
that one
different
too.
compositions.
Oh,
And then there's one without the background. I pulled the background and just did a simple one.
Yeah, that really lets the colors of the subject shine through. Whereas when you have that beautiful bokeh background, you kind of lose the natural colors that are there, that little, especially that little red twig that's from that seed, that little like tiny bit of a petal that's left or whatever it is.
Yeah,
they
it
kind of
was
get
nice and puzzled.
lost. Yeah, beautiful.
So I
now you have
you
a
know,
presentation that you put together with some tips on how you capture these and a lot more of your images and behind the scenes. Do you want to share a few of those?
I can do that. Is, you know, anybody have questions on the details? I can do that. I can just.
Well, Mo asked, where do you get the plastic syringe?
How much?
Where do you get them?
So,
actually, the first one I ever had was from a. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to actually answer, but no, go ahead. You're on it.
Okay. I had a friend that was a cat rescuer, and she had some syringes from medications, and it finally wore out after about 6 years or so of using it. And then I have another friend that had some syringes for her dogs, so she gave me a fresh one, and it makes a huge difference to have
so Angela,
a nice clean.
We don't have friends that have them. Where do you recommend us getting them?
Well, so what we used the other day when we were doing the setup here in my house is I have little bottles of stevia, it's a sweetener, and it has a little eyedropper thing. And I pulled that out, I rinsed it out, and then I just grabbed a little bowl of water and used that to place my drops of water. And I think the syringe is more precise, but that little eyedropper worked reasonably well as well.
Turkey basin is definitely out of the question.
Well, that's going to more drench your subject than place a drop, but you know, you can try. I think you should make a video of that. I think that would be a real fun one. I'll watch that.
All right, let's see
That
what
actually
she
would be fun. Well, and you can do, you know, you can use just a mister too to get multiple drops of water. You just have to see how it works. So just some of the backdrops, you know, the backstory, I use a lot of times something to elevate the subject to get it up higher, because I don't like bending over. I love to work with music, as probably a lot of you do. My assistant, my cat, Chris. And then that's just how I prop I'm very simple. And there's an assortment of different papers that I use. And sometimes I save materials that look like they might be interesting. This one down here actually is plastic mesh. And I believe it was around some fruit. Oops, sorry.
I'm sorry, Angela. I can see your mother out and somebody's having a birthday party, you know, in the next table over, and she steals her wrapping paper. I'm sorry.
She'll wait for them to unwrap the gift.
I will, and then it's like, oh no, don't throw that away. Don't throw that away. I'll use it. So here's an example of. You're funny, Vanelli. Here's an example of the plastic mesh. It held water drops great, and it's trial and error. I've got to say, there's probably 80%.
There's that bandwidth again. You there, Mom? Did we lose you?
Yep. So, Angela, we only have a few minutes left for this. You're familiar with what you did here, right?
Yeah, let me go ahead. If I can share my screen. See if it'll let me. Not while she's sharing. Are you able to? Are you there?
All
right. Stop sharing your screen if you can.
Ready?
You'll stop. I am, but it says connecting.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, stay connected, but just stop sharing your screen.
And I'll try it, Angela.
All right. All right, continue. And that one. All right, so go back over here to the keynote. So luckily I have her presentation still on my computer from when she did it for Insiders. So let's go back here to where she was with the nets. Are you still able, is she still logged in?
No, she's still here.
Okay, cool. All right, so this was the fruit mesh and the polka dot background paper. So quite a distance away, place the drops, able to get those reflections in those drops. And it is harder than it looks. She's walked me through a few of them, and it's not the easiest thing to do. These are just some of her pieces that have been really, really cool, really well received. Some painting with light. This one, I believe, is a eucalyptus leaf.
Ooh.
This one is really, really special. This is my grandfather's dog tags.
Love that one.
I love, love, love this
I'm
particular
still wondering
image.
how she got the drop under the right there under it.
Well, it's got that little notch naturally in the dog tag. And so it held water well enough to be able to just place that little drop right there. And then she had the flag background, which reflected in that droplet. Just amazing.
So, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, it disconnected and reconnected. I'll let you take it.
Well, I've got my screen up, but you can go ahead and narrate since these are your images.
Okay. Dandelions, I find fascinating. Very hard to put drops of water on because they are so tiny, but I liked it and had some fun with it at the same time. Small white flower. This one is just reeds with obviously a polka dotted background. I try to play with things to not just flowers, but get some different subjects to see what I can play.
Now, the cool thing that depending on what size of screen you're looking at this on, the bottom part of these little droplets, you can see there's another pattern in there. I think that pattern background actually had two sections to it. So it had the polka dot section, and then it had more of like a black and white illustrative section. So you can see a little bit of that in the edges as well. And it adds a little bit of separation between the reed and the polka dots. It's just really, really cool.
And then it's just a matter of angle of reflection.
Yep.
Right.
Proper shot you want. These are absolutely amazing. We have a few more minutes. Our next guest is coming in.
All right. Well, I'll just flick through a few more of these and give you an idea of what she does. There's another behind the scenes if you wanted to kind of see how tiny a subject is. This is a great way to kind of get a little bit of perspective of what's being photographed here.
Yeah, it's just it was a sprout, an herb in a bottle, and with just one single drop.
Wow. Awesome.
Yeah, run through the rest, and then we'll say our farewells.
All right. Just really such gorgeous images. And, I'll say it again, it's not as easy as it looks.
But as
But
she
it's something
says,
that I really,
Angela.
Yes.
She says she loves to play, so that means any of these art pieces are on sale for Monopoly money or play money. Just so you know, if you're playing, you'll get paid in play money.
Oh my goodness!
Seriously, your artwork is awesome.
Thank you.
Just a whole
Thank you.
series on it looks absolutely beautiful.
Very, very cool.
Well, thanks a lot for having me, and I know it's breaking up a lot on my end.
No,
well, thanks for bearing with it and bearing through the slow internets
and the technical difficulties.
Sticking around, or you Angela, you sticking around, or are you leaving?
It's up to you. Do you want me to stick around?
Why don't you stick around and meet our next guest, Rick Freeman?
Sounds good.
All right. Hey, Catherine, thank you so much, and we'll see you on the next coffee break when you come to visit. Bye-bye. Now, let's see. I'm going to put Rich Harrington's up here. Rich, are you still here? Okay. Let me put this one up. So if you notice, which it's absolutely amazing. It's absolutely amazing here is that, is this Rick Freeman? Yep. Hey, Rick, you want to unmute your mic? All right. So there you go. Hello, Rick. Rick, we'll be there in 1 second. So we do have a coupon code, which is Deep Dive. And what's really cool, and I didn't realize this, it's good for $10 off any purchase. So you buy a sky replacement, it's $10 off. You buy a template, another $10 off. So it's not just $10 off your total order. It's go in there and just have a field day. Husbands, tell your wives that Angela said you have a free day to go shopping on the Skylum site. But no, there's that deep dive. And it also is good for Luminar X membership, which is awesome. All right, so Angela, I'm really excited to introduce you to Rick Freeman. You hear me talk about him quite a bit. Here he is. So how about you stop sharing your screen for a moment? I know you were all excited to show me. You figured out how to do that. Can you stop sharing your screen for a second?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Yeah, stop sharing your screen just for one moment.
As soon as I figured how to do it. There we go.
Please. There you go. All right. So Rick has had the honor and privilege of photographing every presidential candidacy since Jimmy Carter. Right? So since Jimmy Carter.
I'm that old.
It's amazing. So from a journalist standpoint, he's on today to show you what you can and can't do. Now, let me rephrase it. You can do it in Luminar or any other software, but you're going to get fired. And the one we joked about was even like the golfing. Tiger Woods had a caddy behind him, and somebody erased the caddy to make the shot look better. Boom, they were fired. So what are the rules in photojournalism, Rick?
Well, the rules are pretty much if you can do it in the camera, you can do it in post. So you can't add things, you can't take things away like a caddy who's in the background. If you make a portrait of someone outside and there's a telephone pole in the background, you kind of messed up. You can't take it out. So in my editorial work and my magazine work, those are the strict rules. You know, if you wished you shot it with a longer lens, you can't go in and compress it to make it look longer. It's got to be as it came out from the camera. And on rare occasions, you'll actually hear about, usually quite often some of the photojournalism contests, that they'll actually ask for the original. So it's got to be exact as it is. And in addition to doing the editorial, I do some fashion. I do a lot of travel photography. That stuff, I can go wild in Luminar, which I'm learning how to do. But as tempting as it is to add clouds to a photograph to make it better, you can't do that if it's going to a magazine. So we just did a piece for the Washington Post magazine, some of which was shot inside, some of which was shot outside. In one particular photograph, I really wanted the American flag blowing. It was a story on immigration. And I can't tell you how long I was on my knees in the mud waiting for the flag to blow behind this woman. And, you know, if it wasn't an editorial picture, well, I could just put a flag in there. But editorially, you're in the mud until you get the frame you want. And,
you know, it's funny you're saying that, Rick, because my father and mother, I found their wedding photo, 1949, cutting a wedding cake. They weren't, I mean, they were just starting out as a young Italian couple, just finished World War II. Here's my father coming in, they get married, and in the background, the wallpaper or whatever it was already cracking. There was an extension cord going from one light to another light, and it looked awful. So I went in and I added a drape to the background. I did all these incredible things. And my father looked at me and said, you know, this is beautiful, but if your mother were alive, she would say, put it back to the other way, because that's how I remember my wedding. I don't want a fairy tale wedding. And that totally blew my mind. So from that point on, anytime I did major edits like that, I asked the client, how do you envision this image? Do you want a fairy tale image, or do you want it to look real? you want realism, or can I indulge in flattery? And 90%, well, you know that, the majority of the time, they want you to indulge in flattery. Yes, make my hips look smaller. By all means, remove some of my wrinkles. You know, they like that stuff. But as a photojournalist, those are things you can't do. And here's what's neat, that made you an incredible photographer, right?
What's that?
You know, the photojournalist, because you can't edit any of your work, so you had to make sure it was right.
It's yeah, and you know, you're on a very tight deadline quite often. You know, it used to be, you know, when I was shooting slide film for the magazines, well, then it was great. I shot it and I sent it. Now I'm shooting it and they're expecting me to turn it around in a couple of minutes. I mean, it's not unusual when you say, when is my deadline? And they go, well, you know, you've got 10 minutes to find the subject, 3 minutes to shoot them, and 2 more minutes to get me the picture. I mean, that's kind of pushing it a bit, but, you know, you are constantly on tight deadlines. So even if you were allowed to do those things, you wouldn't have time to do them anyway. And it's not unusual to come back from a story. And I've got a couple of frames that I can show you, you know, to be out on a news story and, you know, when marches were happening. I mean, it wasn't that unusual for me to go out at 5 o'clock in the evening. And one night I got home at 2:30 in the morning and probably walked about 6 miles backwards.
Wow.
And then immediately had to start filing.
Wow.
And
Hey,
if
so
I worked
let's-
for a
share-
wire
share your
service,
screen. Yeah,
I'm
share your
sorry.
screen. Let's see these images.
Say one more time. Share my screen. Yes. Let's see what we've got. So I've kind of made, can I blow one up to start?
You got it. Yep.
Okay. So, you know, I thought I'd start with politics. And then I've kind of mixed the whole rest of it up to show you some of the variation of my approaches. So in this picture of the president, you know, this was a moment, you know, and I loved it. He would grab somebody's iPhone. He got tired of waiting for them to figure out how to do a selfie. So he just do them himself. But this, I mean, I shot this with a drive and I got 2 frames of it. Finished this particular shoot, did nothing that I couldn't do in the camera. And as soon as this was over, I went and sat in my car. And probably 20 minutes after I shot this, my agency had the photograph.
Wow.
So the contrast of this, as opposed to something like this, which is obviously totally set up with a model, Cassandra Aileen, who I work with, you know, and I can go in and smooth her skin if I want to. Not that she had any wrinkles to get rid of, but if she did, you know, I could make her thinner. I can't make Joe Biden thinner. That's against the rules. So I can think of a few presidential candidates who might have liked it if we could have made them thinner. But obviously you're not allowed to do it. Let's grab another one. You know, it's something totally different that I do. This one I have total freedom, and happy springtime from Boston. And it will look like this in 2 weeks. This is last year. So, you know, I've got the gamut where I can't do anything to I can do whatever I want. And I shot this, you know, a little over a year ago. And I love the fact that you could just, you know, then there was nobody in the city. You could stand in the middle of the street.
Yeah, I remember you calling me all excited.
That was great. Just go stand in the middle of the highway. It didn't matter. There was nobody there. I'm very upset that, you know, you can't find parking spaces again. So let's see what comes up next. Then we kind of drop back into covering Black Lives Matter. And actually, this was the early part of the evening that I was out till 2:30 in the morning. And, you know, here we've got a case of mixing ambient light. And I do a fair amount of flash fill. But again, on this, all I'm using Luminar to do really quite often is to take the raw file, doing the absolute minimum. Maybe I'm going to sharpen it a bit and then quick export it. And literally, as I'm hitting export, I'm dropping them into an upload folder.
Yeah. Now here's a perfect example, because we could make this look like it was taken at nighttime. But you could make this, you know, inside Luminar to make it look like, hey, this was past curfew. Or you could change it to make it look like it was sunrise. So that's why it's so important that the photojournalists have integrity and stick to a code of ethics.
Yeah, you can't do anything. And I have to make, when I'm covering these stories, I mean, I like it when it's getting into blue hour. The street lights are on, there's a little bit of ambient light. I may use a little bit of speed light to flash fill it. But that's really all I'm doing.
Harvey brought out a good point. Thank you, Harvey. Without changing the content in your photo, right? Are you allowed to crop?
Yes.
I mean, wasn't the Vietnam, the famous, the little girl, the napalm girl?
Yeah, Nick Ott's picture.
Yeah, wasn't that like one of the most famous ones? He did crop to make it look like she was all by herself.
Yeah.
But in reality,
If you see the wider version of that, one of the truly iconic images, you can actually ID some of the photographers who are out of position.
Yes,
you can actually see them in the frame.
Yes, all those years I thought she was by herself.
Yeah.
I thought, how did this guy forget that? But thank you so much for bringing that out to our attention on that one.
Yeah, all and right. I can't tell you that I haven't cropped these. Some of them they have.
So look at this one.
So this was sort of that same night where I kept thinking, okay, I've got the story covered, and every time I tried to leave, you found another photograph. So this is about 2:30 in the morning, and my studio, which I live in, is right downtown Boston. So I'm literally trying to walk home, and I come by this supermarket that somebody's just smashed the windows, and I got there before the cops did. And I figured, and it was just odd to see the cops with his dog jump through the window and then come back out. And this was a matter of standing there waiting. The light in the store was actually brighter than the ambient light on the street. I find on a lot of this sort of work, I will use the speed light as flash fill more during the day than at night, because at night I want some of that, the character of some of that light. In this particular case, the officer was probably 2/3 of a stop to a stop darker than the ambient in the store. So I can add a little bit of light. I can't make the dog look like he's more or less, in the window. Or in this particular case, it was this old cooler, which I really wanted to move. Except you can't, because it's there. It's part of the image. So you can't take it out. You're not allowed to go adjust the scene before you make the picture. And you're not allowed to adjust the scene after you take the picture and enter in processing.
Gotcha.
So,
and Angela, if you have any questions, jump in anytime.
Please.
Yep, I'm monitoring the chat as I'm sitting here. Sharon asks, is the coupon code good on both membership and purchases for the next 3 days? I believe the answer is yes. You can get assets from the marketplace. I think, does it work on those, or is it just the Luminar X membership and the software?
Marketplace.
Marketplace too. Awesome. So there you go. So I think that's pretty much it. And then there was a question about the various downloads. Do we have a list of those links that we can share?
Rich, we'll grab that from Rich.
Okay.
I just get one from Frank. Do you want to read Frank's comment?
Let's see here.
Frank put it in questions and answers.
Let me go there and I'll take a look. Let's see here. Do you have to get a release signed by the officer to publish his image?
No.
That's a question for you. No. Okay.
No, it is in a public place. It is a news event. So I can use this picture editorially. I can say a police officer jumping through a broken window of a supermarket. I cannot use it for advertising. I cannot use it for endorsement, anything like that. So I can't say this, this officer's dog likes this kind of dog food. Okay, at that point it becomes an ad, and then you need release.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
This
So
officer's dog,
even
anything for his dog food.
Sure, for magazines, most of the time there are no releases involved.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Now let's see some of your favorite shots you've edited.
Well, this one here, I mean, this one actually just won me an award, but this was a protest on Boston Common, And again, the only thing that I did to this, and sometimes my horizons aren't as straight as I would like them. So I straightened out the horizon a little bit, however, cropped out, and then just literally, gave it a little more black and tiny bit of saturation. And that's all I did to it. This is, one of the, I think this was the President Trump's last campaign event in New Hampshire. And in the case of this, again, I'm standing there, I'm waiting for my moment. I'm watching this. I'm literally inside a hangar and he's outside the hangar. So you're watching as the ambient light in the sky, and they've got these huge RE6K HMIs up on these big aerial lifts. They probably had half a dozen of them. And then you're just waiting until the light on the president and the light in the sky begin to balance out. And then when you get it into processing, all you're really doing is, again, playing around, adding a little, maybe opening up a shadow a little bit, adding a little bit of saturation, and then exporting it and hitting send.
Now, there's another question that popped up in the Q&A. Floyd asked, if you write a book, would you then need a model release?
No, not as long as it's editorial.
Okay.
So when you cross that line of editorial into advertising or endorsement, or you are editorializing in your caption. And there have been a few cases where a photographer has editorialized in a caption and it's really come back. So no. And like in a case of this, I didn't need a property release to use this photograph. If I use this in an ad, I would need to go to the folks that run this church and acquire a property release. But this is out in Central Mass, and it was just that day when the reflections were right. And yes, when I went in here, this got more Luminar AI than the editorial pictures do. So this one, we played around with the saturation and the colors, and those reflections were there. If they weren't there and I had the new Luminar AI, I could add them, but these were actually there. Yeah, it's really this. Anyway, it's just a beautiful spot. Jump back to a little bit of news. And this was the day that it was announced that Biden had defeated Trump. And pardon me, there were sort of these dueling demonstrations out in front of the Massachusetts State House. And here you're waiting for your moments as an editorial photographer. Make sure you want to carry the right lenses without carrying too much gear. The amount of stuff I'll take on a corporate shoot or a fashion shoot is how much stuff can I cram into my Jeep, if it's not in my own studio. This is, okay, how much am I going to carry today? Because, folks who do a lot of walking around with their gear, I discovered this a long time ago, that camera equipment that you're carrying will gain weight during the course of the day. So what may feel light when you leave the studio in the morning is bloody heavy. This was probably an 8-hour day. And again, I walked the whole time. So this went on, quite a bit at the State House. But again, I don't need a release to say Trump supporter. And I suppose I can jump to the conclusion she is a Trump supporter because she's wearing a Trump shirt, standing in front of the Massachusetts State House, protesting in front of the Massachusetts State House. I can't say Trump supporter who takes Excedrin in front of the Massachusetts State House. Then I've crossed the line.
Gotcha.
This is the same event. So, on this stuff, I liked this one because I like the reflection of the State House in the windshield, and I'm hoping they're not going to drive over my toes. So I'm kind of shooting events like this. I'll usually have a 1735, and if it's a daylight event, probably a 100 to 400 or a 70 to 210 f4.
So Angela, here's what's funny. Angela. A journalist like him, he doesn't see politics. He sees reflections. He sees gestures. You know what I mean? So
I've seen a lot of gestures in my career.
Yeah, there's no politics involved. It's, oh wow, look at this shot. The Capitol building in the background. This is a great setup. Please don't run over my toes. Click. Yeah. Got it. Let's go.
Yeah. And it's, I mean, this is, you're there, there are tons of people around, not a lot of social distancing going on here at any of these events, you know. So I'm literally, it's, you know, part of the reason I'm carrying 2 cameras, 2 lenses, and a Nissan Speedlight on my 17 to 35, and an extra battery and an extra card in my pocket, because not only the weight, but you've got to be able to move. And if you're in a crowd and people start shoving, or I don't think I put any in, but you know, the police start shooting tear gas in your direction, you want to be able to move quickly. So, you know, I've got it down, you know, to certain lenses. If it's a night event, I'll probably take all my lenses are Tamrons. I shoot everything on Tamron glass. I may take a 70 to 200 2.8, whereas if it's going to be during the day, I may take the 70 to 210 f4. Both sharp lenses, one weighs half as much as the other.
Wow.
So,
all right, let's see, a couple more.
I just love this one woman screaming at the troopers like they're going to do whatever she's saying. I'm pretty sure they're not. But again, a little bit of flash fill.
I'm sorry, Martin asked, do you ever use right angle adapters?
Do I ever use
a right angle lens adapter?
I'm leaning towards the screen like I can hear you better that way. Right angle adapters. I'm not really sure what he means by a right angle adapter. Do you mean for the flash?
I think that's interesting. And I wonder if he's talking maybe a tilt shift lens. I don't think so.
No. Whatever it is, I don't use it. At least not that I'm aware of. So, you know, those big brackets that, you know, wedding folks use and paparazzis use, it just becomes one more big thing to work with. You know, again, we've got to be able to move fast. And, you know, so that's kind of the way we have to do it. This was spring on Boston Common. Again, in this case, I mean, I know I went in, I used a lot of the features of Luminar AI to process this.
Ooh.
Obviously, it's heavily backlit, which was the effect. And this was like the first, you know, one of those decent days on the Boston Public Gardens.
Beautiful.
So this one, I will admit, the sky didn't look that good when I shot it. This is not an editorial picture. You know, I have this saying, what do photographers do to relax or for therapy? Well, we got to take more pictures. So I do this fairly often. You know, I'm waiting for a blue hour, and I have to admit, I walked a good 2 blocks from the studio to shoot this. I just take my tripod, usually a 24-70 2.8, polarizing filter on it, and just walk until I see the picture I want. And I've walked by this, I don't know how many times, and there was something about this, and it looked pretty good. But boy,
sky, yep.
Adding that sky, you know, again, I added it. But, you know, if I tell you one of the things that I love about in situations like this, using the Luminar AI, for anybody who ever tried to replace skies before this, especially those tiny little spaces in between the trees, and you were trying to I mean, it's like night and day, you know. And the more I learn about working with this program, the more I'm amazed with it. It's just unbelievable. You can do as much or as little as you want. Again, on the news pictures, you know, put them in and export them. And then it's funny because, you know, I shoot everything raw. And then, you know, I'll be working for some newspapers and they go, yeah, we don't want it bigger than 2.5 megs. Okay, so I shot it on a Nikon 850 as a raw file, and now I got to bring it down to 2.5 megs.
But it's good that you have it. Now, let me see one more that you edited. Let's see. Oh, summertime in Boston.
This is yes. This welcome to springtime in downtown Boston. This is the same place. Actually, this is the exact same place as the long shot with the colored trees. This is one of those trees that goes color.
Wow.
And it was just the way it was lit. Again, it's blue hour, tripod in the snow, long exposure, so I get the streaks of the light, and then bring it back and play around with it in Luminar. And it's just terrific.
Well,
you know, awesome. It jumps. And I mean, I've lived Again, the studio is a couple of blocks from this. And I've lived in this neighborhood for a really long time, and I'm always amazed that I go out and you see it in a different way.
And like you
So,
said, what's neat is now you have options. So you saw, do you have another shot where you replace the sky?
I
Hit
don't.
L, just so we can see your full catalog.
Oops. You want to see the full catalog? Okay.
Let's see.
So I've got you some long exposures. I don't know if there's anything else where I have replaced the sky.
All right, we'll move up just a little bit higher, up in front. Oh, your penguins. Let's grab your penguins for.
You want to? Oh, my penguins. Yes, these are my pet penguins.
So again,
this is just slightly above the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. And you go there and there are just these little penguins walking everywhere. I love it. There's a sign in the parking lot that says, please look under your car for penguins, which is not a sign I'd ever seen before. But again, this is what came out of the camera with a little help from Luminar.
Yeah. See, so again, it's and thank you so much for sharing this. How about you stop sharing your screen for a moment?
Stop sharing screen. Yes, I can stop.
So this right here again sums up what we talked about before. Is, you know, are you a photographer, a graphic artist, or a retoucher? You know, photographers love Luminar because all your digital darkroom tools are right there. You can go in and have fun, and then there's a lot of people who love to be creative, and they take just as much pleasure in photographing as they do in editing. And it's neat how you can take it to the levels that that you want to go at. And Rich, thank you so much for that. Now, hey Rick, real quick story with Rick. You were supposed to come down for
which story?
You're supposed to come down for like 3 days. We went on a little cruise, and then 3 days turned into 4 weeks. And he just stayed for 4 weeks, and then he goes home.
So Vanelli's saying that if you ever need a place to stay in Florida, apparently he's willing to share.
Yes.
All right. Rick, those are some great images. We appreciate your creativity.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Rich,
so, V, I think I'm coming up next, right?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to do a deep dive now, everyone. And we're going to take a look, and good to see you all. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, V. Thank you, Rick. So we're going to take a deep dive into what's new with the AI2 update. And I'm going to walk you through a bunch of super specific features. We're also going to tick off a lot of the questions that you have in the Q&A pod. Then after that, Vanelli will be back later tonight. We've got a couple more guests coming back later this evening. We'll be hearing from Hollywood portrait photographer Mike Cabasi. Mike works on a lot of entertainment productions, TV shows, and movies. Then Angela's going to be back sharing some tips about signatures, watermarks, and textures. And then we're going to see from Levi Sim. He's going to offer up some portrait tips as well as some sky replacement tips. And then Vanelli will close things out and talk about building your sky library up. So really appreciate that. Thanks you guys for hanging in here today. It's been a great in-depth day. We've had a chance to explore all sorts of things that Luminar AI can do. So in the chat pod, I put a bunch of freebies. We've mentioned these a little bit. So if you scroll up, you'll probably see them. And there's textures and LUTs and all sorts of things. Today was not a super fancy day. You know, we just wanted to have on a bunch of different creative folks. You've seen some editing tips. You've heard some artistry tips. You heard about the little bit of where we're going as a company. In case you missed it, our CEO announced earlier today that we are actively working on Luminar for mobile and portable devices. So that was a cool reveal earlier this morning. Hope you guys caught that. And we have been recording everything in case you missed it. So I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to walk through a bunch of cool things that we can do. So I want to take you through some of the awesome features here that Luminar offers. And I've also got your questions up. So if you have questions, please go ahead and toss those in. I see Frank asking about infrared effects. We don't do anything specific for infrared photography, but you can load LUTs. There are LUTs out there for infrared, so not a problem. Let's go here as well. I'm glad you guys enjoyed some of the things that Rick was showing. Let's start with a simple image example, and I'm just going to take a regular JPEG to start. We're going to go in and we'll work with some images here that are fine, but I want to show you how much Luminar can do to enhance this type of image, even if it is a JPEG, so you can see exactly what is possible. So let's just go ahead and hide the dock. And I think that's good. All right, and here we go. So I'll start with templates, and templates will scan the image and make a suggestion. So it recommended the big screen category to start, and with simple clicks, I could see interesting options. And this helps me audition or consider. I also like to look at that as a split screen. So I'll click that split screen button there, making it a little bit easier to see what's happening. And that way I can audition different categories and decide what it is I like. Now I like this sunshine here, but I want to go a step further. So using my edit tools, I see everything organized. We start with our essentials up here, then we go into creative, then we've got portrait tools and professional tools. Well, let's start here with the portrait tool for a moment. A lot of folks wouldn't think of it, but look at how face light works. Even on a non-traditional close-up portrait, it could find those faces and fill in the light. And even from a side profile, with sunglasses on and just one eye closed, it still found the faces, making it very easy to just fill those in, and you see what a nice job that does. And speaking of that, since the portrait tools are working here, let's go down to skin, and we could just smooth over the skin a little bit, and you see what that's able to do. It even was able to take out some of the defects on the skin with just a click. And if you see others you want to remove, like if there's a scratch or anything like that, remember what's awesome now is that the eraser tool, the erase tool here, is non-destructive. So you can go right in, click on any blemishes that you need to clean up, and when you click erase, it's going to look at the surrounding pixels and come up with those. And it didn't matter the order that I went. So I was able to put a LUT and some other recipes on there ahead of time. This goes under the hood, works on the original pixels so that we could fix them. And then when we leave the tool, it's going to actually have all of those things fixed. So you see how flexible that is to go in. And again, you just brush over the areas. Now, when I leave the erase tool, I'm still free to work with my mood tool or anything else. So we could dial in that sunshine LUT just a little stronger, put a little more saturation in it, and I'm going to add a little bit of warmth. But before I do that, I'm going to use sun rays, but in a non-traditional way. A lot of folks don't know you could drag the center of the sun off. And it's not that I want to add rays here. I'm going to turn the amount up for a moment, but we're going to play with this. So what I'm going to do is take the number of rays down. And I could randomize this, which cycles through the amounts. Now what I'm going to do is pull down the length of the sun rays and instead just use a little bit of the sun radius and a little bit of the warmth. And what that's doing is it's actually creating, you can see how it's adding to the scene. So this could add just a hint of light to your scene, and with the overall look slider, that adjusts the intensity. So I know it may seem strange, but I've actually put the sun off screen, but using my overall look and amount slider here, notice how I could add or even subtract light from the scene. So I know that most people think of sun rays as a landscape photography tool, but what I just showed you is it acts as a virtual light. So you could use this to relight your photograph and just put it off screen like that, just pick it up into the corner there. Now you'll see a little hint of it coming in, but you could adjust the radius there on that sun glow and the sun radius, but you could again use the amount and the overall look to dial it in, which is pretty cool. All right, Robin, we don't do stitch panoramas, but there's a lot of tools on the market that will do that, okay? Robin, other Robin, I'm very sorry to hear that you're having flooding in Australia. I hope everyone's safe. All right, so we did some sun rays. Let's go in and again use another tool you wouldn't think about for portraits, which is the landscape tool. And I'm going to use golden hour, which brings out the warmth of the sun, which is very nice to just give this a warmer feeling to the image. Then using dramatic, I could increase the contrast of the image a little bit, and I'll just reset the saturation here up to 0 so it's not shifting. So if we look at that before and after, you see how we took the really harsh, not good light of the middle of the day, and we just added depth and dynamic range and contrast to really pull that together, which just works out great. So I hope that that made sense to you guys. We're going to do a bunch of other recipes, but one of the things I'm trying to do is show you how we could do some other options using tools. So you guys could see that we can actually pull off some techniques in non-traditional ways. All right, if you got questions, throw them in the chat pod. We're going to go on to another image here. But what you saw there was using landscape tools on portraits. And you can use these tools any way that you want. All right, let's do a sky replacement here. So we've got a lovely session. Couple looks fantastic, clearly in love, but the sky just didn't work out this day. So I want to show you some of the new options that were added in Update 2. So there's a bunch of cool things that were added to the Sky AI tool that you might have missed. So you'll go here under the Sky AI tool. It's in Creative. There it is. And I'll just zoom in a little bit here. And from the sky selection, you could browse. You can also, with all skies, click the plus button here to add in extra skies. So I'm going to add in these nice romantic skies here, but I want to finesse it a little bit. So after I add that, you see, oh wait, why is there a glow around it? Well, there's a couple things we can do. Part of the reason is it's a low quality JPEG. The other is that there was some haze in the image. So watch how we can finesse this. Using our relighting tools, we can relight the humans to match. And when we do, that glow goes away in a large part. We can also adjust the saturation and the overall relighting strength. And notice how that is making a better composite there. So you want to use those relight tools to control the transitions on your edges. Additionally, let's punch in here on the hair a little bit. I'm going to come down to mask refinement. So I'll start with fix details. Fix details is going to analyze that and really clean up that edge. Then you could use the global slider and start to inch that up slowly. And what that's going to do is increase the strength of the effect. So you could dial that in and that works nicely, or just play with the close gaps amount. So sometimes you want to take that slider down, sometimes you're going to want to take that up. And so you might be surprised there, but in this case, negative close gaps actually worked better. So because we had this little tiny hooks and this cool edge on the hair, I actually pulled close gaps down and pulled fixed details and global up a little bit, and we got such a better transition there. So that works nicely there on that edge. Now, a couple more things. With the orientation tools, you now have more flexibility. So if your horizon isn't level and you like that in the picture, you can actually rotate the sky to match the horizon. And we'll use horizon blending here to create a nice natural transition. And you'll see that we can offset the sky until it matches. So get that to match the horizon line that you want. Horizon blending, nice and natural. And then using our reflection amount, we could introduce those colors from that sky onto the water, which works well. And since the background is not in focus, guys, the sky should not be in focus. So I'm going to use the defocus tools here just to match that to everything else in the scene in the background. So this way our eye is drawn to the couple, which works really well. All right, that's a whole bunch of new things that we added there. And remember, atmospheric haze is a great addition too. This way you can match the sky to the rest of the scene. There was some fog and mist on the water, so that really unifies it with the atmospheric haze. And I could warm or cool that sky, and it really holds together well. Now, here's what's cool. Accent AI works on the whole scene, and Sky Enhancer even works on the new sky that you layer in to bring it to life. So don't forget about the really cool Sky Enhancer tool that works on your existing sky or the new sky that you add in. Also, we've really improved our local masking tools. We'll talk more about texture on that. But you could use this to create a nice basic overlay. So what I can do here is put a gentle gradient here, or a little bit of a radial. But I'm going to put a gentle gradient mask coming from the back side here, and just gently lower that exposure a little bit. I'll overdo it here, but there we go. Just a little bit down. Pop the highlights so they're nice and bright still. Pull the shadows down. And I could add a little bit of negative structure. So it just de-emphasizes that area there. And you see how your eye is naturally pulled into the subject a little bit better. So don't be afraid to paint with those local masking tools. It's a really nice way to unify that. Okay? All right. So you can use Photoshop Elements. You'll have to get the plugin from support. We don't officially install into Photoshop Elements. Photoshop Elements does not have a smart filter workflow, so you can't run filters non-destructively. You just have to run them as normal filters. Okay? All right. The Apple ProRAW format does work. It comes in as a DNG file. It's not doing the HDR tone mapping, and it's not doing a few other things, but let me show that real quick. So this will give me an opportunity to show a few things. First up, we do have the ability to work as a plugin for Photos for macOS. I'm just jumping into Photos for macOS here though, so I can show you the ProRAW file, and I'm going to pull one out. So let me just size this here so I can fit it a little bit better. And we'll go back a level. And so you could jump in. I'll skip past my COVID card here. And you'll see that I have some raw files and some non-raw files. So this will allow you, you can also sort, and you can see that there is a raw category as well if you want to narrow that down. So this allows you to browse the content. So here I've got a nice shot of some blueprints and a plan that someone was working on. So you can see there that that's one of the ProRAW files. If I look at this, this was captured using the iPhone 12 Pro. And this is in that ProRAW format. Now, first up, if you're editing inside of Photos for macOS, you could just click Edit and then click the button here and actually open up Luminar AI directly. But I want to show you the ProRAW file. So what's important here is when you export this out, make sure you export the unmodified original photo. So that way you could put that out, and I'll just say export. And I'll put that on my desktop because since this is a live demo, I need to put all my files on my desktop. Okay, now what I could do is in Luminar, if I want to open up just a single image, click the plus button and say add image. This will allow you to navigate, and there's that Apple ProRAW file. And I'll choose open. The image opens up and it comes in. Absolutely fine. So it's a DNG file. We don't support the depth map feature yet. That's something that they're just starting to unlock for third-party developers. But you'll see that in the light tool, this absolutely is a raw file. And you could switch which one you use. I suggest the Luminar default color profile because the Adobe standard one is a lot brighter. But you could take a look at that. And you can also download third-party profiles. Like there's a whole bunch of DCP files out there for the iPhone 12. So as you can see there, it definitely came in with the raw file. We could take advantage of things like Accent AI. We can use our Structure AI to bring out those details very nicely in the scene. And everything is there in the raw file. So I hope that that addresses how can we use ProRAW. As you see there, you just need to give it the ProRAW file. You can also use other utilities to pull the ProRAW files off of your iPhone. When you use the share command, your iPhone converts it to either an HEIC file or a JPEG file. So you obviously want to go ahead and do this, okay? So you're talking about these add-ons we gave you. Just put them somewhere on your hard drive and then you can access them. I store mine in my documents folder, but whatever works for you, Sonia. And I'm going to show you some of those add-ons now. So let me show you one of the things I gave you. I'm going to do a full edit here, and we're going to do a fun, stylized edit for a feeling of rock and roll. So here, we've got a nice picture of our artist, musician, and it has this cool vintage feeling. It's obviously been edited a little bit, but I want to lean into this a little bit more to bring out that feeling. So, a couple things. First up, the edit menu, take advantage of enhance. And in fact, take advantage of templates. Templates could really jumpstart this. It recognized that this was a sunset photo. So if I want to lean into that, I could very quickly pull out that feeling based upon the content. And if it's too strong, you could back it off. So that's a quick way to dial in the look for an image if you need it. I'm just going to reset Shift-Command-R for a second, and let's develop this normally. A little bit of Enhance AI, filled in that washed out area from we had some lens flares going on from the light shining in. And remember, lens flares aren't just something J.J. Abrams uses. If you shine light directly into the lens, you can get this washed out look and you may not want it. So Enhance AI and Structure AI brought all of that back. Now what I want to do is give this a color grade. So I'm going to come on into my Mood tool and I could load LUTs. So you'll just say load custom LUT file. And I gave you these fun analog LUTs earlier. So these are a nice vintage feeling and you could dial in the strength of those. And they're a great way to color grade. Put the contrast in and control the intensity of the color, giving you a muted look or a very strong look. So you can see there, it's a nice way to just quickly color grade. Want to try another mood? Let's go in here. And you'll see that there's a wide range, including some fun black and white ones. But I'm just going to apply some of these, and these are a nice film stock emulation. And you can see there how quickly we can get that style going that we want. Now, using our local masking tool, we support textures. So you could load in textures, and we had this tool before, but now with the load texture button, you could do all sorts of things. We gave you light leaks. We also gave you our paper texture kit in the links. And here I've got all sorts of cool overlays. So I got this cool vintage canvas, and I'm going to go with this more traditional one, a stretched canvas, and load it in. It's going to layer on top automatically. And using our opacity slider, we could adjust the intensity of that effect. Plus, if you want, you can go in and blend it. Also, maybe you like that effect, but you don't want it on the skin so much. Just grab your eraser tool, lower the opacity and the softness. There you go, nice soft brush. And you could just partially erase on the skin areas so that the effect isn't as intense there where his skin is. So now I just get a nice, gentle, less effect there, but the texture comes through on the rest of the image. And I'll just dial that back a little bit to taste. Now we've got a feeling of a paper stock there, which I like. Need to? You can add another image in. Just go to texture. And we gave you some torn edges. So you just click the load texture button, navigate to the hard drive, and we gave you these torn edges as well in the download links. So I'm going to take this one here for torn white. There we go. This one has some scratches to it as well. And once you've loaded it in, takes just a second because it's a high quality texture, you'll click the place texture button. This will give you the flexibility so you can adjust it. So you could just zoom out as needed and just grab that there and start to pull. So I could just adjust that, put it into place like so, kind of get it in the right ballpark area. And once you've decided where you want that, it's simple. So if this texture is really big like this one is, you could pull that down. And now it's partially see-through because of how we've set this to start. But you see, nice and simple, and you could just scale it to match your canvas. I like that. Feels good. I'm just going to take it a little wider, like so. And now, once it's placed, I can go in and just adjust the opacity back up. And now we've got that nice feeling of a frame. So you can see there how it's created the cool overlay and given it a feeling of a rough brushed edge. So you can do all sorts of things with these fun textures. Change your mind, just turn it off. And remember, with templates and overlays, everything can be synced. So I could take that, select another photo, and just choose to synchronize those two. So you see the one selected in blue? Sync adjustments. It's going to take that, move those adjustments, and automatically apply it to the other photo. And you'll see that the texture also adjusted to match that canvas size. So that gives you that flexibility, and then you can go in there and finesse it. So this one has just a hint of opacity in it. If you want to change it out, no problem. Just load another texture. You can go to another one here, torn white, click it, and it's going to automatically conform and drop in. So you can swap one texture out for another as you're playing with it. And so that gives you a lot of fun flexibility. So hopefully that gives you some ideas on what you could do with these. Let me go forward here. I'm just going to take this all the way back to 100% and see that fade blends the texture too. So if it was blending, you could set that back to 100. Okay, I hope that gives you some ideas on how those work. I now want to solve some problems. So again, folks, we got about 40 minutes here to get through your questions. So I'll walk you through. By the way, this is an example of stacking. So what you can actually do is you can load multiple photos on top of each other, and I just brushed them out here so you can see the skater as he goes through the park. So you could do fun examples like that, or we could do things like this. So I'm going to actually go here, and I'm going to take this photo of fire. And now I'm going to layer on top of it a silhouette. So what you could do is use this to create overlays. So you just go in, load the other texture, and you can start to stack those. So it's a lot of fun. So you can go in and do it one of two ways. So you could put the silhouette on top of the fire if you want, like so. And it's gonna drop that in place. Now I can flip that. Let's take that up to 100, but change its blending mode. And so if I use screen, it drops out the shadows and lets us layer that in. Or you could see other options here, like lighten, for example. I like that one a little bit better. And so you could do a cool double exposure effect like this. Just layer the silhouette over the other one. And using the overlay, it works really well. So that's super simple. And remember, under the advanced settings here, you can finesse the contrast on your overlay after you layer it in. You could adjust the saturation and the brightness level. And you can see there how that gives you more control over how those things are going to mix together. So I hope that gives you some creative ideas. I want to go on to some other areas, but I hope that that makes sense. Let me put the links into the download one more time because you guys are asking about those. So let me just drop that in. Make sure you have it. Copy. And don't everyone, let's just put that in there to panelists and attendees. Hold on. Paste. And here's the other part. Return and paste. There you go. And we put that code in there, the $10 deep dive code, so you can save on multiple items. Someone shared earlier, they bought 10 items and they saved $100. So they went in and they bought a bunch of looks and templates and things that they wanted, and they were able to pull some cool stuff together. Okay, let's go on to another scenario. And I want to show you some additional editing. We're here in our catalog, and we're just going to tackle an image that we can make a bit better. So I want to take an image that's nice and natural, but has some problems. So we'll take this cold, snowy image, and we're working with the raw file here. So this image looks good, but there's parts about it that bug me, including this weird color cast. So I'm going to come in, and templates will analyze the image and make a suggestion. So it suggested scenery, easy landscapes, and waterscapes. It's not water, obviously, but it sees the snow. I can do scenery here, and clear and sharp was a great time saver. It just instantly popped the colors and sharpened the image. And you could see how quickly that snow came to life. Now I'll go into edit. And what we'll do is take advantage of a couple of tools that are super simple. First up, Enhance AI. really brings out the dynamic range. And Sky Enhancer works on all skies. So maybe I want that nice cream blue, but look at Sky Enhancer. Here's why you use Sky Enhancer. It only does the sky. Because if we went to color and did what every other photo editor did and cranked up vibrance, look at how it destroyed our photo. See, Sky Enhancer masks the sky and doesn't give you any of this garbage of adding extra colors in places you don't want it. So when you use the Sky Enhancer, it only enhances the sky. So I hope that that makes sense. Like, a lot of folks are like, oh, I'd never use sky replacement. Fine, don't use sky replacement, but for gosh sake, use Sky Enhancer, because it uses the same intelligent algorithm to select the sky and lets you enhance what you already have. So that works really well. And if you go, you know, that was working really well, but I really wish there were some clouds back there, you can go in and browse. And by the way, we'll see some cool improvements to this tool too, but you could layer those in, and when you choose them, it's going to start to put it in there. Now, because we got a little overlay here, you see there, it starts to blend in. That's nice. You could adjust the amount slider. Now, it's getting a little confused by the snow here. That's not a big deal. That's going to actually get updated really soon for the improved algorithm that we have inside of Sky AI. But I like that. Let's go ahead here, though, and fix the color. So I'm going to remove the color cast. And look at how one slider just pulled all of that unwanted color out of the snow. I didn't have to work hard. And with Composition AI, we can level the photo, straighten the verticals, and even get a suggested crop. All of those are going to really speed up that workflow for you. And you see that it recommended a little bit of a different crop there, which is nice. If I need to, I can go into my Erase tool and simply paint out objects that I find distracting. So just click on the canvas, paint away anything you don't want, and then when you click Erase, it will analyze the scene and come up with new textures, filling that material in with a believable pattern. It's not just a simple clone, it actually looks all around there and generates new pixels. So that works really nicely. And if you want to do some cool things here, remember, with the local masking, you could control where structure goes. So if you feel like you got some good structure in there, but you want a little more on this snow, just click on local masking and add. And in the basic tool, you'll see that there is structure. So I could just paint. I'll tell this to go ahead and show the mask and quickly paint over these areas. And so I just want to put a little bit more detail there into that cool snow. I just want that texture in the foreground snow to be a little tighter. If you need to erase, grab the Erase tool and you could adjust there and just paint. Now we'll hide the mask. Keyboard shortcut is /. And with Structure AI, look at how I could bring that snow and increase the dynamic range there. So it's really cool. And we could adjust the vibrance on the snow if we wanted to pull some of that extra color cast out, or warm it or cool it. And so you could do and brush in selective editing there, and you see that we removed some color, got it to the right temperature, and added some extra detail, all with a paintbrush. And a couple of you were asking, well, what about a tablet? If you use a tablet, you could have it use the tablet for the pen pressure for radius or opacity. So you can paint and then push harder to paint with more, or adjust it so it affects the size of the brush as you're painting. So I hope these are giving you guys some ideas. I'm trying to make it through all of the Q&A as well. And we have been recording. So Alok, you missed some things. Don't worry about it. We've been recording. The YouTube link will go live right after the event. Well, it'll take probably an hour for YouTube to compress it, because it's a 14-hour day, everyone. But we will also cut those down later for release. Okay, this is looking solid. We're in good shape there. And I want to do another edit. Let's tackle a different problem. So here we have a scene that's really low contrast, and I want to fix that. So we're shooting with a raw file. Again, we're shooting into the sun, which makes this difficult. So let's let templates analyze this first. And it came up with an easy landscape as a starting point. So I'll start there. Sunset. I like that for the color. Clean light. I really like that. That really just tightened up the contrast and brought that image in nicely. Now we've got a problem. Our sky is really, really blown out. Now there's a couple things we can do. First up, you can try accent and see what you can bring back. Additionally, don't be afraid of the light tool here and look at smart contrast. Notice by changing the contrast, I was able actually to bring some of that back. Now go in and do your highlight recovery. See, most people would just go right to highlights or exposure. Don't. There's better tools. Smart contrast lets you change contrast without shifting color. Normally, contrast or exposure, if you change contrast, you lose saturation or you add saturation. Same thing with exposure. You darken the image, it gets a lot more saturated. Smart contrast doesn't have that problem. And instead of overdoing the highlights here, I'm going to come down to super contrast. And now I can adjust the contrast there on the sky and the balance of it and just really get that looking nice. So look at how we rescued all sorts of blown out data. And remember that sky enhancer? Oh yeah, it works great. So I didn't have to necessarily replace the sky. I like that. That's coming along well. And you see it's really coming to life. Boost that a little bit with a little more structure. Structure adds in some detail. I like that. Now you could feel free to tweak your curve. So if you want to pull down things here, look at how we can pull down an area. See? So you can do some pretty cool things here by using multiple tools to recover lost areas. So that's really quite powerful. And I showed this trick earlier today, but it bears repeating. You can add another basic adjustment. And you'll see that that has structure in it. So you could do a second pass. See? And it adds it in. And you can even adjust the shadows and stuff. And because it's on its own overlay here, I could just say, you know what? Put a little gradient mask on it. And I want it to transition here. See? Or let's flip that the other way. And so this way I can create a nice transition so that it is doing that extra pop there on the bottom, but only the bottom of the photo and not the top of the photo. So you could use the local masking tool there with the basic adjustment so you can recover different areas back and paint. Elias showed that trick earlier today as well. So that works very nicely. So you could really finesse that. And I think that's a lot of fun. Okay? All right. Questions, guys, fire away. So put them in the chat, put them into the Q&A pod. I'll do my best. Wacom tablets, yep, Jim, the pressure sensitivity, just load your current driver and that'll work. So that absolutely works just fine. Okay? Also, we put some other goodies in there. So I mentioned, and I haven't shown these yet, the global colors. So I added a cool collection called Global Colors. These are ones that I built from scratch, and they're cool lookup tables designed to simulate different cities around. So they're just based on sort of the mood of each city. So what's nice about Global Colors is we can do some really fun things quickly. Now let's start with the templates, by the way. It's going to analyze the scene, and it came up with Essence as a good starting point. Flawless is a great way just to pop the colors and to get a nice look. But in the Edit module here, I'm going to take advantage of the Mood tool. This is where you can load your own LUTs. There's all sorts of ones in here, and you can mouse over and quickly get an idea of different color grades. 1960, 1990s, for example. Candlelight. And as you play with these, don't be afraid to crank them up a little higher to start. This way you get a pretty good idea of what they're going to do, right? I kind of like that red trace. It leaves just a hint. But you could load custom LUTs, And we've given you all these analog LUTs, which are great for retro looks. We've also given you a new pack called Global Colors. So you can go in, grab the global colors, and easily apply them. So let me just go up a level here. Hold on. Kits. There we are. Lookup tables and global colors. And I'm going to go with this Sao Paulo LUT. Sao Paulo. And I like that. I'm just going to dial in the contrast and the saturation. And you can see there, how we layer that in, how it gives us that nice muted color. Someone was asking earlier, how do I do a matte look? Also in our portrait tools, you'll see high key. So this works well if you want that higher contrast type look. And you can see there how it blows out the highlights. Or you could play with your advanced settings here to independently control the black versus the dynamic range. So that's a great way if you're going for the high contrast or high key look. Okay? All right. Can Luminar AI remove shadows in portrait images? You can use the erase tool, sure. And so you can do that. So there's a couple ways about that. I don't know if I have an example of that available, but you can brush with the erase tool and then erase. But like a harsh shadow going over the face, you could do that also with the dodge and burn tool. So the dodge and burn tool lets you paint with light. So if you want to, I could say, you know what, I want to darken some areas here. And I'll take the strength down, but I can brush and I want to bring out these shadows a little bit on her shirt. So notice there how I brush that in. I'll put it a little stronger so you can see it, and you can start with a higher amount. And I'm going to brush a little bit on her hair here just to dodge that. Now, if I need to, I could zoom in here and I'm just going to erase around that edge because I got a little too close. There we go. And I'll just go with a smaller brush and we'll darken that. There we go. And you can brush that in. Then use the overall amount slider to back it off until it looks good. So that way you could paint with light. And you see I painted in the shadows in her hair and I painted away and added some shadows there on that. So that works. Okay, cool. John, I can't comment on Mojave. I do know that we've released multiple performance updates, so make sure that you're using the most recent Luminar AI. And also make sure you have enough RAM. So that's not something I'm familiar with. I'm seeing my LUTs because I have a tool called Lattice installed. That's how I'm browsing. But remember, Luminar AI lets you browse them as well in the pop-up list. So you could see them there pretty easily. And again, these are just a great way to stylize an image. So under your edit tool, you could just mouse over that list and audition them. Again, that's the mood tool. And you can see all of these different recipes as a great starting point. And then just adjust the amount, the contrast, and the saturation. And you can dial that into taste to get a cool look. Okay, let's go forward here. I see some questions in the Q&A. Would you use masking to correct the reflections for eyeglasses? We're working on something to make that easier, but you can use masking. You can also just use some of the enhanced tools. So I don't know if I have a regular pair of eyeglasses here. I have some sunglasses here where we can see through a little bit. So let's open one of those up and I'll edit here. So first up, we'll take advantage of a template and we'll go with that flawless correction or fashionista. I actually like fashionista here. It's working pretty nicely. Let's punch in and I see some scratches and stuff that I want to clean up. So you can use under skin defects removal, and it will look for blemishes and it will often pick up things like acne or anything else. And if there's a really strong thing like the scratch there on his forehead, just use the erase tool and you could brush over that. Okay, so that's going to work nicely to remove that. Now for the glasses, there's a handful of things that you can do. One approach is use your local masking tool. And I'm just going to add a basic adjustment. And what we can do here, let's take the softness down and the radius down a little bit. There we go. And I'll just press the / key or click here to show or hide the mask. So now I could see where I'm brushing. Okay. So this way I can brush in on the eyeglass, and I'm only going to do one so you can see the change on the one and not the other. There we go. So now let's hide that mask and watch some of the things we can do. So we can use structure to enhance that area. And you can see there how it's bringing out that area or down. We can separately adjust the intensity of the color there where I brushed and warm or cool it. So notice how I can adjust that so it's a better match. And you can even play with things like shadows or highlights to really finesse that area and dial it in where you want. So you see there how you could be precise, and negative structure can also be used to blur things a little bit. So that works very nicely to just do some of those targeted enhancements. And you're really seeing that adjustment there on how you can use the local brush. Okay, so lookup tool is a lookup table. That's the LUT, and you use that with the mood tool. So a lot of our recipes for templates have LUTs loaded in them in the mood tool. So as you're looking and browsing through things, you'll really see that. So if we go here to our template, it's going to scan this scene and come up with some suggestions, including objects. Himashu, if you have questions, just type them into the Q&A area. Just use the Q&A section. And here, I like razor. Look at what that did. That was just so amazing. It instantly popped the color and the texture. And here's what's really cool. Texture with structure, it knows not to overdo the skin. So the coolest thing about structure is that it's skin aware. So you could crank that up and it's going to really bring out the texture, but it did not overdo the skin tones because it's human aware. So that works great. And you could use that details tool there to bring out a little bit more of those medium details, which works out nicely. And you can see there how we brought that image to life. Now, with our mood tool, we could audition color recipes. And you'll see lots of fun options here, including ones that simulate different lighting conditions, like Riverside here, or San Diego, Santa Barbara. I like that, nice and warm. So if I toggle that on and off, you see how that LUT is doing a nice recipe to really bring out the warmth of the scene. I could dial in contrast and saturation. And now we just have beautiful, rich skin tones there. And they're very natural, but look at how that, unwanted color cast is removed, and we've just added depth and dimensionality to that image. So it's really quite cool. And as we shared earlier, Mystical is great when you want dark glows, and Glow is great with Orton Effect when you want bright glows. So you can dial that in and you'll see Orton Effect soft, and then you can control how soft it is. I'll take that up really strong for a second. Really soft, and you can see that blending. And does it get brighter or darker? So you can actually crank that up pretty high, but then put the contrast back in, and now you've got soft diffused light. So notice how that glow effect is adding soft diffused sunlight to it. I can even warm that up so it's adding warm sunlight. So these tools are amazing for color grading. And as you saw earlier, super contrast is your friend. Add some contrast into the highlights. Look at how that burnt out top edge of the grilled cheese sandwich, and I know it's dinner time, so I'm suspecting some of you are going to get hungry from this. We could put contrast there into that highlight edge and then adjust the balance, and look at how that cheese came back. And then I'll put a little bit more contrast there into the midtones, but I could roll where that's positioned so it's more on the hands and not the shirt. And a little bit of contrast there into the shadows. And again, balance it. So use super contrast before you use shadow highlights. And by the way, all of these edits were applied to a JPEG. If you gave that a RAW file, it would be even better. So it's pretty cool. And if you need to, you can use masks. So if I wanted to go after these tomatoes, for example, I could just say, you know what? I want to really pop the saturation of the reds, but I didn't want that on the hands. So I could just click here, grab my paintbrush and say, you know what? I only wanted that across the top of the sandwich there. So now I want to play with those tomatoes. Let's get those richer and just a little darker. There we go. And you see how you could paint that in. So now those tomatoes are standing out from the rest. Okay, I'm going to stop showing you pictures of food because we still have a bunch of time left and I don't want to chase you all off. But do you guys see how some of these tools really work well? So I think that's nice. So Nick, I hope I explained the super contrast there, but I'll do one more image because super contrast is one of my favorite tools, but we're not going to do food. Let's go to an image that has some contrast problems. So we'll do a typical landscape here, right? So here we're at Lake Lure, and this is lacking a little bit. Let's do templates. We'll let it analyze, and it came back with waterscapes. So I'm going to go in here, put a little bit of deep focus. I like that. Soft fix is actually kind of nice too. I think I like that. So let's go there as a starting point. Now let's talk about contrast. Couple of things to do. First, do not do anything in the light tool to start with except two things. Feel free to click profile, and if you want to pick your landscape profile or other options, you could pick these here. These profiles are installed when you install the free DNG profile or DNG creator tool from Adobe. So if you have Lightroom or Photoshop, it installs them too, but Adobe has a great pack of DCP profiles with their DNG creator tool, and this will install these profiles for your camera. So now when I chose camera standard, it applied the color that Sony applies by default. So my raw file takes on the look of Sony's default color. And smart contrast, great to add or remove contrast without shifting the color. Those are the only two things I usually touch in the light tool. Don't use shadows, don't use highlights up there. Next, go to Enhance AI and notice how accent evens everything out. And then Sky Enhancer is going to let you target just the sky. Then jump on down to your super contrast. I typically crank these higher to start. I'll take it really high so I can kind of see what's going on. And then as I move the highlight balance, you see, oh, it's pushing it into the bright areas, it's taking it down. So this way I could pop that, and it just added a little bit of contrast into the clouds. Same thing here with midtones. I can shift that, and you see how it's targeting the middle. And shadow contrast, it's letting us target the shadows and add contrast there. So this is a very powerful way to subtly enhance contrast and shadows without using the shadow highlight slider. It's a really nice way to pull that together. Additionally, you could use your local masking tool here and add a basic adjustment. So I could just pull in with a gradient from top to bottom. There we go. And get that where I want. And now tone down the exposure at the top, but bring the highlights back out. That way the sky gets darker, but the clouds stay nice and bright. And you can even add or subtract structure. And look at how a little bit of structure there brought those clouds to life. So you can do some cool things there with those gradients. Okay, I see a couple of questions in chat. We've got about 15 more minutes, so hopefully this works. Yes, you can use HEIF files. That's tied to your operating system though. Mac handles it a little bit better than Windows, but there is an update for Windows 10 to add that compatibility. So make sure that you run your operating system update to help that, okay? So no problem. One of you are saying you're having a crash. Please contact our support team, support@skylum.com, so they can help you out, and that'll work out nicely for you. They do have some useful tips that they can give you. It's a couple of things you might have to update on the operating system level, so no problem. If you want to add things to your own sky, doing sky replacement, don't shoot those elements on a black cloth. Shoot them on a light blue cloth, Richard, or on a light grayish cloth, and that'll make it a lot easier to use sky replacement on things that aren't actually skies. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So let's see here. Why don't I see skies in AI? Can't load any as well. So if you want to use the sky replacement, you want to go on over and just choose Sky AI and then click the sky selection. If that button doesn't open, it's because Luminar doesn't detect a sky. That will then allow you to layer in the new sky, and it's added, and then it combines. Now, it can't take the previous sky out of the water reflection, so this works best when you're pulling that in, but you can adjust your reflection strength with the reflection amount if you want to make that more powerful there, and that worked nicely. Or you could have used the erase tool ahead of time to remove any unwanted reflections. So now we could adjust the intensity of it and refine the strength. I'm going to actually put a little haze in that because it's too strong of a sky and I want it to match the haziness of what's there. So now it takes on the haze and the smoke of the mountains. And we can even just tone that sky down a little bit and get it so it's a better match. So use those sky adjustments to dial that in. And I'm going to take that reflection amount down a little bit. You see how it pulls it all together. Okay? All right, let's see here. We got a couple more questions. Since you can't bring in profiles from Micro Four Thirds camera, does the pic that was initially displayed include the camera profile? So it depends is the answer. So some Micro Four Thirds will have profiles that can be opened, and you just go down to your optics tool and turn them on there. Remember, if you're using raw files, make sure you go to the optics tool. So here's some pictures from photographer Jessica Basie. I'll start with the edit module. Again, in the light tool, don't overdo it, but do feel free to assign the camera profile. So in this case, we assign the portrait profile from the Canon camera series. Then under optics, this is where if there are lens profiles, you could tell it to do automatic distortion correction. And you see that it recognized the wide angle distortion from the settings of the lens and it matched it to the lens correction and was able to fix that. So you may want to take advantage of some of those options that you might not have known is there. DCP profiles and lens correction for optics. That works out really nicely. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm looking at this image and it's just a little too contrasty. So I'm going to reduce the smart contrast. I like that. And using accent, we'll just balance out that exposure a little, which works out well. This image would benefit from a vignette. So I'll just put a little darker vignette with a nice feather. And we've brought the image to life. So this was a long exposure with a move and then popping the flash. So she snapped the camera with a slow move to blur the background and then froze the action with a flash, so a rear sync. So you can do some fun stuff like that. Put a little bit of structure in that image, and you'll see that it enhances some of the details without overdoing the skin. And then in our skin tools here, even though she's not perfectly tight, we can go in here and use skin and face AI. So we can smooth out that skin with the amount slider. We could tone down the shine on her skin, and you see the hot spot there on her nose from the flash is taken right out. Under face AI, I could layer in the same color eyes if I want, and then adjust the iris visibility if you really want those to pop. You could change the eyes. If you don't want to change them, leave them original, but still use that really cool iris flare to put a little bottom glint on them, and they come to life. Eye enhancer, and they get sharper. Dark circle removal. Let's go ahead here and just frame the eyebrows a little thicker. And I'm just going to darken the lips down with just a hint of saturation. So you can see that that was very powerful for quickly fixing the face. And I'm just going to tone that flare down. It's a little much. I pushed it so you could really see it. And face light is awesome for precisely filling in the face with a little